The combing started on a large scale. 7 to 10 hamlets in the forest were encircled at a time, and every nook and corner, every tank, stream, or spring was searched for guerrillas. The military kept up its constant vigil at every water source for 2 days and more, hoping that the guerrillas would have to come there driven by the dire need for water, when they could easily be annihilated. In the second week of March, 90 springs were under watch simultaneously, involving more than 1,200 military personnel. Every day somewhere or other there was a raid, and there was shooting. During this non-rainy period, there were 250 raids. Hundreds of people were brutally tortured, 16 persons were shot dead in cold blood. The enemy could capture only 13 guerrillas, though he was able to force the evacuation of a few more villages from the forests, reducing the number that continued to exist in that area to about 30. But the people and the squads faced this terrific offensive boldly, determined to defeat it. The Koya people, dragged into the camp villages on the outskirts of the forests, used to come every day to the forests to collect forest produce, beedi leaves, ipapava or inferior grass grain. They made it a point to meet the organizers and squad leaders, tell them the moves of the enemy and hand them over the necessary supplies of food and other essential goods. These Koya people in the remaining 30 villages used to live a guerrilla life, moving as the ever-vigilant and mobile guerrilla squads, and used to help them. 43 new recruits into the regular guerrilla squads, including 9 women, were enrolled. 188. These women guerrillas were exceptionally good as couriers. Some were very good squad members, handling guns and firing at the enemy coolly, and 2 of them had become second in command of the squads. The people continued their fight against the landlords. In Garla and Pakala, Nursampata, centers, they confiscated 200 cattle and 400 bags of food grains. In Gundala zone, 100 cattle were seized, and in Varungal zone, 300 cattle and 50 bags of food grains were seized. The squads crossed River Godavari to the north and entered Chinur Taluka of Adilabad district, and later spread up to Sirapur, the northernmost taluka, and extended the movement to about 200 villages in the area. In this area, the people were learning about communist guerrilla activities and were eagerly awaiting their arrival. The squad and the people joined together, as in all new areas, to confiscate the grain of the landlords to be distributed, burn the village records and debt bonds. As the sweep of these actions gathered strength, the clearing and occupying of waste and forest lands and the seizure of the Anyakranchalu, forcibly seized lands, and the demand of increased wages, used to be taken up. Early in 1951, the state committee leader, Comrade B. Mayurti Narasimhareddy, reached the area to guide the movement on the spot in that difficult situation. He explained to them the situation in the rest of the country, the upsurge in Karimnagar district, the extension to Amarabad and Vikarbad areas, and about the campaign of Shri Ravi Narayan Reddy, backed by the Open Party headquarters in Bombay and by Ajoy Kumar Ghosh and Dange, against the Telangana movement as terroristic and murder campaign. This was in spite of the CC resolution of December 1950, mentioned earlier, in which Ajoy Kumar Ghosh and other party leaders who had differences had participated. In a meeting that lasted 15 days of all important organizers, the whole work was reviewed and further tasks were outlined. As Comrade B.N. left in the beginning of 1951 to this area, before the CC meeting of May 1951, he was not in a position to report on its decisions and put the organization on the basis of the new understanding. After the CC meeting of May 1951, with the new understanding, Comrade Devulapalli Venkateshwar Rao, D.V., went to the area, but to explain the decision of withdrawal, Sri Rajswar Rao went to the area in November and December. During 1951, up to the end of July, in 48 villages 500 people participated in actions on 44 occasions and confiscated 520 bags of paddy, 9 candies of dried chilies, and 10,000 rupees worth of other goods and implements, and got them distributed. They destroyed enemy property which they could not take possession of and distribute. 600 cattle were distributed among 400 families. The party was able to carry on intensive propaganda explaining its program to the people in 200 villages, during the beedi leaves and ipapuvia picking season. 20 more villages had returned to the forests, leaving the concentration camps. The movement had spread to about 200 villages in Adilabad district in the Chennur-Sirapur area. The party was able to recruit 65 new members, including 9 women in 13 cells, 2 of which were women's cells. Cadre were promoted, 12 as squad commanders, 5 as zonal commanders, 7 as zonal organizers and 3 as area commanders. 189. The guerrillas carried out 64 raids on the police and the military, killing 71 police and military personnel. They liquidated 42 police informers, hated landlords, and their henchmen in the villages. The party also lost 5 zonal and center organizers and 7 squad members who were killed during the half year. An effort was made to extend the movement to the Bastar area. A squad was sent across River Godavari eastwards. But as they proceeded, they found that the language was different, and none of the preliminary conditions for even elementary political action had yet developed. On the other hand, the state governments were alert, concentrating heavy armed forces in that area. The squad suffered certain slight casualties in some engagements but was able to retreat to Telangana without losing any comrade. While thus guerrillas in this area in a very difficult situation were regrouping and starting to carry out the tasks set before them, within 3 months, they heard on the radio that the Telangana movement was withdrawn. Comrade DV got delayed on the way and he could not appraise the squads of the new understanding and ascertain their opinion whether the armed struggle could be continued till we obtained minimum safeguards and demands. The need for such quick decision to withdraw the movement even before we got the opinion of this area is explained in the chapter on withdrawal. All the leading comrades from this area, later in the meeting of important Telangana comrades in 1952, endorsed the decision without any reservation. Chapter V. Actions of guerrilla squads. A. On police and military patrols and camps. B. Attacks on hated landlords and their agents. 1. Raid at Elampet on party leaders. All the important leaders of Nalgonda district along with an important provincial committee leader had gathered on the outskirts of Elampet village, Manukota Taluk. 3 or 4 cartloads of various things including records, brand guns and other weapons were with them. Women and children were also with them. They had gathered there for a meeting. A local landlord, who until then was pretending to be in the party's favor, was making arrangements for food for the leaders and simultaneously sent word to the nearby military camp at Abayapalam. This unexpected encirclement did not, however, unnerve the leaders and they proceeded according to a plan. They hid some of the weapons, records, and things in the bushes and formed themselves into 3 squads. While protecting the women and children, they returned the fire, pinning them to the ground and not allowing the enemy to rush at them, while the squads 190 retreated through the only escape route on the 4th side. With rare courage and determination they kept up the fire, kept the enemy at a distance and crossed the fields. But, right behind them was a small mound. There was no safety until they crossed the mound and reached the other side. At the same time, the mound was rather steep and getting up such a mound was not so easy. All the while, enemy bullets were flying in the air, almost hitting the comrades. Rifles, brants, and other weapons were in full play, making the whole area resound with deafening sound. The comrades were almost pressed to the wall, yet, they took shelter behind trees and some big stones, continued the fire pinning the enemy to the ground, and managed to reach safety without any loss of life at all. 2 women comrades, who could not keep pace with the others, took shelter in the bushes throughout the whole night and joined the others only in the morning. What was noteworthy here was that both of them were mothers and their very young babies were protected by other comrades. All of them were justifiably proud of one important comrade, who, while holding a baby in one hand, handled a rifle with the other hand, continued to keep the fire and protected not only the child but also other comrades who were under his protection. 2. Comrade Kondal Reddy, Suryapet, ambushed the military patrol that raided Nazimpeta village and which was beating the people to force them pay grain levy, land revenue, and to surrender Deshmukh's lands, cattle, and sheep. 3 were killed and some more wounded. 3. Suryapet Taluk guerrilla squads raided Vallabhapuram, Undrakhanda, Dharmapuram, and Mohammadapuram and killed Sakilra Venkatesvara Rao, who betrayed to the police his own son-in-law, and 4 police agents. Regulagada village Patel, who handed over his son, a party member, to the police, and started money-lending business with 17,000 rupees of party money, was killed on April 9, 1950. Similar raids on police and military took place at Erlagonda, Narasimulagudam, Baparam, Atmakur, El Kapali, Maryala, and Arvapali, and in a few other villages, as police or military patrols were returning from their raids. On most occasions, guerrillas caused them casualties, 2 or 3, each time. The Suryapet area guerrilla squad attacked a raiding police party returning from Bamanapalli village, Manukota Taluka, to their camp at Kakarvai. 4 military persons were killed and some more wounded. The Congress Home Guards who were with them, 25 of them, ran pell-mell and 1 was wounded. In Patasuryapet, a guerrilla squad was surrounded while taking shelter in a house on January 1, 1949. It opened fire, defending itself, killed 3 and wounded 5 soldiers, with their rifle and grenade, but were overwhelmed and were shot dead. On December 18, 1948, there was an attack on a police patrol between Penubadu and Dharmapuram village, 2 policemen died and 3 were wounded. 191. Military and police personnel raided Kotapadu and Rajipadu and on 5 other villages. The guerrilla squad opened fire at it in different places. 7 military men were killed and they were forced to give up the raids. Godavari Forest Area, Manakota Mulago Area. Gundala Military Camp in Palvancha Taluk. Here the Koya people evacuated from their hamlets were being forced to live. Comrades and squad members caught, or from jails, were brought here and tortured and shot. It was here that 300 to 400 tribal people and captured members were mercilessly butchered. The squad raided it and sniped at it, to keep it on tenterhooks and retreated safely, though it lost 1 of its members. One day 30 agents raided nearby Sampela village. But the guerrillas drove them away, killing 1. The military did not try to recover the body for 2 days. At Yendagato, Narsampat Taluka, once, a guerrilla squad of 15, sent a courier to purchase food grains in the village, but he was caught. He, under torture, told the military the whereabouts of the squad. The squad was surrounded, but it fought back and with great difficulty it retreated behind a hillock. The squad lost 5 members killed and carried away 2 wounded. The squad was of the Koya tribal people. If only a proper sentry was kept, this loss could have been avoided. Jangitu camp in Parkhala Taluk, from where daily raids on villages around used to take place even at nights, the guerrilla squad raided it one evening, while the military personnel were as usual chatting at 7:30 p.m. and killed 4 of them and disappeared. From that time, the army personnel never sat in the open maiden. The squad, on another occasion, raided the military patrol headed by the notorious camp commander, Siddhapati, at Chinaganapuram, and Comrade Mukundam, the leader of the squad, took sure aim and shot and killed Siddhapati. This Siddhapati was notorious in branding the villagers by severely beating them with tamarind birches bent in the form of a hammer and sickle. The guerrilla squad opened fire on a military patrol of 10, on the Gadur, Narsampata Taluka, Jagannathulagudam, Manukota Taluka, road, as it was crossing a rivulet, killed 4 soldiers, and wounded a landlord who was with them. The rest fled and the guerrillas seized 4 rifles from the dead. Guerrillas ambushed a military patrol on its way to raid the village on the road between Nelancha and Karvai, Narsampata Taluka, opened fire and killed 2. The military returned the fire but the squad withdrew without losses as per plan. Guerrillas ambushed a military raiding party near Lavala village on the Nagaram-Mulago road. 3 soldiers were killed and some more injured. The guerrillas, hoping that after this, the military party would not proceed to raid the village, but would turn back to the camp, took a shortcut and at an appropriate place, were waiting for the return of the enemy. According to their expectations, the military group that was returning with the dead bodies, once again ran 192 into the guerrillas' fire and lost 2 more. Reinforcements came to the military. The guerrillas withdrew without any losses. On this road, many a sniping and ambushes were planned by the guerrillas against the military and police trucks which used it quite regularly. Komaram Camp, Nursampata Taluka, was located in the midst of forests, with trenches all around and with sandbag protection. All night the military used to remain in the camp, and they moved only during daytime. Guerrillas used to snipe at the camp at night quite often, making them always jittery and insecure. They used to waste their ammunition firing for long periods. Once, just before daybreak, the sentry, thinking that the danger of any attack from the guerrillas was no more, was relaxing, when the guerrilla squad shot him dead. The camp wasted its ammunition for quite a time. Myryalapenta military camp in Nursampata was in the forests and there were big trees near the camp. Regular guerrilla squads and local squads together planned and surrounded it. At daybreak, the attack started. 7 soldiers and 2 sentries were killed and the others rushed into trenches. But the squad opened brand gun and rifle fire on them from all sides. It was estimated 8 more soldiers were killed and some more wounded. The guerrillas used their ammunition sparingly while the enemy went on furiously expending theirs. News came after some time that additional forces were on the way, and the guerrillas withdrew. This daring and prolonged attack created such panic among the soldiers that they had to reinforce their small camps with additional personnel. The Gang Aram Road, the 100 kilometers long road between Ilandu and Nursampata, deep in the thick forests, was the scene of many a sniping and ambush action by the guerrillas. Once at a particularly favorable spot, 3 miles from Gang Aram, the guerrillas lay in ambush from 4 a.m. till 9 a.m. when the military lorry came and had to brake just on the spot where heavy wooden trunks were piled up across the path. As the military personnel started jumping down from the lorry, the guerrillas opened fire, inflicting serious losses, the estimate being 10 killed and more wounded. As another lorry was seen approaching, the guerrilla squads withdrew. The second time, near Kemhuvanigudam at the Chetapalli hillocks, the road was dug up and covered with bamboos and a thin layer of mud to make it look normal. 1 military lorry fell into the covered-up ditch. The driver and a few others were killed. While fire was being exchanged, 3 more lorries full of military reached the spot. But the guerrillas retreated without any loss. The soldiers, in their fury, killed 2 innocent tribals, whom they saw on the way back. The third time, on April 22, 1950, a powerful mine was laid cleverly camouflaged, on the road, with explosives seized from the Ilandu coal mines. These lorries were going in a convoy. The first crossed the mine and blew up into pieces. 50 soldiers were killed. Before the guerrillas could seize the guns, the second lorry reached the spot. A lightning raid on the Karpali camp, Ilandu, by Comrade Sitarmarao's squad, killing the sentry and firing a few rounds, made the inmates keep up their fire intermittently all night. 193. Soldiers used to go regularly to a toddy shop from Bayaram. The squad once ambushed, killed 2 and seized their rifles and dress. There was another big concentration camp for tribal people in Alapalai in Palvancha Taluka, from where constant raids on neighboring villages were being made. Guerrilla squads one night attacked it. When they raided, only 15 soldiers were left in the camp, as all the others had gone for raiding villages. The squad opened fire on soldiers who were sitting and gossiping and killed 1. The soldiers took position and returned the fire. Just then, 3 armed soldiers who were returning to the camp were taken by surprise by the squad and were killed. The squad seized their weapons. But they could not press their attack further and retreated. 5 guerrilla squads, assisted by the local tribal 1 people and miners, attacked the explosives dump of Ilandu coal mines. The guards tried to resist, but seeing the workers' mood and the large number of guerrillas and others surrounding them, gave up. 15 bags of explosives and fuses and detonators were safely taken away, and they were stored in a large number of places, even at 70 to 100 kilometers away, so that the police or military could not recover them. For a whole week, secret parties were sent by the authorities, but of no avail. A dozen tribal villages were burnt and a large number of people tortured, but they could not get any information. On August 2, 1949, guerrillas took position on both sides of the railway track between Manakot-Gundrata-Matugu. An armed patrol was sighted at 8 p.m. and was subjected to sharp stun and rifle fire. 3 were killed and 3 wounded, but the patrol returned fire and prevented the guerrillas from approaching the dead and seizing the arms. A military train approached and the guerrillas withdrew. From then onwards, foot patrolling was rarely done by the enemy. On both sides of the railway track, all trees were cleared for a few hundred yards. But again and again, guerrillas used to snipe at the traffic, and telegraph lines and railway track were torn off a number of times, dislocating the running of trains for hours and sometimes days. An armed patrol proceeding from Sri Ramgiri camp to Shetlamuparam was sniped at, but it went on firing back for quite a time. Another time another patrol proceeding to Munagaletu was ambushed and 1 was killed. Yet another time, 2 soldiers were killed between Avanagalu and Mutupigalu. Thus continuous harassing, ambushes and sniping were kept up. During the 3 years of struggle, against the Indian Army attacks, in this area, there were about 400 actions and clashes between the armed forces and the guerrilla squads. June 13, 1949, 2 policemen were killed when their party was on the way to raid Arpanapalli from the Aparajupal camp. July 2, 1949, guerrillas opened fire on a subedar loitering near the Shetlamuparam camp and disabled him for life. 194. November 14, 1949, guerrillas raided a military camp, killed 3 and wounded 3 in retaliation for the military killing of a Koya tribal comrade in Alagudam. The camp was vacated. December 3, 1949, raid on Nagaram, Pakala Taluka, camp, 1 killed and another wounded. January 18, 1950, 9 soldiers were shot dead and 8 wounded with stun and rifle fire while they were on the way back from raids on villages between Matwada and Gujaru. January 30, 1950, an army patrol was parading to keep peace between Mataram and Mulago. Guerrillas opened fire, killed 4 and wounded 3. The marches were immediately discontinued. March 1, 1950, a platoon of army personnel returning after raiding Daniel Padu was fired upon by the guerrillas and 1 was killed. March 3, 1950, guerrillas ambushed a patrol which was returning from a raid, killed 2 and broke the leg of another. March 11, 1950, guerrillas raided the Kothapeta camp and shot dead the sentry. March 12, 1950, raid on police lorries which were burning Kothagudam village between Bayaram and Ramagundla. 2 were killed. On March 16, 1950, clash with police and its dog squad. No losses on either side. March 23, 1950, a group of military men going out from the Polaram camp, Nirsampada Taluka, were fired upon by the guerrillas, 2 of them were killed. Exchange of fire continued for quite some time. The guerrillas retreated safely. March 28, 1950, a plane located guerrillas on the Gadagutta hillocks. The military combed the whole area for hours, but could not locate them. While they were returning, the guerrillas ambushed 1 batch at Mamitagundala and killed 3, another batch was ambushed at Nagaram. March 31, 1950, military from the Kothapeta camp raided Takal Lapadu and burnt it and were returning when they were ambushed. 3 soldiers were killed. April 9, 1950, Ramapuram camp, a patrol on its way to Mushimi village was surprised and dispersed by the guerrillas. They released the people who were being compelled to make ropes. April 11, 1950, the military and home guards after raiding Aprahapalli were returning. Guerrillas ambushed them and killed 12. Shirdi, a notorious killer of the people, was killed in this ambush. 195. April 12, 1950, the military from the Gujra camp was raiding Mathuda village. Their sentry outside was shot dead by the guerrillas. Hearing the firing, the raiding party in the villages ran helter-skelter. April 17, 1950, a patrol from Kothagudam on guard on a road under construction was fired at. 3 were killed and 1 wounded. April 18, 1950, 3 lorry loads of military were ambushed near Tirumalagendi and 3 sepoys were killed. April 22, 1950, soldiers were returning with 20 cartloads of looted property after raiding Sundarayya and Kamhalapalli villages. Guerrillas opened fire, killing 3. May 7, 1950, near Chandragudam, telegraph wires were cut for a distance of 5 kilometers and traffic dislocated for hours. In Khammam, Palvancha area. January 1, 1949, in a clash with guerrillas between Talada and Kothagudam 2 armed police and their commander were killed. January 29, 1949, at Rolapadu, guerrillas opened fire on a police jeep wounding an officer and a constable who were forced to take cover. When a military van stopped to rescue them, the guerrillas opened fire on it, killed 1 and withdrew. March 20, 1949, at Madhyalapalli guerrillas opened fire on a passing military lorry and killed 3. March 26, 1949, another passing lorry near Kothagudam was fired upon, killing 4 and wounding another 4. April 27, 1949, guerrillas opened fire on a jeep on Talada Kothagudam road and killed 2 officers. June 22, 1949, the Sundarayya camp was raided and 1 policeman was shot dead. Also John, a police agent of the camp, was killed. Comrade Veer Achari, who was wounded in the leg, was captured by the police. In Pindaprolu, there was a cavalry unit at the disposal of Jagannath Reddy. Guerrillas raided them and killed 2 horses and wounded 2 others. The camp was withdrawn as a result of this raid. Nirsampada, Nelancha village, the military went in search of a squad and showered hundreds of bullets on it, but could not get at it. The squad killed 1 sepoy. Malapalli forest area, 2 forest chowkidars who tried to collect taxes were killed. 196. Rayamadaram, Ilandu Talakapatvari Bhameswar Rao, while returning with seized grain with military escort, was ambushed by the guerrilla squad. 4 were killed including the Patvari. Others ran away. 1. 303 rifle and 1 Sten gun were seized by the guerrillas, May 7, 1949. Narasimhas Agram, Ilandu Tulasaya and Lakshmadu, 2 home guards, were killed on July 12, 1950. Ibrahimpatnam, Bagatu area, Devarkonda, Amarabad area. Ibrahimpatnam zone. The Arutla camp, which was in a grove, was raided by the squad from 3 sides, killing 3. Later it retreated safely. Next morning, the camp was vacated. Deshmukh Kilamareddy, who used the military and had become a menace to the whole area, was killed by the people and the guerrillas. Another camp located near Chittapuram in a grove was similarly raided, killing 2 soldiers. It was also wound up. A combined camp was set up in the Arutla village itself in a stone bungalow. Guerrilla squads attacked a cavalry unit in the Gaureli camp and killed 2 horses. Loyapalli camp, the soldiers caught hold of 2 sympathizers, Malaya and Somayya from Elamathanda, and were taking them to the camp. But the squad attacked them on the way. In the confusion, both the captured escaped. After a year, they went back to the village and started tilling their lands. Some agents informed the Loyapalli camp. They rushed to the spot and shot the 2 peasants dead. But the squad took revenge by killing the informers immediately afterwards. Later, in another raid on the camp by the guerrillas, on December 1, 1949, the commander was killed and 4 modern arms captured. This whole raid was planned through an Arak shop dealer. The camp was located in Zamindar Krishnarav's bungalow. People got enthused that the guerrilla squads were capable of raiding military camps, and seizing weapons. The sepoys who surrendered and gave up arms were allowed to go away without being harmed. The camp was wound up. A few days later, an agent who got the police to raid our squad earlier was shot dead in the fields on December 17, 1949. Other informers ran away to the towns. Military personnel, on forage raid on Pilapalapeta village, were fired upon by the guerrillas. Their lorry tires were burst. The soldiers busy trying to molest a woman ran for their lives. 197. Ibrahimpatnam, the police outpost was raided, the sentry killed and the rest of the police running away. 4 guns were seized by the guerrillas. Sarurnagar Sekargram, the police camp, 4 miles away from Hyderabad city, was raided by the guerrillas and 3 policemen were killed. Jalarbhavnagari, a toddy lorry was stopped. 2 rifles from the armed police were seized by the guerrillas. Kothapalli, the police station in Kolhapur Taluka, Mahbubnagar district, was raided and 6 rifles seized. Subardagudam Home Guard Center led by Tippana Krishnareddy was raided in October 1951. 17 guns were seized. Krishnareddy was a notorious landlord oppressor who had hunted our guerrillas and was responsible for killing about 6 persons, including Comrade Mangaya at Kalyavapalli. Lakmapuram and Madirampalli, Huzurnagar Taluka, Home Guard centers were raided by the guerrillas. 7 muzzle loaders, 13 mons of gunpowder and 2 shotguns were seized. Vadapalli Center, Miryalagudam, a police patrol was ambushed, 2 policemen were killed and their guns seized. Near Melakaravua, a police patrol was ambushed. Guerrillas killed 2 and seized their 2 guns. Vikarbad area. In Thatipalli village, a sub-inspector of police was surrounded in a hut, and was beaten, and his pistol seized on June 2, 1950. The guerrillas seized 2 unarmed policemen on their way to Kunkaram police station, seized the records and let them off. In Bidar Taluka, bordering Vikarbad area, guerrillas seized 14 guns from the home guards, who were armed to fight the guerrillas. Karimnagar Janajayan area. Janajayan area. The Bukanapata camp was outside the village. The guerrilla squad raided it and exchanged fire for some time. Later the camp was wound up and set up in a strong building inside the village itself. 2 armed persons from Taragapula camp were returning from Gondapalli village for serving warrants on some people. The guerrilla squad, getting the news, surrounded them on 198 the way and forced them to give up their weapons, in broad daylight, within 2 miles from the camp. A patrol on its way to raid villages from Ailra camp was ambushed near Talampuvigu. The guerrillas killed 4 of them and retreated safely. The Akonapet camp was raided while the men inside were taking their meals. Guerrilla fire killed 3 soldiers. At another time, the landlords of the village accompanied by a guard of 5 went to Kondapuram to recover their cattle. But the squad attacked them, killed 1 landlord and wounded another. The military personnel ran away. People drove the cattle back to their houses. A police raiding party on its way to Namapalli camp, Medak, was ambushed and 1 was killed and another wounded. The guerrilla squad took another chance and raided the camp itself, which was located in the midst of the village. They threw a bomb into it, but its splinters did not harm anyone. The squad withdrew. But the next day the camp was wound up. The enemies of the people who were helping the camp authorities, also fled from the village. People felt tremendous relief. The Akunar camp, Sultanabad Taluka, was attacked by a guerrilla squad. A sudden volley from it frightened the 18 persons in the camp and they ran away. The squad found 1 rifle abandoned and took it and retreated. A 20-strong police group returning from a raid to their camp at Chintakani, Manthina Taluka, was sniped at by a 5-member guerrilla squad, causing them 4 casualties. The squad retreated, but the enemy wasted its ammunition for same time. After that they were careful in their movements and moved only in large numbers. Kondapalli camp, Siddipeta Taluka, was raided and 4 soldiers were wounded. The Sirsila police station in Karimnagar district was raided. 4 rifles and 500 rounds of ammunition were seized on June 10, 1950. In Manthina, a police zamindar was killed on May 24, 1950, in Pirangapur. In Nimapally, the police camp was raided by the squads on August 17, 1950. 10 policemen including an inspector became casualties. Near Anapali, in the forest, a military patrol was fired upon by the guerrilla squad from 2 different directions. 1 was killed. A police patrol in Samudrala was attacked, 6 were killed. In the attack in Hansanapalli, 3 were killed. In the attacks near the Garianapalli camp and Sivalingala in Karimnagar, 1 was killed. 199. In all, in the actions in Karimnagar area, 23 policemen were killed. Adilabad. The Maziapet Deshmukh's, Adilabad, bungalow was raided. He was considered a good hunter and boasted that he had killed 25 tigers. He was overpowered and forced to give up his rifle and 3 more guns and ammunition, and 200 bags of paddy were distributed to the people. A military lorry was spotted by a squad returning from a meeting of workers of the Kudum project. The squad opened fire on it, killing 3, and retreated into the forest. While retreating, at another spot on the same road, they ran into another group of armed patrol. Again they killed 1 more and retreated safely. An armed patrol was ambushed in a rivulet while it was returning after a raid on Somaram village, where they had pulled down the red flag. The squad killed 4 of them. An armed patrol returning to their camp at Gadalapalli was ambushed, 3 of them were killed. Reinforcements were rushed, but before they could arrive, the guerrilla squad retreated safely. On Chinnar Road, guerrillas ambushed a passenger bus. As in every such bus, 2 armed policemen were on duty, burst its tires, stopped it and seized weapons. Raids on police stations in Union Territory. In Penugani Hiprolu, Nandigama Taluka, Krishna District, the police camp was raided by guerrillas and 15 guns were seized, but on their way they were betrayed and lost the guns and a squad member, Comrade Narsaya, who was killed. The others were able to break through safely. Sideshwarapuram, Nandikotkur Taluka, Kurnool District, the Home Guard camp was raided by guerrilla squads. 7 shotguns, 14 muzzle loaders, and 3 rifles were seized. The Gudivemula police station in Kurnool district was successfully raided by guerrilla squads on June 2, 1951. They seized 8 muskets, 250 rounds of ammunition, 9 bayonets, 8 red caps and water bottles. They destroyed the police records and confiscated 2,200 rupees cash and 60 tolas of gold and half a mond of silver found in the police station. The Akampita police station in Satanapalli Taluka, Guntur district, was raided by the guerrilla squads on April 16, 1950, 74 shotguns and rifles and 1,000 rounds of ammunition were captured. 2 police sentries were killed. The Alampata police station was raided on September 25, 1950, and 5 rifles and 1 revolver were seized after a prolonged and determined attack. One of the guerrillas, Comrade Kanakaya, was killed. 200. Pulalacharavu, the police station in Markapur Taluka of Kurnool district was raided by a guerrilla squad of 12 and 12 rifles, 5 muzzle loaders and a revolver were captured. Enemy agents and hated landlords killed. Manukota area. 1 Sankasa, Deshmukh Rangareddy, who was raiding villages, looting and burning in the name of recovering his lost property during the Razakar period. He conducted regular raids for months. He had 150 kept in jail, and seized 225 barmers, muzzle loaders, from the people, 350 rounds of shot, 1 ton of lead, 1 quintal of gunpowder and 105 uniforms. Guerrillas had vowed to take revenge on him. 2 On March 3, 1950, Ahmed Khan, Police Patel for 24 villages. 3 In Manukota Taluka, the Gudur Deshmukh, on June 14, 1950. 4 In Vamanar village, Morviraya, an agent of Janareddy Pratap Reddy who was notorious for extracting forced labor, Veti, and evictions, atrocities, and for many military raids on the village. 5 in Datla village, Lingala Buchaya, notorious for illegal exactions and providing young girls to be raped by the military, and an informer. 6 in Ejalapusipalli, landlord Ralakanti Venkatreddy and his son Buckireddy, who were active Congress Rasakars, torturing people with the help of the police, July 28, 1949. 7 in Managudam, Chinaya, Congress Razakar, who looted houses, raped women, and assisted the police in looting. 8 in Alamkanapet, Nirsampata Taluka, a hated landlord, Ramayya, who used to hang people. He had earlier acted as a Razakar agent. 9 Jangalapalli landlord, Musipalli Narasaya, owner of 1,000 acres and a mill, who got police to raid 40 villages, November 5, 1949. 10 in Katakuru, Bergampadu, 3 police informers responsible for the squad of Rifle Ramulu being destroyed, October 14, 1949. 11 in Vadlakanda village, Halakanda Venkatreddy, even while he was taking shelter in the military camp, November 14, 1949. 201. 12 Suravaram village, Manthina Talukachol Rajaya, landlord, Kanakuntla Jagaya, police Patel, and B. Lingaya, notorious village oppressor. All these helped the police to molest the mother of Comrade Lakshminar Su, a center organizer. Khamamuthira area. 13 Govindapuram, Ummanani Ramaya. Police raided, beat the people, none gave out any secret. 25 children, 4 to 12 years, were taken to the camp. They were offered sweets, and also threats were held out. Yet none said a word. 14 Pradutter, on August 1, 1949, landlord Venkatrangarao and his son, Chandramaleshvar Rao, who had earlier helped Nizam's Rasakars and were now helping the Indian police, responsible for the arrest, torture and death of Comrade Chalmaya, party organizer, and for repeated police raids on villages. 15 Karnavali village, Khamam Talukako Maneni Prakash Rao, an oppressive hated landlord, who was always taking shelter in the military camp, November 3, 1949. Huzurnagar Myryalagudam area. 16 Kalmalacharavu, Lakhirdi, who was responsible for a number of militants being shot by the police. A woman, the mistress of the Huzurnagar police inspector, who seized distributed lands, was passing secrets to the police and got a number of militants arrested and shot dead. 17 Kapigalu, Muthavarapukotaya and Sitaramaya. Their houses and groundnut stock worth 10,000 rupees were also destroyed. Chintakotayardi, another notorious enemy and landlord of the Sum village who was also taking shelter in the military camp. 18 Notorious landlord Kandabandjanki Ramarao and his stooge in Huzurnagar, November 29, 1949. 19 Kamardi Sahukar, who got Kamari Muthaya murdered and who had a constant military guard to protect him. 20 Tirupataya and Uttaraviraya, 2 home guards who betrayed Comrade Arpapaya and tortured him, got women raped and looted the people, December 14, 1948. 21 Nelamari, Munagala Pargana Venkat Narasimhareddy, landlord, enemy of the people from 1946, who was responsible for Comrade Vengalapapaya being shot dead. 202. 22 Garagantapalam, Myryalagudam Rangareddy, who was responsible for the death of Comrade Alwala Narsinghareddy and was seizing lands distributed to the peasants. 23 Bothalapalam, Kandaya, oppressor, who used to torture agricultural laborers and seize distributed lands, who got agricultural labor leader Akrapu Sejalu arrested and shot dead. 24 Malaka Karla, Patel Anantaramulu, big landlord, who stayed in the Adavaitavulapalli camp and got villages raided. 25 Nelakalu, Ramanaya, once in the squads, who was a drunkard and was expelled, joined the Chelakurdi landlords camp and was actively participating in terrorizing the people and taking bribes. 26 Rangapuram, Potu Venkatanarasaya, village oppressor, from the beginning opposed to the movement, especially agricultural labor struggles, After police action, he got people beaten, and had the heads of women of the party and guerrilla members, and mustaches of menfolk shaved, and who got all militants arrested. 27 Chitlakunta, a Kampita or Amarabad Talaka Laki Reddy, responsible for 3 Lambadi militants being shot dead. He was killed in a guerrilla raid on home guards in the Venkateswaram camp. Bhangur, Ibrahimpatnam area. 28 in Madhapuram, Pamela Kistadia, Jalalpuram Patel, who helped military camp raids on 30 villages around, was notorious for illegal exact ions, compulsory levy, had got Comrade Gunda Keshavolu, party leader, arrested. 29 Brahmanapalli, Hanumantu, Gunda landlord, who gave information to get Kondandarami Reddy killed and ran wild committing atrocities. 30 Batagudam, Ramachandra Reddy who, with the help of the Indirala military camp, organized raids and become a menace to about 20 villages. This hated landlord who tortured the mother of a guerrilla, too, was killed while the military was pinned down by guerrilla fire. 31 Male Aram village, Talari Pichaya who got soldiers drunk and raped women, he himself tried to rape a woman. 32 Arutla village, Ibrahimpatnam Talaka Deshmukh Chalamareddy who organized military raids and became a menace to all in the whole area. 203. These are only a few names of the hated landlords and enemy agents who were killed during the struggle. 500 landlords and their agents were killed by July 1949, including the Zamindars of Akanapada and Pusakuri Narasimharao of Janajayan Talaka. Landlords were afraid to go back to the villages and occupy lands but continued to stay in the camps, according to the military governor. Nimala Ramulu, the notorious Congress leader of Chelakurdi, Maryalagudam Talaka, said that 957 landlords and their agents had been killed by communist guerrillas. Chapter 6. People's upsurge in Karimnagar and other new areas. The Andhra Mahasabha was well established among the people of Karimnagar district even before the movement against the Nizam Razakar regime had started. During 1947-48, Andhra Mahasabha workers, under the leadership of the Communist Party, organized themselves into guerrilla squads and fought against the terror regime. Comrades Prabhakar Rao, Damodar Reddy and Bhupti Reddy and some squad leaders were killed by the enemy in those actions. The armed struggle in that district received a serious setback. But among the people, the hatred against the Nizam Razakar regime mounted. They were eagerly awaiting the advent of guerrilla squads and communist leaders, stories of whose heroic defense of the toiling masses against the Union armies in the neighboring districts, were inspiring them. When the party ultimately sent a few organizers and 3 guerrilla squads to extend the movement in the Karimnagar Adilabad area, the peasants and the agricultural laborers received them with tremendous enthusiasm, and started confiscating the grain and properties of the hated landlords, and destroying their fortress bungalows. During the short period of 3 months, May-July 1950, the people confiscated 1,000 bags of food grains and had it distributed, as well as 2 lakh rupees worth of household goods and agricultural implements. They razed to the ground 12 bungalows of the landlords and liquidated 16 police personnel and 26 police informers, gundas, and landlords. The police and government officials were nervous, afraid of guerrilla attacks. One night somebody focused a torchlight on the police station. The sentry and others almost ran away in panic thinking that guerrillas had arrived. Another day, a cat jumped down in a Talaka office with a big thud, all the persons working there scattered helter-skelter. Yet another day, the alarm bell rang in the Munsif's court when some under-trial thieves escaped, but the police in the nearby police station stayed put in their station. When the higher officials admonished them, they retorted, if they had rushed to the court, who would have protected the station from the guerrillas? Raid on Sirsila police station. People's upsurge. 204. It was in this atmosphere that the guerrillas raided the Sirsila police station on June 10, 1950. A squad crept slowly close to the sentries and opened fire. The sentries dropped their guns in panic and ran for their lives. The squad rushed into the station, captured 4 rifles and ammunition and set free 7 persons who were kept in the lockup as suspected communists. Even the police on guard in the Talukah office threw their guns down and rushed away in the belief that guerrillas would spare their lives if they were unarmed. That whole night, all the landlords and exploiters who were living away from the villages seeking safety, did not sleep, shaking in fear and praying to their gods. The poor people came out on the streets, loudly demonstrating their joy, and the town appeared as if liberated. The news of the attack on the Sursala station spread like wildfire throughout the district. All the officials on tour rushed back to their headquarters. Small police camps established in interior villages were vacated. Captain Nanjappa, special officer in charge of suppressing the Telengana movement, declared special measures and rushed to the district. The landlords and the hated exploiters ran from the villages to the towns. The people rose in a great onrush against the local tyrants in the villages. The levy system of food grains from all peasants, even from the poorest, the corruption and bribery of the officials by which the big landlords escaped their due, and the whole burden fell on the mass of the peasantry, and that in the background of scarcity conditions in that district during the year, made the people's anger and hatred reach flashpoint. The successful raid on Sursala sparked the fire. The grain procurement officers had to run away from the villages. In Sultanabad Talukah, one peasant spotted a levy grain inspector, jumped on him, caught his ear between 2 stones and pressing it, demanded in anger, "Will you dare come again for collection of grain?" That inspector in utter terror cried, "Never, never in my life," and begged for life. He was let off. That was the mood of the peasantry. The collection of levy was given up. The people started attacking the hated landlords, confiscating their grain and property, destroying their houses which were likely to be converted into strong police outposts, and even killing a few of the most notorious ones. The police considered Nimapally, Kanparty, Bandapally, and Gallipal as strongholds of the communists, and raided them on a massive scale. Immediately after the Sursala raid, mass beatings took place. But as soon as the police went away, the people attacked landlord Rugvarao and Sahukar Lakshmarajam, and confiscated their grain, salt, oil tins, clothing, and distributed them among the poor and the needy. Their houses were razed to the ground. Within a few days, a police camp was established in the village, and mass beatings, tortures and looting by the police started. But one day, the guerrilla squad, with the full cooperation of the people, attacked it and hurled a hand grenade. After that the police dared not move out on their forages. One day they shot dead a peasant working in the fields and tried to fool the people, saying that it was done by the communists, but the people retorted boldly that it was done by the police murderers. 205. People seized food grains, gold, silver and other goods from the houses of big landlords, Narsangarao of Ernapalli, Chinna Narsangarao of Timapuram of Sursala Talukah, from Itakula Narsangarao of Rudrangi, from Venkatrao and Keshvarao of Govindaram, from Pataram Makdadar and from Ramachandra Rao of Nikalamari, all of Jagdiyal Talukah. In all these places, it had been a regular practice for the people and the squads to raze to the ground the stone gaddies of these landlords to prevent them from being used as police camps. One of the most notable actions of the people was against Dharmaram Chakarao, the most notorious of all the zamindars of Jagdiyal for his rapacious exploitation of over 40 villages and hamlets around Bhimavaram. This bloodsucker fled to the town with his family during the Razakar days and did not return. He used to get his affairs managed by his supervisor. The guerrilla squads mobilized people from over 20 villages and raided his massive getty. 300 bags of food grains, 40 mons of silver articles and 4 cartloads of brassware and other articles worth 1 lakh of rupees were confiscated and distributed. The getty was razed to the ground. The police come and raided house after house but could seize only 100 bags of food grains from the peasant houses and nothing else. Movement spreads to neighboring districts. The movement spread to the neighboring talukas of Medak and Nijamabad districts. The people of Unnavram in Kamardi Taluka of Medak district, hearing the news that guerrillas had burnt the village records of Redapeta, went and invited the squads to come to their own villages and help them get rid of age-old oppression. They narrated their tales of woe. The Jagirdar has sucked our blood. After Jai Hind government was established, we expected our difficulties to go, but on the contrary, they have further multiplied. Show us the way out and teach us the methods to fight our enemies. Do not be afraid of police attacks. We are all united. No one will give any information to the police. We will keep watch and guard you. The squads reached the village and burnt down some bungalows. The squads were led to a safe hideout. The police came next day and started beating the people but could not get any information from them. The guerrilla squads carried on surprise attacks on the police to harass them. Once the police arrested a peasant and took him to the Kamareddy police station. But 300 people followed them and got him released. The people in all the nearby villages stopped paying rents to the landlords and taxes to the government as well as cattle grazing fees. In Nizamabad district, the Jagirdar of Vanahapet went off to Hyderabad city, as he feared the people's retaliation, for he had earlier grabbed their lands. He owned, then, 500 acres of land and did not allow any water being drawn by the peasants to their fields. He monopolized the whole of it. Harijans and other people fully cooperated with the squad, seized the grain and agricultural implements and distributed them among themselves and destroyed the Getty. 3 days later, the police raided the villages and beat the people and arrested 22 of them, but to no avail. Similarly, the people of Kamalapalli Jagir invited the squad and with its help seized the grain and 10,000 rupees worth of other articles of the Jagirdar and levelled down the Getty. The next day police arrived and repeated their beatings and arrested 18 and a police camp was set up. But the landlords were not sure of their lives, rushed to the towns and dared not return to the villages. 206. Zamindar Gopal Rao had vast lands in Garjanapalli. His brother-in-law, Hanumantha Rao, was the president of the Sirsila Taluka Congress Committee. He issued circulars to the Congress workers to help the police to arrest and hound out the communist guerrillas. He raised funds to recruit gundas even from among Lambadas. The police raided Lambadi Tandas repeatedly. Yet even the 2 or 3 whom he recruited were forced to surrender to the people and pay fines for going against the people's interests. The police gave protection to some dacoits and tried to palm off their lootings as dacoities committed by communists. The people caught and handed over a notorious dacoit, Venkatardi of Kasimpat, but the police let him off. The communist guerrilla squads caught 2 other notorious dacoits who had killed a merchant and committed a highway robbery. They were brought before the people, arraigned and were shot dead. Following that, dacoit and antisocial gunda acts suddenly and sharply declined. This people's upsurge spread to nearly 400 villages in the course of 3 months. Guerrilla squads and organizers were in close and repeated contact with about 300 villages. At first, some well-to-do small traders and rich peasants were apprehensive and a good chunk even left for the towns. But as the squads carried on explanatory campaigns and when they saw that the squads were only taking action against the most hated oppressors and their agents, and the interests of other sections were being protected, their fears were allayed and they returned. Police attacks and people's resistance. These victories of the people had to be won undergoing tremendous sufferings and sacrifices. In Kondraopat, 40 people, in Bamanadevipalli 47, Tirumalapuram 40, Timayapalli 46, in Tamsagar 20, in Nakepalli 46 persons, to give only a few instances, were horribly beaten. In Balarajapalli, Narsim Hairdi was arrested, tortured for 8 days and at the end, a spindle was thrust into his testicles. In Anantharam, in western Janajayan, they stripped naked Ramika the mother of a comrade and trampled on her with boots on, to force her to reveal the whereabouts of her son. The heroine sent word, "We may suffer many atrocities, but we will not reveal any secret to the police dogs. You, comrades, be careful and take all precautions." The police raided Manala in Armour Taluka, tortured 500 persons, raped 12 women and killed 5 persons, Neelam Krishnaya, Kishan, Chalayalaya, Mudam Malaya, and one more. In Konapuram, Jagdiyal Taluka, they shot dead Lambadi people's leader, Lachhanayuk. They tortured Janu and Chucky Venkayya, branded them round the necks with red-hot irons, and as they still refused to reveal the squad's whereabouts, they were shot. In Chintakunla, 2 peasants were beaten unconscious and were shot dead. As it was everywhere in Telangana, the government tried the Briggs plan of evacuation of villages of tribal peoples, of settlements of backward people like Lamadas from 207. The forests or from isolated spots far away from big populated areas, to prevent them from becoming sources of help to the guerrillas. In the villages of Manala, Talapalai, Banjapalli, Sardarpuram, Samavaripata, the military cruelly beat the people, starved them and forced them to live in huts near police and military camps. But the people resisted them. The people of Manala Tanda were forced to vacate their settlement under terror, but the moment the guerrilla squad contacted them, they returned to it within a day. The people of Talapalai Tanda, after a month's resistance in their new huts near the police camp, returned to their old place. In Banjapalli, in the same way, people returned to their old place. After a guerrilla raid on the police in this village, the police returned to mass beatings, saying, "You bring the guerrillas to attack us, then face the consequences." A Lambadi woman, under severe beating, shouted back, "So far we have not done it. But in future, we will certainly bring them to take revenge on you." The police in Narmeda, Janajayan Taluka, arrested Rajya and took him to the station, beating him all the while, to ferret out the whereabouts of the guerrilla squads. People of the village mobilized and surrounded the station and got him released. In Kezayardapal and Veladanda villages, the people who were forced to do night watch, prevented police lorries entering the village at night time. In Ragavapuram and Bhairampalli, the police raped some women, while their husbands were away on night watch. Thereupon, all the villagers refused to go on night watch and started safeguarding their own hearths and homes. The guerrilla squads were actively helping the people in their resistance, by numerous attacks on the police in their camps, on their foraging patrols and on the hated oppressors and police informers. In Nizamabad district, officials were supervising repairing of paths and roads, for large-scale raids on villages. The guerrillas and the people felled trees across them and put up a board, "Police officials will be finished off." The shepherds told the police that the guerrillas had mined the spot. At this, they turned their jeeps off the road, to bypass it, but ran into the ambush of guerrillas. 3 policemen and 1 inspector were killed. This took place on August 7, 1950. The Nimapalli police camp was raided by the squads on August 17. 10 policemen including an inspector became casualties. People said most of them died and another inspector who escaped resigned his job. On September 5, 1950, there was a sudden confrontation between a police patrol and a guerrilla squad. The squad commander took position and opened fire. The police were so terror-stricken, they could not return the fire for some time. The squad withdrew, then only the police fired off a considerable number of rounds and went to the nearest palm grove and drank toddy to the brim. On October 5, 1950, near Ernapalli, in the forest, a military patrol was fired upon by a guerrilla squad from 2 different directions. 1 died. The inspector who was accompanying it got so frightened, he ran for his life, spoiling his clothes. The guerrillas attacked police patrols in 208. Samudrala, killing 6, near Hansanapalli killing 3, near the Garjanapalli camp, and near Sivalingala killing 1. There were many surprise attacks on police patrols in different places. This made the police very demoralized. Once when 500 police and military were mobilized to comb out a large number of villages in a forest area, they dared not stir out of the houses where they were stationed, during the whole night. The police tried their best to organize home guards and forced a large number of poor people to do night watch. The poor were on the side of the guerrillas, they used to help them, even while pretending to be on night watch. With the repeated guerrilla actions on the police, the Home Guard organization also collapsed. This process was hastened with the guerrillas liquidating notorious landlords and informers like the manager of Keshwarao's estate in Govindapuram, the manager of the Pottaram Makdadar, and the 2 agents of the Vanahapet Deshmukh, Bukki Reddy of Bangaralakunta, who organized police raids, agents in Kondapaka, Venkatarampalli, Balarajapalli, and Akipalli, Narasimhareddy of Barashampeta, Chandreddy and Gangaram of Narsingapuram, etc. Wherever party organizers went, people said, "Give us food grains, give us cattle, we are prepared to come with you to any length." Youth were joining the squads. 20 had already been recruited and 20 more were to be recruited in a few days. People seize grain and land. Enemy raids were intensified. But the people in search of food seized the landlord's grains or harvested and threshed the grains during nights before daylight broke. During daytime, they were subjected to brutal beatings and torture by the police, but at night they used to go 10 to 15 miles for seizure of grain. The food grains, ground nuts, pulses, tobacco and even preserved chutneys of the landlords of Sinugula, Nashipalli, Ramatayapet, Maramita were seized in 1 month. People cleared the forests and bushes and started cultivating wastelands. They cultivated 500 acres of such lands in Manala, 200 acres in Kondapuram, Tumupalli, 100 acres in Totapalli, 150 acres in Janagama, 20 to 30 acres each in Vanapalli, Titipalli, Ratnajaripalli, Gungaravi, Bodlapalli, and Konapuram. They were pressing the party to distribute landlords' cattle as well. Laborers got their wages for tree felling and fuel cutting increased from 10 annas, 62 paise, to 2.50 rupees per day in the villages of Ernapalli, Nashipalli, Govindaram, Surampeta, and Kodimala. In the villages bordering the forests, the poor people cut fuel free and sold it and made their living. In this mass upheaval, innumerable group and village meetings were held and the democratic tasks and policies of the party were explained. During the Dussehra Puja holidays of 1950, it was decided to hoist the red flag in as many villages as possible. This program was carried out in 100 villages. This was done by local and village squads and in some places under the very nose of the police. 209. In Rudrangi, where a Malabar Special Police camp was situated, there was the red flag fluttering on the flagpost as dawn broke that day. The policemen rose from their beds to see it. In Nimapalli, the police tom-tomed that no red flag hoisting would be permitted. But in half a dozen places, on the housetops, on tree tops, flags were hoisted. The police threatened the people for siding with the communists and hoisting red flags. They asked how they could be responsible for this, when every batch of night watch people was accompanied by 4 policemen with rifles. Similarly, in Gallipoli, Paidunagar, Nijamabad and Kamalapalli villages, where police camps were situated, red flags were fluttering proudly that day. In Sirsila, Vemulavada, and in some other important towns, red flags were hoisted. In Malayala village, where the British hoisted their Union Jack after the end of the First World War on a high hillock called Firejihanda Hill, the red flag was flying on that day. This flag hoisting on such a large scale showed the breadth and the organizational strength of the people's upsurge. The officers, the police, and the landlords became tremendously dispirited. The area committee, in its report to the state center, summed up the reactions of various sections of the people and the results of this mass upsurge in the following terms. Landlords, police assurances that they would put down communist atrocities do not instill confidence in them. The majority of them are lying low at present. They are accepting the wage rates which the agricultural laborers demand. They assure us that they will not oppose the land distribution program. Rich peasants, they gave up the idea of buying lands in the villages where the squads reached with their propaganda and activities. They remain neutral towards the activities of the squads. They also think that there is no alternative for them except to accept the party's program. The rich peasants in such places where the squads could not yet reach and take this message, have not yet given up hopes of grabbing land at cheaper rates. In such places, the squads have to face the initial opposition of the rich peasants. Even in these places, their strength is, however, not considerable. Middle peasants. The middle peasants feel that they are liberated from the previous oppression and that they now have a guarantee against their lands and other properties being taken away forcibly by the oppressors. Hence, they show their ardent sympathy for the party. Poor peasants. They have freedom as regards the rented lands in the struggle areas as the landlords have changed their former oppressive and tyrannical outlook. They refuse to pay oppressive rents to the landlords. They are coming forward everywhere to reoccupy the lands which were taken away illegally from them by the landlords. They are not only sticking to the rented lands but also are cultivating Porambok, Bonsar lands in the struggle areas. They want to have close contacts with the party and are ready to fight under the banner of the party. Agricultural labor. Since the big landlords and other oppressors fled from the villages, the agricultural labor working on the landlords' farms, have obtained full freedom and the farms, cattle, etc., belonging to such landlords are completely at the disposal of the agricultural labor. Many of the landlords, before they fled to the towns, hid their belongings in 210. The houses of their farm servants whom they considered to be very loyal. Now, all these things are at the disposal of such farm servants. The landlords who never used to pay wages in time or fully, are now paying them in advance, even 3 or 4 months in advance. The second crop, green gram, etc., grown in the landlords' farms are freely enjoyed by the agricultural labor. The party could not yet organize separate committees for the agricultural labor. Now, the party is going to pay special attention to organizing the agricultural labor. Thus, the people's upsurge is enveloping all the peasants except a very few. The lands and crops of the landlords and other oppressors are now at the disposal of the people after these people's actions, since the oppressive landlords fled from the villages. Even the government taxes are not being collected in the struggle areas except in a very few places, even though the people were temporarily terror-stricken during the police raids. In other places, to which the movement did not extend, taxes could be collected with the help of the police. There is great desire among the people to get landlords' lands distributed. But this does not mean that they are ready for all odds and do not have any waverings. All the old debts contracted by poor peasants and agricultural labor were cancelled. Mortgaged articles were handed over to the persons who had mortgaged them. Mortgaged lands also were freed from such mortgages and returned to the owners. In the forest areas, the cooperative system of woodcutting newly introduced by the government came to a standstill. The chowkidars and forest guards who harass and extract bribes from the people were driven away from the forests. The chowkidars who still persist in their former atrocities even after they are warned by the squads, are being dealt with severely. One such chowkidar of Narsinghapuram was shot dead, the chowkidar of Vanahapet was severely beaten. With these actions, the chowkidars everywhere, except a few, became terrified and broke off their connection with the police and dared not continue their anti-people activities. The system of auctioning the fodder in the forests is also stopped. Now the people freely graze their cattle in the forests. Forest produce like ipapava, honey, beedi leaves, tunikiaku, etc., are being freely enjoyed by the forest people. Such are the material results that have occurred from the agrarian upsurge and people's militant actions led by the guerrilla squads in Karimnagar district in the recent months. Extension of the movement into Adilabad district. This is the northernmost district of Telangana, north of the Godavari River. It is a mountainous district of dense forests, with the plains on the banks of the Godavari in the south, and Penganga, a tributary of the Godavari in the north. The district lies between these two rivers. The hilly and forest region is the abode of the Gond people, also Kolamalu and Nakpatu people. Big landlords dominated the plain areas. To give a few examples only, Nuspur Samasthanam Raja lording over 50,000 to 100,000 acres, Mundumari Madhav Rao, Vathandar of 20 villages. 211. Owning 10,000 acres, Puzaluri family, owners of 10 to 20,000 acres. There were other big Velama and Reddy landlords, who later on, became dominant Congress leaders as well. The Union government took every precaution to prevent the Telangana movement spreading into this district and the district becoming an impregnable forest and hilly base for the whole of the northern Telangana districts of Medak, Nizamabad, and Karimnagar, with its eastern flank on the Godavari River providing a contiguous and deep forest belt link with the old struggle areas of Warangal and Nalgonda districts. It kept strong vigil on all ferry boats all along the length of the river Godavari. It tried its best to organize home guards in all key villages and carried on an extensive malicious propaganda campaign against the communists. But the guerrilla squads operating in Warangal district extended to Manthina, easternmost taluka of Karimnagar district, crossed the river Godavari into Adilabad district and spread the movement to Chennur taluka, linking it with the Belampalli mining area and further north to Sirapur. This they had to do to have greater mobility and protection from the continuous pressure of the police and military on the old areas of the movement. Similarly, the Karimnagar guerrilla squads, spreading to Nizamabad to the west, had also crossed the Godavari seeking a deep forest base in Adilabad district. It was in these conditions that the squad, with the help of the Belampalli Cadre, in October 1950, raided Ramparam village and liquidated the hated Putvari, destroyed the village records, hoisted the red flag and distributed scores of bags of food grains to the people. But later, 12 militants were arrested due to lack of experience and lack of sufficient precautions. The squads that crossed from the western parts of Karimnagar, in the beginning of January 1951, conducted Jatra Yatras, victory marches or propaganda marches in 55 villages of the southern 4 talukas of Adilabad district. They hoisted red flags, destroyed village officials' records, and warned that no information should be sent to higher authorities. Food grains to the extent of 100 bags were seized from government and landlords' godowns in Dasturabad village and Ilapuram and distributed among 500 people in these villages and the neighbouring hamlets. In Masaipeta, the big landlord, Narasimha Reddy, ran away and from his godown 50 bags were distributed among the people. His son accepted the terms of the squads and wanted to live in peace with the people. The squad did not do any harm to him and the people appreciated the differentiation which the guerrillas made between the hated oppressor, the father, and his son who wanted to be friendly with the people. Later, Narasimha Reddy brought the police, organized beatings, got 10 persons arrested, ransacked many a house to recover his grain, but could get only a small portion back. His son opposed all these actions of his father and helped the people to the extent possible for him. In 2 other villages also, the police attacked the people on a large scale, arrested 35 more persons, but could recover only a small portion of the grains distributed. Earlier, a few years ago, the Gonds had risen in revolt and had been brutally suppressed, but the government, to pacify them, had given a certain amount of wastelands for cultivation to 212. A selected few. The government had also recruited some Patels and Patvaris from among the tribal people themselves. So, the squads at first did not burn the village records or force the village officials to resign their jobs, or even hoist the red flag. They concentrated on political explanation and tried to dispel the fears about the communists instilled by the mischievous propaganda of the government. The squads gradually gained the confidence of the tribal people. The organizers and guerrillas were stressing the need for mobilizing to clear certain areas in the forest and reclaim them for cultivation, and to seize the lands from the illegal possession of the landlords, against illegal exactions, against heavy rents, usurious interest rates, and against the many grievances regarding forest produce. The squads in this district had to contend against the propaganda carried on by the landlords that the communists cut the throats of people, and citing the mistaken action of a squad in Jagdiyal Taluka, in Karimnagar district, a few months before, which had killed 7 persons, 3 of them landlords, another 4 ordinary people. The squad had acted on false reports without finding out what was what, without campaigning on people's demands and establishing proper contacts among the villagers, and without mobilizing them. Consequently, the squad had to run away from that taluka. The disastrous effects were felt not only in that district but also in Adilabad district even after the passage of time of a few months. The squads had to continuously explain how they were opposed only to the big landlords. The rich peasants, traders, or any other section or even individuals from the big landlords who did not indulge in cruelties against the people, would not come to any harm from the guerrillas. It was this patient explanatory campaign, and the squad action of coming to terms with the son of the landlord of Masipata as he was opposed to his father's anti-people actions, that ultimately converted these sections and helped them to overcome their fears and doubts. They came forward to live with the people and cooperate with the squads. The guerrilla squads destroyed 3 bungalows in Bursipet, a key village on the border of 2 talukas in the forest areas, which served as a good camp for the police. On another occasion the squad had to open fire on a police raiding party near Talapet in Lakasetipeta, in the Kudum Canal project area, to escape its encirclement, seriously wounding 2 police personnel. Even these actions galvanized the whole area within a month or 2. The people were angry with the police zulum, cursed them and were not cowed down. They said, "What has happened is nothing much. More is to come. These badmash, rascally, landlords must be punished. As the people of Ramahipeta killed their oppressors, similarly, we want to finish off our oppressors. Let one squad member be with us to guide, the rest we will do. Our squads must come again and destroy the bungalows of these landlords. Only once have they come, and that quite some time ago. When the police tried to force them to do night watch, they cursed them and in many places refused. Are we to guard the houses of these robbers? We may die but we will not." People in the Pembai and Mandopali villages and the Dongagudam Nayak Paja people were beaten black and blue, but they did not give out the whereabouts of the squads. The landlords, with the starting of the guerrilla propaganda campaign, the grain distribution and burning of village records, packed off to the towns. Seeing this, the people became enthused. A Harijan laborer, on his way to some village, seeing the red flag fluttering, 213, exclaimed with joy, "Our party has come. The time has come that will end all our troubles. I will narrate all my tales of woe to the party. When will the party come to my village?" A shepherd told our comrades, with the party coming into these areas, all the exact ions and oppress ions being indulged in by Daralu, lords, have come to an end. They are all mortally afraid of you. Come to my village. I will show you good mountainous shelters and water springs. There used to be heated discussions as to who would win, those who came in the night or those that came during the day. The people came to the conclusion that the communists who came in the night, would ultimately win. They had already won a large kingdom. The people also spread stories of what they had heard or seen, how the police officials were shaking in fear, how the guns in their hands began shaking the moment the cry went out, "The communists have come," and ridiculing their cowardice. Where our squads went and maintained some regular contacts with the villages, the people came for solution of all their problems, including their social and family problems. When our squads went to new villages in the course of propaganda campaigns and approached the people for food, they said, "What we eat, we will gladly give you, dry roti, fermented jowar gruel. Whatever we have, we will feed you with, for you are fighting for us." Thus the elemental upsurge of the people, awakening from age-old oppression, manifested itself in this district and in all the other new areas to which the movement was extended during those years. But the government started concentrating larger forces, establishing new police and military camps with larger contingents and began heavier combings and raids. The Telangana movement was called off within a few months, in October 1951. Chapter 7. Movement in Cities and of the Working Class. We have already seen how our movement was weak in the towns, both in the working class and in the middle classes. Yet the impact of the Telangana movement on them was so great that general sympathies were all with it. Whatever cadre and contacts the party had in the cities, especially in Hyderabad, Warangal, and the mining areas, were of tremendous importance, and they helped the Telangana guerrilla movement in various ways. It was through these contacts and cadres that the party was able to purchase and supply to the guerrilla squads, at least to some extent, the writing and duplicating paper, medicines and other essential requirements. It had also been possible to purchase a very limited quantity of hidden arms and ammunition and supply them to the guerrillas. However, many a time we were cheated, and had to pay an enormous price for them. A limited number of hiding places and contact places were organized in the city to maintain links with the fighting areas and squads. But, again and again, under repeated raids and terrific torture, many places were blown up and quite a number of technical cadre were arrested. Most of them were tortured and some shot. All glory to those who did not squeal under the 214. Torture. A large number resisted for days, which enabled the party organization to break off all links known to the arrested persons and move to safer and newer places. It was made a general rule that once a comrade was arrested, it was taken that he would reveal some or more secrets, and the best technical rule to avoid danger was to cut off every link, give up every place which the arrested person knew of. That way the party organization saved itself from great disaster. In the Andhra area, the towns being small, the police were able to keep an eye on every house rented during the previous 3 to 6 months, blow up many a hiding places of the underground cadre, and arrest them and shoot and kill them. So much so that ultimately, by 1950 middle, practically all district towns were vacated by the old cadre and they could get protection only in far-off cities in other states or in the forest areas alone. But coming to the actual movement and struggles of the working class and middle classes, we give below a meager account of whatever was found in the records of that period. Students demonstrate against promotion of Nizam as Raj Pramukh. On January 26, 1950, the Nehru government promoted the hated Nizam to the position of Raj Pramukh. The people of the state, who were fighting relentlessly to liquidate the rule of the Nizam, could not sleep over this promotion. In a number of places, students struck and came out with black flags in demonstrations. In 1 or 2 places, there were clashes between the student demonstrators and the Congress police. Other sections of the people very vehemently condemned the brutalities of the police and demonstrated their protest. The following is the list of a few such demonstrations. In Warangal, 2,000 students came out on the streets demonstrating with black flags. The police tried to stop them, but the students boldly broke the police cordon and faced the charge of the Congress police. When the people protested, they were also beaten. Student leaders were arrested and let off in distant forests. Karimnagar students battle with Congress police. In Karimnagar, on January 26, 300 students went on strike and came out in a demonstration. The police charged the student demonstrators. The socialists had called a meeting to express their formal protest. A number of students attended. During the meeting, a Malabar special policeman provoked the students. The students taught him a good lesson. Getting furious at this, the police fired some rounds in the air and charged. The students faced the police boldly with stones and brickbats. 5 student leaders were arrested and taken to an unknown place. The police raided the students' office and carried away books and files. The whole population of the town emphatically condemned the police charge on the students and the raid on their office. The students went on strike till January 31. The whole population of the town supported them. 215. On January 31, Hyderabad city students expressed their protest against the police charge on Warangal students through posters and leaflets. Students of the Kachaguda High School went on strike and took out a procession. When the procession reached Sultan Bazaar, the police stopped them. 5 of the leaders were arrested, but the united resistance of the students secured their release. Protesting against the police attack on Warangal students in Khammam, Bhangur, Nalgonda, Suryapet, Jagityala Sultanabad, Peddapalli and Parkhala went on strike and brought out demonstrations. Hyderabad students pledged to end police zulum. Kumaraya, a student cadre, was tortured and threatened with shooting. But he refused to bow down and reveal a single word except mentioning his father's name and designation. His parents still do not know why he was shot dead. They could only say that he had been suspected of being a communist. The names of our student cadre were not revealed and they continued to attend schools and colleges. The whole student front would have been shattered but for this comrade's determination. On February 28, a mass meeting of students, workers, and other citizens was held in Hyderabad. Speakers representing all shades of opinion, communist, socialist, and other progressives, spoke in the meeting and strongly condemned the Congress police zulum. They demanded immediate release of workers, peasants, students, and youth workers and all other political prisoners. Resolutions demanding reduction in hostel fees and bus charges and supporting the demands of the students of the Women's College were passed. Under the leadership of the All Hyderabad Students' Union, AHSU, 500 students of the Women's College went on a 3-day strike from March 7 to 10 against the system of detention in the selection examinations. The strikers daily assembled in the college premises and speeches demanding the redress of their grievances and against the age-old Zamindari Jagirdari rule and restrictions were made. Working class struggles. Belampalli, immediately after the police action, the miners and other people raided the gaddies of Hindu and Muslim big merchants and other oppressors. The Indian Army imposed curfew and banned the flying of red flags. The military entered the houses in working class quarters and molested both Hindu and Muslim women. On September 25, 9,000 workers went on strike, took a procession to the management and demanded withdrawal of the army and punishment of the army and police personnel who had molested women. They were forced to withdraw the army, but the police and home guards carried on their atrocities. Some of the underground communist workers were arrested. 216. The Kothagudem mine workers went on strike for bonus at the end of November. Belampalli workers, who were also under the same management, followed suit. Though certain concessions were announced, the workers were not satisfied. They again went on strike in May 1949, demanding proper implementation of bonus, supply of adequate rice ration and restoration of civil liberties. More militants were arrested during this strike also. Though the impact of the guerrilla actions in Warangal and Nalgonda districts was felt and the workers were enthused to hear reports of the victories, the party's influence and organization was too weak to organize and lead the workers. The workers went into a number of struggles on economic demands, mostly spontaneously. The special feature of these and other struggles was that the workers of one factory were coming to the aid of those in another factory, were staging political strikes against death sentences on Telangana comrades and supporting the Telangana struggle. Road transport workers of Hyderabad city held a big meeting demanding the withdrawal of death sentences, condemning the government policy against detainus and protesting against the murder of Comrade Ganapathy, Malaya. They staged a 1-hour protest strike on May 23. Municipal, PWD and oil mill workers also struck work on that day. Retrenchment was going on a large scale in various industries. 600 workers had just then been thrown out of jobs from the Kohinoor glass factory. This picture was common throughout the industrial belt. In the Azamjahi mills, Warangal, workers had been staging AL0 minutes tools down strike every day from the last week of December, on their demands on minimum wages, bonus, dearness allowance, etc. Bomayya, leader of the Azamjahi workers in Warangal, was underground. His house was raided on the night of February 25, 1950. His parents, brother, and his wife were severely beaten. Many a time this was repeated. A strike in 22 mills under the leadership of socialists was in progress. That even the socialists were forced to call a strike was a clear indicator of the discontent among the workers. Workers under the party's influence, municipal, textile, old and new mills, had also joined the strike. Discontent among NGOs. With the import of high officials from the Indian Union, discontent crept into the Hindu officialdom in the state, because they were deprived of the promotions they would normally have got. Their slogan was, No dual administration. The state congress and the daily press like the Deccan Chronicle were supporting this slogan. Retrenchment of Muslim officials in the name of inefficiency, no promotion for Hindu officials on the same pretext, and even demotion at times, employment of union officials in new posts, all these were adding fuel to the fire. Despite numerous statements that union officials had been brought in to strengthen the administration. 217. The action had become a new breeding ground for discontent. The union officials entrenched in high posts and drawing thousands of rupees on the one hand, and discontented state officialdom on the other, this contradiction was crippling the state administration. This was proved by the fact that they were abusing each other and holding each other responsible for the failure of the suppression of the Telengana movement. Food problem. Criticism even from the landlords regarding levy collection, resulting in non-cooperation from that section. Golconda Patrika was full of such reports, compulsory and forced collection of levy from poorer sections, all these had contributed to the failure of the levy procurement. The outcome was the shooting up of prices of food grains in the city and other towns. From 3½ seers per rupee, the price went up to 1/2 seers a rupee. For some weeks there was no jowar ration at all. The food problem in Marathwada was still more serious. The army rule intensified repression and perpetrated fascist atrocities but could not get any results. So new maneuvers began. The military government of Majgen Chowdhury was replaced by a civilian administration with M.K. Velodi, Secretary of the State's Department, as its head. Chowdhury himself said, "There is only a change in persons but not in the government." He further declared openly, "Whosoever may be in the government in the state, the problems they will be faced with are the same. They are communists and food problems." The press called for more cooperation than before with the government. The leaders promised but nobody dared boast of finishing off communists within 4 weeks or 6 weeks as had been done hitherto. Congress military government runs amok, police action followed by police raj, mounting repression in the metropolis. 11 months of Congress autocracy in Hyderabad had torn to shreds the liberation mask on its face, and revealed it as a ferocious dictatorship of the capitalist class maintained at the point of bayonets. Civil liberties had been completely crushed and no real democratic movement was allowed to function. So much was the government shaky that its police pounced upon any locality, institution, or factory and resorted to indiscriminate arrests and terrorization. Liberty of the individual, secrecy of correspondence, sanctity of educational institutions and respect for women, all were violated. Arrests without warrants, detention without trial and indiscriminate raids and searches were a common feature. People were arrested and beaten to pulp to extract information about the whereabouts of underground leaders. The printing machinery of the Communist Party and the trade unions, student and youth organizations was confiscated. Even women met with the same fate as men at the hands of these fiends. During the 6 months mid-February to mid-August, 1949, the repression on the democratic movement in the city of Hyderabad alone had been such that there were 52 people languishing in the various jails and a couple of dozen had warrants hanging over their heads. 218. Among the arrested were leaders, organizers, and active workers of the Communist Party, trade unionists, militant workers, students, young men, progressive writers, editors of papers, employees of the government and leaders, organizers, and activists of the League of Democratic Youth, LDY, and the All Hyderabad Students' Union, AHSU. There were 20 trade union leaders and workers locked behind the prison bars, among whom were leaders of railway employees like P.R. Kokil, Bhushanam and Kashinath Kulkarni, the entire executive of the Road Transport Department, RTD, employees union like Raghavendra Rao, John, Alam, actor Ali, Charles, Ramulu. Only Syed Qasim went underground. Lingareddy, leader of the Municipal Drainage Employees and Assistant Secretary of the All Hyderabad Trade Union Congress, Athuk, Agamaya and Keshav Reddy, leaders of the City Textile Workers and the former a member of the executive of the Athuk, Rajia, the popular workers' leader in the city, and Bhushanam, a prominent leader of the all-wine metal workers. They were all detainees. Prominent student leaders like Vithal Kulkarni and Gangadhar Chitnis of the Osmania University, Ch. Hanumant Rao, Iqbal Ahmed, and others of the City College, P. Narsingh Rao of the Nizam's College and D. M. Sunkar Rao of the Medical College were all arrested. The entire working committee of the Hyderabad City Students' Union, affiliated to the AHSU, and all the leaders of the AHSU were either in jail or driven underground. Muhammad Ali Rajvi and Srinivas, two assistant secretaries of the League of Democratic Youth, LDY, and almost all the prominent workers of the LDY such as Mazhar Hussain, Bhushanam, Duraiwami, Mulhari, Qasim Aziz, and others, were arrested. The entire working committee of LDY was either behind prison bars or driven underground. Sulaiman Arab, the popular progressive poet of Hyderabad, Ghaus Moinuddin, the editor of the Progressive Weekly, Savara, and the treasurer of the Hyderabad Progressive Writers Association, PWA, and Rafi Ahmed, a working committee member of the PWA, had all been incarcerated behind prison bars. Culture was being threatened by the government of that defender of culture, Nehru. Akhtar Hussain, editor of the popular daily Payam, and Razia Begum, a lecturer of Osmania University College for Women, were detained without trial. Shankar Narayan and Venkateshwar Rao, young men from Secunderabad, the former an active member of the Hyderabad Subordinate Engineers Association and the latter a railway employee, were arrested. A teacher in a government primary school was detained without trial under the fake charges of providing shelter to underground communists. Shamsa Aman, an inspector in the Government Weights and Measures Department, and two young men, Shahab and Ghani, were arrested and kept in prison under the trumped-up charges of supplying arms to the communists. 219. So much did the government respect the liberty of the individual that they were not even tried in the government's courts. Mid-September 1948, the people were in the streets celebrating their release from the Razakar terror. Hindu-Muslim tension maintained at the point of Razakar bayonets, disappeared. The toiling people soon began to feel the pressure of the economic crisis and all their pent-up grievances began coming to the surface. And the urge to solve them through struggles began taking shape. By the middle of December 1948, the 1,600 municipal workers were on the streets, demanding a living wage, dearness allowance, and permanency of service. With the red flag at their head, they marched through the various streets of the city, roused the entire toiling people, braved levy charges, stormed the police headquarters and secured the release of their arrested leader. On Lenin Day, again, the municipal workers were on strike rejecting the bogus concessions of the new rulers. Demonstrating through the streets of Hyderabad, they roused the entire working class, faced brutal levy charges, snatched away the policemen's lathis and retaliated in self-defense. Such was the upsurge initiated by the red flag-led municipal workers that in January and early February alone, about 20,000 workers of the city textiles, Allwine Metal Works, Thai and Kohinoor Glass Works and the Asbestos Cement Works were on strike and 80,000 workdays were lost. On one occasion, the entire city was paralysed for 2 days because the railway and RTD workers were on strike in protest against the levy charges on women collected around their hunger-striking leader. It was in this background that the All India Railway General Strike was brewing. The South Indian Railway workers voted for strike by an overwhelming majority. The RTD employees led by Syed Qasim, Raghvendra Rao and others had already shown their preparedness for battle by downing tools in protest against the military atrocities on RTD employees, and for the second time, in sympathy with the municipal workers. The bourgeoisie knew that if the railway strike materialized, it would set in motion the entire toiling masses and make their force irresistible. Down fell the axe. Aided and abetted by the then leadership of the Socialist Party and others, it launched an offensive. In the city of Hyderabad alone more than 50 leaders and workers of the railway and RTD employees were arrested, the leaders of the city textile workers were picked up. The leaders of the LDY and AHSU were arrested and detained. Police were stationed in the railways and RTD workshop and depot. Such was the terror that in Lalaguda, railway workshop area, even women drawing water at the tap were not allowed to talk about arrested relatives and were dispersed with levy charges. In RTD, an ordinary employee who walked into the boss's room to demand explanation for the arrests, was just handed over to the police. This was the first major experience of the city's working class with the liberation government. 220. But repression could only provoke anger in the working class. In March 1949, the workers of the Praga Tools Corporation and the Iron and Steel Company went on strike despite the anti-strike stand of the socialist leaders. In these two strikes alone, lasting for 2 months, over 30,000 workdays were lost. The workers faced brutal levy charges and arrests and evoked solidarity sentiments among the working people. On May Day, the entire city woke up to find posters demanding the end of the military government and the establishment in its place of a people's democratic government of workers, peasants, and oppressed middle classes. In the evening a mass rally was organized. On May 16 again, posters and leaflets appeared protesting against the death sentence on Gunputty, and in the evening a mass rally was organized demanding India's withdrawal from the hangman's British Commonwealth. On May 23, the city was studded with posters demanding the cancellation of death sentences on the Telangana heroes. In the evening, a mass rally was organized and a procession brought out shouting slogans, "Hands off Telangana." Such was the protest movement led by the working class and supported by the students, progressive intellectuals, and the toiling youth, and such was the agitation throughout India and the world that Nehru's military government had to beat a retreat and suspend the death sentences. So much was the government shaken by this democratic movement led by the working class and the flow of leaflets, posters, meetings, and demonstrations that in its fright it launched its second offensive in early June. Rajya, leader of the Alwine Metal Works workers who during these struggles had come up as a leader and spokesman of the toiling masses of the city, was arrested. Other arrests followed. Active trade union, LDY, and student workers were picked up. Some of the RTD leaders who were released earlier, were arrested again. The PM was banned for 3 months. Gauss Mohyuddin, editor of Savara, was arrested. And the government, as a spokesman of the police department boasted, attempted to paralyze the printing, propaganda, and the underground machinery of the Communist Party by resorting to indiscriminate arrests and terrorization. A reign of terror was clamped down on the city. Houses were searched, reading rooms were ransacked and indiscriminate arrests were resorted to. It was in this same period that government employees were moving for a solution of their long-standing grievances. 1,000 subordinate engineers observed a 2-hour pen-down strike on May 10, 1949. The PWD staff went on strike and won cheap transport facilities. Through these struggles was revitalized the Federation of Hyderabad Government Employees Association, FGIA, led by Ratilal, their popular leader. The government came down upon this section of our oppressed people with a heavy hand, introducing repressive and restrictive rules and regulations, and issued an arrest warrant against Ratilal. The protest movement against this repression began surging forward. The municipal, drainage and textile workers passed resolutions condemning it. The youth organized in the LDY in the various localities joined in this protest. The students added their own share of protest in the form of leaflets, posters, and signature campaign. And in the teeth of repression a protest rally was organized on July 7, 1949. To such an extent was the government panicky that it arrested 221 Qasim Aziz and Ismatullah on their way home from the rally. Chitnis, a leader of the AHSU, was picked up from his residence at Sataf al-Mandi. Such was the government's madness that the police arrested Dawood Sharif, an employee of the railway press, when he went to the police headquarters merely to inquire about the whereabouts of his brother Qasim Aziz. The repression continued with full swing, and one morning was staged what the bourgeoisie's own Orient press reported as the biggest hall of intellectuals in the city. Akhtar Hussain, editor of Payam, his 3 brothers, his brother-in-law, his sister Razia Begum, a lecturer in the Women's College and a lecturer of the Nizam's College were arrested. The barbarity of the police could be gauged from the fact that it even went to arrest actor Hussein's brother-in-law, Aziz Ahmed, lying on his deathbed. He died within a week of this incident, just because they had discovered in their search a list of the workers of the LDY which included his name. The students of City College and Chatterghat College went into protest action against these arrests. The AHSU organized a protest meeting of the students. This was enough. One morning the police rushed into the City College and arrested some student leaders. The students of Chatterghat College went into action twice against the high-handedness of the autocratic principal. The police, on receiving information from a socialist student, arrested Motsam Hussain. Angry students stormed the police station and secured the release of their leader. On knowing from the police itself as to who was its informant, they taught that socialist disruptor and police agent the lesson of his life. The workers of the 2 spinning and weaving mills of the city went into many strike actions, big and small, departmental and general, economic and political, making up a total loss of not less than 8,000 workdays. Came August 1949. The police rushed into the City College to effect the arrest of active workers of the AHSU. 5 worker leaders of the 2 textile mills, including a woman, Adivama, were arrested on the very eve of Independence Day in August. Venkatesham, a secretary of the Hyderabad Spinning and Weaving Company Workers Union, and Adivama, a member of its working committee, were severely beaten to extract information about the movements of the underground leaders and the working of the printing and propaganda machinery of the party. Venkatesham was unable to walk straight for 3 days following the beating. Narayan, another leader from the same factory, was kept in custody for 2 days and beaten so brutally that he became unconscious. He had serious pain in the lumbar region ever since. The acting president of the Hyderabad Spinning and Weaving Workers Union was similarly harassed for 12 hours in police custody. The police had taken to harassing the relations of underground leaders of the Communist Party and arresting anyone to extract information. Jafar Hassan, an employee of the Government Audit Department and the Assistant Secretary of the FGIA, was taken into custody and 222. Harassed with questions whether he had connections with Ratilal and the Communist Party. Pillai, a student of Nizam's College, was kept in custody for 12 hours to extract information about the underground leaders of the Communist Party, and particularly about Ch. Rajeshwar Rao, secretary of the AHSU, and Basithullah Beg, secretary of its Hyderabad unit. Nauruddin Lal, a city civil magistrate, was kept in custody for 12 hours and harassed with questions, under a charge that he had helped the communists in securing arms, for the simple reason that he was the elder brother of Imulak Ram, secretary of the LDY. Torture of young men inside the Hitlerite jails to extract information had reached unprecedented heights. Shamsa Aman was brutally flogged in Gulbarga jail. Rangachari, a communist from the city and an artist of renown, was arrested in Chilkalaguda along with the Nalgonda communist and Kisan leader, Raj Reddy, and a woman relative of the latter. The woman was subjected to beastly torture to give out information and the real name of the arrested communists. Rangachari was tied to a ladder and brutally beaten for 3 days continuously, asking him as to how the Communist Party got arms. During that period, he was given no food. Then again he was beaten and tortured for 1 full week, but in vain. The barbarity of the police had reached such a stage that it pulled out all the cart drivers and Tonga drivers of the locality and beat them to inquire about the movements of some Telangana leaders, who, they thought, were staying in the city. Such was the terror of the police state established after the police action. Chapter 8. Struggle inside jails. The struggle conducted inside the jails during the period of the Telangana struggle was indeed historic and was a part and parcel of the struggle outside. If only 12,000 were arrested during the struggle against the Nizam, as many as 50,000 were arrested during the military regime of the Union government. The space in sub-jails, district jails and central jails was not enough, despite the fact that the jails were overcrowded to 6 times their capacity. For instance, as many as 900 prisoners were kept in the Nalgonda jail, the capacity of which was not more than 100. So in places like Khammam, they put up electrified barbed wire fences in open places and kept thousands of communists and other Telangana fighters thus enclosed. Special regiments were kept in charge of the jail establishment, which the authorities themselves nicknamed as the Khammam cage. They were not ordinary jails. People were herded into them like cattle and sheep, and men did not get facilities which even cattle got from their owners. They were not mere jails, they were concentration and torture camps. The jail manuals of the feudal regime had no place for political prisoners. The military regime was much worse in that regard. There was no difference between those who were brought to jail and not yet convicted and those who were convicted. As such, prisoners had to fight for their honor and dignity as politicals. 223. Khammam concentration camp. After filling the ordinary jails beyond their capacity, they herded into the Khammam cage about 2,000 prisoners. They put up tents which did not give protection either from the sun or from rain. The prisoners were victims of both. In the hot season, due to powerful hot winds, these tents collapsed, the poles fell on the prisoners leading to serious injuries. All these prisoners were taken to repair the Khammam aerodrome or some other work every day and brought back to the camp, under intense military guard with beatings en route. Food was indescribable. They gave just a handful of some kind of boiled millet, there was no rice or chapatis. There were no plates or pots, not even earthen ones. Food was served in the hands and some watery rasam, tamarind and pepper water, was poured over it. Water was rationed to 1 seer for each prisoner. That was the water to drink and for use for all his daily needs. No question of a bath. This led to dysentery, of which 60 prisoners died in this jail alone. There were no adequate latrine facilities. A few latrines were constructed with thin netting very near to the places they lived. With so few latrines, one could imagine how difficult it was for 2,000 prisoners to manage. Not enough men were kept to clean the latrines. They were cleaned only once or twice in a day. The result was unbearable stench right where one lived and slept. The night soil was dumped into huge pits, again dug inside the camp itself. All this affected the health of many and some of them died. Even the dead bodies were cremated right near the camp. All the prisoners demanded of the jail authorities to give them at least the facilities given to C-class prisoners, provide aluminium utensils for drinking and eating purposes, arrange to supply digging instruments to enable them to dig drinking water wells and put up rainproof and sunproof tents for their living. Even asking all this was a crime. They spotted out some whom they thought important, took them aside and severely beat them up. Comrade Arudal Ramachandra Reddy, one of the prominent Sangam and communist leaders of Bhavangiri, was severely beaten with rifle butts and kicked with nailed boots. Some were taken to the empty goods wagons in the nearby railway station, beaten up there, knocked down to the ground unconscious and brought round and beaten again. Some died due to this torture. The prisoners did not give up their demands. Many times they went on hunger strikes, raised a big uproar, shouted defiant slogans, Communist Party Ki Jai. In return, they were threatened with shooting and with flame bombs. Levy charges were common. Yet, the prisoners did not give up their struggle. After months of agitation, they gave some implements to dig wells and to make chili paste, chutney, for mixing with their food. 224. 4 months of this agitation and the hue and cry raised by people outside led to the transfer of all these prisoners to Gulbarga and Jalna and other jails inside Telangana. En route, all the prisoners raised militant slogans despite the threats of the army. There were no interviews, no friends could visit them and give them any eatables. On the day they were being transferred to Gulbarga jail, thousands of people came from Khammam and other talukas with food packets, but the army did not allow them to come anywhere near the prisoners, let alone allow them to give the food packets. People became wild, went to the Congress office, threw the food on the faces of the congressmen there and abused them in the choicest language at their command. Inside Gulbarga jail, In Gulbarga jail, they were given only 2 bajra or jowar, millet, chapatis which were full of sand and stones and were half-baked. They were made with rotten millet full of worms. The leafy vegetables given along with the rotis could not be touched. Half of it was only grass and not vegetables. Even that was not properly boiled. The same was the case with the dal. Staff especially trained in bestiality, was brought to run the camp. The superintendent of the jail, Joshi, was tyranny personified. The jailer was an Anglo-Indian drunkard and excelled the superintendent in barbarism. The Jamadar, one Narayana Reddy, an ordinary sepoy in the Secunderabad jail, had been promoted to this post because of his special qualities of resorting to various barbarous methods in dealing with prisoners. 4 days together, the prisoners went on hunger strike, demanding at least C-class treatment, arrangements for prisoners to cook themselves and provision of necessary vessels for the same. They were all collectively lathi charged and then separated into small groups. They were particularly beaten on their necks. Some were kept for months in double gunjay, chaining the hands and legs together. They ultimately succeeded. A quarter seer of rice, the same amount of millet flour, vegetables and pulses were given and the prisoners were permitted to cook for themselves. Jalna Jail. 35 military barracks near the waterworks in Jalna had been converted into a concentration camp. 4 out of these were reserved for the military guarding the camp. The camp was surrounded with barbed wire and 3 rows of thorny creepers. Next to this was stationed the special armed police. The roofs of the prisoners' barracks completely gave way, but no notice was taken of this. Each barrack could hardly accommodate 40 persons, but double the number were thrust into it. There were only 2 latrines and even these were not kept clean. The filth from the drains filled the air with a hellish stink. 225. There were already too few water taps in the barracks and added to this, half the number were not in working order. The rest were kept open only for a few hours in the morning and again in the evening. The result was horrible scarcity of water and the ensuing difficulties in bathing and washing clothes. The food was atrocious as in other jails. Rotten, moth-eaten, absolutely uneatable jowar flour, rice containing sand, stone particles, paddy grain, and insects. Even from this, half the quantity was robbed away by the jailers and the jail guards. Iron and zinc utensils were supplied which were rusted. Even patients were denied better food and milk. This incommodious habitation, rotten food, and extortion of heavy work by using violence, led to a dangerous deterioration in the health of the prisoners. 80% of the prisoners were down with one disease or the other. Some suffered from such serious diseases as TB. There was a jail hospital in name, with 2 doctors, 1 compounder, and 2 ward boys. The beatings and abuses of the jail police apart, there was the bureaucratic behavior of these doctors. They not only would not administer proper medical aid but would also resort to filthy abuses. There were only 6 beds while the patients needing hospitalization were 60. These had to lie down on the floor. Even the meager milk and fruit supplied by the jail authorities were pilfered by the hospital staff. Such was the camp where 2,000 political prisoners were thrown together, young boys of 14 to old men of 80, communists, Kisan, trade union, student and youth leaders, ordinary Kisans, workers, and young men. But the heroic prisoners were carrying on a relentless, glorious struggle against humiliating orders, inhuman conditions, and brutal atrocities. An autocratic order was issued banning the singing of the Internationale. Up went the 2,000 voices in a rousing crescendo. The Internationale was being sung in defiance of the order. A brutal lathi charge was made, but the singing of the Internationale did not stop, could not be stopped. After that it was sung regularly in the jail. Defying all restrictions, the prisoners observed May Day. The air echoed with slogans, raised by these sons of the working class and the toiling peasantry and youth. A meeting was organized in Barrack No. 7. The authorities, probably to justify the new partnership of the Indian bourgeoisie with the Nazi Nizam, wanted to celebrate his birthday. Angry prisoners answered, Let the rulers celebrate this, the mark of the new partnership, but we will not celebrate the hangman's birthday. Comrade Venkat Narsiya died for the simple reason that he was not given proper medical aid. May 6 was observed as Protest Day. Slogans were raised and a meeting held. 226. The prisoners, through heroic battles, were conceded newspapers and aluminium vessels instead of the old iron and zinc ones. On May 19, the prisoners saw in the papers the news of the death sentence on the 8 Nalgonda heroes. Their anger knew no bounds. What followed was a glorious story of the prisoners' heroic battle and the black act of Nehru's officials, sent to exterminate the communists and save his new partner, the Nizam. The 2,000 prisoners asked the superintendent to send a protest telegram to Nehru and the military governor. The callous refusal to meet this demand was followed by slogans and the prisoners gathered in a demonstration. The special armed police and the military were summoned and those fiends fell upon the prisoners, herded them into the barracks and resorted to such brutal lathi-charge that many including leaders like Lingareddy, Raghavendra Rao, P.R. Kokil and others were severely injured. Lingareddy and Raghavendra Rao remained unconscious the whole night and none of the injured were given even first aid. After this event, the authorities withdrew newspapers and other facilities and turned the camp into a regular torture chamber. The armed constabulary was permanently stationed in the camp. Important comrades were handcuffed and heavy work was sought to be extracted from the prisoners. On July 12, the detainees were asked to cut grass and dig pits. The prisoners refused to do the work and demanded better treatment as prisoners. The special armed police was summoned and a wild lathi-charge was resorted to. Comrade Janardana of the Nanded textile mills and Comrade Agamaya of the city textiles received serious head injuries and were bedridden. Others including Raghavendra Rao, actor Ali, Ramulu and others of RTD, Keshvareddy of city textiles and the rest had their hands and legs fractured. The total number of injured reached the figure of 70. The leaders were handcuffed and isolated. The next day all the prisoners refused to take food and demanded that the leaders be brought back to the barracks. The authorities were resorting not only to such beastly atrocities as were perpetrated by armed police but were also trying to create a special force of jail gundas. There were 32 such fiends. This torture and these wild beatings were all according to a carefully hatched plan. The superintendent himself told the prisoners that he had orders from the government to break the communists' bones and ribs so that they were unable to take part in any activity when they went out. Such was the plan, such was the torture in the concentration camp erected by the liberation government and such was the heroic struggle of the leaders of our toiling people. Bhid Jail, Tik-Tiks. 227. The same conditions existed in the Bhid Jail, Marathwada area. So the same struggle, the same harassment and ultimately the same facilities were wrested. There was a speciality in torture in this jail. Tik-Tik, a balance-like thing, was hung up and the prisoners were asked to get into the balance. They used Singapore canes soaked in oil to beat the prisoners, who were stripped naked. When they beat with it, they did not take off the cane suddenly, but slowly withdrew it, and this left a bleeding wound as if the skin was cut out with a knife. Then they took scissors and cut the skin that had peeled off and applied chili powder. And they beat again on the same spot. Some prisoners died due to this savage treatment. Prisoners fought against this barbaric punishment as well, and the authorities were forced to give it up. Hyderabad, Secunderabad jails. The conditions of prisoners even in the state capital jails were no better. Prisoners sent memoranda to the government demanding that they be treated as A and B class prisoners, that they be given not iron vessels but aluminium ones. Hunger strikes, lathi charges, breaking of heads, double gunjay followed. Some of them were imprisoned in small cells which were only 2 square yards in area, where the imprisoned persons could not even move about and in which they had to answer nature's calls as well. Only once in a day, were these cells cleaned. Here communist leaders like Elareddy, progressive writers like Suleiman, actor Hussain, the editor of Payam, and his sister, college lecturer Razia, and others were kept. Repeated struggles were launched for better facilities. Levy charges were ordered in which the leaders were the special targets. This struggle, in the end, resulted in provision of some facilities and treatment of some as B-class prisoners and others as C-class. Military opened fire in Warangal jail. 2,000 prisoners in Warangal jail also conducted similar struggles. One day, a prisoner was beaten until he fell unconscious. This aroused the anger of other prisoners who rose like a wave, wrenched out the iron bars and broke open the small gates. They proceeded to the main gate. All officers and jail warders fled for their lives. The police and military were called for by phone. Before the main gate could be tampered with, the military came and opened fire, killing a number of people. A police constable, a number of convicts and other jail staff were also injured, indicating the indiscriminate manner in which fire was opened. The prisoners then went back to the barracks. Later, levy charges continued. Even in single gun J, as many as 4 prisoners were kept. After long drawn-out struggles, they had to concede the demands in this jail as well. Several other practices were also given up. Levy charge on women detainees of Warangal Central Jail. The newly arrived superintendent of Warangal Jail stopped the usual issue of raw rations to the women detainees. Protesting against this action, 50 women detainees went on hunger strike from March 15. On the 17th, the superintendent directed a levy charge on these women detainees. 228. And as a result of this, 8 women detainees were seriously injured, among whom were Anaparnamo of Govindapuram, Thumma Narsama of Sanki Esa, B. Narsama of Munagala, Kunthama of Veladanda village. On the 18th, all the political prisoners went on hunger strike protesting against the brutal levy charges on their sisters. The Warangal Trade Union Congress appealed to Democrats to condemn this bestial action and demanded a public inquiry to punish the guilty. Comrade Rambayam of Pindaprola village, who was brutally beaten in this levy charge, died in jail itself soon after. Similar struggles were waged inside various other jails against similar conditions. Other problems of prisoners. There were other problems from which the prisoners suffered, like lack of medical facilities. If medicines were asked for, the reply was, "You are communist demons. Why medicines for you?" There were no facilities to write letters, or for interviews, or if they existed they were very formal. The prisoners were asked to do work as convicts. The high-handedness of warders was a story by itself. There were no newspapers or books. Struggles were conducted inside jails against all these inconveniences as well. When the police and warders who committed excesses came alone inside the jail, shawls were thrown over their faces from behind, to avoid recognition of those who beat them, then beaten up and let off. This brought further repression, further levy charges, double gun J, single gun J, chaining of legs and hands and so on. Again there were struggles against this. Thus, it was a chain of struggles between the prisoners and the jail authorities. These struggles, too, resulted in certain facilities asked for. They censured letters, erased portions which they considered political and passed on the rest of the letter. Special tribunals and bogus examinations. While thousands of party workers and people were kept in prisons without any charges or inquiry, thousands of others were charged with various offenses like dacoity, loot, arson and murder. Even those charged with various offenses were not tried in ordinary courts, but only in special tribunals established under military auspices. Though on paper, the accused had the right to appoint their own lawyers, in actual practice, such a facility was denied to them, by clamping behind bars the progressive lawyers. If any other lawyer come forward to defend them, government threatened such lawyers with dire consequences. Special mention has to be made here of Sri Mano Arlal Saxena and a group of advocates in Hyderabad, and Sri Daniel Latifai and Sri Asr Shari and others during the later period who defended the cases in the High Court and Supreme Court. 229. The inquiries and hearings were all a farce, cock and bull stories given by police officers, the legal jacket given to it by the public prosecutors in long and dreary arguments in English, not a word of which was understandable to the accused. If this itself was a farce, the stories of witnesses were a much bigger one. The witnesses were none else than the landlords and their henchmen or gundas. In fact, these had left the villages long before, and they did not know what had happened in these villages, let alone having seen them. Yet, if they offered themselves as witnesses, it was only with a view to getting back their properties and to wreak vengeance on the people. Prosecution stories and defense by advocates appointed by the tribunals were always on the beaten track. These landlord witnesses shivered in their shoes at the very sight of communist workers of their area, though they were protected by heavy guard. Without looking at their faces, the witnesses reeled off what they were asked to say. Let alone lawyers or police or military authorities, even the judges normally did not allow the accused to cross-examine these witnesses. Dozens of cases were foisted on one and the same person, and not being able to put up a strong case with only landlord and gunda witnesses, innocent people in the villages were beaten, tortured, and were forced to tell lies from the witness box. But being innocent, illiterate, and village people, they were not even able to pronounce the names of the accused, nor could they immediately identify the accused as told by the police. In case of such witnesses, the judge himself used to ask the police officials, "Lt looks as if this witness is thirsty. Take him out, give him some water and bring him back." This was only a signal to the police official to take him out, beat him up and bring him back to the witness box. Whatever the witness said, what was recorded was what suited the prosecution story. After such bogus hearings, tens of comrades were sentenced to life imprisonment, some to continuous imprisonment of 40 to 50 years. Even young boys of 15 to 16 years were condemned to death and decades of imprisonment. Dinalingaya, a boy of 14, was sentenced to 46 years imprisonment. Urabotharam Reddy, a 16-year-old boy, was condemned to death in 1950 by the court. He belongs to a Pahipet village of Nalgonda Talika and comes from an ordinary peasant family. They foisted murder cases on this young boy and sentenced him to death. Before the judgment, the speech this young boy made resounded in the whole court like a testament. Yet, they passed the sentence. While his case was still being heard, an American woman correspondent interviewed the boy in prison with the permission of the military authorities. His age at that time was only 15 years. She took his life history, photo, and published it prominently in the American papers. Democrats helped defense. Democrats all over the world reacted sharply to the Nazi methods of the trials and the death sentences being imposed, and expressed their strong disapproval. 230. The government of India wanted to carry out the sentence of death before the new Constitution of India came into being, but kept the decision secret. They had decided to send 12 of the Telangana heroes to death. They are the famous 12 whose case was personally argued and defended by the late D.N. Pritt, the world-renowned British Democratic barrister. They decided to send 5 of them to the gallows on January 22, 1950, and 7 on the 23rd. Masaya was a 65-year-old man. The jail authorities got the signatures of the condemned on January 9 in the Hyderabad Central Jail and transferred them to Secunderabad Jail, where the death sentences were to be carried out. There was only a 12-day respite. This news spread like wildfire to all the prisoners in both the jails. It was a situation in which they were full of anger, their blood boiling with revenge. Their feelings were choked by the death sentences facing 12 of their near and dear comrades who had fought along with them, and yet they were all in a helpless position. D.N. Pritt in London moved into action. Barristers like Daniel Latify and Manoharlal Saxena and Ganesh were informed about this decision. Bombay lawyers flew to Hyderabad on the 17th and immediately took up defense arrangements. They moved Mr. Velodi and the High Court to stop execution of the death sentences. Meanwhile, the news was flashed in the world press. The Hyderabad government was flooded with telegrams from all over the country and the world, from democratic organizations and individuals. The Telangana Heroes Defense Committee was constituted. One slogan was heard in those days: "Stop the death sentences on the Telangana 12." The Czechoslovakian Youth League, Hungarian Freedom Fighters Federation, Hungarian Youth Association, and other democratic organizations of the people's democracies, the 60 million-strong World Federation of Democratic Youth, the 80 million-strong World Federation of Trade Unions, the World Federation of Democratic Lawyers, protested against these sentences. Paul Robeson, the world-renowned American singer, condemned the sentences in a specially held meeting in Prague, Czechoslovakia. This wave of protests, requests, condemnations not only inside the country but all over the world put the government of India in a tight corner. This had its limited success. The lawyers were informed by the government that the execution of the death sentences was being postponed. This happened on the morning of the 21st, and the comrades about to go to the gallows learned of it on the 22nd. Their lives were saved. The death sentences were all commuted to life imprisonment. Bogus trials were going on, and long-term and short-term sentences and death sentences were being imposed. Many comrades were taken outside the jail and shot dead in forests and hillocks. They used to take them out on the pretext that they were being taken to the courts, but actually they took them to the forests and shot them. This happened in all jails. Two of the most prominent among those who were shot dead in this fashion were comrades Vadir Rujayardi, Huzurnagar, and Ranguchari, Hyderabad. Rujayardi came from a landlord family, but wholeheartedly plunged into the work of the Andhra Mahasabha and 231. Communist Party, far back in 1944 itself. Perhaps, the government thought that it would be difficult to convict such leaders of the people, without incurring the wrath of the masses outside. This happened in 1950. While the government's repressive policy continued, simultaneously, the democratic movement and the effort of Democrats to fight it was also increasing. Lawyers went in appeal against all the death sentences to the Supreme Court, appeals to other courts to strike down the other sentences imposed, and other arrangements for defense in other pending cases were also made. Mr. D. N. Pritt from England appeared before the Hyderabad High Court in some important cases. Any attempt at violence on the witnesses by the prosecution side was resented and condemned. This countrywide agitation succeeded in converting all the death sentences into life sentences. Yet, the party did not give up its effort to mobilize a democratic opinion outside to get all Telangana comrades released. After the withdrawal of the armed struggle, sustained agitation was carried on to get the Telangana prisoners out. People came to know the bogus character of these trials. False witnesses could not stand the test for long. The Congress Party was defeated in the elections and the Communist Party came out with flying colors. As a result of all this, the Congress government was isolated, and the party, taking advantage of this situation, utilized the forum of the Assembly, Parliament, and outside to conduct a huge campaign and agitation on the issue. Repeated representations were made to the government by the party leadership to waive all sentences and release all the prisoners. Ultimately, the Andhra Pradesh government, while Sri Sanjeevareddy was chief minister, released the remaining 50 life prisoners, in batches, in 1958-59. Bogus Jail Scrutiny Committee. While on the one hand the government was committing atrocities even on prisoners inside the four walls of the jails, it had announced bogus commission in 1950 to scrutinize cases of prisoners and release the less dangerous. It was true that a committee was appointed, but it was composed of die-hard anti-communists, landlords, congressmen, and government officials. The task of this committee was certainly not to release the innocent. However partisan the methods they adopted in conducting the trials, it was found that their charges could not be sustained and cases were being struck down. Moreover, it was realized that it was not an easy task to conduct cases against thousands and thousands of people. The movement outside for release of prisoners was also gaining strength. The government, seeing which way the wind was blowing, decided to appoint this committee, with a view to diverting the attention of the people. Before releasing the prisoners, this committee made a Herculean effort to force the prisoners to declare that they were not communists. They tried to make fun of communists by asking, "What does a communist look like?" But, they got a strong rebuff from the prisoners, when they shouted, "Yes, we are communists and we are innocent." It was amazing that this committee appointed to release the innocent, started beating up such prisoners. Yet the prisoners, 232, did not give up resistance. Resistance become part of their blood and living whether inside or outside jails. The release committee, headed by one Sri Ananthachari, accompanied by the collector, military commander Nanjappa and others went to the Gulbarga jail in 1951 and asked everyone to fall in line, with their heads bent down. Sri Ananthachari caught them by their hair and asked mockingly, "What does a communist look like?" One prisoner raised his head straight and replied in the form of a poem, the substance of which is given below. A communist is there among the toiling people, he is there among the workers, he is also there among the peasants. He can also be seen among the very poor people. A communist is found among the famine sufferers, he can be found among the rich, too, as also among the patriots, he is there among congressmen and leaguers, he is there in your shade, my shade. Give up your dream about putting down communists, they are the children of Mother India, know this, old man Ananthachari. The committee members, completely upset with this and feeling it an insult, beat up that particular prisoner, and sent him back to the barracks saying that there was no question of his release. Any number of such instances can be cited. With revolutionary zeal, they fought till the end. If anyone out of fear, submitted his resignation or acted as an agent of the authorities against the prisoners, he was thrown out of the barracks, after a good thrashing. Even those who surrendered to the enemy outside were brought to the jail. But, most of them saw the indefatigable revolutionary courage of the prisoners, regretted their surrender, begged pardon from their comrades and stood the test when it came. Amidst such struggles inside the jails, despite the limitations, political classes were organized. Literacy classes conducted and they developed their knowledge of other languages as well. Revolutionary propaganda. Those who were caught by the army, while withstanding the beating and torture, refusing to reveal any secret, at the same time, talked about politics with the ordinary sepoys when the top officials were not present in the camp. They explained to them the genesis of the Telangana movement, its growth, and its aims. Along with this story in general, each prisoner told his own story, his class origin, how he was attracted to the party, why he was fighting, and so on. This propaganda had its own influence on the soldiers. Even inside the jails, they did not give up this revolutionary work. While opposing the jail warders and other officials and even beating them. 233. They, at the same time, talked to them, as well as other convicts about politics, and converted many of them to become sympathizers of the communists. Escape from prisons. Though imprisoned between the four walls, prisoners were always thinking of what was happening outside, and if only the opportunity was available, they were always thinking of getting back into the revolutionary atmosphere outside, and always trying for such opportunities. Very high jail walls, a 24-hour guard by warders and other sepoys, locking up all barracks the whole night, these were not easily surmountable difficulties. Even if one could manage to reach outside, there were armed police beyond the jail walls, and if they could somehow escape this danger, there were military camps all over, and the enemies of the people were active. It might mean their instant death. Yet, it did not deter them from making such attempts. It was their thirst for revolutionary action that made them think in such terms. The most famous breakout of jail was that of Comrade Nulla Narsinghalu, Sr., and Nandayala Srinivas Reddy, two communist leaders of Nalgonda district. Chapter 9. The women in the Telangana movement. Women played an important role in the Telangana struggle. They actively participated in the land movement, in agricultural labor wage struggles, in seizure of landlords' grain, against the Briggs plan of evacuating the Koya, Chenchu, and Lambadi people from their hamlets in the forest areas, or from their scattered hamlets in the plains. They were with their husbands and brothers, fighting the Rasakars and Nizam police, and later against the Congress Rasakars and Nehru's armies and the police. They had joined the military and political squads and underwent all the difficulties and joys of life in the forests and hills and in the fields in rain and in sun. They acted as couriers, as political agitators, and in new centers, as organizers of people's movements and mass organizations. They were the worst victims of the brutal tortures and atrocities committed by the Razakars, Nizam, and Nehru's police and military. They had to face molestation and rape, apart from beatings on a large scale. They had to see their babes and children tortured and killed before their very eyes. They had to see their beloved husbands or brothers hunted, arrested, and killed. They had to suffer all this, remaining in their own houses and villages, looking after what was left behind, the very young and the very old, when their menfolk had to flee the villages to escape the fury of the army and police attacks, or had gone to join the fighters and the guerrillas in far-off secret places. The story of their heroic and stubborn resistance in defense of their personal dignity, against molestation, torture and rape, is an inspiring one. Their awakening to new social equality, to a new moral and cultural life, their stubborn fighting quality, give us a glimpse of 234. That tremendous revolutionary spirit and energy that is smoldering in our economically and socially oppressed womenfolk. If we only take a little trouble to enable it to emerge out of its old tradition-bound shell, and try to channel it in the proper revolutionary direction, what a mighty upheaval it will lead to. Women defend their land. It was Chakalai Lama, in Pulakurdi village, Jungayo Taluka, who was the first, with the Andhra Mahasabha and the Communist Party, in bitterly fighting to retain her land and crop from being seized by the Visner Deshmukh. She inspired her whole family, her sons and daughters, to be with the party throughout, through thick and thin. Her house had been the center of Andhra Mahasabha and Communist Party activities against the landlords. She fought not only for her personal case, this only symbolized and signaled the beginning of the mighty struggle of the Telangana peasant for land. In Maryalagudam Taluka, in Mukundapuram village, the Sahukar had got Kumari Mattaya tortured to death after the Indian military police action because he refused to give up the land he had recovered from the Sahukar. His wife took up the challenge. She stuck to the land and refused to surrender. She was brutally raped by the police, but still she refused. She roused the people to support her and succeeded in retaining the land. The land is mine. In Vattapalli center, a Lambadi peasant was killed because he, too, refused to surrender the recovered land to the landlord. But his wife took his place and succeeded in cultivating that piece of land in spite of the Congress police terror. In Kondrapola village, another Lambadi peasant cultivating a 2-acre wetland plot, that too, a recovered piece, was done to death by the landlord Dadadu. Here again, his wife came forward and succeeded in defending the land and cultivating it. In Salaramiagudam, Gala Muttaya was killed for not surrendering the piece of land he was cultivating, but his wife stepped in and continued the cultivation and did not allow the enemy to seize back the land. In Matulakunta, a Lambadi took possession of a piece of land from landlord Ramakrishnama, who tried to seize it back with the help of the police after Nehru's army's intervention. The Lambadi was beaten to pulp and forced to leave his house and the farm. But his wife refused and persisted. She cultivated it and succeeded in getting the harvest to her home. Veer Aram, a Lambadi peasant, and his wife resisted their land being seized by the landlord's men and the police. The police trampled on the woman who was pregnant, and she died. These are a few recorded cases I have found in the old Telangana files. Such cases might have run into scores or hundreds in the whole of fighting Telangana. But irrespective of how many such specially noted cases there may be, it was a fact that tens of thousands of women stood along with their menfolk in this struggle for land. 235. Women fight for wage increase. A great percentage of agricultural laborers are women. They are in very large numbers, perhaps as many as the men themselves, because they, too, have to earn if they are to get even one meal for their children and themselves. They cannot rely only on their men's earnings. As such, it is not surprising that we had women participating in large numbers in all agricultural labor strikes or in seizure of grain from landlords and Deshmukh's warehouse, and gaddies. In the Kondrapalli center, and other neighboring centers, in a large number of villages, Agricultural laborers went on strike for increase of their daily wages to 4 seers from the then existing 2 or 3 seers. In the demonstrations, women in large numbers participated, with flags in their hands. Ultimately, to force the landlords to come to a settlement, they had to raid and start seizing grain, with the women participating. The landlords were forced to concede the demands. In the Godavari forest belt, in the struggle to increase wages for picking of beedi leaves, in which tens of thousands of women were employed, they were in the forefront. Further, in the 2 centers of Pindaprolu and Ilandu, women participated in the strike struggles of agricultural laborers that took place in 90 villages. Especially in 20 of these villages they were in the forefront, and strikes were especially concerned with the wage and other rates of women labor. It was women who were in larger numbers, and it was they who were in the leading positions in the strikes against police repression and attacks. Even in the Razakar and Nizam days, when the armed police were attacking the villages of Bailmula, Padasuryapeta, Mallardagudam, Devarapala, and in a number of other places, women were at the side of their men, handing them stones for their slings. Along with their menfolk, they faced brutal lathi charges and firings. In the Mallardagudam fight, a woman who was supplying stones standing by the side of her husband, was shot dead. Here one recalls the name of Vyama, who, leading the Gazalanka peasants defending the Lunkalans against the Chaliapalli Zamindar in Krishna district 2 years earlier, was brutally bayoneted and shot dead. Women resisted their menfolk being spirited away in lorries and demanded that they should accompany them and face all the consequences. The police could move only when they took the fighting women in the lorries along with their menfolk. In the Vijayanagram center of Huzurnagar and in Maryalagudam Taluka, after the Indian Army and Congress rule was established, large numbers of men were caught and were being taken by the police. Women surrounded the lorries and did not allow them to proceed, demanding that the men be set free. Repeated lathi charges did not make the women flinch. So ultimately, the police had to leave the men free and go away. In Gundala in the Godavari forest area, when the police raided a Koya hamlet and caught hold of a number of men and were trying to take them away, women from 10 neighboring hamlets rushed forth and surrounded the police, preventing them from proceeding further. The 236 police opened fire and the women retaliated with stones, hiding behind the trees, but refused to disperse till their menfolk were let off. The police had to yield ultimately. In the Katagudam Koya hamlet, in Gundala area, in September 1950, the men and women, the whole village resisted the military atrocities and in that fight killed a subedar and 3 of his men and seized their guns. After this, when the military came in large force, the whole village had to take shelter in the deep forest, and the heroic way the women lived through the ordeal, not even allowing their children to cry out, will always rouse admiration and be an example of the determination and stubbornness of which women are capable. In the Rajaram center, a man and a woman of Alambadi Tanda were taken to the camp, the police suspecting them of helping the guerrillas. They were made to stand up for days and nights without food and water. When they fell down, a little water was given, and as soon as they became conscious, were again made to stand up. Their legs became swollen. But even after this torture, both of them would have rather given up their lives than give any information about the guerrillas. The enemy, finding it useless to further persecute them, let them off. Wives of village Panch committee members of Chidirala, Chintapalam village were taken to the Chelakurda camp and were tortured when the police could not get at their husbands in spite of repeated raids. Their properties and cattle were looted. They were let off after some time with the warning that their fate would be worse and they would even be permanently jailed if their husbands did not surrender. When these women came out, they also joined their husbands in the active movement and went out of the reach of the police. In this very village, a camp of 150 policemen was maintained, yet they could not get at the leaders. A young boy, son of a village committee member, was arrested and threatened and beaten, but though he was only 14 years old, he did not give in to the enemy and kept the prestige of the party high. It was a common feature in the whole fighting area, that women took extraordinary precautions to look after the guerrillas and squads, sheltering and beleading them in their houses, and in a large number of cases, keeping night or day vigil while the guerrillas or leaders were sleeping or resting. The women fed guerrillas and party organizers at any time of the night or day with great care and affection. They took food and supplies to the guerrilla hideouts in the forests and hills and suffered horrible tortures and indignities when they were found out. They bore them all in this great struggle. I remember with all gratitude and humility the great affection and care with which I was looked after in so many houses, in so many villages, during those terrible days of terror of 1948-51. A number of times, I found the women folk keeping watch for any sign of approaching danger from the police and enemy agents. Once, after a prolonged night walk, early in the morning at 3 a.m., I reached the house of Comrade Patti Bundalajankiramayya, situated on the outskirts of Viralaptu, for rest and stay. He was not in the house, but his wife Hanumiyama was there. I was tired and slept. As I got up before daybreak, I was taken aback to see her keeping guard, though she was well advanced in pregnancy. Such affectionate care and vigilance from womenfolk was the common experience of many underground cotters at that time. This was 237. An expression of their devotion to our people's cause, and the respect we evoked from them, as fighters for that noble aim. Who can forget those glorious events, those inspiring stories of courage and suffering? In the village of Bendalaptu, a peasant woman, Rajamma, was caught. She and her husband were tortured with red-hot irons, her waist and hands were branded as if wearing ornaments, but not a single word did she utter about the squads. The charge was that she was taking food to the squads in the forests. She keeps her devotion to the party and worked in all elections for the party. I had an opportunity of meeting her years later, in 1961, and saw the couple's life and their modesty and deep devotion for the party. In Nareda, which was one of the strongest villages of the movement, which the DSP, Srinivas, and Velodi, the special administrator, threatened to burn down, 170 women were beaten with tamarind birches. They were forced to wear pajamas, and chameleons were put into their private parts and the pajamas tied up at the bottom. The reptile creatures started biting. The agony of the women was indescribable. Red chili powder was also sprinkled into the wounds. For 5 months they were ill. Another day, they did not allow mothers to give their babies breast feed, and all the children were crying for milk. Yet, the women were not cowed. It was in this village that once a squad leader was surrounded. The women promptly dressed him up as a girl just reaching puberty, and after the police and military left, escorted him to a safe place. The womenfolk in the household of Comrades Vatsya and Bimla, in Vallabhapuram, Suryapet Talika, carefully kept their house as a secret shelter and for protection of guerrillas during the whole period of the Nizam Razakar days, and later for a long time during the Congress military terror rule. But later, when they were arrested and shot, the women continued to actively help the movement. Akama of Parsipalai, Suryapet Talika, sheltered and looked after Comrade Anirdi Ramayardi, the zonal leader and later area leader of Suryapet Talika during all the years. When Comrade Anirdi Ramayardi died in the clash at Ramachandrapalli, heroically fighting the police, covering the escape of his colleagues in the squad, her grief was indescribable. She had looked after this brave comrade all these years, as if he had been her own son. Lingama, of Kilapakantla village, Suryapet Talika, was a strong supporter of the party. She was in the forefront in the struggle against the hated landlord Janareddy Pratapardi of Arapadu, under whose domain her village also fell. She brought up her whole family as active fighters of the Andhra Mahasabha and the Communist Party. 238. She had married her daughter off, long before the movement developed, to Sri Lingareddy and encouraged and helped him to become a communist worker. Later he developed into a squad leader. A number of times he fought Janardhi's Gundas and drove them out. Lingama faced many such raids after the squads withdrew. But in the 1952 elections, Lingareddy left the movement and made peace with Janareddy. This brave woman did not allow her son-in-law to come to her house. She and her daughter mobilized the whole village people against his new supporter and got him defeated in the elections. Gradually, Lingareddy saw the mistake of his ways, saw Janard's cruel attacks on the village continuing and rejoined the people's forces. He fought Janard's gundas and atoned for his mistakes. Then only did this brave woman allow him and her daughter to visit her home. Some sketches. Lach Emma of Natagata village, who was a washerwoman, was caught in a raid by the Indian military. She used to wash the clothes of guerrilla squads and get supplies from across the river. She was tied to a tree branch, head downwards, naked, and was beaten with lathis and birches, to make her tell the whereabouts of Ramulama. They failed to get a single word from her. She recovered from the torture with the medicines and care taken by the guerrilla squads and local party supporters. A few days later, when Ramulama had to pass that way, Lakama, who was washing clothes in a streamlet, saw her, rushed to her and embraced her in joy. Both wept for a long time. She took Ramulama to her house, bathed her and fed her. The village people gathered round the house, told of the great suffering which Lakama had undergone and expressed their pride at having such a great brave woman as their co-villager. The whole of Telangana, the whole country, is proud of such heroines. Jane Abbey, of Rajaram village, used to take food and other supplies to the guerrillas headed by comrades Cholla Sitaramai Reddy and Adirdi, who made the nearby hills their center all through the Nizam Razakar days. The Indian Union armies started their depredations on the village. In all the strong villages military camps were established. Rajaram was also one such camp. But Jane Abbey was not afraid. She continued her supplies, more carefully planned, and with greater sagacity and daring. She was able to hide 3 guerrillas who got separated from the squad and was able to send them to the guerrilla supply center. One day the military camp raided her house, caught and started to beat and torture her. They told her, "Tell us where Sitarami Reddy is and we will let you off." The reply, "I do not know anything." The Jamdar started trampling on her, but she refused to reveal a word. She survived that torture and continued her help to the guerrillas all through the struggle. She had lost her husband, in her young age itself. Her younger brother and his 2 sons, worked as wage laborers and used to give her some help. She knew what poverty meant, and hence her devotion to the party that was fighting for them. In Produtur area, the Jamdar of the camp was notorious for his horrible atrocities in all neighboring villages, Lakshmipuram, Kothagudam, Gariapadu, Govindapuram, Nareda, etc. A squad leader who was dispatched to kill him, took shelter one night with a Muslim family which was a supporter of the party and the guerrillas even during the Nizam days. The mother, who had 239 known him for long, welcomed and fed him even though it was already very late. She was happy to learn that he had come there to kill the Jamdar and the notorious landlord agent, Sitaya. These 2 had got 7 persons shot dead in one day, as well as Ramachandra Reddy, who was respected in the whole area. As the day advanced, they come to know that the courier, Krishnamurti, of that squad leader was caught and being tortured at the village center. The squad leader sensed the danger coming, that if the courier cracked under torture, the whole family would be butchered. He decided to leave the house as it would be too dangerous for all. He explained and convinced the mother, and at an opportune moment, when he saw no one within sight in the street, coolly left the house with gun camouflaged under his arm. After a month, the Sum squad leader, taking shelter in the Sum house, was able to get the opportunity to kill the Jamdar as well as Sitaya, the hated oppressor. That was the way the women and men rose to face danger and death, fighting for the people, wreaking vengeance on the enemy, in those glorious Telangana days. Hemu and Manjalai, Lambati West Tanda of Dharmapuram. Babu, the son of Visner Deshmukh, had raided and surrounded the villages, then started combing it for Hemu and his sons, and especially Comrade Thanu, the eldest of them, the party and people's leader of that center. After terrific torture, Visner Babu and his men got hold of Hemu and Manjalai, the father and mother of Thanu. Torture began, Manjalai became the special target. In spite of the terrible suffering she had been undergoing, she went on cursing the hated Visner Deshmukh gang and rousing the people to revolt and revenge. Then 5 youths were separated, forced to arrange a burial pyre, and asked to reveal the whereabouts of Thanud, but they shouted "Bak, shoot and kill, but we will never hand over a single guerrilla." They were shot and fell down on the pyre and were burnt. One of them was Samla, brother of Thanud, and son of Hamu and Manjalai, killed before the very eyes of his aged parents. Redya, Balaram, Chandru, and Ramu were his 4 colleagues. Again within another 2 months, come another raid by Visner Babu and his gang, again terrific torture, and again Manjalai was the special victim of those atrocities. Bodha Golia, Bodha Tamanaya, Jaitravath Dada, all young men were shot. Despite repeated raids, and repeated tortures, Manjalai did not give in. Her 4 other sons were put in jails. Her daughters-in-law and grandchildren were subjected to indignities and beatings. She did not break down, but was the source of inspiration and resistance for all these villages. After the Union armies entered, Babu was killed and the people were avenged. But the Union Congress armies were able to capture Thanu and shot him dead. Janardana, the grandson of Manjalai, was arrested along with another guerrilla hero, Komaraya. Komaraya was shot, Janardana escaped and carried on his work underground all through the struggle days. Manjalai in 1951 had become very old, but she and her sons, who were released after serving in jail for 2 to 3 years, and grandchildren were all upholding the party banner, and inspiring people all around. 240. In Narita, it was the family of Venkayya, Anantaya, and Sitaya, their womenfolk, wives and sisters, Rosama, Lachhama, Nankarama, who saved the guerrilla squad commander from the very jaws of death. The village was being combed and Venkayya, in whose house he was taking shelter, was tortured, every inch of his body a bleeding wound, with his whole skin scarred. The doctors had to bandage the whole body with cotton. Venkayya's family of Narita is a party family, rendering all in support to the party. Malakamba, wife of Palatuga Brahmaya of Sudipalai village, Khammam district, was another instance of one who underwent a lot of suffering but did not flinch from her continued support to the squads and organizers. Her husband had passed away 10 years before the Telangana struggle had begun. She had to maintain 6 children. When the Rasakars were raiding the village, she sent word to Comrade Makaviraya's squad, which counterattacked the Rasakars and forced them to flee, leaving all their loot. Many a time her house was raided by Rasakars, but worse was to happen under Indian army raids. Her eldest son Venkateshvar used to work in the squads. He was arrested in Vijayawada, where he went to purchase medicines for the squad, and was tortured in Munagala camp, and finally put in the Khammam cage. She herself was arrested and kept in custody for 4 days. Her crops were destroyed, yet she kept on making her house a shelter and stopping place for hunted comrades. Arama married her daughter Ansuya to comrade Madaramatla Sitharamaya, guerrilla and party leader. She was living in Rangapuram village, Huzurnagar Taluka, with her old mother Rangama and younger daughter. Her brother, Raghavaya, was also a supporter of the party. During the Razakar days, her house was raided and destroyed, and her fields were laid waste. Her old mother got depressed but held on. But after the Rasakars had been suppressed, Indian military forces took up the trail of blood and torture. Rangapuram and Arama's family became the special target of the Indian military camps. One day, they raided the village, arrested men and women, including Arama, her mother and daughter Ansuya. They were taken to nearby Kokirani camp, threatened, insulted, beaten and their heads shaved. At first the barbers refused, but the military beat them and forced them to do it. The whole village was boiling with rage at the indignities that were being perpetrated on the family of their leaders, but they could not do anything then. Arama's family was forced to leave Rangapuram and started living in a temple hut in Vadadri, as wherever they went to live with some relative or other, those families also become victims of the Indian military and police raids and atrocities. The family kept up their courage. Comrade Sitaramayya used to keep up their morale. Even here in Vaidadri village, they were not allowed to stay. Arama took her younger daughter to some distant relative while the old grandma took Unsuya, wife of Comrade Sitaramayya, to Guntur. There Unsuya started. 241. Working in a tobacco factory and with her meager earnings they used to live in great privation and poverty, till the Telangana struggle was called off and they could return to their own village home. Comrade Sitaramayya had to continue to live underground for months afterwards as the warrants against him had not been withdrawn. **** Rambayama, belonged to Pindaprola village. Her husband died when she was very young, but she was a source of great help to the guerrilla squads who were in the hillocks around Pindaprola, their base of operations against the Nizam Razakars and Deshmukhs. She used to mobilize womenfolk in a number of villages to help the movement. After a few months she was arrested and kept in Warangal jail, where she spent 18 months. When 150 women prisoners, fighting against the lack of elementary facilities even for bathing, resorted to hunger strike, the jail authorities brutally lathi charged them. She was leading the resistance of the women and died due to the lathi charge. ****. Venkama was the wife of Rataya, a rich peasant, in the village of Chapakatlavarapalam, on the borders of Nandigama Talaka. She used to feed organizers and guerrilla squads, arranged for wounded members to be treated secretly in her houses or near about. Their house became marked. When the Indian Congress armies entered, they arrested Rataya and kept him in the Khammam cage. Venkama was made the target of molestation and rape. She could not stand the humiliation, so she took poison and killed herself. ****. What a large number of families had to undergo such sufferings and privations. Many of our Qadars have such a background of suffering and heroism. The womenfolk, though not earlier politically drawn into the movement and trained, rose to great heights of human heroism and sacrifice in the course of the struggle. Women are giving full cooperation, keeping secrets and giving shelter to comrades, and even old women are guarding us. During the replanting season, women see us in the fields, talk to us, but keep it a secret. In Sirikanda area, Suryapet Talaka, a woman recognized a prominent comrade and shouted his name in joy, but immediately other women put their hands on her mouth and silenced her. That news never spread. In Jayaram area, even old women came forward to distribute leaflets after giving us shelter. Koya women are giving intensive help, and the menfolk have stopped putting any obstacles to their activity, as they used to do in the beginning. Women from Ilandu went to join the squads, and agricultural labor women are in the forefront. In Garla area, a girl of 15 was caught and questioned, "Who is the man running away?" He was an important comrade taking shelter in that house. She immediately replied that he was her husband, that he had become afraid seeing the police and so was running away. The police, 242, evidently did not believe her story, beat her and raped her, but she refused to give out any secrets and stuck to her story. From a report to the Underground Center. In Govindapuram, Khammam Talaka, the most hated oppressor Ummanani Ramayya was killed by the guerrillas. The police raided the village and brutally tortured men and women to get from them information as to who had sheltered the guerrillas. None gave out the information. Children between 4 and 12, were coaxed with sweets, and when that failed, threatened, but even that did not work. None said a word about the guerrillas. Raping of women and women's fight against it. During the Nizam days, in 1946-47, the Nizam police and levy officials raided the villages of Akunur and Makirdapalli in Janajayan Talaka. They brutally raped a dozen or more women. This incident was taken up even by Congress leaders as a major issue, as an insult to the honor of womenfolk, as a disgrace to national honor. Padmaja Naidu was in the forefront of that agitation and a huge wave of anger swept the whole country. Similarly, early in 1943, In Madhya Pradesh, the police of the then British government committed rape in the villages of Ashti and Kaimur, in Sirvanka Taluka. There was a countrywide outburst of anger and agitation. Professor Bhansali went on fast till an inquiry was ordered, after suspending the officials concerned. But what the Indian Army and special armed personnel that were sent to Telangana had done there in this respect, was nothing less than what we read of what a foreign army of occupation does in an occupied country. But the whole Indian press controlled by the Congress government and all those great defenders of women's honor did not raise even a feeble word against this monstrous crime that had become the pastime of the Congress police and army during all those 3 years. Of the widespread character of rape and atrocities the women in Telangana had to undergo during that time, one can get just a glimpse, from even the few reports that reached our underground headquarters, and from which I give below a brief summary. I am also giving but a glimpse of the heroic resistance and the fight put up by women against this barbarity. 50 women in Munagala Pargana and another 25 women in other talukas in Andhra areas, 21 in Nelayagudam, Huzurnagar Mayalagudam, 15 women in Balapala, Manukota, 70 women in Simalapadu, Ilandu Taluka, 80 women in Narmada and Nanganar of Janajayan Taluka, were raped. In Kanapuram, Pindaprolu, Center, the wife of the local organizer Comrade Imam was simply carried away by the military brutes. Similarly, in Nagaram, Suryapet Taluka, a woman pointed out by the Congress agents, was carried away in a lorry, raped to death and thrown out on the road. In Rajipadu, Suryapet Taluka, a woman who had delivered only 3 days before, was raped. In Naragudam, Bhavnagiri Taluka, a woman who had delivered a day before, was raped. In Tenuganta, a woman in advanced pregnancy was raped. In Yenapadu, of Bhavnagiri Taluka, and in Pushpapur of Khammam Taluka, even girls of 10 years were raped. 243. Reports of women being raped by 5 to 10 military policemen at a time were innumerable. As far as our underground centers could get the information even during those days of terror, more than 100 women died of brutal rapings. In the first year itself, our reports showed more than 1,000 women being raped. It will be no exaggeration to say that in all these 3 years of the police and military terror regime of Congress rule, a few thousand women were raped, and in every center or village, where these police and military camps were established, mass rapings and forced prostitution were a common feature. But the women and the people waged a continuous and bitter fight against this barbarous attack on women, beat back the police in many cases, and saved themselves from this torture and brutality. Here are a few accounts of such resistance. After the encirclement raids, the police said that the communist menace was over and started not only moving about freely, but also entered the villages to perpetrate other crimes. 4 such soldiers from Nawabpet village, Jungao, camp went in civilian dress to Vadicharla village unarmed and raped women. The people of the village got wild. It was better to be dead than to suffer this indignity. Hundreds of people surrounded the house which the soldiers had entered. While 2 escaped, the other 2 were beaten to death. Then, the villagers sent word to the camp that they had killed communists. Thinking that this was true, the military rushed to the village only to find that it was their soldiers that were dead. They beat up the people, but the people replied, "What is the meaning in our living, when our dignity and honor are at stake? You ask us to catch hold of communists, but you indulge in raping our women." They boldly told them to their face that it was only because of that they had killed the 2 soldiers. On the very same day, when Military General Nanjappa came to Jungao, hundreds of people went to Jungao and told him to his face, "Yes, they raped our women and so we killed them." ****. In Pradutur village, the military raided, and after beating up villagers, shot dead 4 local militants. They tried to catch some women, but all the rest of the women of the village surrounded them and got their sisters released. In Malala village of Manukota, the military tried to drag a woman away from a crowd of women, but all the women stood their ground and resisted and forced the military to get out. In Madarugudam, Mayalagudam Taluka, the wife of the local organizer, Balakoti, was caught hold of by the military. She resisted and fought back, and escaped from their clutches. In Jalalpuram, in December 1949, an army man tried to rape a pregnant woman. She talked to him to get him into the room, then bolted it from the outside and gathered a crowd of women. They started abusing the man in the choicest terms. The other soldiers came and took him away. Another soldier, when attempting to take a woman, was forcibly thrown down and she escaped. 244. In Batavankanabavai Tanda, when the military tried to molest women, the men and women all resisted their efforts. They kept awake the whole night, all together in one place, and did not allow the military any chance to attack any woman. In Tirumalagiri, when a military man tried to rape a carpenter's wife, that carpenter took his long wood chopper, Batissa, and rushed at him. The soldier ran away for his life. In Koyagudam, when two policemen entered their houses, the women took hold of their grain winnowing pans made of bamboo, tla, and started beating them black and blue. By that time, the menfolk also gathered and chased them till they reached their police camp. In Narajarla village, a policeman, stripping himself naked before a crowd of women, caught hold of a woman. An old woman took a rice-pounding rod, rokalai, and chased him away. Two other policemen had to run away from the angry crowd of women. In Shetlamapuram, Manukota Taluka, when 23 women were caught and were about to be put into the lorries to be taken to the camp with the purpose of molesting them, all the womenfolk of the village surrounded the lorries and forced them to let off the women. In Pamai village of Khammam Taluka, all the women of that village gathered and foiled an attempt at mass molestation and rape. There were some cases of certain women who became mistresses of the police and became their informers. The guerrillas had to take certain action to safeguard the local militants and the party there. The party had given strict instructions not to touch, attack or kill any women merely because their husbands or families were hated oppressors of the people and were deadly opposed to our party and the movement. Even stray incidents, when they accidentally happened, were made a big issue of propaganda by the enemy to rouse the feelings of the people against us, as they tried to do with the shooting down of the wife of the Akampita sub-inspector. Contrast this with the mass rapings and molestation of women indulged in by the armed personnel of the ruling classes. In 1952, in Parliament, Communist MPs from Andhra and Kerala exposed the brutal manner in which the police attempted to force the arrested militants to rape their own sisters and mothers in the police lock ups. Every Democrat, every fighter for a decent and better life for the people, must envisage what to expect from the maddened ruling classes, the landlords and the monopolists, and from the government, when their power is challenged. Even now, during 1970–71, what the armed police of the Indira Gandhi government is doing in the Srikakulam agency of Andhra Pradesh, and in certain localities of Bengal, only goes to prove how easily the ruling classes resort to raping of women, a most vicious way of torture and barbarity, so as to strike terror into the people. We should all be prepared to meet it, and train our womenfolk to defend themselves and fight back the cruel enemy. 245. Women in guerrilla squads and in secret offices in towns. We have seen how women, staying in their own villages, in their own houses, fought against the oppressors and the police and suffered immensely, but went on fighting. Many demanded to be taken into the guerrilla squads, to the forest areas, maybe partly under the pressure of the enemy attacks as the only method of escape. The party admitted only a very few women into the forest areas, even fewer in the guerrilla squads. Yet there were quite a number of women comrades in various jobs, both in the political and military fields, in both the forest and plain regions. There is Comrade Swaraj Yam, sister of Comrade B. Narasimha Reddy, who has been active since 1945, even as a young girl in the Andhra Mahasabha and the communist movement. She is a good speaker with dash and understanding. She was in the forefront in organizing women and men in those glorious struggles. She had been an active whole-time functionary during the whole period of the Nizam Razakar days, and later all the 3 years in the Godavari forest region. She was a zonal organizer and later area committee member. She was the inspirer and leader of the Gundala Center Koya People's Resistance and Fight. She has tremendous initiative and capacity to go among the agricultural labor and the most oppressed sections of the people, mix with them and move them, though she herself comes from a landlord family. She is one of our prominent leaders in Nalgonda district. Her husband, Comrade V. Narasimhareddy, is an Andhra Pradesh State Committee member. There is Comrade Ramulama. Comrade Ramulama comes from Chirkipalli, Nalgonda. She joined the party along with her husband in 1946. Comrade Ramulama's husband left the party in 1948, because of certain weaknesses. But she remained in the party serving the people. During the anti-Nizam struggle she moved along with the guerrilla squads. She used to stitch red flags and present them to the squads. She had also undergone military training. In the worst days of the Congress military raids in Huzurnagar area, she very skillfully acted as a courier to an important technical organizer and kept alive the links with the center. This woman guerrilla very ably brought an important organizer who was in a dangerous situation, to the center. Because of ability and efficiency, she was promoted. She became secretary of the party in a center of Rajaram zone, Miryalagudam Taluka. One day, she went to Talapalai, Palanadu Taluka, on some work. A group of rich peasants of that village succeeded in deceiving her and handed her over to the police. Although she had her revolver in her clothes, she could not use it and make good her escape, as she was not expecting any danger. On hearing the news of her arrest, hundreds of women rushed to see her. They listened to her as she gave a talk and were very much inspired. The multitude of women that met her and listened to her were abusing the Congress and the police. After her release in 1951, she became an active worker in the Taluka, participating in all political and mass activities. She married Comrade Adi Reddy, the guerrilla commander of the area, who was repeatedly sentenced to death in many cases, but was later released in 1959. 246. There is Rang Emma, who had been an active guerrilla squad member and a political leader, handling a gun in Nal Umla, Krishna, forest region. She was married after the struggle was withdrawn, to Comrade Narayana of Penchakaldan, who has been one of our leading comrades in Huzurnagar area. ****. Tirapadama, wife of Chintalapalam Auxiliary Cell Secretary. The village rich got her husband arrested, along with Ramulama in the Palanadu Taluka. She was also arrested with them, but was released a few days later. Her relatives were not prepared to give shelter to her. Immediately after her release the police again started hunting for her. She came to the forest to us and requested that she be admitted into the squads. We told her to live in the villages for some time more. Some rowdy elements tried to dupe her but she escaped their trap. When our squad member, Nelikalu Ramulu, deserting the squad, went to her and told her that the party had sent him to take her to Rang Emma, a woman leader, who was taking shelter in Vijayawada, she accompanied him and crossed the Krishna River. But she found his behavior strange and suspicious, and escaped and came back to the forest areas. This time she again reached the squad. But as none of the zonal committee comrades were within reach, she could not be taken in. During the summer days she wandered from village to village and ultimately contacted the zone leaders and was recruited. She had initiative and was good at studies, and was allotted tasks in a political squad in Devarakonda area. Savitrama was recruited by the Huzurnagar Zone Committee and was sent to the forest area. She came from a poor peasant family and married in her childhood to a dunce, could not live with her husband and lived for 2 years in her mother's house. She helped the party all through the Nizam's period. When the Indian army entered, she was put in jail twice and later released and sent to her husband's place. She escaped from that house, and after 5 days of search contacted the squads and got herself recruited. She had initiative, carried out the tasks allotted to her meticulously, and was intent on her studies. She was working as a courier of a squad commander. her brothers and parents were all strong supporters of the party. The police arrested all of them and put them in jail, demanding that she surrender. She did not vacillate. After some more period of testing, she was recruited to the party. Once while carrying water to the center she was caught by an armed patrol, but in spite of terrific torture did not reveal any secrets. If she had uttered a single word, our party leader and the whole zonal center would have been blown up. ****. There was Naraz Emma, 20 years of age, coming from a poor peasant family. She had joined the squads in 1950 and was admitted as a party member in April 1951. She was an active cadre with good initiative, tried to carry out the tasks allotted to her by the party, and sought ways and means to accomplish them successfully. She tried to explain things to the people in a simple way, in her own way. She attracted the people and kept up their interest and respect. She had great 247 confidence in the party. She read and made efforts to develop the cadre. Here are some of her observations in the meeting of guerrillas and functionaries of her area. During the Nizam Razakar period, we tried to do everything and did not develop people's initiative to do things on their own, though they were moving on a big scale. That habit and practice continued after the Union armies came, and we justified it saying that the people could not move because of repression, so we must ourselves do the tasks even if the people did not participate. The new line points out this mistake. Squads wrongly killed some individuals on the basis of certain reports, without checking them up. Squads are asked now that we should concentrate more on destroying military personnel. But instead of our being in a position to ambush them, it is they who are ambushing us, moving day and night. We feel that within the amount of money that is allotted to us, we cannot get so many things. We hand over all we confiscate or collect to the party. The party must look after our absolute minimum requirements. We are not given that. You must coach up cadres properly, even if it means a few more days' delay, so that they can go to the villages with a clear understanding. Especially you must coach them as to how to escape the enemy. With regard to cadre protection, enough precaution and care is not being taken. You must give us books which we can understand. You must take more pains to find such material for us. We women are still being looked upon with the old outlook, that we are inferior. Any slip or mistake we commit, our leaders come down very heavily on us. It becomes a subject of open gossip and scandal. We must be guided and improved and not derided. If we move a little freely, we are watched with suspicion. Why have you not allowed any women to participate in actual guerrilla raids on the enemy? I have given this long extract just to give an idea of how the women cadre were feeling and developing. Koya women to the fore. In Godavari forest area, a greater number of women, and especially Koya women, had joined the squads and actively functioned. There were 9 women in guerrilla squads, 15 women as couriers, 2 women as second in charge of squads, 2 organizers, and 10 other local squad members. Some of their names were Nagmama, Papaka, Lachhaka, Ramaka, Pulaka, Badraka, Adavama, and Narayanama. Here are some sketches of these Koya women. 248. Venkatama, a young Koya girl, was one day being chased by the military in its raid of a Koya hamlet. As she was running desperately, the squad led by Jagannatham opened fire on the military that was pursuing her, repulsed it, and saved her. She joined the squad, helped it in all its chores, she learned to shoot and participated in a number of actions against the police and military. She was a good and cool shot. She got promoted as second in command. In one daring ambush, she led one section of the squad from one side and Jagannatham another from the opposite side, encircled the patrol, and 4 military personnel became casualties. The squad seized the arms, and as the supporting military van reached the spot, they retreated safely. Gradually, they developed mutual affection, and after long months of discussing the pros and cons, because she was a Koya woman whom her married husband had left long before she came of age, and he, Jagannatham, a man from the Govda community of the plains, Overcoming the age-old suspicions of the tribal people towards the domineering plainsmen, they decided to marry and applied for party permission. The party gave permission and solemnized this marriage. Today, both are active in the people's movement. During the period of guerrilla life she also learned to read and write and developed her political consciousness. Lach Haka is the sister of Comrade Balu and Ramulambadi brothers of Pusilapillai village, Manukota Taluka. Balu and Ramu had become active workers of the party and the Andhra Mahasabha and developed as organizers. They enabled their Tanda to resist evacuation under the Briggs Plan, and finally when it was forced to vacate, these two maintained regular contacts with it and got all necessary help for the guerrilla squads. Lach Haka was arrested and tortured, but she did not reveal any secrets. She escaped from the military camp one night, and after searching and searching she reached the headquarters of the party, through the recommendations of her brothers. She proved her grit and determination. She not only carried out various chores in the guerrilla squads, but also worked hard at her studies and mastered reading. She was a disciplined courier, worker, and organizer with full self-control. She married the squad commander, Virasvamya, who was in charge of protection of party headquarters. Balu and Ramu were arrested immediately after the withdrawal of the Telangana struggle and were shot dead. There was another, Koya, couple Papakatirapataya, brave, resourceful and experienced scouts. They could easily mix with the plains people and behave in such a way that nobody could distinguish them as tribals. They were the forward scouts in the whole Godavari forest region, over the whole of Warangal, Karimnagar and beyond Godavari in Adilabad and Bastar districts. They could carry a big load on their shoulders and heads, and walk miles and climb hills and hillocks easily. They could swim the Godavari in floods, with a dry log of wood to support them. The government tried its best to get at them but failed. Similarly, there were other Koya couples like Lakshmi Sundarayya, Ramakapolaya, Pulakaseti, Ademanarayana, Bhadrakadalaya, Nagmamapadmayaya and Lach Hakaramulu, who worked and kept the red banner high through all the years of struggle, participating in squads, as couriers, scouts and in military actions against the enemy. 249. Padagapati Nagmama of Melakaravua, a poor peasant, had made her house a place of retreat for squad members. She used to regularly carry and supply food to squads. One day she was caught, raped, brutally tortured for 3 days, shot, and burnt alive in a hayrick. Throughout all the torture she bore up without giving out any secret about any guerrilla. Budama, a young Koya girl of Bendalapadu, joined the squads and was in charge of a women's supply squad. Many times she was able to hoodwink the police and keep up the flow of supplies. One day she was caught, raped, tortured and shot dead in the Majalapalli streamlet. Koya Lach Haka, wife of Satyam, was the deputy leader of a guerrilla squad. After the police action, her squad was attacked by the Indian armed police near Majalapalli. She fired at the enemy with her Sten gun and killed 4 police personnel. 2 of her squad members were able to escape. She was also retreating before the advancing enemy, when her hair plate caught in hanging thorny branches and she could not make good her escape. She died, hit by enemy bullets. Apart from these women caught her in the forests and villages, in the towns there were women comrades working in dens, i.e., shelter homes specially organized for our more stable functioning. They used to be our copyists, copying thousands of pages of reports, circulars, documents, correspondence, patiently, day and night, multiplying and dispatching the material to various centers, always conscious that at any time their places might be raided, and they would be subjected to terrible atrocities. Not only copying, in some places these women comrades were in charge of gun and ammunition running. When the den keeper did not turn up in time to the minute, they were to remove the line clear signal and hoist the danger signal. 3 or 4 times, some of the important dens were blown up, but because of the prompt action taken by these women comrades, the damage did not spread. Marriage and new social problems. In the plains, the old arranged marriages and sharp conflict in certain cases arising in the upper castes, where divorce and remarriage were frowned upon and socially disapproved, posed certain problems before the party, the Andhra Mahasabha and Panch committees. In certain communities, divorces and remarriages were allowed, but the new husband had to compensate the old one for the loss he had suffered. Cases of refusal of such compensation came before the Panch committees and party organizers. Further, in quite a number of cases the husbands demanded that their wives be restored to them, and were not satisfied with the customary compensation. 250. The party and the Panch committees were guided by the principles of equality of men and women, their right to choose their own partners and their right to get a divorce and to remarry, if in spite of the best efforts, reconciliation had not been possible. At the same time, we did not encourage license or anarchic sexual behavior, even though we did not look at sex relations or lapses and mistakes from the ascetic angle or from the angle of sin. But before a decision was given, and implemented, it was necessary to explain to the persons concerned, as well as to the public, how the decision helped towards a cleaner and frank life. It contributed to a better development of the people's movement and of social relations. No decision was to be given which would put mass opinion against us. Here is one incident that illustrates the way our Panch committees tried to bring this new concept into practice. In Kerala village, Huzurnagar, the Panch committee consisted of one agricultural laborer, one poor peasant and one middle peasant. A rich peasant married her daughter to another rich peasant boy in childhood itself. As the girl reached womanhood, her husband treated her very badly. She was fed up with him and loved an agricultural labor youth and developed intimacy with him. Her relatives tried to force her to live with her husband, tempted her with jewels, good clothes, and even tried village quack remedies to get her to love her husband again. Nothing worked. She openly declared that she would marry her lover and live with him. The case was brought before the village committee. The committee decided that she was free to do as she liked and granted a divorce. She subsequently married the agricultural laborer. This question of marriage, divorce, and remarriage had to be tackled, because the issues were posed among the general public in the course of the development of the movement and in the course of the changing pattern of economic and social relations. It had also become an acute and urgent problem for many young girls whose husbands had lost their lives in the struggle. Our party stressed the need for a new moral code, that it was not a matter of sin or disloyalty, but a good thing to let the girls to remarry in order to live a normal life and be useful to the people's movement. They must choose proper partners, continue the traditions of their old partners and achieve their ideals. It was a delicate question, without wounding their sentiments and attachments, as time calmed down the pain of loss, to help them to gradually forge new attachments. We succeeded in persuading a good number of girls to remarry and they are now leading a happy normal life, most of them sympathetic to the people's cause and to the communist movement. I will end this section, recalling an example of the greatest sacrifice any woman can ever make. A martyr's wife, let us call her Comrade Padma with her small child, was in our underground apparatus. We encouraged her and she gradually developed an attachment to one of our capable organizers, who was also then part of our technical apparatus. Sri Ravi Narayan Reddy and all of us encouraged them to marry. After a few months, the enemy combing became very intensive. We had to disband quite a lot of our apparatus and send a good chunk of our technical cadre to the forest base and limit our city technical apparatus to an absolute minimum. She was soon to give birth to a child. Her brothers, who were rich landlords, were not ready to 251. Take her or her new child to stay with them and face the social odium. I sent her a painful suggestion, that if she was prepared to give up her child to someone else, completely incognito, in the hospital itself, her brothers would receive her, the party would be relieved of heavy responsibility and her husband could go to the forest. She consented. Her husband left for the forests. She gave up her newborn to a couple who were issueless, and she went to her brother's place. After the Telengana movement was withdrawn, the couple lived a modest life, with a modest income. Her eldest son was not allowed to be with his mother, because his new guardians would deprive him of his father's rightful properties. Her second son could not even pay visits to her because his new parents, who reared him with affection, did not want to lose him, nor did Padma want to make her son develop any complex against the mother who had left him as he was born, and against his new parents who had reared him. I had always nursed a feeling of guilt, after that suggestion of mine. Could I not have taken the mother and her two children to some other place where Padma could have lived with her husband and children after his return? At that time, we were thinking of years of armed struggle, till we achieved final liberation. All who were capable went to the forests, and others were to settle in jobs and places to eke out new sources of living and do whatever they could for the cause of the revolution. But the Telangana armed struggle was withdrawn within 1 year after this. It was rankling in my heart, when I was seriously ill, lying in Osmania Hospital in July, 1965, the press gave out news that my condition was critical and the doctors were anxious. Many friends came to see me. One day, Padma came and greeted me. I felt relieved. I recalled to the couple that demand of mine on them 15 years before. Such are the great sacrifices the Telangana movement called for, and the women of Telangana rose to the occasion. Comrade Padma is one such example. Chapter X. Brief sketches of some of the squad and party leaders who laid down their lives after the entry of the Indian Army. Comrade Kondal Reddy and Ravula Viraya, while hiding in a big cave in a big stone hillock, were surrounded by militarymen in Nimaikallu, near Puttasurayapet. They stationed themselves deeper into the cave, and knowing that in any case, they would fall into the hands of the enemy, sold their lives dearly, by killing as many of the military men as possible, before they themselves died. As two soldiers peeped into the cave, they were instantly killed with rifle and Sten gun fire. This frightened the soldiers. Fire spat from inside the cave whenever any soldier was found anywhere near the opening of the cave. The whole contingent of soldiers rained fire into the cave and got it back. Some more soldiers were killed. Only when the return fire had stopped did they gather enough courage to go inside the cave. There they found the two dead bodies, which they dragged out, along with a Sten gun and a rifle. 252. Not a single round of ammunition was left. Even the enemy was amazed at the heroism of these two comrades. Comrade Kondal Reddy, who came from a middle peasant family of Isthalapuram village, Suryapet Taluka, joined the Congress in 1947, during the merger movement. But he soon got disillusioned with the methods of congressmen and within months joined the Communist Party. He was successful in bringing along with him into the Communist Party, 2 Congress squads and a number of other people. He participated in many an action of the guerrilla squads, and during the struggle against the Nizam, was one of those who encircled Arapadu and Atmakur police camps. After the entry of the Union forces also, he participated in many actions, especially in Nazimpet, where soldiers were waylaid. 25 years in age, with a strong physique and cool courage, he proved to be a terror to the enemy that made him the beloved leader of the squad and the people. Comrade Ravula Viraya, who was killed along with Comrade Kondal Reddy, was a sub-commander of the squad. Coming from a Toddy Tapper's family of Apura village, Suryapet Taluka, Comrade Viraya, at the early age of 18, had joined the village squad and later the guerrilla squad. He had participated in many actions including the attack on the Arapadu camp. It was in this action that he received bomb injuries. After an operation, he came back to the squad to die a hero's death along with his commander. Comrade John, the military had encircled 40 villages of 3 talukas, Suryapet, Ramanapet, and Nalgonda, herded all the menfolk from all these villages at Vardhamanikot and started torturing them. In this encirclement were caught squad commander, Comrade John, and another member of the squad, near the Arvapalli hillocks, near Suryapet Taluka. They were brought to Vardhamanikot and shot dead, right before the people, for having refused to reveal secrets about the squads. Comrade John hailed from an agricultural labor family of Hajirtagudam in Suryapet Taluka. He joined the anti-Nizam struggle in 1947, and later the guerrilla squads. He was associated with such historical actions as Kotapadu, Nutanakallu, Tirumalagiri, etc., and had many heroic feats to his credit. In the raid on Tondle camp, he dashed into the house of the village Sahukar where the police were taking shelter and got a bullet wound in his thigh. Soon after he recovered, he was back in his squads and into various actions in Arapadu, Atmakur, Kondakondla. Joining as an ordinary member in a squad, Comrade John soon shot up to the commander's post, by his bravery and service. He participated in many actions against the military of the Indian Union. John was much loved by the people. He gave his life, but did not reveal a single secret. Even today, people narrate many stories about the bravery of Comrade John. It was the same with the other squad member, who was caught along with him, tortured and shot dead. Comrade Makhaviraya, Comrade Makha came from a small landlord family of Gokinapalli, Khammam Taluka. Already an active Andhra Mahasabha worker, he took a leading part in the people's struggles during 1943-46, and became the leader of the area squad during 253. 1947-48. I had occasion to spend a day or two with him on my way to and from Union Territory to the guerrilla area, in Pindaprolu area. He lived in the woods, among rocks, and in the rain, along with his squad members. He encouraged sharp criticism of his failures from his squad members, who were far junior to him, some of them coming from the poorest and most downtrodden sections of the people of the same area. He admitted his mistakes before them and promised to improve. He won the respect and unbounded loyalty of his squad members and colleagues. He never left the danger zone and went on working among the people, unlike certain other district leaders like Ravalajanki Ramayya, who left the area for Union Territory, when the Razakar attacks were intensified, and did not return to the field in spite of repeated party instructions. After the Indian Army intervention, Comrade Makhaviraya was organizing his area, encouraging his people to fight on. One day, he and his squad were surrounded and he was captured by the military. He was tortured. A report goes to say that his eyes were gouged out, but he did not squeal. He and his companion, Comrade Krishnamurti, were shot. His body was paraded in Khammam town and neighboring villages, to frighten the people that if they dared to resist, the same fate would await them. People wept and gritted their teeth in anger. Even now, after 20 years, he is remembered with veneration and deep sorrow. Comrade Srinivasa Rao, news reached the military that the Gangavarapu Srinivasa Rao squad was taking shelter in Kacharajagudam hillocks in Khammam Taluka. The military encircled these hillocks spread over a 3-mile area. The very same night, using bright lights, they started the search. The squad was betrayed by one Donchi Suri, a courier in whom Comrade Srinivasa Rao continued to have confidence, in spite of his comrades' warnings that he was indulging in anti-people activities. The sentry of the squad immediately woke up the squad members. They looked round and found the military approaching them from all sides. Moreover, it was a moonlit night. They were considering what to do. Already, a batch of military was within reach. No good discussing and thinking. Fire, do not get caught alive, was the command given by Commander Srinivasa Rao. Taking a Sten gun in his hand, he fired it in a circle. His colleagues followed suit. A number of soldiers fell dead and others were wounded. There were loud cries from the soldiers. This brought other military to the same point. It was just impossible to run away in those hillocks. So, taking positions behind one huge boulder or another, there was firing and counter-firing. The otherwise peaceful night erupted into thunder, waking up the far-off villages. People were anxiously inquiring as to what it was. The squad's ammunition stocks were finished, the last bullet also being put to good use. Rifles quieted down from the squad's side, but continued to roar from the enemy side. Until it was daybreak the soldiers did not dare to approach the spot. And when they did, All of the guerrillas were found dead, with their weapons still tightly gripped in their hands. 254. The military from Khammam took the dead bodies of the squad members and reached Venkatayapalam, from where Comrade Srinivasa Rao hailed. They forcibly gathered all the people and showed them the dead bodies. Young and old alike wept like children. Comrade Srinivasa Rao belonged to a well-to-do landlord family. Passing his matriculation examination, he took an active part in the student movement. From 1945, he was associated with the Andhra Mahasabha and the Communist Party and conducted many struggles against the landlords and Deshmukhs. He developed into one of the capable leaders of Khammam Taluka. As a zonal organizer of tens of villages, he organized squads and made it impossible for the Rasakars to step into those villages. He prepared the people to resist the military onslaughts and himself conducted many raids, inflicting heavy losses on the soldiers. The people of Venkatayapalam buried the martyr's body with full honors. A martyr's memorial stands in the spot today, and every year the anniversary of his death is observed. Comrade Alwala Narasimhareddy. Comrade Narasimhareddy came from a small peasant family from Alwala village of Miryalagudam Taluka of Nalgonda district. He became a most daring and capable guerrilla squad leader, a terror to the landlords, Patels, and Patvaris, the oppressors of the people, but a beloved leader of the people. He stopped the collection of taxes and grazing fees all around, made successful raids on military lorries near the Ibrahimpatnam bridge, and in the village of Elalamanda, a lightning raid on a military squad, forced them to flee. In Shirlakunta village, he opened fire on the military, killing 3 of them. The Indian military authorities were hunting him. Once he was taking shelter among a herd of cattle, in the riverbed of Dindi. Suspecting his presence, the military opened fire on the herd. Comrade Narasimhareddy jumped onto the back of the fleeing cattle, reached the other shore, and scaling the hilly bank, escaped the hunt. 2 years later, in July 1971, when we happened to pass that very spot, the squad members accompanying me, proudly showed me that place and narrated the heroic exploits of Comrade Alwala Narasimhareddy. After this escape, he was taking shelter with certain contacts in the village of Teppalamatugu, whilst suffering from high fever. The military authorities came to know of this and surrounded the village. Brave Narasimhareddy did not want to get caught in the house of friends and bring upon them the anger of the military. So he took his gun and went out of the village, took position, and fired on the military. He was such a sure shot that he kept them at bay. When he found his ammunition running out, he aimed his last bullet at himself, triggered it, and died. The military approached him guardedly, after many volleys of firing at him, making sure that he was dead. The military commander saluted the brave leader at his heroic death and cremated him with military honors, before the weeping people. In 1951, I paid a visit to this great hero's mother in Alwala village to pay my respects and convey our party's condolences to her. 255. Comrade Vallabhanani Sitaramaya. Comrade Sitaramaya and his squad were resting near a well in Kamblapalli village in Devarakanda Taluka towards the end of December 1948. The people's enemy, Venkatareddy, brought the Gurkha military there, and the squad was surrounded. In the ensuing struggle, Comrade Sitaramaya laid down his life. Comrade Sitaramaya come from a middle peasant family, from Penchakaladin village, and had studied up to 9th class. Even in his childhood, his sympathies were with the agricultural laborers and the farm servants. He fought his own father and supported their strikes for higher wages. In Suryapet town he participated actively in the struggles against black marketeers and corrupt officials, and won the respect and confidence of the students by actively leading their struggles against the headmaster's actions. Leaving school in the 1947 Quit Schools movement, he joined the Telengana People's Movement and became one of its beloved leaders. He managed the party office set up in the Union Enclave of Munagala and later took up the responsibility of political leader and squad commander of Ramadugu area of Miryalagudam. He enthused the people and got them to dig a canal from a tank to cultivate dry lands. When, under the pressure of military combings, he was forced to Devarakonda forest areas. Within a short time there, he roused a number of villages to fight the local oppressors and won their love and confidence. When with his squad he was surrounded in Kamblapalli village, he asked his squad to break through and bore the brunt of the enemy fire. Wounded, he lay down quietly, and when the enemy approached him, he released his grip on his hand grenade, killing a few more Gurkha soldiers, and along with them sacrificed his own life in the grenade explosion. Comrade Pasam Rami Reddy. Comrade Pasam Rami Reddy come from a well-to-do rich peasant family of Kararam village. He became a militant leader of the people, being the most experienced military leader of Bhavnagiri area. He carried out many a successful raid on Razakar and Nizam police camps during 1947-48. When the Indian Army entered, he led the people to liquidate many a Razakar camp in Bhavnagiri Taluka. He had surrounded one of the strongest of such camps of Rasakars and gave them an ultimatum to surrender. The Rasakars sent word submitting to the ultimatum. Rami Reddy's squads were disarming them and taking them prisoners, and Rami Reddy was supervising them. Suddenly some Rasakars, who were hiding nearby, stealthily shot him dead. The people avenged the death of their leader. But one of the most capable military and political leaders of the whole area was no more there to lead the people in the critical situation that was developing after the Indian Army intervention. The irreparable loss could not be overcome. Comrade Ramanujachari, a central organizer of Bhangur Taluka, Comrade Ramanujachari was sleeping alone in a field near the outskirts of Chirukajara village. Betrayed by enemies from the village, the military surrounded him while he was asleep. He was taken to a nearby rivulet and tortured to force information out of him. "You are devils and not men, but you cannot break me," he calmly said. Finding all their efforts fruitless, they bayoneted him and buried him, while still alive, in the sand. Next morning, the people went there, unearthed his body and gave him a martyr's funeral. 256. Comrade Kodundarami Reddy. Comrade Kodundarami Reddy, hailing from a wealthy family in Brahmanapal village, Shirki Taluka, now Bhangur, was attracted to service to the people. He participated in student activities and later joined the Andhra Mahasabha and the Communist Party. He organized a mighty mass movement, conducted a number of anti-Deshmukh struggles and was loved by one and all. He was popularly known as Pedana, elder brother, by the people. He was a political leader and military, guerrilla, leader as well. He led attacks against the big Razakar camps in Indirala, Gokuram, and inflicted heavy losses. He conducted the historic raid on the Gundrampal Nizam police camp and literally razed it to the ground, confiscating weapons from 100 Rasakars. Similarly, he led many actions against the Union Army. Comrade Kodundarami Reddy was a fearless fighter and a terror to the enemy. As the leader of the Bhangur Area Committee, he organized both the mass movement as well as the guerrilla struggle. It was these qualities that attracted the attention of the Union Army, which was always on the hunt for this mighty leader of the people. At last they succeeded in surrounding him while he was talking to the people and shot him dead. Comrade Gali Hanumayya, who was with him at the time, took position, opened fire at the military and forced them to retreat. He saved the body of Comrade Kodundarami Reddy from falling into the hands of the enemy. The people and Comrade Hanumayya took the martyr's body in a huge procession and cremated it with great honors, amidst deep sorrow. Comrades Hanumayya and Suryanarayana, the squad led by Comrade G. Hanumayya, Suryapet Taluka, and the squad led by Comrade Suryanarayana, Ramanapet Taluka, had both drawn up a plan to attack a toddy lorry that went with military escort, and take possession of their weapons. Near Pilapal, they took positions on both sides of the road. One of the members of the squad, attired in an ordinary peasant's dress, walked along the road and asked the lorry to stop. No sooner had it stopped than the other squad members in hiding came out and at the point of rifles, collected the weapons from the two soldiers in the lorry and took them away. Taking the weapons, they reached the river Musi. But, on that very day, the military encircled the whole area and the squad was caught in the encirclement. They decided to break through, and under the leadership of their commanders, all the squad members made a bid to escape. Comrade Hanumayya died on the spot, a bullet piercing his heart. Another comrade, Somirdi, also died in the fighting. Comrade Suryanarayana, who was wounded, fell down, but the rifle was still in his hand. The soldiers who neared him, seeing the rifle, got frightened and shot him dead. Thus, 2 squads were almost eliminated. Comrade Hanumayya hailed from an ordinary family in Suryapet Taluka and was active from 1943 in the Andhra Mahasabha and the party. Once guerrilla squads were organized, he took the responsibilities of a commander, and conducted a number of raids both on the Nizam's forces and later against the Union government soldiers, killing a large number of them. After encirclement raids, he retreated to Shirki Taluka. He died there a hero, in action. 257. Comrade Suryanarayana, who hailed from an ordinary family in Kothapalli village in Nalgonda Taluka, worked for his livelihood in Vijayawada and Tenali hotels. Later he joined the British Army. Discharged after the Second World War, he came back to the village. Soon he became a commander in the anti-Nizam struggle. After working in Bhangur and Nalgonda talukas, he laid down his life in the battle. Comrades Kongarachaya of Brahmanapal and Jerry Egalarami Reddy of Kolanapoka, in Bhavnagiri Taluka, were 2 other comrades who died in this fighting. Comrade Padmareddy was Police Patel of village Sunshala. He resigned his post and joined the Andhra Mahasabha. Later, he joined the party. He was arrested after the police action and was kept in custody. But Panala Lakshmareddy, Panala Narayanareddy, Siddhapurapuanagivaru, landlords, bribed the military and got him shot dead in June 1949. Comrade Gabeda Tirumalareddy, Union soldiers caught hold of Comrade Tirumalareddy in his own village Gabeda, Jungayo Taluka, on information given by an informer. After torture he was shot dead. Even during his student days, while studying for his matriculation examination in the Jungayo Mission High School, in 1946, he was responsible for the strengthening of the Andhra Mahasabha and Communist Party. Responding to the Quit College movement in 1947, he went to the villages to build up the great movement. First as an organizer and later as a guerrilla commander, he undertook many responsibilities in the service of the people. The very name of Comrade Tirumalareddy struck terror into the hearts of the enemies of the people. It was because he was such a terror that the military was so happy at his arrest. Gloom spread all over, with the news of his death. A song about Comrade Tirumalareddy is very popular even today, and his death anniversary is observed every year. Comrade Rikula Lakshmareddy, Congressids came to know that Pandyala Raghavarao, Rikula Lakshmareddy and 3 other comrades were in hiding in Kothapalli village, Varungal Taluka. 60 militarymen surrounded the houses. On hearing the approach of the military, the comrades immediately tried to escape. The military opened fire, wounding Comrade Lakshmareddy in the leg. He was caught, as was also Pandyala Raghavarao. The other 3 could make good their escape. Both of them were brought to the Ganapuram police station. Raghavarao was sent to jail, but Lakshmareddy was tortured by congressmen, the military, and enemies of the people. He was done to death by crushing his testicles. A guider weapon also fell into the enemy's hands. Comrade Sitaramarao, zonal organizer, Comrade Panagodi Sitaramarao, along with 2 other squad members, was resting in a forest near Pedatalagada, Lendu Taluka. This information reached the Kothapalli military camp. Immediately the military encircled them. Comrade Sitaramarao and his followers took up positions and opened fire. Before long they were mowed down by the Bren gunfire of the enemy. 258. There is also another version of this story. Comrade Sitaramarao, along with his companion, Comrade Sangam, was resting in Pocharam village of Manukota Taluka. News reached the military through one of their agents. The military swooped on them and captured them. They were shot dead when they refused to reveal any secrets. Born in a rich peasant family in Chundapatla village in Suryapet Taluka, Comrade Sitarammarao worked among the students from 1946 and came out of Varungal College in response to the Quit College movement in 1947. He was a central organizer and squad commander in his own area. Before the police action, Comrade Sitarammarao was associated with many actions including the lightning raid on the Mamilagudam camp, destruction of the road between Chundapatla and Kampadu villages, killing Rasakars in Chivemula, Kampadu and other places. He was a terror to the enemies, whose lands he had distributed among the people. He was one of those who retreated to the forests immediately after the police action. He soon took up zonal organizers' responsibilities after he reached the forests. It was a new area, but that did not deter him. He said there were the same poor people everywhere to be defended and the same enemies to be taught a lesson. He moved whole villages into action and distributed the food grains of the landlords. New lands were brought into cultivation. Many an enemy of the people was suppressed. He took a leading part in confiscating a large amount of ammunition from the Ilanda coal mines ammunition dump. He conducted lightning raids on the Karpali and Kothapalli camps, and in the end, he died fighting the enemy. His death was one of the big losses suffered by the party during that period. Comrade Anirdi Rami Reddy. Comrade Rami Reddy hailed from a landlord family of Ramanagudam, Suryapet Taluka. Quitting college in 1947, at the call of the party, he came into the movement. 3 of his brothers were already in prominent positions in the party. He took up the responsibilities of the zonal organizer in Hajayartagudam, and became very popular in the 100 villages or so in Suryapet, Nalgonda and Bhangur talukas in which he worked. He organized the distribution of thousands of acres of land and thousands of cattle. Comrade Rami Reddy was also the leader of the famous road destruction movement in the Hajayartagudam area. In the course of this action, the enemy killed Kisan and agricultural labor youth numbering 12 in Balampalli village, 18 in Kazar Lapadu, 18 in Ramanagudam and 12 in Patar Lapadu, and threw their dead bodies in the breaches made in the roads. Comrade Rami Reddy along with his guerrilla squad ambushed and attacked the Rasakars several times and mobilized all the people. He completely destroyed a 13-mile stretch of road. It was the determination and revolutionary zeal of Comrade Rami Reddy that led to the success of this program in that taluka. When the Indian Army entered Hyderabad state, Comrade Rami Reddy's squad, along with other squads, encircled the Rasakars at Funigiri, forced them to surrender and seized their arms. 259. Comrade Rami Reddy started rebuilding the organization to face the enemy attacks in the plains areas after the monsoon had set in. On August 2, 1950, he and his companion, Yele Swami, were at a well near Ramachandrapalli village. On the basis of information supplied by a betrayer, the enemy encircled them. Comrade Rami Reddy decided to break the cordon and escape. He opened fire with his Sten gun, injuring some among the enemy. But Comrade Rami Reddy and his companion laid down their lives, hit by the enemy's bullets. Comrade Jagannatham, party organizer, Comrade Jagannatham went into Nalampalli village, Manthina Taluka, unarmed, believing the word of the local landlords, but once he reached there, found they had betrayed him. They overpowered him and handed him over to the military camp at Balagudam, where he was tortured very badly for 3 days. He was tied to a tree, hung up in the air and beaten, but they could not extract from him even a single word. All this before the very eyes of the villagers. People were very depressed at the possible death of their leader and were a little apprehensive that he might betray some secrets. "If I die, hundreds will be born, and they will see your end," and as the soldiers sent a bullet through his chest, his last words were "Communist Party Zindabad." Comrade Jagannatham was born in Singaram village, Suryapet Taluka, in a poor peasant family. Participating in the anti-Nizam struggle, he developed step by step to the position of assistant commander of a squad. He dealt heavy blows to the Rasakars at Singaram, Pataralapadu, Anaram, El Kapali and many other villages. After the police action, he was one of those who retreated to the forests. He gathered some tribal youth and constituted a squad and participated in the raids on Gangaram Road, in Lavala and other villages. He was given the responsibility of extending the movement to Manthina area, and worked as center organizer of Balagudam. He was loved by the people in the area, but before he could strengthen the movement, he was killed. The horrible news of his death quickly reached the other squads. At 10 in the night they donned military uniforms and reached Nalampally village. There they woke up the Sindhi, sleeping in the village Chavdi office, and told him to call up everyone in the village, saying that the Dora, the big man, had come. The Sindhi thought it was really so and roused all the people. All the enemies of the people, particularly those who had betrayed Comrade Jagannanam, were in the front, shouting Jai Hind, and arrived at the Chavdi with folded hands. After Jagannatham was caught, the military had been coming every day in protection of such betrayers and local landlords. These betrayers thought that the military had come in the same way that night also. The squad members asked, "Who is the fellow who betrayed the communist and handed him to us? We want to reward him." A number of the betrayers came forward, claiming that it was he that had played the most important part. The more important among these betrayers were shot, and the others beaten black and blue. After that the squad disappeared in no time. As soon as this incident became known, the military came, surrounded the forest around and scoured the whole area for the squads, but could not find anyone. After this, the camp at Balagudam was wound up, this event having proved nightmarish for all the enemies in that area. 260. From then onwards, the military stopped going round at night, and the number of raids on villages also came down. Comrade Lingaya's squad, the 5-member squad of Comrade Lingaya, after bathing in the Godavari, were walking through the forest near Ilapuram. But having come to know that this squad used to pass through that road every day, the military took up positions on both sides of the road. The squad was encircled and there was no way of escape for them. Still they lay down on the ground and opened fire. The enemy had the advantage and it did not prove difficult for them to take the lives of these 5 comrades, as well as their weapons, which included 1 rifle and 3 barmars. Born in a shepherd family in Chundapatla village of Suryapet Taluka, Comrade Lingaya worked as a member of the local squad during the anti-Nizam struggle in 1947, later as a courier to Comrade Panagoti Sitaramarao, then as a member of a guerrilla squad, as an assistant commander and finally, as a commander. He joined the party as an illiterate, but by the time he became a squad commander, he had not only learnt writing and reading, but was even able to maintain correspondence with higher committees. He was in the forefront in many an action that took place in and around Chundapatla village. He retreated into the forests after the encirclement raids of the Union military. He also played an important part in the raids on the railway lines and sniping raids on the military at many places. Comrade Lingaya took the responsibility of extending the movement into the Mangapita area in Mulago Taluka. He recruited 4 tribal youth from that area and constituted a separate squad for himself, sending his old squad members to other areas, with new responsibilities. In Mangapita, Acharunagaram area, he took up the cause of the tribal people, fought against the local landlords, mobilized the people, seized the properties and grains of these landlords and distributed them to the people. Many raids were conducted by him on the military that was passing between Mangapita and Acharunagaram. He played a prominent part in the raid on the Alapalai military camp. He died along with his squad members in the skirmish, and in great glory. This was however an irreparable loss to the party in that area. Those who had betrayed their movement to the enemy were later killed by the other squads. Vatsya and Bimla, they were from the Lambadi people from Undragonda Tanda of Vallabhapuram, Suryapet Taluka. For years, both in the Razakar time and the Indian Union Army time, they were doing courier work. Their homes were always a reserve shelter for leading cadres. Their wives and their whole families were fully cooperating and used to take extreme risks to help and shelter the cadres. They were arrested, tortured, and shot dead by the Union government authorities. Their wives have continued to support and work for the party. Comrade Soyum Gangulu. Comrade Soyum Gangulu came from a Koya hamlet, Banzara, of less than 10 houses. Valorous and a good hunter, a very good marksman, a good conversationalist, he could explain issues in simple terms to his people, and rouse them to fight. 261. Against the oppressors. He was illiterate but learned to read. He submitted himself to the discipline of the party and strove his best to overcome his mistakes and bad habits. Though he had a weakness for drink, he was a disciplined squad leader and tried his best to overcome it. Special care to train and help him was taken by the area leaders. He, too, developed special regard towards them. He was brave and militarily a very capable tactician. Many a time he ambushed the enemy, having an uncanny intuition of smelling out enemy moves. Many a critical time, his cool-headed moves and prompt lightning actions saved the leaders of the area. Once, the son of the Iswaropata Zamindar was captured by this squad. He released the son, saying that the party's quarrel was with his father and not with him, as he had not done anything harmful to the people. He warned him not to follow in his father's footsteps but to do something good for the people. He was respected and loved by his Koya people and was called Tiger of the Koya people. The Union authorities tried to hunt him down and capture him, but failed. But one day, in a place bordering West Godavari Taluka, he was tempted with drinks by a woman and while sleeping, was betrayed and captured by the police. For a week, he was tortured and paraded throughout the Koya area, to frighten them. He only used to say, "I disobeyed my party and hence fell a prisoner to the enemy. You are going to kill me. But I will not betray my party and people. Victory will be ours." Every bone of his body was crushed under continuous torture. Then later he was shot dead. A small memorial, samadhi, marks his burial place in his village. I went there and paid my homage to the brave martyr. I saw his son and mother. His villagers showed me a tall palm tree and told me that the Union military had asked the villagers to climb it and get palmyra fruit, and when they got up the tree, they were shot dead. The villagers of Soyam Gangulu, the tiger of the Koyas, had records of sacrifice worthy of the memory of this great hero. Comrade Kunjamuthialu. Comrade Kunjamuthialu was another Koya comrade. Expert swimmer and excellent scout, with unparalleled courage, tenacity, and determination, he used to cross the river Godavari in full floods. He was the vital link between different squads and the area leadership. It was on the basis of his scouting and accurate information that many a successful ambush and action were carried by the area squads. Though the military established nearly 20 camps in the Palvancha area and in one particular place, 8 camps within a radius of 5 miles, our squads ambushed them in about 30 to 40 places and inflicted between 20 to 30 casualties. Only 2 of their camps were raided. One day Comrade Muthialu was on his way to some place. The Patel of Gang Aram getting scent of this ambushed him with 10 policemen and his own Gunda gang, and captured him. He was tortured but not a word came out of his mouth. If he had been a weak person, and squealed, with his extensive knowledge of the area hideouts, tremendous damage would have been caused. But he, the great son of the Koya people, steeled by the communist movement. 262. Stood all the torture, sacrificed his life, but saved the party, the movement, and held high the red banner. Kaka Bujaji, another leader of the Koyas, Patel of 40 Koya hamlets, who was also with the people's movement, was arrested and shot by the police. When 10 years later, I had the occasion to go to the area, some of the old militants and people narrated their stories to me, vividly recalling the suffering they had to undergo at the hands of the Indian Union police and authorities in those days, and remembered their heroic leaders. In this Palvanchabar Jempad area, after 1948 and before the end of 1951, when the Briggs plan of evacuating them from the forest area, to starve out the squads, was enforced, 400 to 500 Koya people were shot dead by the military. Comrade Bisshaya, Comrade Bisshaya of Chiranomula village, Mathura Taluka, was the squad leader and Kuttaramakotaya, also of the same village, was another important member of the squad. Their squad was surrounded by a military patrol in the Kondakotani stream in Yanambeli forests, Palvancha Talaka. Comrades Shaya fought back to the last bullet, and this enabled 9 members of their squad to escape the encirclement. But these 2 were captured and tortured for 3 days. But the enemy could not get anything from them. The military shot them dead. Bodhbudi Pannaya of the same village was also shot dead by the enemy. Repulawada martyrs, Modarapur Ramachandraya of Govindapuram village, Mathura Talaka, was caught in the village and tortured to get secrets. He was thrown from a housetop after breaking his bones and killed. 8 comrades from different places were brought and shot dead near Govindapuram. Their names are Yelamandala Chandraya, Manda Akaya of Alapadu, Goramakshu Ajaraya, and Madi Ramulu of Valapuram, Mathura Talaka, and Madhupali Veeraswamy, Samanani Gopaya, Tamana Buchaya of Repulawada, Khamam Talaka, and Kilaravenkaya of Nandigama Talaka. The people erected a memorial for all these comrades and pay homage to their sacred memory every year. Comrade Dondeti Pullaya, as the number of raids increased in Shetlamuparam area, the attention of the enemy began to be concentrated on the area. They came to the conclusion that squads which had retreated from Suryapet area were taking shelter in this area, assembled hundreds of soldiers and organized thorough searches in the forests around. People were tortured, but they could not lay their hands on the squads. These raids continued for weeks. Comrade Dondeti Pullaya, along with his courier, was caught in Singaram village. The military could get at him due to betrayal by an enemy agent in the village. The 2 were tortured by piercing needles under their nails, in their organs and testicles, but all was in vain. He told his torturers, "Even if you kill me, our struggle will not stop. You came here to earn a few chips." 263. Beware. You will not see your families again. Your death is sure at the hands of our squads. For everyone you take, you will be made to pay dearly. The soldiers shot both of them. Comrade Pullaya hailed from Pindaprola village in Manukota Talaka. Coming from a middle peasant family, he completed his middle school education. He joined the Andhra Mahasabha in 1944 and later, in 1948, the Communist Party. Along with the comrades in his village, he strongly opposed the enemies of the village. He came forward to take up additional responsibilities during the anti-Nizam struggle in 1947. After Comrade Tigala Satyanarayana's squad was attacked by the Razakar armies and suffered losses, Comrade Pullaya came forward as zonal organizer. He mobilized the party and squads which were in a chaotic condition at that time. Though it was a new area to him, he could, in a short time, earn the love and affection of the people by standing with them in times of difficulties. He provided shelter to the squads that retreated from Suryapet Talaka. Pindaprola was one of the famous villages in the anti-Razakar movement during 1946. Keeping in line with this, he held the party flag high, not betraying one secret. His courier also died as a loyal soldier of the party. Comrade Gondra Chandraya, coming from Pedamuparam, Manukota Talaka, Chandraya developed into a capable squad leader and organizer. He and his squad were surrounded by the Union military in the Bodlata hillocks. Without hesitation, he took up position in a knee-deep streamlet and opened fire at the approaching enemy. The enemy was taken aback. The squad was able to break through and escape, but Comrade Chandraya was hit by a bullet which pierced his abdomen. He threw his rifle to the nearest squad member and asked him not to allow it to fall into the hands of the enemy. Saying this, he breathed his last. Comrade Akilu, squad member, was killed in this action. Comrade Mugli Venkataya of Sharlapalam, who was seriously injured, with both legs broken, was carried 30 miles, and after careful treatment, survived. Comrades Bashu and Ramulu, guerrilla squads which were extending their movement to newer areas, reached Gund Regula area, Mulagu Talaka, and scored many a victory during their struggle against the enemies. More than 10 soldiers were killed on 3 occasions, when police from the Gund Regula camp went to raid villages, and when they were sniped at, on their way back. Such was the terror struck in the hearts of the military that they stopped going even when they were told that the squad was sighted in a particular place. Enthused by these victories, the squad decided to cross the Godavari River and extend into the Bastar forests. Despite the existence of the police camps all around, the squad crossed the river and established contacts with many villages on the other side. This news reached the military and they set up military outposts at every ghat on both sides, and kept up a 24-hour vigil. But the squads continued to cross the river over wooden planks during nights. One night, a 10-member squad crossed the river and went to the other side, but very soon was met with rifle fire from a large military group. Being thick forests, neither of them could see 264 each other at a distance. Left with no alternative, the squad returned the fire. The plan of the military was to press the squad to retreat almost to the river bed, while at the same time, they spread round on the sides so that the squad would ultimately be cornered. In this encounter 3 comrades, Comrade Bashu, Comrade Ramulu, Chintalagudam, and another met their deaths. But it should be noted that it was the sacrifice of these tribal comrades that enabled 7 other members to escape alive. These tribal comrades, living on the banks, were experts in boat rowing and their loss was keenly felt by all comrades. Comrades Ramu and Balu were carrying on election propaganda in January 1952 in Manukota Talaka when they were killed by the army near Komatipalli village. They were brothers belonging to the Banjara tribe of Pusilapal village of Manukota Talaka. The whole family was ground down under the repressive rule of Janardhi Pratapirti. This made them join the Communist Party. First they started working locally and later joined the regular guerrilla squads in 1950. Along with them, they brought their sister, Lachhaka, and Comrade Ramu brought his wife into the squads. They did a lot of service for the party through the squads. Comrade Ramu was a commander, and Comrade Balu was his assistant commander. Like Bhima and Arjuna in the Mahabharata, they together killed many enemy soldiers. They participated in the raids in Kakarava area in Narsampet Talaka, in Kanchalapal area in Manukota Talaka and inflicted casualties among enemy soldiers who were coming and going in lorries to repair roads. They took political responsibilities as well, in 1951, in Shetlamuparam and Pusilapal areas, and served the people there. People used to call them Rama and Laxmana. They had particularly endeared themselves to the Banjara tribe people. Though illiterate and backward, they were loved not only by their tribe but by people of all creeds. They were only 25 and 22 years old when they were shot dead, in January 1952, long after the Telangana struggle was withdrawn. Comrade Nulla Narsinghalu, Jr. Under Comrade Nulla Narsinghalu's leadership, a 10-member guerrilla squad was in the hamlet of Damanapet, when the military with a force of 40, went there on information supplied by an informer and surrounded them. Due to the carelessness of the sentry, the military were not noticed till they came very near and fired shots. Immediately the squad fired back. Their leader, Nulla Narsinghalu, opened fire with his Gaidur, a small submachine gun. 6 of the Nizam's militarymen died on the spot and some more were injured. The military was taken aback at this blow. It was getting dark. The military took their dead and wounded and fled. Nulla Narsinghalu had a bullet wound, but he kept his grip on his Gaidur all the while. The squad got scattered. Only 2 members remained with him. They took him to a shelter in Damanapet hamlet and leaving him there, went and informed the squad of Comrade Gabeda Tirumalareddy, which was some distance away. Comrade Narsinghalu was propped up behind a boulder, feeling thirsty, and he slowly came down to the fields to drink water. When the peasants saw him, they took him to another safe place. The military, getting to know of this, came early in the morning and took him away, abused him, shot him, but the bullet, missing the mark, hit him in the side of the neck and he fell down with blood streaming from the wound. The military, thinking him to be dead, went away. 265. Just at that time, Gabetta's squad arrived there and took him away to a safe place, where he was given good medical treatment by the party, after which he recovered fully and took his place in the battlefield once more. In 1952, while going on propaganda work during the general elections, he was shot dead by the military. Thus that immortal hero, born in a weaver's family in Autapuram village, worked for the people and tried to destroy their enemy, and gave the last drop of his blood for that cause. Comrade Basavia belonged to a family which migrated from Guntur district and settled down in the Sayardapal village of Narsumpet Taluka, after purchasing land there. He came to the party in the anti-Nizam struggle in 1947. Working as an organizer in Nekanda area, he mobilized people against the landlords of Kalida. He formed squads in Redlavada and Topanapalli and other places and drove away the Rasakars from there. In 1950 he became a zonal organizer. The enemies of the people in Timampet tricked him and handed him over to the military. He was taken round villages, tortured before the people at every place, but he did not reveal any secret. On the other hand, he exhorted people everywhere to rise and attack the Congress government. After a fortnight's torture, he was shot dead. Despite all the protection given to such enemies of the people, the guerrillas went in military uniform and killed those who had betrayed Comrade Basavia. Comrade Devasani Venkatayya, while Comrade Devasani Venkatayya was working underground in the plains area, he was caught by the military at Vadlakanda village, Jungao Taluka, because of the betrayal by landlords. He was beaten with iron rods until his skin broke and blood came out. Chili powder was sprinkled in the wounds. He was taken to a great height and thrown down on the ground. They danced over his body with military boots. After he became unconscious, he was being taken to the Bach Chanapat camp. En route he died. Comrade Venkatayya came from a poor family in Vadlakanda village and served the people through the Andhra Mahasabha from 1945. He came as a whole-timer into the party in the 1946 anti-Nizam struggle and functioned as a center organizer. In his own areas, he scored many a victory against the landlords. During the encirclement raids, he lost contact with the party and went to Sholapur, but soon came back to his work spot. Serving the people, he met a martyr's death. Comrade Samuel and Alaya, about 35 members of guerrilla squads and organizers gathered in Vadlakanda hillocks to hold discussions about future methods of action. On receipt of this information through the enemy, 150 soldiers surrounded the hillocks. The sentry, spotting the military, woke up all the members. It was just daybreak. The commander of the squad, Comrade Samuel, taking shelter behind a boulder, kept up constant fire to see that the enemy did not encircle them, and also to provide cover for the rest to escape. One squad commander was able to break through and reach a sheltered position behind a well. He kept up fire from there and warded off the military's advance. Meanwhile, cattle in the 266 field, frightened by the sound of the firing, started running helter-skelter. Taking shelter behind these running cattle he escaped. But Comrade Samuel could not escape, since he was busy providing protection for his escaping comrades. Both Comrade Samuel and Comrade Alaya died on the spot. Two young boys who had tried to interpose themselves between the soldiers and the guerrillas, were also shot dead, despite their pleading for their lives to be spared. Comrade Samuel, who came from a working-class family from a Karajupal village, Jungao Taluka, joined the guerrilla squads in the anti-Nizam struggle period in 1947. By his courage, determination, and his service, he soon became the commander of a guerrilla squad, killing a number of Rasakars, and later, the armed police after the police action. Comrade Alaya had come to the party in the early stages of the movement, and was one of those injured in the police shooting in Ailru in 1947, on the occasion of the flag hoisting. He had lost his right arm in the firing. Disabled, he still did not want to go home and continued in the service of the people. Going along with the squads, he taught them and the people politics, made them literate and remained an ideal comrade for all his colleagues. Whenever there was criticism and self-criticism, both sides used to quote Comrade Elia as an example of a disciplined life. And in struggle he died. Comrade Thanu, on March 20, 1950, in Mundray village, Jungao Taluka, a Lambadi youth, Thanu, died a hero's death in the Telangana people's struggle, with the slogan, Communist Party Zindabad, death to the enemy, on his lips. A young man of great courage and iron will, he had a great love for his people, and anger in his heart for the injustice done to the backward Lambadi tribes. He soon won over the hearts of all Lambadis. After the Indian Army's entry, for a year and a half he had evaded the police, who wanted to capture him alive. But in the end, a traitor betrayed him. He was caught and tortured, but refused to give out any party secrets. His courage surprised the military officers, who refused to shoot him. But the Ramavaram Deshmukh, Katari Narsingh Rao, to whom Thanu was a terror, got him tied to a cart and dragged him behind it, till he died. Thanu's parents belonged to Dharmapuram village in Jungao Taluka. They had 6 sons, Thanu was the 4th. For years together, they had suffered badly under the contractor, Pusukuri Raghavarao. 15 years earlier, when there was no people's movement in those parts, these old people had led many a struggle against this contractor and the Visner Deshmukh's Gundas, who were trying to snatch away the lands cultivated by the Lambadis. After its 11th conference, when the Andhra Mahasabha spread its influence in Jungao Taluka, this was the first family to join it, and under the leadership of the AMS, led many a struggle of the Lambadis. In spite of the efforts of the Visner Deshmukh and Pusukuri Raghavarao to break the AMS, these people, without succumbing, stood fast their ground. When the military had attacked Kadavandi village and killed Comrade Komaraya, it was this family. 267. That first ran to defend the village, gave courage to and mobilized the people. When the Deshmukh's armed Gundas had attacked the village, it was with this family's encouragement and plan that the people surrounded the Gundas and drove them away. The children in this family had a great share in this counterattack. Since that time, the family, standing like an unbreakable rock in the people's struggles, had become a terror to the enemy, who tried their best to kill them. The family became a party family and gave all its strength to the party. In 1946, when the local leader, Mohan Reddy, was arrested, again it was this family that led the people in an attack on the police station and without caring for the pointed rifles, went ahead to question the police officers. When 300 military men had surrounded the village, these people mobilized the villagers and fought the enemy with their catapults, slings, for 3 hours, trying the patience of the military. From then on this family became the target of the government and the people's enemies. Police and Gundas tried to hunt and capture the young ones working for the party. At last, the 3rd son of the family, Sanku, was arrested, tortured, and kept in jail, then later released. In 1947, the eldest son, Jodhaya, was caught in Paul-Urla village, Bhavnagiri Taluka. He was in jail for a long time where he also was tortured. The police and Gundas tried to attack the women folk of the family. But Jodhaya, a wife, Pulama, brave woman, not only did not allow the police to touch her, but put up a fight against them. After that, she organized all the women. During the Razakar days, twice their home was set on fire, looted, and cultivation of their lands prevented. The enemy then caught Samla, the 2nd son. They made him prepare a pyre for himself, set fire to it and pushed him alive into the fire. Samla, declaring his full faith in his ideals, became a martyr. With this blow, the enemy thought, the family would bend down. But in vain. A second time, the enemy attacked and pulled down the house, and shot dead the small children. Even this did not break the spirit of the family. Under every circumstance, they first protected the party and the squads. This 80-year-old couple, in spite of all their grief and sorrow, had infinite faith and love for the party. The old man's hand was broken by the enemy, but he would not submit or bend before the enemy. After the police action, the raids on the family were intensified, and with that the family's hatred for the enemy also grew. Their fifth son, Darsa, joined the guerrilla squad and soon became a favorite of the people for his work and courage. He was arrested on February 26, 1949, and tortured, but refused to give out any secrets. Ultimately he was sentenced to death. While awaiting the sentence, he set an example to the other comrades in jail. Within 10 days of his arrest, the last son, Kishan, 18 years old, was put in jail. Even with one son dead, and 3 in jail, the family did not swerve from their chosen path. 3 days after Thanu's death, the squad members went to meet the family and express their grief, but they, putting aside their sorrow, guarded the squads as long as they were there. This family's thirst for revenge on the enemy and faith in the party were unbreakable. Gaureli Malaya, Comrade Gaureli Malaya, of Sirzila Taluka, who was working as an organizer in the plains area, fell ill, and it was in this situation that he fell into the hands of the military. After the usual beating, he was tied to a bullock cart and dragged along the road. The skin peeled off, blood flowed from his body, but not a secret from his mouth. Both hands and 268 legs were cut off, one by one, and in between, he was again tortured to tell secrets. Not a word did he reveal, but met his death as heroes do. Coming from a very poor family in Sirzila Taluka, he joined the squads in the anti-Nizam struggle period. He was known among the squads as one of the best marksmen and used his skill in the interests of the people, by shooting down a number of soldiers and other enemies of the people. It was his squad that took part in the sniping at Bontekate village, where 3 soldiers were killed and 3 rifles seized. Comrade Bhupti Reddy, after taking action against the betrayers of the people in Baisayardapal village, a guerrilla squad reached China Samudrala village, Karimnagar district, and was taking shelter in a field, where the crop had grown high. The military encircled them, but due to the carelessness of the sentry, they did not know of the enemy's approach in advance. The squad decided not to surrender, come what may. They opened fire on the military and kept them at a distance, but they had to breach the enemy's encirclement in order to escape. Because of the firing from the squad, the military did not dare enter the field, but fell on the ground around and started firing from there. This situation prevailed for some time, the squad and the enemy sticking to their positions and firing continuing all the time. The guerrillas felt that it was not safe to continue in this position for a long time, since the enemy could get additional forces. The only way out was to take the risk and breach the enemy encirclement. All the 9 squad members en masse rushed through at a spot where they felt the enemy was weak. The enemy, too, finding the squad almost on top of them, retreated further back whilst keeping a few of its members to maintain the fire. The squad, while returning the fire in self-defense, managed to break through the circle and escape. But in the action, one member of the squad, Comrade Bhupti Reddy, of Siddipet Taluka, died. Comrade Reddy's rifle fire wounded a militariman. Organizers and party members shot dead. Comrade Gajala Ramanarsingha Reddy, Venkatharamapuram organizer of Matampally Center. He was the leader in the agricultural labor struggles and land struggles, and developed the movement in that center. Though he came from a rich family, he developed proletarian virtues and outlook. He had to leave for Vijayawada during the massive raids of 1950, where he was caught by a police agent from Melakaravua, Rowdy Satyam. He was tortured but did not give up his resistance nor reveal any secrets. He was taken to Dupalagato Lambadi Tanda and shot dead before the eyes of all those people, in the last week of April, 1950. Comrade Mudavarapu Venkayya, organizer, Kapugalo Center. He was a leader of the agricultural labor strikes and land struggles from the Nizam Razakar days. It was under his leadership that the property of the hated landlords of Kapugalo was destroyed. In January 1950, he was surrounded by the enemy. Though he fought valiantly and threw a crude hand grenade, he was overpowered and caught. Tortured for 3 days, he did not utter a single word. Then he was 269. Shot dead. All the people of that center wept as if their light had gone out, and remembered his determination and bravery even when in the hands of the enemy. Comrade Nakrakanti Venkolu, organizer of Baytavalu Center. He came from an agricultural labor family from Kitavaragudam village and led many agricultural labor strikes and land distribution struggles. Loved immensely by the laboring people, he was in the forefront of many attacks on the enemies in the whole center. In 1950, he was passing through Yadavakula where the police caught him and shot him. He fell down shouting, "Communist Party Zindabad, long live the red flag, death to the enemies." Comrades Balajaramulu and Chakalai Somulu, both hailed from Chintagunta. Comrade Ramulu was the organizer of the Penchakaladin Center. He took a leading part in actions to liquidate the hated landlords and police agents, apart from leading agricultural labor and land struggles. In March 1950, he was decoyed by the landlords of Chintagunta, led by Yangala Narsai Reddy, to settle the land problems, promising to abide by his decision. He was caught there and handed over to the police at the Subardagudam camp. Both these comrades were tortured. They refused to give away any secrets and treated the enemy with contempt. Somulu was very young, only 15 years old. After Ramulu was shot dead in his presence, Somulu was threatened with a similar fate if he did not give the information. He shouted back, "The Sangam is mine. We in thousands will lay down our lives for our Sangam." He died boldly with utter contempt and hatred for the enemy. They were shot on March 21, 1950, in the Subardagudam camp in Mayuralagudam Taluka. Comrade Berdi Sejalu, Reddy squad leader from the Razakar days. Coming from Melakaravu, he became a center organizer and fought against Kundibundalajanki Ramarao, the notorious landlord. He led many an agricultural labor strike, confiscated enemy property and his cotton carts. Once, after accompanying the zonal organizer to his village, he was waiting in a field when he was spotted by enemy agents. The police surrounded him. He shouted at them, "Even if I die, my Sangam will not die. It will avenge our deaths." The police shot him dead, along with Basetti Ramulu in July 1949. Comrade Pentaya, Kopula Pentareddy, coming from Amaravaram village, Lingagiri enclave, he was active in agricultural labor strikes. He was very badly beaten in the police camp at the instance of the village Munsif, Patel. After his release, he joined the party in 1950. Immediately afterwards, he liquidated the hated village Munsif. He became an active squad member, and participated in many actions. Later, he became squad leader. In the raid on the Elampata police station, he was creeping up to throw a hand grenade through the window, when the police Jamdar who was guarding the station shot him. The bullet pierced his skull and he died instantly. He was a very brave and determined comrade, with plenty of initiative and enthusiasm. Comrade Nasaraya, belonging to Melakaravu, he was a guerrilla squad member, illiterate but determined and brave. He participated in many raids on the police camps and on enemy agents, from the Razakar days. He participated in the raid on the police station in Penuganachiprolu, playing a prominent part. The raiding party, after capturing nearly 20 weapons, retreated and was taking shelter in the fields around Makapuram village, during 270 daylight. Betrayed by a watchman of the field, the squad was surrounded. While trying to escape, he fell down, his leg caught in the red gram, Arhar Dal, bushes. He was bayoneted and caught. The police brought him to his village, after knocking him about, without removing the bayonet, to try to get the secrets of the squad. He did not reveal any and was shot dead. The other members of the squad escaped with great difficulty, but the weapons were lost to the police. Comrade Vakantu Suryanarayana, Comrade Suryanarayana and 4 other comrades were shot dead at Kitavaragudam. Suryanarayana belonged to Veladanda village, Harijan Chandraya to Gondrela, Marijanaya and Harijan Somayaya to Sandrapatla and Kilasani Velamas Somayaya to Makapuram. 4 of them had joined the squad only in 1950. Comrade Suryanarayana had given up his studies and joined the movement in Nalgonda, in its early days. He was only 18. He was arrested while seeking shelter in different places, immediately after the police action during the massive raids. Spending 2 years in jail, he took an active part in many jail struggles and was beaten by the authorities. When he was released, he straight away searched for contact with the underground party centers and joined the squads. He did not even go to his village. He took the responsibility of center organizer. When he was surrounded in Kedavaragudam, he threw his empty revolver into the tank, which later the people recovered and handed over to the party. His parents tried to wean him away from these activities, but even though he was young, he spurned all their efforts and pursued the glorious path of people's struggle and laid down his life in the great cause. Comrade Rusha Lingulu, born in Chintakulu, of Huzurnagar Taluka, Comrade Lingulu joined the guerrilla squads against the Rasakars and the Nizam. He was an expert, rapid shot, even with his muzzle loader. After the police action, when the party organization was disrupted due to incessant raids, and the leaders were forced to leave the area, he lived among the people, gave them courage and confidence that the party would come back and lead them to victory. He re-established contact with the party center. But when he was caught and subjected to horrible torture, he did not reveal anything, not even his or his parents' names. He was known only as Rusha Lingulu because he used to always propagate the successes of socialist Russia and the achievements of the Russian Revolution. After a few weeks he was, by chance, released, along with some other detainees. People gave him shelter and sent him to the party center. He now, by party decision, retreated to the new area of Kolhapur in Murbubnagar district. He became a good rifle shot, and was very good in extending the movement. One day, while he and his squad were sleeping, they were surrounded by the Sikh armed police and he was wounded and captured. In spite of torture, he refused to reveal any secrets and was shot dead. People say that his last words were, "I will die but my party, the Communist Party, is there. It is invincible. It will avenge my death. It will lead the revolution successfully and establish a toiling people's Raj as in Russia." Comrade Ravipati Lingaya, a 60-year-old courier, an expert swimmer, he was in charge of ferrying comrades across the river Krishna, all through the period beginning from the Nizam Razakar days. He used to gather information from people all around. The police did not get hold of him in spite of their repeated efforts. He trained and recruited his 2 sons also, for membership into the party, and he, too, applied for membership and was admitted into the party. 271. When the squads and organizers retreated to the Amaranth forest region, after repeated massive raids, he went to his relatives in a village for shelter. There he was caught and horribly tortured. Pieces of his flesh were cut from all over his body, he did not reveal any secret and he was shot dead. Comrade Ramu, Gangireddy Koti Reddy, an important cadre in Huzurnagar area, belonging to Timalajuri Mayalagudam. He knew the dens of the leading cadre where 50,000 rupees and 4 candies, about a ton, of gunpowder and 15 firearms were being kept. He was tortured for 15 days but he did not reveal any information. He died a great martyr's death. Comrades Akala Sedaya and Jeanjaluri Pichaya, Comrade Sedaya came from Badalapalam village and was working in the Huzurnagar area committee technical apparatus from the Nizam Razakar days. He knew the ins and outs of the whole forest. He was a great prop to the poor against the forest contractors and guards. Jeanjaluri Pichaya hailed from Jagannathapuram village of Munagala Pargana. He led many agricultural labor struggles against the landlords and was forced to leave the village. He came and joined the party and was admitted into the guerrilla squad. Both these comrades went into Badalapalam to get food, where the rowdy gang headed by the village Patel Viramalaya pounced upon them and handed them over to the police. The police tortured them horribly, cutting pieces of flesh from various parts of the body, from morning till the evening. These two heroes of Telangana, too, refused to utter a word of information. From Pichayya they could not get even the name of his village. The police shot both of them at Kalyapalli Hillocks, on August 8, 1950. Comrade Gunda Venkana, merchant and well-to-do peasant belonging to Tadakamalu. He joined the party during the Nalgonda People's Movement, during the Nizam days itself. He developed into a center organizer after conducting many struggles against the landlord and organized the distribution of thousands of acres of land in the Tapachur Law Center. He took shelter in Union territory after the police action. Whilst trying to get into contact with the party, he was arrested at Maysulapaytam in 1950. Tortured to join the Home Guards, when he refused he was shot dead. Comrade Rangareddy, coming from a rich peasant family of Komerdigudam, he joined the party during the Nizam days. Active in the land distribution movement, especially the lands of the Babasaheb Deshmukhs, he conducted agricultural labor struggles during 1949, after the police action, in this center. Caught by the enemy in January 1950, he was shot dead. Comrade Apireddy, of Ramadugu Center. A middle peasant, he joined the squad during the Nizam Razakar days. He was arrested after the police action and participated in many struggles in jails. After release in 1950, he rejoined the squads and participated effectively in the raids on buses. His squad was surrounded once and he was arrested. Tortured in Boreapalam camp, he did not reveal any secrets. He was shot dead. 272. Comrade Ukrupu Sejalu, of Badalapalam. A farm servant himself, he was a militant leader of agricultural labor strikes. He was many a time caught and tortured by the police and landlords and was caught and shot dead in 1950. Comrade Sunkara Venkatapaya, of Ramasamadram village. Squad commander of Munagala, he led many actions and liquidated a number of enemies. One day he was sleeping in a field when the informers brought the police and surrounded him. He fought with his guider till the end, and after his bullets were exhausted, he and his two companions were overpowered and shot dead. Comrades Gala Muthaya, Nadaya, Gurum Narsai Reddy, hailing from the village of Jagannathpuram, Comrade Muthaya was the organizer of the Munagala Pargana Center, and from the time he gave up studies, had been in the forefront of the struggle against the Munagala Zamindar. He, along with Comrade Nadaya, also from the same village, and with zonal organizer, Comrade Gurum Narsai Reddy, was caught in a secret shelter in Munagala Enclave in 1950. They were tortured and shot dead in the Valyapuram Hillocks. Comrade Gurum Narsai Reddy came from Timapuram. He had led many struggles for land distribution and for fair wages for agricultural laborers in the hill area bordering Munagala and Suryapet. He had become the beloved leader of the people and a terror to the landlord, Anirdi Rangareddy. Comrade S. Punnaya, Comrade Punnaya was an agricultural laborer from Anjalipuram village, Munagala Pargana, and much respected by the Lambadi Tanda people. A member of Ramanarsareddy's squad, he was caught in Anjalipuram, whilst trying to make party contacts after the massive raids of 1949-50. He was tortured and shot. Comrades Gundaramulu and Bulaya, Comrade Ramulu had participated in many peasant struggles of Munagala and later joined the Telangana people's struggle. He constantly strove to improve his political and organizational capacities and overcame some of his bad habits. Later, he developed the people's movement in the Lingala area, in Murbabnagar district, adjoining the Krishna River Valley and in the forests. Comrade Bulaya, a youth coming from a rich family from the village of Kothapalli of Kolhapur district, joined the party and worked along with Comrade Ramulu. It was he who obtained all the information necessary for the raid and the police camp at Kothapalli. Both Comrades Ramulu and Bulaya were betrayed by the landlords and their agents in Balmar village. Both were tortured, but the enemy could not extract any information from them, and they were shot dead. In the Telangana struggle, 43 party members and active workers from Munagala Enclave were killed. After the formation of Andhra Pradesh in 1956, Munagala was made part of Huzurnagar Taluk. Comrade Uttaraya, Narsinghalu coming from Balapalli village, Comrade Narsinghalu was working as a clerk under the village landlords. Later, he joined the party and 273 worked in the guerrilla squads. He was caught with the help of one Sale Ramaswamy, a relative of Uttaraya, in Shurpalli village and shot dead in the Nandanam military camp. Guerrilla squads later attacked Sale Ramulu and killed him, also confiscating 3 12-bore shotguns. Comrade Narsinghalu's aunt was also betrayed as she was helping the guerrillas. She was caught, raped and after 3 days, shot dead. Comrade Chata Komaraya, also a clerk, his brother sided with the enemy in the Pulajala struggle and was killed by the guerrillas. At first, he and his second elder brother, Alyaya, were against the party. But gradually, they understood its ideals and activities, and joined the party. Alyaya was arrested along with Comrade K. Ramachandra Reddy, party leader of Ramanapata. After the police action, he retreated to Bagatu, but was later arrested in West Bhavnagiri area in Kunur village. After his release he started functioning again as center organizer, but was again arrested in Kunur and shot dead in the Motakodur military camp. Comrade Badam Narayana, an agricultural laborer, Comrade Narayana led many strikes and won for the laborers monthly wages of 80 seers of paddy. Later he became a whole-time functionary of the party. When he was forced to go away from West Bhavnagiri, he joined the railways as a worker. There he was betrayed and shot dead. Comrade Gokula Mattaya, Reddy Comrade Mattaya was arrested during the Nizam period, kept in jail and later let off. Immediately, he, along with his wife, joined the party, and resumed his activities. Again he was arrested and shot dead, and his wife raped to death. Comrade Uppaji Lingaya of Kopola village, Nalgonda Taluka and Comrade Venkatanaraya, handloom weaver of Peta village, Ramanapata Taluka, were betrayed in Rapola village by home guards. They were shot dead. Later the home guards were severely beaten up by the squads and the main culprits killed. Comrades Gutta Sitarami Reddy and Pala Ramachandra Reddy, the party had conducted a one-week school in the Rachakanda hillocks. The 50 organizers and squad members were to leave for their respective areas the following morning. One among those who supplied their food that day, betrayed the comrades, and by early morning, a large contingent of the army surrounded the hillock and scoured the area till evening. Normally these hillocks are impregnable, and but for the betrayal, they would never have been found. Those of the squad members who were sleeping at a little distance from the hillocks realized the danger, but continued to stick to their positions, without betraying their presence to the military. But those who had not noticed the encirclement, were caught. Comrade P. Ramachandra Reddy, area committee member, came out from his hiding place to go to the tank, which was the pre-arranged meeting place. Signals were given as had 274 been originally decided. But, meanwhile, the military came out and opened fire from all sides. Dr. Rai Bahadur Gaur was caught. When the military started firing, Comrade Ramachandra Reddy was drinking water from the tank. With bullets flying on both sides, he thought the only escape was to jump into the tank and take shelter there. But the military caught hold of him. A number of others somehow managed to escape. One squad member, donning shepherd's clothes, took the risk of rushing to another spot, where another squad was taking shelter and alerted them. It was because of this forewarning that this squad was saved. Of the 3 arrested, the armymen took Comrade Sitarami Reddy and Ramachandra Reddy to the Pochampalli military camp and tortured them. Then they took them round to Bhangur, Nalgonda and Shirketi talukas, to seek information. For a whole month the torture went on, but they failed to extract one word of information from them. You are exploiters and you will meet your death one day at the hands of our squads. We are not here to betray our people. They were subjected to further continuous tortures. When the party got outside news of this, it immediately filed a writ petition in the court. The High Court ordered both these comrades to be produced before it. Immediately on receipt of this order, the military authorities and the government hatched a conspiracy. If the comrades in their then position were produced in the court, the army authorities would get a stricture from the court and their atrocities would be exposed. So they took their prisoners to a nearby hillock and shot them. Comrade Sitarami Reddy hailed from Kurumala village, Nalgonda Taluka, and was born into an ordinary peasant family. As a zonal commander he organized a mass movement against the Nizam, in a very wide area. He organized the distribution of thousands of acres of land and cattle, to hundreds of people, and suppressed the enemies. After the Union Army intervention, he retreated to the Rachikanda hillocks, but continued to keep in touch with the plains areas. Even after he was caught and tortured, his unflinching faith and loyalty to the cause of the people gave him the strength to withstand torture and reveal not a single secret. Comrade Palaram Chandra Reddy, who hailed from a rich peasant family in Sunshala village, Ramanapet Taluka, was one of the builders of the mass movement in Ramanapet Taluka. He also strove to build up similar movements in Jungayo and Nalgonda talukas and thus became one of those who fought against the Nizam, organized distribution of thousands of acres of land and cattle to the people, put down the Razakar and Deshmukh menace and later retreated to the Rachikanda hillocks. After being caught, he put into practice the precepts he had taught to the people, that they should never reveal a secret, that they should never surrender and that they should not betray. Comrade Mukundam, Squad Commander Comrade Mukundam went to Hyderabad on some party work. This news somehow reached the army and they arrested him. After torturing him he was taken round various military camps in Ramanapet Taluka. Having failed in their mission to extract secrets from him, they took him to Feldevi village, Ramanapet Taluka, where 275. They mobilized the people in the village and right before their eyes, shot him dead. He died shouting, Communist Party Zindabad. Chalyuramavaram village was the birthplace of Comrade Mukundam. Coming from an agricultural labor family, he was a discharged soldier from the Second World War. He came forward actively and joined the guerrilla squads and was given a commander's post. Comrade Ara Narsai Reddy, 7 members, of whom one was an organizer and another a courier, gathered at Padalgudam well, Bhangur Taluka. Some people also came there to get some of their problems settled. It was about 5 in the morning. This news reached the military and they came with a big force from the Alur and Jungayo camps and encircled the area. The sentry found this out and alerted the members. There were only 2 weapons with them, but they decided to break through the cordon, knowing full well that it was a very risky adventure. But, the alternative, too, was suicidal for all of them. Despite Bren gun and rifle fire from the enemy, the squad tried to make their way through by counter fire. In the process, Comrade Ara Narsai Reddy, center organizer from Kolanupaka, fell down hit by a Bren gun bullet. Courier Pembardi Malaya, the owner of the well, a member of the local squad, Ramulu, and 4 other peasants who had come with their problems, died on the spot. The rest were able to escape. Comrade Narsai Reddy, who had fallen down with a bullet in his leg, was surrounded by the military. They aimed the rifle at his heart and demanded information. They only got the reply, "Shoot if you want, but you get from me nothing." Whereupon they shot him dead. Coming into the anti-Nizam struggle in 1947, Comrade Narsai Reddy of Sidanki village, Jungayo Taluka, worked as the center organizer in Kolanupaka area and died after yeoman service to the people of Jungayo and Bhangur talukas. **** Comrade Vadayari Rajai Reddy was born into a rich family in Huzurnagar Taluka. He was a prominent leader of the Andhra Mahasabha of that area, becoming an active communist as soon as the movement developed in that area. He was arrested immediately after the Indian Army intervention and kept in jail, Varungal. Comrade Rangachari hailed from Kamardagudam of Nizamabad district. He was a young artist, earning his livelihood in Hyderabad city. He was also active in the trade unions and in the Andhra Mahasabha and people's activity in the city. He was a greatly resourceful person and able to help the party with many technical preparations. He was also arrested in the early part of 1949. Both these comrades were taken from jail by the police and military and were shot dead after failing to get any secrets from them. Similarly, Comrade Jagannath Achari, an active Andhra Mahasabha worker of Munigala, was arrested and kept in different police camps, and in the Union territory of Andhra. Later he was taken to the Khammam area and on the way, was shot dead. 276. These cases were taken to the Supreme Court in habeas corpus petitions, but nothing came out of it, as the government pleaded that they had escaped from police custody and their whereabouts were not known. In the Andhra area, during 1950, quite a few comrades were taken from jails, from the courts, and were shot dead. **** Names of some comrades killed by Indian forces after withdrawal of armed struggle. Comrade Muthurdi Venkachalam earlier described Comrade Nulla Narasimulu, Jr., Comrades Ramu and Balu, Comrade Harishchandra Rao, Malaram village, Manthina Taluka Comrade Nanu, Mahadavapuram village, Petitandla village leaders Comrade Yelaboyan Aramulu of K. Samudram, was shot dead Comrade Sitaramulu of Inyagurdi of Manukota. **** Comrade B. Mayurdi Kondal Reddy, Suryapet, and Comrade Puzaluri Satyam, Khammam. Comrade B. Mayurdi Kondal Reddy, coming from a rich peasant family, actively joined the movement along with his cousins. Soon he became a good military commander, modest and humble. By his simplicity and hard work, he became an example to other squad members, and commanded their discipline and implicit obedience. When the enemy offensive intensified, he and his squad also retreated to Manukota forest area. In the area, at that time, unfortunately, in the absence of Comrade B. Narasimha Reddy, who was at the state center, Ch. Thirumalrayo was functioning as the area secretary. He did not have the coolness and maturity to unify and lead these squads and commanders in that difficult situation. Under extremely trying circumstances, with the situation further worsening, differences arose on how to conduct guerrilla actions, deployment of cadres, etc. Thirumalrayo panicked and talked individually to some of the military squad leaders and got executed these two brave squad leaders, Kondal Reddy and Puzaluri Satyam, and Courier Lingaya, accusing them of planning to murder him and the leadership. The party later decided that these comrades were not guilty and should be considered as loyal comrades who lost their lives for the cause of the people during the Telangana armed struggle. Later on, after the struggle was withdrawn, this Thirumalrayo, when arrested, obtained his release through the intervention of his relatives in the state congress. Afterwards, he actively opposed our party and the people's movement and became a congress agent. 277. Chapter 11. Withdrawal of Telangana armed partisan resistance. The peasantry and the people of Telangana, since long, had been struggling against the forced labor, illegal exactions, evictions by the feudal landlords, Deshmukhs and Jagirdars. The struggle was directed against the autocratic regime of the Nizam Nawab of Hyderabad, against the oppression of his bureaucratic officials such as the village patels, patvaris, and the other revenue and police officers, and against the suppression of the mother tongue of the Telugu Marathi, and Kannada-speaking people in the state. There were demands for elementary democratic rights and civil liberties such as the right of freedom of speech, assembly, and press, and also for the setting up of a responsible government in the state, in the place of the dictatorial personal rule of the Nizam Nawab. But this struggle of the Telangana people assumed a different, radical, and militant character, when the leadership of the Andhra Mahasabha passed into the hands of the Communist Party and its cadres, during the year 1943. The peasant struggle in Telangana, thereafter, had steadily acquired the character of an agrarian revolt, finally raising the slogans for the abolition of landlordism, for the overthrow of the Nizam's autocratic rule, for the liquidation of the princely state of Hyderabad and for the merger of the different language-speaking peoples into the new states of Visalandra, Samayukta Karnataka, and Maharashtra. The Telangana peasant struggle, which initially began as self-defense with lathis and slings against the Gunda attacks of the Deshmukhs and Rasakars and the atrocities of the police forces of the Nizam Nawab, had culminated in an armed liberation struggle against the princely state of Hyderabad. The Congress government, which had ordered the entry of the Indian armies into Hyderabad, no doubt, ended the Razakar menace and also the dynastic rule of the Nizam. But the Union government not only permitted the hated Nizam Nawab to continue as Raj Pramukh, keeping intact the feudal state boundaries of Hyderabad state, but also directed its main attack against the hard-won gains of the Telangana peasantry and the Communist Party and Andhra Mahasabha, which were leading the heroic Telangana struggle. The destruction of the popular democratic peasant movement and the Communist Party became the principal aim and the immediate task of the Indian government and its armed forces. The crucial question that was posed before the fighting Telangana people and the Communist Party that had the privilege of leading the struggle, was whether to continue the armed guerrilla resistance against the attacks of the Indian Union's armed forces, in defense of the peasants' land and other democratic gains, or to surrender arms to the Congress government's armies and betray the trust placed in our party by the fighting people of Telangana. Were we to abandon the partisan armed resistance and adopt the legal forms of struggle and agitation, permitted by the military rule of the Congress government in Hyderabad state? Over this life and death question, two sharply opposed views amongst the leaders of the Communist Party had emerged. 278. One section of comrades, whose views were systematically put forth by Ravi Narayana Reddy in his notorious document, Naked Truth of Telangana, began advocating the abandonment of partisan armed resistance against the armed attacks of the Indian Union armies, and for the adoption of the open and legal forms of struggle and agitation. The main arguments of those who advocated the slogan of abandoning the partisan resistance, were the following: a large section of the people, including the rich peasantry and the liberal landlords who were supporting the Telangana armed struggle till the entry of the Indian armies, would turn hostile to the partisan struggle. B. The people would be looking upon the armies of the Congress government as liberators, not as oppressors. C. The armed struggle in a small area like Telangana cannot defend and sustain itself, until all India-wide armed struggles break out, and there were no such possibilities. D. Our armed squads were either poorly armed or virtually unarmed, and hence could not resist the well-equipped Indian armies and their superior numbers. The Visalandra Communist Committee was opposed to this above viewpoint. It advocated the slogan of armed partisan resistance against the attacks of the Union armies on the gains of the Telangana peasantry. Its arguments were broadly the following. A. The big gains of the Telangana peasantry, and in particular the 10 lakhs acres of land that was distributed among the peasantry, had to be defended, and those gains should not be allowed to be snatched away by the class enemies, without bitter resistance and fight. B. The national and international situation was favorable for the armed partisan struggle, and the Telangana struggle was the beginning of the armed liberation struggle against the bourgeois landlord government of the Congress Party. The Telangana armed struggle was demonstrating that the Indian Revolution was more akin to the Chinese Revolution than to the classical Russian Revolution. To quote as to how exactly this was formulated by the then Andhra Secretariat, in its May 1948 document. Our revolution in many respects differs from the classical Russian Revolution, but to a great extent is similar to that of the Chinese Revolution. The perspective likely is not that of a general strike and armed uprising, leading to the liberation of the rural side, but of dogged resistance and prolonged civil war in the form of agrarian revolution, culminating in the capture of political power by the Democratic Front. The theses of the Andhra Secretariat stated further. Keeping all this in view, in areas where we are a good proportion in the masses, as in certain parts of Andhra, Kerala and Bengal, the time has come to think in terms of guerrilla warfare, Chinese way, against the military onslaughts of the Nehru government which is bent upon mercilessly liquidating us. C. The Andhra theses also advocated a united front, which included the rich peasantry and the middle bourgeoisie as the allies of the proletariat in the People's Democratic Revolution, and asserted that such a wide front of armed struggle could take shape under the leadership of the 279 Communist Party, and the objective conditions for the materialization of these aims were rapidly maturing. But a prolonged armed resistance like that of Telangana alone would bring about such favorable conditions. The Politburo that was elected at the Second Party Congress had rejected the entire theses of the Andhra Secretariat as gross reformism, and launched an attack on the concept of the Chinese path, characterizing it as deviation from Marxism-Leninism. The Politburo maintained that there was only one path, and that was the path of the Russian Revolution, namely, the political general strike and armed workers' uprising in the cities to capture power. But the Politburo strongly advocated the slogan of armed resistance in Telangana, as it might hasten the working class general strike and armed uprising, in the anticipated post-war revolutionary crisis. The Communist Party of India, at its Second Party Congress in February-March, 1948, had raised the slogan, "The Telangana way is our way." It had declared all-out support to the armed struggle of Telangana. It had called for developing similar struggles in several other parts of the country, and it had given a call to develop working class movements in support of the Telangana struggle, all ultimately leading to armed insurrection. There had been glorious struggles such as the Valularpan Napar struggle in Kerala state, there were the armed peasant actions in certain areas of West Bengal and Tripura, and the Worli peasant revolt in Bombay. Similarly, there had taken place a number of militant peasant struggles in different parts of the country, struggles where some sort of armed clashes had taken place between the peasantry and the police, though none of these struggles had either been sustained or developed into partisan armed struggles. The working class which had come out in support of the revolt in the Royal Indian Navy, and for the release of the Indian National Army prisoners during the 1945-47 period, could not be brought into effective action in support of the Telangana peasant armed struggle. There were no solidarity strikes in support of the Telangana struggle, either before the intervention of the Indian Union armies in September 1948 or during the 3 long years of the Telangana armed resistance till October 1951. The call for general strike of the railway workers on their own specific demands, also had not materialized except in some centers. The Telangana armed struggle alone had had to carry the entire brunt of the offensive let loose by the armed forces of the Indian government, and that too with the subjectively conceived aim of overthrowing the Nehru government. In the international arena, the People's Republic of China had been established, following the final victory of the revolution in October 1949. The people of Vietnam, led by its Communist Party and its beloved leader Ho Chi Minh, were putting up fierce armed resistance against the attacks of the French imperialists who were attempting to reimpose their colonial rule, and they were inflicting powerful blows against the imperialists, though this struggle was exacting tremendous sacrifices from the people of Vietnam. The People's Democratic Republic of Korea, assisted by the huge volunteer army of the Chinese Republic, had rolled back the U.S. and Allied armies of aggression to the 37th parallel. The U.S. armies had landed in Taiwan to defend the 280 puppet regime of Chiang Kai-shek. These and similar other revolutionary struggles such as in Burma, Malaya, the Philippines, etc., seemed to be of a very, very protracted nature. The U.S. imperialists, after succeeding in eliminating the communists from the newly established post-war governments of France and Italy, had set to work to consolidate the monopolist-led regimes, through the launching of plans such as Marshall Aid and drawing these countries into military pacts like NATO. The Nehru government had finalized its new constitution and declared India as the Republic of India, even though the new Indian Republic was made a member of the British Commonwealth. It was able to politically consolidate its newly gained power. It had succeeded in merging all the princely states into the Indian Union, though enormous concessions were given to the former princes and nawabs. A ceasefire agreement had been concluded in Kashmir, thus easing the Indo-Pakistan relations, which had been strained in the communal massacres and Kashmir War. The tide of the post-war revolutionary wave had definitely receded, and the new Congress government had been successful in tiding over the post-war crisis and the consequent mass upheavals. We have already shown how a good number of cadres and area committees in the Telangana region were raising their voice of opposition to the continuation of armed partisan resistance against the armies of the Indian Union after the police action. We have also stated as to how, due to the newly bred illusions about the Nehru government and its promise of a democratic setup in Hyderabad state, vigilance was slackened, squads were disbanded and arms dumped, all this leading to the large-scale arrests of our party workers and fighting militants. But because of party loyalty and the sense of discipline to abide by the party line, the line of continuation of the armed guerrilla resistance, finally prevailed. Besides the sense of discipline, the return of the hated Deshmukhs, landlords, village patels, and patwaris, and their frenzied attempts to seize back the peasants' lands, and the terror that was unleashed by them, had roused the indignation of the workers of the Communist Party and the Andhra Mahasabha. These cadres of Telangana began reorganizing themselves into squads to resist the armed attacks of the Union military and police. We have also described, earlier, as to how a number of Andhra Mahasabha cadres of taluka, zonal, area and district level were driven out by the military raids, from the plains areas and thickly populated bases, into the forest belts, for shelter and self-preservation. These comrades, by their dogged and death-defying resistance, were able to strike terror among the landlords, thus preventing these hated exploiters from returning to the villages, and from stabilizing their hold on their landed estates and farms. This armed partisan resistance could not be wiped out, even though the Union Congress government had deployed 50,000 armed personnel, spending on an overage, 10 to 15 crores of rupees per year. The armed partisans belonging to the Communist Party and Andhra Mahasabha were shedding their blood in this unequal struggle with the far superior armed forces of the Congress government. It was quite natural, under these most trying and desperate conditions, that questions were raised as to how long this could continue. Why was it that no other area and in no other state in 281 the Indian Union, similar armed struggle could not be organized to lend support to the Telangana struggle? The leadership of the Telangana armed struggle, under the pressure of the fighting ranks of Telangana on the one hand, and provoked by the brutal repression let loose on the adjoining Andhra districts on the other, had attempted to extend the area of armed guerrilla resistance. But it did not succeed, and the armed police and landlord gundas had resorted to brutal murders of the communist cadres. 300 comrades were killed. The rest of the militant workers of the party had to be shifted away from these districts either to the forest areas or to some distant places in other states. Thus, a tremendous dislocation of the party organization took place, and the problem of what next faced the leadership of the Visalandra Committee. The situation in the rest of the country was no better. The party and the revolutionary movement, faced with the cruel police attacks of the Congress government on the one hand, and the wrong and sectarian policies pursued by the then All India leadership on the other, had been extremely weakened and disunited, besides a large number of cadres and leaders being arrested and detained in jails. It was in such a background, that an editorial appeared in For a Lasting Peace, For a People's Democracy, sharply critical of the political line that was being pursued by the top leadership of the Indian Communist Party. Following the said editorial and the consequent inter-party discussions and struggle, there took place a drastic reshuffle of the Central Committee and the Politburo. A new Politburo, with C. Rajswar Rao as the General Secretary, was elected by the reconstituted Central Committee. The new political line that was worked out by the newly constituted Central Committee and Politburo was briefly the following. Rejection of the programmatic understanding given in the Second Party Congress and subsequently elaborated in what was called the tactical line. Rejection of the thesis of single-stage revolution, i.e., the theory of the intertwining of the democratic and socialist stages of the Indian Revolution. Rejection of the idea that the entire bourgeoisie, including the rich peasantry, had been transformed into the enemies of the people's democratic revolution. upholding of the concept of the Chinese path for the Indian Revolution and advocating the developing of extensive agrarian revolutionary struggles on the pattern of Telangana, wherever conditions permitted. Let it be mentioned here that there was stiff opposition to this new political line, of course, from an extreme right opportunist angle. The party headquarters in Bombay was made the centre of this new opposition. S.A. Dange, Ajoy Kumar Ghosh and S.V. Gata had assumed the leadership of this inter-party opposition. While this new opposition was allowed to function legally, the central leadership, as well as the leaders of the Telangana armed resistance had to function underground. In short, the inter-party situation had very much deteriorated, and the party was virtually split into different trends and factions. 282. The new Politburo, soon after it was elected, took stock of the grave political ideological situation of the part, and came to the conclusion that the restoration of the political ideological and organizational unity inside the Communist Party of India was possible only if it could secure the guidance and assistance of the leadership of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU, the leadership that commanded the highest authority in the world communist movement. The new Politburo at once approached the leadership of the CPSU and Comrade Stalin, who readily agreed to render all fraternal assistance in resolving the difficult political, organizational and ideological problems that the Communist Party of India was confronted with. But the legal opposition, led by the party headquarters in Bombay, continued its disruptive activities, even after knowing that the Politburo was seeking the help of the CPSU and Comrade Stalin, to resolve the inter-party controversies. This disruption had harmed the partisan armed struggle of Telangana the most, though its immense damage to the party and the mass movement in general cannot be minimized. A delegation of our party, comprising C. Raiswar Rao, M. Basavapanya, Ajoy Kumar Ghosh and S. A. Dange, was deputed to discuss with the leaders of the CPSU and Comrade Stalin, and seek clarification on all the issues that were under controversy inside the CPI. The Central Committee of the CPSU had set up a commission, comprising Comrade Stalin, Molotov, Malenkov, and Sislov, headed by Comrade Stalin, to assist our party's delegation in this regard. In this connection, I will have to digress and say a few words regarding the fraternal assistance of the CPSU and Comrade Stalin. So far, we have scrupulously avoided any public mention of these discussions with the leaders of the CPSU and the fraternal criticism and advice given by them, as it might have been utilized by our class enemies to unleash a smear campaign against the CPSU, as well as our party. Since the present leaders of the right Communist Party such as S. A. Dange and C. Raiswar Rao, have already been referring to these fraternal discussions and decisions in the open press, and since the name of Stalin is being drawn in by Raiswar Rao in connection with the Telangana struggle and its lessons, we are left with no option but to truthfully state what was the nature of the discussions and what the decisions that our party arrived at, following those discussions. The issues of controversy related to two separate topics, namely the first, regarding the class assessment of the transfer of political power to the leaders of the Indian National Congress, the exact stage of the Indian Revolution, and the class strategy or alliance for the revolution, and the second, about the possible path of the Indian Revolution, i.e., whether it was the Russian or Chinese path, what was the nature of the Telangana armed struggle, what were the different phases of partisan peasant armed struggle and how these peasant partisan struggles were not to be equated with the armed struggle for political power, etc. In short, the first concerned the program of the party and the second dealt with the tactical questions of principle, theory, and their concrete application to a concrete situation, and the like. The main conclusions on the first topic were incorporated in the draft program of the Communist Party of India, first printed and published in April 1951, which was amended and adopted by the All India Party Conference, held in October 1951, and later by the Madurai Party. 283. Congress in 1953. But it was put in abeyance by the Palghat Party Congress in 1956, on the ground that it required some important changes. The draft published in April 1951 stated, a. That the new state that came into existence was essentially the same old imperialist state, and the Congress government was installed in power by the consent of the British imperialists, as it was a government pledged to the protection and preservation of foreign British capital in India. b. It rejected the understanding given by the theses of our Second Party Congress, which placed the entire bourgeoisie, including the rich peasantry, outside the pale of the People's Democratic Front, and visualized the possibility of winning all the Indian bourgeoisie, excepting some individuals and groups among the big bourgeoisie, who might betray, and c. It corrected the erroneous theory of the intertwining of two stages of the revolution, though the class alliance it advocated was tantamount to that of the stage of the all-in-general united front against imperialism and its feudal allies. This program of the year 1951 and some of its major propositions were subsequently given up, and a new party program was adopted by our party in 1964, at our Seventh Party Congress. Hence I do not propose to go into a detailed discussion of the merits and demerits of the 1951 program. The present program of our party definitely lays down that the new state that came into existence after the transfer of power in 1947 is a bourgeois landlord state led by the big bourgeoisie, which is allying with feudal and semi-feudal landlordism and collaborating with foreign finance capital, in pursuit of the capitalist path of development. The class alliance that our party program advocates for achieving the revolution, comprises of workers, peasants, middle classes, and the non-big bourgeoisie, directed against the big bourgeois-led state and government. The core of this People's Democratic Front, of course, is the Worker-Peasant Alliance, and its destined leadership rests with the working class and its party. Our revolution at this stage is directed against landlordism, the big bourgeoisie and foreign finance capital. The stage of the Indian Revolution is not socialist, but only People's Democratic, which does not aim at liquidation of capitalism as such, but is directed only against the monopoly capitalists and foreign imperialists, besides the liquidation of feudal and semi-feudal landlordism. The second topic of the discussions concerned the possible path of the Indian Revolution and the theory and principles of tactics. This, too, was adopted at the All India Conference in 1951, and was published under the title Statement of Policy. The salient extracts from this document are given below. I have also added certain paragraphs, those not within quotes, to clarify the understanding given in these extracts, as arrived at that time. India's path to revolution. The replacement of the present bourgeois landlord state by a people's democratic state is possible only through revolution, as the policy statement put it. 284. There are a large number of people who think that this government can be replaced by a people's democratic government by utilizing the parliament ushered in by the new constitution. Such feelings are encouraged and fed not only by this government and the vested interests but even by the right-wing socialists, who preach that the very fact of a strong opposition party on the parliamentary floor will shake the government and make it topple down. But hardly had the people started to believe in the efficacy of the new constitution, which they thought was the outcome of their anti-imperialist struggles of the past, then even the fiction of the fundamental rights and guarantees is thrown out of that very constitution, and the freedom of person, the press, speech, and assembly, which the masses wanted to use to shake up this anti-democratic government, are subjected to the rule of the police baton and the bureaucrats. Even a liberal would now feel ashamed to maintain, let alone the Communist Party and other Democrats and revolutionaries, that this government and the classes that keep it in power, will ever allow us to carry out a fundamental democratic transformation in the country by parliamentary methods alone. Hence, the road that will lead us to freedom and peace, land and bread, as outlined in the program of the party, has to be found elsewhere. It is the reactionary ruling classes who resort to force and violence against the people and who pose for us the question whether our creed is violence or non-violence. Such a poser is a poser of Gandhian ideology, which in practice misleads the masses, and is a poser which we must steer clear of. Marxism and history have once for all decided the question for the party and the people of every country in the world long ago. All action of the masses in defense of their interests to achieve their liberation is sacrosanct. History sanctions all that the people decide to do, to clear the lumberwood of decadence and reaction in their path to progress and freedom. After the Second Party Congress, differences and controversies arose inside the party about the path that the Indian revolutionary movement must adopt. For a time it was advocated that the main weapon in our struggle would be the weapon of general strike of industrial workers followed by countrywide insurrection, as in Russia. Later, on the basis of a wrong understanding of the lessons of the Chinese Revolution, the thesis was put forward that since ours is a semi-colonial country like China, our revolution would develop in the same way as in China, with partisan war of the peasantry as its main weapon. After long discussion, running into several months, the party has now arrived at a new understanding of the correct path for attaining the freedom of the country and the happiness of the people, a path which we do not and cannot name as either Russian or Chinese. It should be, and is, one that conforms to the teachings of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, and that utilizes the lessons given by all the struggles of history, especially the Russian and Chinese, the Russian because it was the first socialist revolution in the world carried out by the working class under the leadership of the Communist Party of Lenin and Stalin in a capitalist and imperialist country, and the Chinese because it was the first people's democratic revolution in a semi-colonial, dependent country, under the leadership of the Communist Party, in which even the national bourgeoisie took part. At the same time, one has to remember that every country has its own peculiarities, natural and social, which cannot fail to govern its path to liberation. 285. India's path cannot be the Russian path, since India has essentially an agrarian and backward economy. The immense importance of peasant struggles should not be minimized. So political general strike in the cities and in industrial areas is not the main weapon of our revolution, and such a general strike alone will not be enough to unleash countrywide insurrection leading to the overthrow of the present state. India's path of revolution cannot be the Chinese path, as had been argued by some, that of partisan war leading to the establishment of liberation areas, and ultimately to liberation of cities, exactly in the same way as it happened in China. So the peasant partisan war would not be the main weapon to ensure the victory of the revolution. It will be neither only the Russian path nor the Chinese path but a path of Leninism applied to the Indian conditions. The difference in the situation in China and India. In China, even to begin with, in 1927 itself, the Communist Party had an army of 30,000, but in India, this is not there. China had no unified and good communication system, which prevented the enemy from carrying out concentrated and swift attacks on the liberation forces. India is different in this respect from China, in that it has a comparatively more unified, well-organized and far-flung system of communications. So the Indian ruling classes could easily and swiftly concentrate big forces against guerrilla areas and bases. India has also a more centralist administration. Capitalism in India has developed far more than in China at the comparable stage of the revolution. India was under a single imperialism, while in China, different imperialist powers had different spheres of influence, and different warlords were at loggerheads with each other, and could not combine and concentrate against the revolutionary bases. India has a far bigger working class than China had during her march to freedom, and it has a role to play which can be decisive in our struggle. The Chinese Red Army was surrounded and threatened with annihilation again and again until it reached Manchuria. There, with the industrial base in hand, and the great friendly Soviet Union in the rear, the Chinese Liberation Army, free from the possibility of any attack in the rear, rebuilt itself, and launched the final offensive which led it to victory. The geographical situation in India in this respect is altogether different. This does not mean that there is nothing in common between us and China excepting the stage of our revolution and its main tasks. On the contrary, like China, India is of vast expanses. Like China, India has a vast peasant population. Our revolution, therefore, will have many features in common with the Chinese Revolution. But peasant struggles along the Chinese path alone cannot lead to victory in India. 286. Moreover, we must bear in mind that the Chinese party stuck to the peasant partisan war alone not out of a principle but out of sheer necessity, because it happened so with the Chinese. Why make their necessity into a binding principle for us, and fail to bring the working class into practical leadership and action in our liberation struggle. For the victory of the Indian Revolution, partisan warfare of the peasants has to be combined with the other major weapon, that of the strikes of the working class, the general strike and uprisings in cities led by the detachments of the working class. The two basic factors of the revolution are, the partisan war of the peasants and the workers' uprisings in the cities. Leading role of the working class and worker-peasant alliance. While the previous line of reliance on the general strike in the cities neglected the role of the peasantry, the subsequent one of partisan struggle minimized the role of the working class, whom the peasants consider as their closest friend and ally, which in practice meant depriving the peasantry of its friend and leader. Both lines in practice meant ignoring the task of building the alliance of the working class and the peasantry, as the basis of the United National Front, and therefore ignoring the task of building the United National Front and ignoring the task of putting the working class at the head of this front in the liberation struggle. The leadership of the working class is not realized only through the party and its leadership of the peasant struggle but actually, in deeds, through the working class boldly championing the demands of the peasantry and coming to the assistance of the peasant struggles through its own action. The alliance must function in deed and fact, and not only in theory. The working class is the friend in action, that must help the fighting peasants and must ensure victory over the common enemy. The working class, relying on agricultural workers and poor peasants, in firm alliance with the peasantry, together with the whole people, leads the battles in towns and rural areas to liberation, to land and bread, to work and peace. The working class can achieve its leading role through direct actions, not only for its demands but also for the demands of all exploited sections and classes, especially the peasantry, and by acting as the foremost champion of the general democratic movement. The party has to win over the majority of the workers in vital industries and build a powerful movement and organization, based on shop committees. The party has to build the unity of the working class and make it conscious of its tasks in relation to our entire people. The existing split in the working class movement which hampers the development of working class struggles must be overcome at all costs, in the shortest possible time, and united mass organizations of the working class built. The class has also to be made politically conscious. Only a united and politically conscious working class can fulfill the role of the leadership of the people. 287. We have to rouse all sections of the peasantry including the rich peasantry, for the struggle for agrarian reform, and in the course of this struggle, rebuild the mass peasant organizations, basing ourselves firmly on the agricultural workers and poor peasants, who together constitute the majority of our agrarian population. A network of peasant and agricultural worker organizations in the villages, to lead and guide their struggles, are to be built. Volunteer squads of the most militant and conscious elements among them, have to be formed to defend the movement against the attacks of the enemy, which may develop into partisan squads as the movement develops onto higher levels. It must be understood that because of the vast expanse of our country, because of the uneven development of the agrarian crisis and of the working class and peasant movement, and the uneven state of organization and consciousness of the peasant masses and the influence of the party, the peasant movement will not develop at the same tempo everywhere, and different forms of organization and struggle will have to be adopted depending on the maturity of the crisis, the degree of unification of the peasant masses and their mood, the strength and influence of the party, and other factors. All these tasks call for the most intense, patient, and daily work among the masses, continuous agitation on our basic program and the immediate, simple demands of the people, a concrete working out of such demands for every section of the people according to general and local conditions, practical leadership of mass struggles, a combination of various forms of struggles, and a systematic building up of a network of mass organizations. Above all, it is necessary to build up through patient struggle a communist party equipped with the theory of Marxism-Leninism, a party mastering strategy and tactics, a party practicing self-criticism and strict discipline and which is closely linked with the masses. The mass organization and the party that are built up must be able to withstand the fire of repression to which the government continually subjects them and the people's movement. while recruiting the best elements from the working class and other toiling classes into the party and developing it into a mass party, it is necessary at the same time to exercise utmost vigilance against the swamping of the party by elements that are not fully tested and trustworthy. Assessment of the immediate situation and tasks. Some say that the government is thoroughly discredited and isolated, the people are ready to rise in revolt and in places are clashing with the government which, with the blatant rule of police firing, has already created conditions of civil war in the country. Hence all our work must be guided by such an understanding of the situation. It is true that people are becoming deeply distrustful of the government and starting to consider it their enemy who is protecting the landlords, moneylenders and other exploiters of the people. Hence the masses are slowly rising in struggle, no longer able to withstand the state of slow starvation and death. Hundreds of thousands are coming out in actions for their day-to-day demands, for food and adequate wages, for agrarian reforms and fair prices for agricultural. 288. Produce, etc. But still they believe that the government can be replaced by a real popular government through general elections. It would be gross exaggeration to say that the country is already on the eve of armed insurrection or revolution, or that civil war is already raging in the country. If we were to read the situation so wrongly, it would lead us into adventurism and giving slogans to the masses out of keeping with the degree of their understanding and consciousness, and their preparedness, and the government's isolation. Such slogans would isolate us from the people and hand over the masses to reformist disruptors. Equally wrong are they who see only the disunity of the popular forces, only the offensive of reaction, and advocate a policy of retreat in the name of regrouping of forces, of eschewing all militant actions on the plea that this will invite repression. Tactics based on such an understanding of the situation will lead to betrayal of the masses and surrender before the enemy. We have to lead the struggle of the people in the context of a sober evaluation of the situation. While it should not lead us into adventurism, we must also not forget that the crisis is not being solved but is growing. Hence, we cannot take a leisurely attitude and behave as if no deep crisis is moving the people and furious struggles are not looking ahead. Because insurrection and civil war do not exist, some would like to move and work as if they are living in a democracy with rights and liberties and nothing need be done to protect the party and the leadership of mass organizations from onslaughts of the Laurent mad. With such an outlook, we shall get smashed and will be able to build nothing. The party has to lead the masses in their day-to-day struggles and take them forward step by step, so that the people through their own experience, come to realize the necessity for revolutionary action. But because the crisis is growing, and even elementary actions like processions to voice their demands, lead to firing and bring thousands onto the streets, some would like to do away with the daily humdrum of running mass organizations. Taking fascism to be inevitable or already in power, they would scoff at parliamentary elections or fighting for civil liberties, for which broad sections of the people can and should be mobilized. The party must not preach the inevitability of fascism but utilize the enormous volume of democratic opinion in the country to unite the people to halt the growing drive towards fascism on the part of the present government. Through patient systematic day-to-day work, through the bold championship of the demands of the people, through correct leadership of the concrete struggle of all sections of the people, the party will grow and be able to fulfill its role as organizer and leader of the people's democratic movement. We have to realize that although the masses are getting fast radicalized and moving into action in many parts of the country, the growth of the mass movement has not kept pace with the growth of discontent against the present government and its policies and methods. To ascribe this to repression alone would be wrong. This weakness of the mass movement is due, above all, 289. To the weakness of our party and the division in the camp of the progressive forces. The party must strive to overcome this division and must stress the supreme need for unity of all progressive forces, build this unity in action and itself grow into a mass party, by drawing into its fold the best elements from the fighting masses. We must fight the parliamentary elections and elections in every sphere where the broad strata of the people can be mobilized and their interests defended. We must be wherever the masses are and would like us to be. It may be mentioned here that certain parts of the tactical document, including some questions and answers during the discussions between our party's delegation and the Commission of the Central Committee, CPSU, were not included in the statement of policy, as the omitted parts dealt with the elaboration of some theoretical issues and principles, which go more to explain the theoretical ideological basis for the statement of policy, than forming a part of the same directly. To be truthful to the historical facts regarding the said fraternal discussions and decisions between the representatives of our Central Committee and the Central Committee of the CPSU headed by Comrade Stalin, and also to prevent any distortion of the meaning of the statement of policy by right or left opportunists, I produce below the omitted portions dealing with explanations and questions and answers. The readers, I hope, can easily understand that all these were discussions and decisions in the background of a grave inter-party crisis, centering round the issues of the Indian Revolution, its specific path and the role of different classes and forms of struggle, all thrown up during the Telangana armed struggle during the years of 1948 to 50. Then alone can the problems discussed be correctly grasped in their historical perspective. Partisan struggle, a Marxist-Leninist understanding, partial partisan struggle. As the crisis matures, as the unity, consciousness, and organization of the masses grow, as the strength and influence of the party develops and as the enemy resorts to more and more ruthless measures to crush the agrarian movement, the question of when, where, and how to resort to arms will be more and more forced onto the agenda. As the question is one of immense practical importance, it is absolutely necessary that the party is able to give a clear and unambiguous answer to it. It must be realized that because of the vast area of India, because of the uneven level of mass consciousness and mass movement in different parts of the country, uneven acuteness of the agrarian crisis and uneven strength and influence of the party itself, the peasant movement cannot develop at the same tempo everywhere. Premature uprisings and adventurous actions of every type must be undoubtedly eschewed. At the same time, it would be wrong to lay down that armed defensive action in the form of partisan warfare should be resorted to in every specific area only when the movement in all parts of the country rises to the level of uprisings. On the contrary, in the course of the development of the movement, the situation may arise in several areas which would demand armed struggle in the form of partisan warfare. For example, in a big and topographically suitable area where the peasant movement has risen to the level of seizure of land and food grains, the question as to how to effect that seizure and how to defend the land so 290 seized, will become a burning live question. The party is of the opinion that partisan warfare in such a situation, undertaken on the basis of a genuine mass peasant movement and the firm unity, under the leadership of the party, of the peasant masses, especially the most oppressed and exploited strata, combined with other forms of struggle such as social boycott of landlords, mass no-rent struggle, agricultural workers' strike, can, if correctly organized and led, have a rousing and galvanizing effect on the peasant masses in many other areas, and raise their own struggles to a higher level. Wherever such partisan struggles develop, they must also be combined with mass actions of the working class, especially in the neighboring areas, in the form of strikes and demonstrations. Undertaken on the basis of the most careful preparation and assessment of all factors, the partisan struggles must be conducted with the utmost boldness and tenacity, defending the gains of the movement by every means at our disposal. At the same time, the party has to act with the utmost flexibility when overwhelming forces of the enemy are concentrated against the partisan areas and the partisan forces run into danger of defeat and total annihilation. Partisan struggle as part of liberation struggle. Partisan areas will inevitably arise in various parts of the country as the crisis deepens and as the mass peasant movement rises to the level of revolutionary seizure of land and food grains, paralyzing and wiping out the local forces oppressing them. However, they will continuously face the danger of encirclement and annihilation at the hands of the enemy. Even the coming into existence of liberated territories with their own armed forces in several parts of the country, will not eliminate this danger because these areas will themselves be surrounded by hostile forces from all sides. Therefore, partisan war alone, no matter how widely extended, cannot ensure victory over the enemy in the concrete situation prevailing in India. When the maturing crisis gives rise to partisan struggles on a wide scale, when the partisan forces in several areas are battling against the enemy, the workers in the cities, in the vital industries and especially in the transport system, will have to play a decisive role. The onslaught of the enemy against the partisan forces, against liberated areas, will have to be hampered and paralysed by mass strike actions of the working class. With hundreds of streams of partisan struggles merging with the general strike and uprising of workers in the cities, the enemy will find it impossible to concentrate his forces anywhere and defeat the revolutionary forces, but will himself face defeat and annihilation. Even inside the armed forces of the government, the crisis will grow and big sections will join the forces of revolution. Partisan struggle and individual terrorism. In spite of the offensive nature of the partisan struggle, it is necessary to emphasize in our agitation and propaganda in the initial period, the defensive nature of partisan struggle, saying that the objective of the partisan struggle is above all to defend the peasants from the attacks of the government and its punitive organs. In doing so, special attention should be paid to the demands for which the peasants are fighting and to the atrocities of the government which force. 291. The peasants to take to arms. It is necessary, at the same time, to point out that it is the government that is responsible for the violence and bloodshed. Partisan struggle is frequently confused with individual terrorism. It is asserted that individual terrorism is a part of partisan struggle and not only a part, but even a basis of the partisan struggle. This is absolutely wrong. What is more, individual terrorism contradicts the spirit and objective of partisan struggle. And it is absolutely incompatible with partisan struggle. In the first place, the objective of individual terrorism is to destroy particular individuals while not pursuing the aim of destroying the regime of feudal exploitation and subjugation of the people, whereas the objective of partisan struggle is not to destroy particular individuals, but to destroy the hated regime, in a prolonged struggle of the popular masses. In the second place, individual terrorism is carried out by individual terrorists or by a small squad of terrorists, acting apart from the masses and without any link with the struggle of the masses, whereas the partisan struggle is carried on in close contact with the struggle of the masses against the existing regime. Since individual terrorism is directed against particular individuals and not against the regime, it creates in the minds of the masses a harmful illusion as if it would be possible to destroy the regime by destroying individual representatives of the regime, that what matters is not the destruction of the regime but the destruction of the individual representatives of the regime, that the main evil is not the existence of the regime, but the existence of the particular, worst representatives of the regime whom it is precisely necessary to destroy. It is clear that such a feeling created by individual terrorism can only weaken the onslaught of the masses against the regime and thus facilitate the struggle of the government against the people. Therein lies the first main harm done by individual terrorism to the people's partisan movement. Since individual terrorism is carried out not by the masses but by individual terrorists acting apart from the masses, individual terrorism leads to an undue minimization of the role of the mass movement and to equally undue exaggeration of the role of the terrorists, who are alleged to be capable of securing the liberation of the people by their own forces, independent of the growth of the mass partisan movement. It is clear that such a feeling created by individual terrorism can only cultivate passivity among the popular masses and thereby undermine the development of the partisan struggle. Therein lies the second main harm done by individual terrorism to the revolutionary movement. To sum up, individual terrorism undermines the possibility of unleashing the partisan struggle of the masses and it should be rejected as harmful and dangerous. Some questions relating to partisan war and individual terrorism. Question: is it correct to resort to partisan war in one particular area where the conditions are ripe for it, even though other rural areas are not ripe for it, and the workers are not ready to support it with mass actions? Answer: yes, you can and should resort to it. To start or not, does not depend on us. It depends on the organizational state of the masses and their mood. If the masses are ready, you must start it. 292. Question: have we to take up partisan struggle only when the peasant struggle for partial demands reaches the stage of land distribution and establishing of village peasant committees? Or can we take it up when the movement is still in the stage of struggle for partial demands, for example, rent reduction? Answer: the partisan struggle also has stages. It starts with smaller demands, let us say, reduction of rent. It is not yet a partisan struggle. If the enemy refuses to grant the demands and the peasant is eager to win it by force, then partisan struggles can start. True, it is not the struggle for seizure of land but only for a reduction of rent, still it will be partisan struggle. Hence, it does not depend on us. If the masses are ready and eager, we should assist them. Question: can partisan warfare even of the most elementary type be developed in areas where communications are well developed? Answer: yes, when encirclement occurs, transfer the best forces to another area. Lead out the armed forces so as to join it with the armed forces in another area, so as to create a liberation army of your own. Question: the aim of the partisan struggle must be liquidation of the enemy's armed forces with the active assistance of the masses of peasants. To kill individual oppressors with a view to terrorizing all the other oppressors and making them renounce their oppression is terrorism. But I cannot understand the complete banning of any individual action against any oppressor, landlord, notorious official, or a spy, as a mailer of principle, under the name of terrorism. In my opinion, at times, it becomes necessary in the earlier phase of the partisan struggle, to organize individual actions against some notorious oppressors, not in order to terrorize other oppressors into renouncing their oppression but to guard the safety of the partisan squads. I am unable to understand how such actions make the people passive. As I understand international literature, such individual actions were conducted by partisans against German and Japanese fascists in the occupied countries during the anti-fascist war, and they are being done even now in Asian countries where partisan warfare is going on, Malaya, Burma, Indochina, etc. If I remember rightly, such actions were not only banned by Lenin in his article on partisan warfare, but on the other hand, he severely criticized the Mensheviks who condemned them as anarchism. I seek clarification on this point. Answer: the comrade says he cannot understand why individual terrorism should slow down the action of the masses. Individual terrorism is called so not merely because it is directed against individual oppressors but also because it is carried out by individuals or groups irrespective of the masses. Individual terrorism creates the illusion that the main evil is not the regime but individuals, that only if a few more are destroyed, the regime will be finished off. What conclusions will the masses draw? That with the help of terrorism of this type, it is possible to destroy the regime after a long struggle. And if such conclusions are drawn by the peasants, they will say, no use developing the struggle against the regime. Our glorious terrorists will do. 293. The job. Such sentiment weakens the onslaught of the masses against the regime. Therefore, it is harmful and dangerous. Individual terrorism creates the belief that the main force lies in the heroic terrorists and not in the masses. The role of the masses becomes to watch and applaud. That means to cultivate passivity. Marx and Engels taught that the liberation of the masses has to be won by the masses themselves. That is what you ought to tell them. Different results follow from individual terrorism. The masses look to the terrorists as heroes and liberators. The comrade's reference to Lenin is without foundation. We can give him articles by Lenin directed against individual terrorism. You must know how hard Lenin hit the Mensheviks when the revolution was at an ebb and they took to terror. The theory of individual terrorism comes to the front when the revolution recedes. It is a reflection of the weakness of the movement. Whenever the revolutionary movement is rising and the masses themselves rise, the theory of individual terrorism disappears from the horizon. The comrade must bear that in mind. Telangana armed struggle and its perspective. The delegation of our Central Committee, which had the benefit of discussions with the leaders of the Central Committee, CPSU, and Comrade Stalin, did also report to our Central Committee, the gist of its discussions regarding Telangana. The commission of the CPSU was appreciative of the Telangana armed partisan resistance, which originally began as a peasant movement over certain partial economic demands and finally developed into an armed liberation struggle to overthrow the rule of the Nizam in Hyderabad state. It was to the credit of the Telangana peasantry and the Communist Party that gave leadership to this struggle. But, after the rule of the Nizam was overthrown by the Indian Union armies in September 1948 and the state of Hyderabad was merged in the Indian Union, it was sectarian and incorrect to continue it as a liberation struggle, against the regime of the Indian Union, for establishing people's democracy. The correlation of class forces and the obtaining political situation did not permit such a slogan, as a slogan of immediate action. But it was absolutely correct to defend the gains of the Telangana peasantry through armed partisan struggle when those gains of the peasantry, i.e., land and other democratic liberties, were under attack by the Union government and its armed forces. It would have been proper and correct to have carried this armed partisan struggle, as a partial struggle for the defense of the peasants' lands, and mobilized the widest democratic support to such a just struggle, while expressing readiness to settle the land question of the Telangana peasantry through negotiations and discussions. That would have strengthened the hands of the fighting people and partisans of Telangana, while isolating the Indian government which was unjustly attacking the peasants and supporting the feudal landlords. However, the Telangana armed partisan struggle, instead of being fought as a partial struggle for land, was wrongly directed as a liberation war against the Congress regime, and hence did not succeed in securing wider support, to isolate the attacking Indian government and its armies. 294. It was also observed that in the then prevailing situation, it was unfortunate that the Telangana armed partisan resistance could not be defended and continued. The time had come to withdraw the armed partisan struggle, and it was for the leadership of the Indian Communist Party, to decide on what terms to withdraw it and negotiate, and how long it had to be continued to secure suitable terms, and when exactly to withdraw the armed resistance, etc. Undue prolongation of the Telangana armed partisan struggle in the absence of mass peasant upsurge in support of the partisan struggle, might raise the danger of its deteriorating into squad or individual terrorism. May 1951 Central Committee meeting and its decision. This Central Committee meeting was convened to apprise the Central Committee of the discussions held by our delegation with the leaders of the CPSU and Comrade Stalin, and to take necessary political organizational decisions. Rajswar Rao and, the Politburo which was elected in May 1950 had submitted their resignation on the grounds that their continuation was not congenial for the reunification of the party, in order to carry out the newly chalked out party line. The Politburo was reconstituted and Ajoy Kumar Ghosh was elected the General Secretary of the Central Committee. The May 1951 meeting of the Central Committee, after a thorough discussion of the Telangana situation, adopted a resolution, the full text of which we reproduce below. The Central Committee meeting also decided to ask the Central Committee members from Andhra to go to the areas of armed partisan struggle in Telangana, in order to discuss with the squad leaders and organizers of the local committees, and find out whether they were in a position to continue the partisan resistance until the party was able to bargain favorable terms from the government for the withdrawal of the armed struggle. The Central Committee was of the view that two basic conditions had to be fulfilled before the decision to withdraw could be taken. They were, a. The land that was in the possession of the peasants should not be taken away to hand them over to the landlords, b. All warrants and cases against the leaders of the struggle should be withdrawn and all prisoners released, and the ban on the Communist Party and the Andhra Mahasabha should be lifted. It was very correct on the part of the Central Committee, to decide that on no serious mass struggles, and especially one like the armed peasant struggle of Telangana, should final decisions be taken without proper consultations and discussions with the direct participants and leaders of the struggle. The Central Committee members from Andhra had met separately to assess the situation anew before they were to go to the areas in Telangana to meet and discuss with the local partisan leaders. Though there were some differences amongst them initially in the matter of further conducting the Telangana struggle, they were able to overcome these differences and go unitedly before the party ranks and the people. The May 1951 Central Committee meeting also countermanded the disciplinary action on Ravi Narayan Reddy, expelling him from the party for his clandestine desertion from an underground shelter of the party. But it disapproved of his action of desertion, endangering the safety of other comrades, and also sharply criticized his document Naked Truth of Telangana and 295. Its circulation, a document that slandered the Telangana armed struggle after September 1948. Ravi Narayan Reddy took his party membership according to the decision of the Central Committee, but continued his anti-Telangana propaganda, contrary to the decisions and directives of the Central Committee. 1951 May CC. Resolution on Telangana, retranslated from Telugu. Note: some papers and some persons are propagating that the Central Committee in its resolution has denounced the Telangana People's Movement as terrorism and anarchist. If one goes through the resolution, it becomes crystal clear that this propaganda is utterly baseless and slanderous. We are releasing the full text of the CC resolution, to clear the confusion that is being created among the people by the propaganda being indulged in by some newspapers and some persons. Andhra Provincial Committee. In the party, as well as in certain circles which are friendly to the Telangana peasants' struggle, there have arisen certain doubts and questions about the policies and methods that have been adopted during these 5 years of struggle or are to be adopted. The Central Committee considers that it is the right and duty of party units and party members from all over India to make their suggestions to the Central Committee about the policies, tactics, and methods to be adopted in the Telangana struggle. But the Central Committee wants to emphatically state that it is mainly the people of Telangana, who started this glorious struggle against feudal exploitation for land and freedom, who carried on this struggle facing untold sufferings, that have mainly to decide these issues. The Communist Party of India is proud to declare that it is standing hand in hand with the Telangana people who were heroically carrying on the fight against exploitation and that the party is leading this struggle. The Communist Party, unlike the Congress Party, is not a party that, irrespective of people's opinions and close cooperation and consent, can initiate any struggle, or continue, restrict or withdraw it. During the last 3 years, all progressive forces in our country have realized that the boastful claims that the Indian Union Army's action was intended only to end the hated Nizam's feudal rule and to usher in democratic rule, are utterly false. Through hundreds of meetings, demonstrations, memoranda, they demanded and forced the government to stay the hangings of the 12 Telangana heroes and commute their death sentences. The selfish reactionaries who were behind the Indian government were effectively able to prevent land reforms being enacted, abolishing feudal landlordism, giving land to the tiller and thus solving the people's food problem. In this situation, to defend the Telangana People's Movement, to defend the land in the possession of the lakhs of agricultural laborers and the peasants, to defend their right to reduced rates of interest and of rent, to defend their freedom from forced labor and forced levies, all these won by their heroic struggles, is the real way for achieving agrarian reforms, and not by giving paper promises. 296. At the same time, the Central Committee declares that it is ready to arrive at an agreement through negotiations, to solve this problem, to safeguard and to defend the interests of the people and of the peasants of Telangana, and to restore peaceful conditions. Some circles believe that the Telangana struggle was being carried on to overthrow the Nehru government. But these circles forget that the Telangana peasantry, as early as in 1946, long before the Nehru government was established, was carrying on a struggle against the Nizam and feudal landlord exploitation. The Nehru government armies, which entered on the plea of ending Nizam's rule, joined hand in glove with the Nizam, and brought back the landlords. The same struggle in defense of the peasants' interests against the landlords is being carried on even after the establishment of the Nehru's government. So it is necessary to clarify that the Telangana struggle was not started, nor is it being continued, to overthrow Nehru's government but only to end the feudal exploitation. Everybody desiring progressive development of the country agrees that it is necessary to struggle to end feudal landlord exploitation. Because it is on the success of that struggle that everyone can be assured of his daily food, daily work for livelihood, progress, and freedom. Keeping this in view, 1. The Central Committee directs the Politburo to review the Telangana problem and adopt all ways and measures to make the Telangana struggle successful. 2. It appeals to all party members and party units to popularize the demands of the Telangana peasants and to mobilize the people, workers, and peasants, against the atrocities and repression that are rampant in Telangana. 3. It appeals to all democratic forces and elements to raise their voice and to defend the Telangana people from the military attacks and atrocities. 4. It appeals to all to mobilize the people in support of the following demands of the Telangana peasants. Demands. All the lands that are being cultivated by the agricultural laborers and the peasants must not be disturbed and their possession by ownership, pata, rights must be confirmed. No peasant and agricultural laborer cultivating land should be evicted from the land he has been cultivating. The lands forcibly seized from the peasants should be restored to them. People living in the forest areas must be free to utilize the forest produce, freely, for their own personal use and for sale. They must be allowed to freely cultivate the lands in the forests, under the supervision of their elected panchayats. All village affairs should be conducted by the panchayats elected by all men and women. Withdrawal of all the armed personnel and disbanding of the home guards. 297. Release of the convicted and detained political prisoners, all those connected with the Telangana movement. Withdrawal of all pending cases and warrants. Cancellation of all collective fines. Withdrawal of the ban on the Andhra Mahasabha and the Communist Party. Restoration of civil liberties. The question of abolishing the Nizam dynasty's rule as well as the Hyderabad state, and its merger into the united Andhra, Maharashtra, and Karnataka linguistic states, to be left to be decided by a constituent assembly elected by adult franchise of the people of Hyderabad state. ******. But this resolution as well as the change of central leadership of the party was taken as a green signal for a full-fledged campaign by the Ravi Narayan Reddy section in Telangana, and by the Open Party Headquarters Forum section on an all-India scale, in favor of total and unconditional withdrawal of the Telangana struggle and to eliminate the fighting cadre from the leadership at all levels. They had started a campaign that the Central Committee had already withdrawn the struggle. Only the Andhra leaders, the Biswada clique, were persisting in carrying on the struggle. The struggle was nothing more than individual terrorism and anarchist deeds. The party headquarters Open Forum and the group formed by Ravi Narayan Reddy to denounce the Telangana armed struggle after the entry of the Indian Army had been systematically carrying on propaganda that both the All India leadership and the Andhra leadership had adopted this terroristic method of revolution, guerrilla struggle with small squads, at the instance of the Yugoslav delegation that attended the Second Congress of the Communist Party of India, in February 1948. O.P. Sangal, a follower of P.C. Joshi then, was the propagator of this slander. It is as much a dirty slander as that of the Indian government that the communists joined hands with the Rasakars. For the enemies of the revolutionary struggle any stick is good enough to beat the communists with. In Telangana itself, the Hyderabad City Group, Sri Ravi Narayan Reddy Group and some of the Telangana leaders released from jail, held a conference and formed a preparatory committee and announced withdrawal of the Telangana struggle, and decided for participating in the forthcoming elections. The Politburo, under the pressure of the mounting All India campaign of this group for open withdrawal of the struggle, announced a negotiating committee with the government for withdrawal of the struggle. The All India Kisan Sabha called for the withdrawal of the struggle. Ajoy Kumar Ghosh threatened that unless the Telangana struggle was withdrawn immediately, he would be forced to issue a statement disowning it. Majikuri Chandrasekhara Rao, who was then secretary of the Andhra committee, had to retort to him that in that case, they, the leaders of the Telangana movement, would be forced to disown him and his leadership, which threat kept him in check. The leaders heading the Telangana movement trekked long distances into the forest areas to explain the new understanding and sound out the squads on whether they would be able to continue till the minimum guarantee for the Telangana fighters' safety and the 298 guarantee of land that still was in the hands of the peasants, could be extracted from the government. Some of them could return only by September end. Meanwhile, more arrests had taken place in Hyderabad city and more of the underground shelters were blown up. Many of the leaders in jail openly started saying that they were for immediate and unconditional withdrawal of the struggle. After such declarations, they were released and joined vociferously in the campaign demanding the withdrawal. But the government of India told the negotiating committee and the intermediaries that there was no use of these declarations unless the fighting committee headed by the Biswada clique announced withdrawal. The hunt for the guerrilla squads was continued relentlessly. Meanwhile, the Karimnagar Adilabad Area Committee and the Palvancha Area Committee, too, called for withdrawal. Another important factor to be noted was, that with the general elections nearing, the Congress and Legal People's Democratic Front cadres had gone to the Telangana villages and started campaigning. They started saying that if our guerrillas gave up their actions, even here in Telangana, the police camps would be removed, our squads and leaders would be allowed to come back to the villages and be allowed to participate in the elections. We would vote for the party and defeat the Congress. These constant raids and beatings would end. In the Andhra area, as early as June-July, the cadres were released from jails. They started preparing for the elections. Comrade A.K. Gopalan toured the villages, denouncing police repression and demanding withdrawal of the arrest warrants against the leaders. Red flags started fluttering in hundreds of villages. In that situation, the Andhra Provincial Committee, which was also leading the Telangana armed struggle, allowed them to go in for participating in the elections. Members and squad leaders from Andhra who had been fighting in the forest region of Krishna along with the Telangana guerrilla squads, left the areas and went back to Andhra to participate in the elections. The leadership of the Telangana armed struggle then consisted of Rajeshwar Rao, M. Basavapanya, Majikuri Chandrasekhar Rao, P. Sundarayya, Devulapalli Venkatesvara Rao, D.V., and B. Mayurdi Narasimha Reddy, B.N. D. Venkatesvara Rao, after attending the Central Committee meeting, accepted the new understanding and gave his consent for withdrawal, and went to the Godavari forest area in June 1951 to meet the guerrillas and explain the new understanding and the decision of the new Central Committee. Comrade B. Narasimha Reddy had gone to the same forest region even earlier in March 1951. Comrade P. Sundarayya had gone to Amarabad forest region and returned. On October 20, except these two, the other four comrades met and anxiously debated for long, coming to the conclusion that under these conditions, there was no possibility of getting even the minimum terms and any further continuation would put the fighting cadres and squads into greater danger. It was better to withdraw unconditionally, taking the government at its word that amnesty for cadres, and assurance of land for the peasant, would come after the withdrawal. The factors that led to this decision. 299. Even during the Central Committee discussions in May 1951, the Central Committee members who were in the leadership of the Telangana movement, in spite of initial differences expressed by some, had agreed that the Telangana armed struggle, even as partial partisan struggle in defense of land, could not be continued for long and should be withdrawn, getting the most favorable terms possible. The factors that made them come to this conclusion were: first and foremost was the factor that in the very bastions of the Telangana movement, Nalgonda, Khammam, Warangal districts, in all the plains areas, the mass participation had become less and less, though the mass sympathies were with the fighting guerrillas. Party and Andhra Mahasabha organizers, guerrilla squads, all were forced to leave that area and retreat to the distant forest areas. Raids from the forest bases by the guerrilla squads, the help they received from the people in their actions against landlords and enemy agents, prevented the landlords and the government from stabilizing their rule, and restoring a normal situation, i.e., landlord exploitation. But these could never overcome the failure of the masses not participating or their lessening participation in actual struggles. If one compares this with the mass participation during 1947-48 against the Nizam and his Rasakars, and even for a period following the Indian Army intervention, or of the first spontaneous mass upsurge and response in the newly extended areas in late 1949 and early 1950, this factor of lessening mass participation becomes quite patent. In the new areas, to where party and Sangam organizers and guerrilla squads had retreated and roused the masses, in the initial stages the masses had responded, as in the Koya tribal belt, or near the Mahbubnagar forest region, and more spectacularly in Karimnagar district. But when the government sent its military and police and established camps, this first spontaneous mass response subsided. Once again, squad actions had become the main form of resistance. In the Godavari forest region, we had seen how the whole Koya population was physically uprooted from the forest belt to the concentration camps on the outskirts of the forests. The second factor was that the guerrilla squads, faced with an increasing network of military and police camps, and with less and less mass participation, had become less and less effective in their actions on their enemies' armed personnel, the military, the police and the armed home guards. Apart from the protective forest areas, and there too, as the enemy increased its camps and firepower in all areas, the actions against the armed personnel had become fewer and fewer. Squad actions were being directed more and more against individual enemy agents and individual landlords. And if the armed struggle was continued, the danger of the whole thing deteriorating into individual terrorism was quite evident. If the main action is not against the armed forces of the ruling classes but against individual landlords and their agents, one of the essential features of the partial partisan guerrilla movement is lost. The firepower of the guerrillas and their military skill, as against the armed forces of the ruling classes, instead of increasing both in quantity and effectiveness, had become weaker. 300. Thirdly, while the peasants held possession of a greater portion of Anyakrantalu, leased land, and practically the whole of the wasteland brought under cultivation, they had lost possession of most of the surplus land seized. Even on the lands in their possession, they were forced to pay rent, though in many cases, it might be very small and even token. These could not be recovered or continue to be defended by armed defense for much longer. Fourthly, the ruling classes in the whole country had strengthened their position, having overcome the initial enormous difficulties that they had faced immediately after the transfer of power. The high tide of the post-war mass upsurge had been ebbing rapidly, as was evidenced by the fact that in no part of the country, neither Telangana-like movements were going on nor even mass struggles of the 1947-48 intensity and character. There were also no important solidarity actions and aid campaigns in defense of the Telangana struggle, in the rest of the country. Fifthly, in the difficult situation facing the Telangana movement, and in the face of the unimaginable military and police torture and terror, sharp differences in the leadership once again had come up as to the future conduct of the movement. The most notorious example of this had been Ravi Narayan Reddy's stealthy desertion of his underground shelter and his joining of the open forum of the party headquarters at Bombay in its public slander campaign against the Telangana movement. The whole political and tactical line that was being pursued by the new Politburo elected in May 1950 was under attack by the Ajodangata leadership from Bombay, the legal party headquarters. Sixthly, in the fighting areas, among guerrilla leaders themselves, differences started accumulating and desertions began, even from amongst squad and center organizers. This took a serious turn when a small group headed by Dayam Rajayardi in Manakota Ilandu area, tried to organize a revolt, and failing, he and a few others deserted to the enemy. That was a serious warning signal. Finally, with the clear understanding obtained about the need to distinguish between partial partisan struggles and partisan warfare as part of a liberation struggle, it had been easier for the leaders of the Telangana movement to chalk out the future course of tactics regarding Telangana. We should have realized that the Telangana armed struggle which had developed and was being waged as a liberation struggle against the Nizam, was no more a liberation struggle when the Indian Army intervened and Hyderabad state became a part of the Indian state. It had become a peasant partisan armed struggle to defend the possession of the land which was in the hands of the peasants, i.e., a partial partisan struggle. Then, we would have, while conducting the armed defense, adopted quite flexible tactics to achieve as many concessions as possible, worked for settlement, and fared for better, retreating in time. We had carried on the armed defense to breaking point. These were the factors that made the Central Committee members who were heading the Telangana movement, agree to the Central Committee resolution of May 1951. Our hope and ardent desire was that the whole party would unitedly defend and stand by the Telangana. 301. Struggle and try to get those minimum terms which would enable withdrawal of the armed struggle, retaining the maximum gains that were possible at that time and in that situation. But the development of events after the Central Committee resolution, narrated above, dashed whatever prospects there were for achieving this, and hence the inevitable decision for unconditional withdrawal. The resolutions passed at the Amarabad Regional Communists and Guerrillas Conference on November 21, 1951, endorsing this decision, correctly reflect this situation, and we are giving them below. Resolution on withdrawal of armed struggle. For the last 5 years the Telangana people have been waging an armed struggle, under the leadership of the Andhra Mahasabha and the Communist Party, against the Nizam Nawab and the landlords, for land and for national freedom. When the Nizam Nawab's regime was about to collapse, the armies of the Congress government entered Hyderabad, on the plea of putting an end to the Nizam Rasakars, but in reality engaged in destroying the gains of the Telangana people. They kept the Nizam Nawab as Raj Pramak. They started seizing lands from the Telangana peasantry and handing over their possession to the Deshmukhs and the landlords. The Telangana people, under the leadership of their party, resisted the Nehru army's attacks and defended their lands. During the last 3 years, even though Nehru's armies subjected hundreds of thousands of people to brutal tortures, raped thousands of women, burned village after village, forced tribal people to vacate their villages and put them in concentration camps, new settlement villages outside the forests, with military guard all round, shot dead about 2,000 guerrillas, party and people's leaders, and the militant supporters of the party, the Telangana people were able to defend and retain many of their gains. They have retained possession of an overwhelming portion of the leased land and continue to cultivate it. They have retained some portion of the surplus lands of the big landlords, which they had occupied, though a major portion was snatched back by these big landlords with military and police help. But even these lands which the big landlords seized could not all be cultivated, a large portion of it is being kept as waste and uncultivated land. The Telangana peasants were cultivating and enjoying the fruit of all the waste lands, Porambok, Banjar or forest reserve lands. They were enjoying the forest produce free. They were free from the oppressive day-to-day rule and action of Patels and Patvaris and forest guards. They stopped forced labor being extracted by the landlords. 302. The big landlords could not dare stay in the villages and had run to the towns and to the police camps, and were economically in a far weakened position. 5 years of armed guerrilla struggle carried on by the Telangana people, made them tremendously conscious and determined to stand up for their rights, and for a new life. The Andhra Mahasabha had become the organization, united front, of the Telangana people, and the Communist Party has become the Telangana People's Party, winning their love and confidence. The Telangana peasant armed guerrilla struggle has shown to all the people of India, in practice, a new way of how to fight for land, for food, and for real freedom. The Telangana people's struggle has helped to expose the real character of Nehru's Congress government on a world scale, and won the appreciation of the progressive peoples of the world. The Nehru government felt that it could not wipe out the Telangana people's armed resistance, and if it continued further, they were afraid that many Telanganas might arise in several parts of India. They decided to carry on negotiations, so as to get the Telangana armed struggle withdrawn, and prepared to concede certain concessions. But in the Telangana people's struggle, in conducting it, there remained some mistakes. The Telangana peasantry was fighting for land, for the national unity of the Andhra people and for their freedom against the Nizam Nawab. But we wrongly construed it as the beginning of the people's armed struggle for liberation, which has to be an all-India struggle, to overthrow Nehru's Congress government. Because of this error, we were unable to counteract Nehru's propaganda in time, and mobilize all democratic sections of India in support of the Telangana people's struggle and just demands. We failed to build up the necessary secret mass organizations, and secret party organization, that could maintain day-to-day unbroken contact with the people, under whatever repression and terror, which was essential for any serious people's struggle. Because of this, we were unable to mobilize the people to participate more and more in the struggle against Nehru's army, in defense of their gains and demands. Our guerrilla attacks were mainly directed, not against the armed personnel of the government but tended to be against the government agents, the landlords, and other enemies of the people. We failed to develop sufficiently rapidly the military skill of the guerrillas and also the political and theoretical level of the party members and organizers. 303. Under these conditions, the party decided to withdraw guerrilla actions, if the peasants were not evicted from the lands, and if all those political prisoners connected with the Telangana people's struggle were released, all arrest warrants were withdrawn, all cases pending against them were withdrawn, the ban on the Communist Party and the Andhra Mahasabha was removed, the military and other armed personnel were withdrawn and civil liberties were restored. We thought using such respite and utilizing these opportunities, we could overcome our weaknesses and could carry the Telangana people's movement to a new high level, and strengthen it many times more with new tactics. But, the inter-party discussions that plagued the party during the last 2 years, have caused irreparable harm to the Telangana peasant armed struggle. Wrong arguments and propaganda were carried on that the Telangana people's movement was nothing but individual terrorism or squad actions, and that the people were not participating in it. The Central Committee passed a resolution on the basis of the new party program and new tactical line. But in complete contradiction to it, the Politburo issued an open public statement condemning individual terror and squad actions. It helped only the above-mentioned slander campaign and caused only harm to the Telangana cause. Releasing to the press that portion of the Central Committee resolution, that we were ready for negotiated settlement, led the government to consider that we were on our last legs and were ready to surrender, and so stiffened its attitude. V.D. Deshpande, Marathwada communist leader, went to the Home and Police Minister Seshadri Iyengar of the Hyderabad government and denounced the whole Telangana movement as terrorism. In Telangana, under the leadership of Ravi Narayan Reddy, V.D. Deshpande and Arutla Lakshmi Narasimha Reddy, a rival party group, calling itself the Convention Group, started functioning. Some of these of the Convention Group and some of the detainees in jails, had told Velodi, the chief administrator of the state, that they were ready to withdraw the struggle, and for a compromise. The Central Kisan Council, under the leadership of Z.A. Ahmed, and the All Hyderabad Kisan Committee, under the leadership of Arutla Lakshmi Narasimha Reddy, passed resolutions condemning the Telangana movement as individual terrorism. All these helped the government to feel that they were on top and could afford to be adamant. As for the Central Committee resolution, a solidarity campaign supporting the demands of the Telangana people could not be carried on, in the whole of India, except in Andhra. Under these circumstances, with our weaknesses on the one hand, and on the other hand, with increasing differences and split in the party, though we were unable to get the minimum conditions from the government we had expected, we were forced to adopt new tactics to defend the gains of the Telangana people's struggle and to carry it forward. For this purpose, the decision to stop guerrilla actions, taken by the Provincial Committee, is endorsed by this meeting. 304. In the same manner and with the same skill with which one has to lead the movement when it is surging forward, one has to retreat boldly, taking the initiative and adopting necessary steps, when unfavorable conditions force one to beat a retreat. We need not despair because of this retreat. On the basis of our experience of the movement, on the basis of our deep roots among the people, on the basis of the new program and new tactical line, we are confident that we will overcome the weaknesses in the Telangana movement and develop the Telangana people's movement many times more powerfully by winning national unity and freedom. We swear that we will carry out our part in the people's democratic movement in India. On protection of Khadr. During the last 5 years of the Telangana guerrilla struggle, those experienced Khadr who underwent many trials and tribulations, who now in the field number about 650, including 233 in this region, all these are the priceless capital of our movement. It is absolutely essential to take all necessary steps to protect and preserve these cadres. As per the new tactics, we have to dissolve the guerrilla squads, regroup them into political squads and function them as such. While the government continues to ban our Sangam and our party, and continues to wipe out our cadre, our squads and cadre face a great threat from the enemy. So it is necessary to give the necessary instruments to them for self-defense. We must reorganize the squads, mixing judiciously the military and political squad members, so as to enable them to effectively carry out political and organizational responsibilities. These squads have to take every technical precaution, while carrying out their program. If the police or the landlord gundas come to apprehend them, they must take every appropriate measure for self-defense and protection. The cadre will be facing a serious food problem. For this, they must depend entirely on the people, collect free donations in every form from the people, and maintain themselves. In future, as the repression becomes less and the scope for going back to the villages and settling and working there increases, then the cadre knave to go back to the villages and live among the people as part of them, earn their livelihood and work with them. Meanwhile, we must safeguard our secret centers existing in the forests as well as in the villages. We must continue to use them for the shelter of our cadre and leaders, as well as the office centers to carry on our work. For this purpose, all the necessary efforts and precautions must be continued as before. We must not recruit persons into the squads as before, but keep the developing conscious cadre in the village organization and develop their work and political level. *****. The decision to withdraw the Telangana armed struggle was released to the public and the press and was broadcast by the radio on October 21, 1951. 305. Development of events after the withdrawal. Comrade P. Sundarayya went to Amarabad forest region again and attended the conference of party and guerrilla fighters held there in the third week of November and explained the decision of withdrawal and the future program. The conference passed a resolution on martyrs and greeted the Soviet Union. After that the conference passed resolutions approving the decision of withdrawal of struggle, on how to protect cadre, on the land question, on grain levies, on food, on agricultural labor problems, on the peace movement, on the forthcoming elections, on the organization of People's Democratic Front and the party. Rajeshwar Rao and Devulapalli Venkatesvara Rao went to Varungal Khammam forest areas and explained the decision. The underground party leadership announced a reconstituted committee for Telangana of about 25 members consisting of both the underground cadre as well as those who were released and those who were in jail, and a small committee as the executive of those who were available outside and of the leading cadre from the provincial committee available in Hyderabad city for taking day-to-day decisions regarding elections, and for taking all other necessary steps for safeguarding the cadre and the movement after the withdrawal. The legal comrades refused to cooperate. Ajoy Kumar Ghosh, then, without consulting the underground state leadership, constituted an election committee but authorized it to function as the de facto state committee. The underground committee sent a circular to ignore this committee except for election purposes, and continued to guide the underground cadre while the election committee was able to get the acceptance and cooperation from the open cadre. The underground cadre worked hard for the success of PDF candidates, as the Communist Party could not set up candidates in its own name as the ban on it had not yet been withdrawn. The landlords had not yet returned to the villages, and could not establish their authority. The people were free to vote. They voted PDF candidates in thumping majorities and the Congress lost many deposits. In the Nalgonda, Khammam, Varungal, and Karimnagar districts, the PDF won all the seats except 4, and in the whole of Telangana, 40 PDF and 10 Socialist and Scheduled Castes Federation candidates supported by the PDF of a total of 100 candidates, won. Well-known Congress leaders were defeated. 7 out of 14 Lok Sabha seats were also won by PDF candidates. These successes in the elections in Telangana and a similar electoral success, though less spectacular, in the Andhra area proved the utter baselessness of the campaign that was carried on by the other section, that the party had ruined the whole mass movement and was isolated from the people because of its sectarianism, and the anarchist and individual terroristic movement. In fact, out of 29 members of the Communist Parliamentary Group, 19 were from Andhra Pradesh. These victories made the Andhra leadership once again take its due place in the All India leadership. 306. About 25 leading and important comrades of Telangana from the fighting areas as well as those who were open, held a prolonged meeting for a week in February 1952. They discussed all the problems that were dividing the cadre. Ajoy Kumar Ghosh as the General Secretary of the party attended it and guided it. He summed up the agreed conclusions, and a united Telangana committee was formed to lead the Telangana movement. Comrade P. Sundarayya was the secretary. Comrade M. Basavapannaya, Ravi Narayan Reddy, Badam Yellardi, Makdum, Devulapalli Venkateshwar Rao, Bhimayardi Natasingha Reddy, were the other members of the secretariat. If on any issue, differences persisted, decisions were to be taken by 2/3 majority. Our anxiety for unity was so great that even this principle was accepted. During 1952, after the elections were held, most of the leading cadre came out open, yet the hunt against underground squads and cadre continued. There were cases where the police hunted our cadre and killed a few. Arrests and prosecutions continued. Heavy sentences were being given. The government, when asked to fulfill its promise of withdrawing cases and warrants, releasing the arrested and convicted comrades, used to put up the argument that the guerrillas had not surrendered arms. And as long as the arms were not surrendered, they could not relax their hunt. Then the Telangana committee met and decided unanimously to surrender the arms, as they did not serve any purpose then, and was only giving an excuse to the government to pursue its vendetta. And in future, if once again, the people had to take up arms, it would be quite easy to gather them as in the past without relying on these outmoded firearms. The party handed over the arms at specified places. To this decision of surrendering arms, Devulapalli Venkateshwar Rao was also a willing party. But in 1969, when he has become a full-fledged Naxalite leader, he condemns the withdrawal of the struggle and surrender of arms as the greatest betrayal. According to him, even if the Telangana struggle was withdrawn, only if the arms were not surrendered, the course of events would have been different. Queer logic. Let me here itself make it absolutely clear that the Chinese party at no time during all the years from 1951 to 1967 ever said that the withdrawal of the Telangana movement was wrong, though they could have conveyed it on innumerable occasions when we had the opportunity to meet them personally. Once when we said in a mood of self-criticism that if we had had the correct understanding we could have retreated with much less losses and with greater gains, they told us not to stress that aspect but bring forth the revolutionary significance of the fact that the Nehru government could not suppress a peasant partisan struggle even in a small part of the country. The differences persisted. One, though Ajoy Kumar Ghosh concluded that the continuation of the armed struggle to defend the possession of the lands of the peasantry after the Indian Army intervention was correct and not having continued it would have been considered as betrayal by the peasantry, Ravi Narayan Reddy's group refused to accept this position and carried on their own propaganda that it was wrong to have continued the armed struggle. 307. 2. They were opposed to the formation of the Vishal Andhra Committee, as a leading committee of both the Andhra and Telangana areas, with each region having a separate regional committee subordinate to it. They insisted that both these should be directly led by the central committee. The Vishal Andhra Committee could be only a forum to exchange opinions on common issues. 3. They were opposed to developing the Andhra Mahasabha as the united front of all democratic forces in Telangana, and wanted the PDF to be such an organization for the whole of Hyderabad state. In fact, they wanted to develop the PDF as the party, while relegating the building of the Communist Party to the background. Every mass activity was to be undertaken on behalf of the PDF. 4. They were opposed to forming party committees at various levels, with the underground cadre occupying their due place. They dubbed these underground cadres as sectarians and armed struggle wallahs and so were to be eliminated, but on the ostensible plea that meetings of underground and open cadres were difficult to organize. They did not help the rehabilitation of the underground cadre or of their functioning. 5. They did neither grasp the disruptive character of the Mulki movement, nor fight vigorously against it. The Mulki movement was roused by the reactionaries in Telangana in 1952. The landlords, reactionary government officials, Marwari businessmen, who, in the name of fighting the domination of outsiders, of persons coming from the Andhra region, were out to disrupt the democratic movement. 6. They started to seek compromises with landlords to settle disputes, many against the interests of the peasants, instead of boldly leading militant resistance to the efforts of the landlords to evict the peasants from the lands they were in possession of and were cultivating. The most important difference is on the question of how to fight back the efforts of the Congress government and the landlords to evict the peasants from the lands they are cultivating. It is on this issue that the sharpest differences have arisen in all places, and they become a daily feature, between Ravi Narayan Reddy's group and the legal cadre on the one side and the underground cadre on the other. Whatever they may say before the Central Committee, in practice, their actions are in favor of the landlords. Their attitude is not one of mobilizing the people and safeguarding the possession of lands, but somehow or other arrive at compromises with the landlords. This is our firm opinion. The opinion of the Central Committee is also the same. Though there are certain sectarian attitudes among the underground cadre, the main deviation on the land question is one of right reformism. This is the agreed Central Committee opinion. In the daily functioning, on the most important issues of the peasantry, when there are serious differences, it is surprising that Rajeshwar Rao does not realize it. Without discussing these differences in the party committees, Ravi Narayan Reddy's and Ella Reddy's group carried on totally wrong propaganda that the underground cadre were carrying on their adventuristic activities. P. Sundarayya's letter in 1953, on our differences. Ultimately, seeing that the Andhra Committee leadership, with Rajeshwar Rao as the secretary, was not prepared to fight these disruptive policies, and also seeing that the Central 308 Committee, though politically upholding the viewpoint of the fighting underground cadre, was not prepared to enforce or even give their decisions in writing, and seeing that the Telangana and Andhra committees started functioning separately, comrades P. Sundarayya and M. Basavapannaya went back to the Andhra area. It was only again, after 1956, when Andhra Pradesh was formed, that a united party committee came into existence. Epilogue. It is now 30 years since the Communists became a political force in the Andhra Mahasabha of Telangana and took the leadership of the anti-landlord and anti-Nizam struggle. It is now more than 25 years since the mass of the peasantry took up arms to safeguard the lands they were cultivating and resist the armed attacks of the landlords and the armed forces of the Nizam and subsequently of the Indian government after its intervention. It is now over 20 years since that heroic partisan struggle was withdrawn on October 21, 1951. When we are writing the history of Telangana people's struggle and its lessons now after the lapse of such a long period of 2 decades, it is at least necessary to take note of what is the position of the people's movement in that area now in 1972, what is the position of the Communist Party, and where are the principal participants and leaders of the movement now. Were the tactics adopted after withdrawal of the struggle all that they should have been, or could there have been other alternative measures? What else could we have done at least to be in a far better position than what we are in now, or is it all inevitable? What are the main lessons to be drawn for our future action for the development of the revolutionary movement in our country? These are some of the questions that come up before us. Let me sum up my impressions. Even now, after continuous and murderous attacks of over 20 years by the landlords who returned with the help of the guns and bayonets of the Congress government, and who carry on these attacks with the help of that very same Congress government of theirs, the Telangana peasant movement is still quite vigorous in about 300 villages where our party, the CPI-M, holds a dominant and leading position as against 3,000 villages at the height of the Telangana movement. It is still a powerful force in 5 talukas of Nalgonda district, and in another 5 talukas of Warangal and Khammam districts. Our movement could not strike deep roots in all the extended areas in these and in other districts and was suppressed. The right communists, too, hold sizable influence in the talukas of Devarakonda, Narsapur, Adilabad, Sirsila, and Varungal, each in a separate district. In these areas, as well as in the whole of Telangana, to whatever extent the masses still enjoy the fruits of that great struggle, it is the result of their heroic and persistent resistance to the brutal repression of the landlords and the Congress regime and not due to the benign rule of the Congress. The most shattering blow to the movement in its old areas is in Manukota Taluka. Here we find the cruelest and most systematic attacks of the landlords, the old powerful Deshmukhs who now wear the Congress mantle, on the peasant movement and the brutal manner they suppressed it. We are unable to counteract these terror tactics of the landlords. Quite a number of active cottars, after being repeatedly beaten and their possessions looted, were forced to make 309. Peace with the landlords, some even actively joining them to fight the party and the people. Added to this the carrot dangling by the landlords, offering certain positions in panchayats, certain concessions to certain sections of the people to split them away, also disrupted the movement to a certain extent. Similar attempts to suppress and liquidate the People's Movement and the Communist Party in other strongholds were made all through, and during the last 5 years they have been intensified in the Huzurnagar Suryapet area, Khamamuthira area, and Narsampet Mulago area. Thousands, including the leaders of the party and ordinary peasants, were implicated in one or another criminal case. Organized Gunda attacks were made on party members and their houses with the active help of the police, through corrupt police officers specially posted to do this dirty job. Our party units and the toiling masses are fighting these back facing heavy odds and are trying to defend the movement doggedly at great sacrifice. But it is also necessary to note the changing socio-economic structure in the areas of the old Telangana peasant movement, and the consequent changing correlation of forces in the countryside. The landlords who ran away or were driven out of the villages during that movement, had trekked back and reconsolidated their positions in the rural areas. They seized back most of their so-called Seri lands, and sold most of the Anyakrantalu and lands under the old tenants to other rich cultivators and some protected tenants, who got the right of first purchase under the land laws enacted in 1950 and later under the impact of the Telangana peasant movement. The drive to deprive the peasants and agricultural laborers of the wastelands they have been cultivating is going on, and bitter struggles for patta right for this land goes on. The land ceiling acts are only on paper, no land over so-called ceilings is taken over or distributed. But the landlords do not own or command thousands of acres, in their own names, nor lease it on the same old scale, nor adopt the old open methods of utter feudal exploitation and loot. They have redistributed the land among their own relatives, apart from what was sold, and have taken to self-cultivation by modern agricultural methods by employing wage labor, though feudal forms of exploitation, rack renting, usury and low wages, and some kinds of indirect forced labor also are important features of the present rural situation. These landlords are buttressed by the growth of new rich strata in the rural areas, the capitalist farmers, the capitalist landlords, who do not do manual labor in their fields but get them cultivated entirely by wage labor, at the most confining their tasks to one of supervision, and the rich peasants who, while contributing physical labor, depend more on wage labor and earn a regular surplus. A considerable section of middle peasants has also grown. This growth of the new rich and middle peasantry is especially linked with the growth of irrigation under small river projects and under Nagarjunasagar canals and under wells with electric pumps. The landlords have not only changed their pattern of land ownership and cultivation, but also their tactics of fighting the growing people's movements. They adopt tactics of dividing the 310 ranks of the people's movement, along with their methods of brutal terror and repression. They promise land and actually give it to certain sections of the rural poor based on castes and communities, the grazing lands, the communal lands, and waste lands. They incite certain sections against other sections who are already cultivating the land and are under the influence of Kisan or agricultural labor organizations or of the Communist Party. They actively support toddy or arak, liquor, contractors as against ordinary toddy tappers. They utilize the community projects, cooperative societies, loans for purchasing of tractors, electricity for wells, fertilizers, etc., to improve their hold over the middle and rich peasantry. They try to monopolize all the key administrative posts in various governmental departments. They resort to every foul method to dominate the village panchayats, panchayat samitis, and zilla parishads to garner all benefits through these local bodies. Added to these, when these steps are not enough to dominate the villages, they resort to gundagiri, backed by the whole police and administrative setup. Because of these reasons, today even in those 300 villages where our movement and party hold a major position, a considerable section of the rural poor, a large percentage of the middle and rich peasantry are with the Congress. It is necessary to analyze concretely this new class correlation of forces in the villages and adopt concrete tactics to advance the movement, overcoming weaknesses and defeating the enemy plans. In fact, the agrarian movement, nowadays, is not in such a strong position to take up as a practical issue the question of land seizure or distribution of the lands of the landlords over a minimum ceiling which would ensure land to the tiller. The movement is just forced to defend the possession of and the right to continue cultivation of wastelands, or just take up the same old minimum wages demand for agricultural labor, which we demanded and enforced over 2 decades ago. In other sectors, in urban centers and among the working class, where even during the period of the Telangana struggle the revolutionary movement and especially our party was weak, even now also it continues to be so. In the Hyderabad industrial belt, in the Belampalli-Sirpur belt, and among government and middle-class employees, teachers and shop employees, the organization and movement continue to be weak. They are mostly dominated by the Congress, and by various other political and sectional leaders. Left and democratic parties or the Communist Party are not a major force among them. The greatest failure during this whole period is the failure to develop a strong democratic student movement, or even to develop the necessary deep contacts with the educated younger generations, the petty bourgeois intelligentsia. So much so, it is not the revolutionary forces that are able to draw in these younger generations and working class and middle class employees but the various reactionary forces. The result has been seen in the recent separate Telangana state movement led by the very 311 same landlords and reactionary and big business interests, who have always been opposing the Telangana peasant movement, the democratic aspirations of the people, the formation of linguistic states and the unity of the nationalities on a democratic basis. The students and the government and other middle-class employees were carried away by false assumptions and assurances. The great democratic movement that once forced the creation of linguistic states had been so weakened that in that very area, the counter-slogan came to the fore, backed and led by the reactionaries. But once again, it is still in the strongholds of the Communist Party, Nalgonda and Khammam, that the people rallied to fight the separatist movement. Why is all this? Is this inevitable or could the party have done anything better? Or is it that in area after area advances takes place in spurts and in isolation, and get crushed by the ruling classes, not to revive for a long time? Is there no possibility of the revolutionary democratic movement being coordinated and defended in the strong areas, till enough areas could join them and a mortal blow could be struck at the state power of the ruling classes and people's democracy led by the working class ushered in? Some failures. I have referred to the sharp differences that arose in the post-withdrawal period among our party leaders in Telangana on the question of defending the land that was still in the possession of the Telangana peasantry, and how that section which had been opposing the armed defense of the land after the Nehru government's intervention, resorted mainly to seeking compromise with the landlords, instead of mobilizing the peasantry to get the maximum concessions even in that difficult position. We did not adopt a militant line of defending the land and keep the land question as the main focal issue before the agrarian masses, and before the whole democratic movement. It could have been done only if the whole party, not only in Telangana but in the whole of India had been imbued with the correct perspective of the future development of the whole revolutionary movement in India, and had not adopted a constitutional parliamentary line of development, pinning great hopes on the Nehru government's progressive policies. Our party should have understood the very uneven development of the revolutionary democratic movement in the country, and the necessity of adopting suitable tactics of concentration and developing the movement all round and on all fronts, in key and important areas, first developing them as real political bases, which would set an example for other democratic forces to inspire and guide their course. In other areas, we should have been able to build very close links with other democratic forces and parties and mass organizations, however vacillating, halting and even, in many instances, retrograde they may be, and slowly, step by step, help them to come to correct lines and develop the movement. Thirdly, our party should have developed in such a way that whatever the repression or measures the ruling classes and their state might resort to, the party could be in a position to 312. Continue its multifarious activities on all key fronts and in all key areas. In our constitutional illusions, we neglected this task. The Communist Party organization. 1. One of the most fateful decisions taken by our party state committee, encouraged and endorsed by the central leadership, was to admit back into the party all those persons and especially important personages who showed cowardice, and even surrendered to the police, some even betraying secrets of the party, underground cadre and apparatus. The reason given was that the policies pursued by the then All India leaders, being sectarian, adventurist, caused great damage, and these persons could not face the enemy terror, and so were not guilty to the extent of being thrown out of the party for good. The legal comrades who came out of jails before the underground comrades could come out into the open, in Andhra, took this decision by a one-vote majority. This majority also held the view that the Telangana armed resistance after the Indian Army intervention was wrong, and so even those who showed weakness and outright cowardice and betrayal should be taken back into the party. Apart from these who sneaked back thus into the party, there are some who were in the thick of the Telangana struggle, but after its withdrawal, joined the Congress and became its rabid anti-communist agents. 2. There is another category of comrades who opposed the continuation of the armed struggle after Nehru's intervention, almost all of whom were in jail during 1949 to 1951. But they had taken an active part, after their release, in the campaign against the Telangana movement, and were in fact the leaders of the rightist faction. All of them without exception joined the Right Communist Party. 3. But there are also some others, who were in the forefront during the whole of the Telangana armed struggle, fighting, but later during the period of legality came to the decision that it was enough for them, and it would be better to be with the right communists, with their theories of national democracy, of joint front with the Congress and peaceful transition. 4. There are still other leading comrades who have been all along taking a revolutionary standpoint and stuck to the correct party stand, but who, feeling frustrated over the prolonged nature of the development of the revolutionary movement, and coming recently under the Chinese party's sectarian advocacy of immediate armed struggle irrespective of objective conditions, turned ultra-leftists and became leaders of various Naxalite groups. 5. There are also quite a number of comrades who have been through the thick of the whole fight, but gradually left the political front, and sought non-political livelihoods, earning decent incomes for their families. As the number of children increases and the pressure for a secure life comes, there is a tendency to pass from a professional revolutionary to a part-timer and later to be fully immersed in their livelihood and just become sympathizers. 313. Lack of revolutionary vigilance in admitting members into the party persists. Sometimes, we admit persons into the party who show certain initiative and capacities without seriously taking into consideration their past. Ideological weakness of our cadre and failure to keep contact with and develop the militants and party members. 1. All this shows that even in the leading cadre, ideological development, application of theory to concrete realities, is very much lacking. This makes them unable to endure the lifelong patient revolutionary work and find their moorings under all situations, and under the complex national and international situations that develop. Our failure to ideologically and politically develop even our own leading cadre is one of the reasons for the ups and downs in the communist movement in our country. 2. In Telangana, as we look back over the past 2 decades, we have to reproach ourselves with not having been able to keep in touch with tens of thousands of militants who suffered so much throughout the Telangana struggle, innumerable physical tortures and indignities, long years of jail life, etc. We failed to nurse their anger against Congress rule and develop them as active fighters against the regime and its policies. They have not been drawn into mass organizations at the village level and into actively participating in their activities. At the most, we might have been able to draw in a very small section into such organizations and activity. 3. It is true that for accomplishing this, we needed a systematic party organization and structure from the village upwards, each village branch or branch for a group of villages actively functioning. Then a local committee capable of guiding a few tens of such branches and the district committee that could guide these local committees. We did not develop such a party organizational structure. We functioned it more through general body meetings, public meetings, parliamentary and panchayat forums, but not on the basis of a real revolutionary party structure. 4. We have ignored the education and ideological development of even party members and cadre, leave alone the militants. If in spite of this failure, a certain number of leading cadre and party members developed and today continue to lead the movement, it is mainly due to their individual grit, capacity and experience derived from long periods of trial and error, and being in the thick of the movement. No conscious, organized efforts to educate them ideologically, train them in all the practical tasks of the mass movement were sufficiently made or carried out in practice. 5. That is why when any such leading cadre in any area becomes inactive, or wobbles, or leaves the party under various pressures, that whole area, along with a large number of party members, goes with him. The movement and the party suffer a terrific loss and even a complete blackout in that area. Our tasks now. 314. Now that the old generation, 18 to 35 years old, in 1942 that participated in the Telangana struggle has become old or is passing away, 2 generations of new cadre should have developed to replace them. We find even at lower levels that this is not sufficiently happening. Unless we draw them into our party and develop them, and promote them to higher leaderships quickly, the movement cannot develop much. We are now facing acute problems of organization, ideological development, defense of advanced movements and of developing movements in other areas and states. We hope these experiences of Telangana will be helpful in facing some of the tasks, if we really draw the proper lessons from it and try to apply them to the concrete situation in these states. 315. Part 3. Appendix I. Martyrs of the Struggle. Nalgonda District. Suryapet Taluka. Name Village Remarks *1. John Hajayartagudam Zonal Commander *2. Lingareddy, Squad Member 3. Another, 4. Ganji Sutyanarayana Makapuram Center Organizer, Squad Assistant 5. Harijan Muthaya testicles cut off, eyes gouged out, cut to pieces, immediately a few weeks after police action 6. Bandala Venkatreddy Makapuram *7. Kondala Reddy Istalapuram Squad Commander 8. Ravala Viraya Ipura Deputy Commander killed on 27.12.19489, 10, 11. Hussain, Garuntla killed on 26.12.1948 Ramulu and one other 12, 13. 2 others of the killed in Narsimhapuram, August 1, 1949 same squad 14. Chakalai Burakacharla killed on August 1, 1949 Mangaya 15. Kamari Chundapatla, Lachaya 16. Chinta Somi Reddy Penubata Guerrilla Squad Commander 17. Bhikshamaya Yatiramalagiri Local Squad Leader 18. Bakia, 19. Najirdi, Chandra Reddy Imampita joined the squad as student at the age of 16 and was shot dead at the age of 17 by the Indian Army along with Bandala Chandra Reddy 20. S. Venkatapaya Madhavaram 21. Lakshmi Narasunayakapali killed on 20.11.1949*22. Panagoti, Sitaramarao 23. Sangam, Sitaramarau's companion *24. Anirdi Ramayardi Ramanagidam *25. Pasanar Venkatreddy Kazanagodu. 316. 26 Vallabhavenkana caught by his legs and head, dashed on rocks and killed for giving shelter to Dayam Rajireddy, squad commander then, now in the Congress and enemy of the people. 27 Bayaviraya Masanapalli center organizer of Kakaravai, Kothagudam, Tanamcherla, etc. Shot dead in Baparam camp *28. Bhadraya, Jagannatham, killed in Manthina 29. Harijan peasant Torpagudam killed on January 7, 1949 30, 31, 32. Names not known shot dead on 31.8.1949 *33. Rifle Ramula killed on January 10, 1949 34-37. Gundrela Gaudaya and killed on 16.2.1950 between three other squad members Keshavapuram and Mota 38. Y Venkatramareddy killed in Gapavaram Hillocks, 22.2.1950 39. J Viraya, 40. Talavari Narsaya, 41. Gokachina Muthaya killed near Tirumalagiri 42. And his assistant forests, 15.7.1950. 43. One comrade Suryapet town killed on 30.10.1950 44. A Muslim militant Suryapet town 45. 46. Two comrades Panjadapa 47. Puram Malaya Ilagupali killed in Yelapuram forests, August 12, 1950 *48. Lingayachundupatla ordinary squad member, developed into zonal commander, surrounded in Yellandu and shot dead 49. Gundunarsai Reddy Namalai Timapuram center organizer 50. V. Narasimha Reddy died in Jalna jail in Lathe charge against protest action 51. And another comrade, 52. One comrade Vempati killed on 3.1.1.1951 Tatori Yempali village leader, rolled in red hot sands until skin peeled off, died in Kothagudam camp 54. Vatsya and Bimla *55. Ramulu of Myryala *56. B. Mayardi Kondul Reddy Kothagudam. During Razakar days. 1 Narsaya Patasuryapet killed during Nizam Razakar armed raid on Patasuryapet in 1946. 2 Pichmaya Patar Lapadu. 317. 3 Anantareddy Bailmula killed in Bailmula raid in 1946. 4 Matareddy 5-9. Gopalareddy Atmakur squad commander and squad and 4 others members. 10 Sabalingareddy Pamulapeta killed during raid on Ravalapenta camp. 11 Nikala Rajireddy Sirikanda killed by Rasakars after torture. 12 Nikala Papi Reddy. 13 One peasant Arvapali killed for driving nails on the road. 14 Malipakam Isaya Karivarala. 15 Elegangela Lakshmi Tungaturti killed during flag hoisting ceremony Narasaya at Ailru. 16-20. Galakomaraya Kodapta squad member, shot dead as reprisal and 4 militants after successful raid on police camp 21. Yadgiri Kilapakanta killed during raid on military lorry at Tirumalagiri, 7 persons in Agadu after Razakar's defeat in the Solipita Palm Grove battle, 6 persons in Kaparthia, 5 persons in Velila, 18 persons in Kazar Lapadu, 18 persons in Ramanagudam, 32 persons in Patar Lapadu, 12 persons in Balanapalli, 12 persons in Chundupatla, 1 militant in the raid on Atmakur Razakar camp, 4 in the attack on Arapatugeti. Husar Nagar Taluk. * 1. Valabanani Sitaramaya Penchakaladin zonal organizer, killed in action in Devarkonda Taluka 2,3,4. Along with 3 others 5. Balaja, Badla, Ramula Penchakaladin organizer of Chintagunta. Both 6. Chokalai Somulu Chintagunta were decoyed by Subardagudam landlords and killed in March 1957. Kamari Lalaya Makapuram squad members and supporters 8. Lambadi Bashu, 9. Harijan Gopaya, 10. Harijan Ramaya, 11. Aragani Venkolu, village organizer 12. Venkat Reddy party whole timer 13. Kilasani Somaya, Velama, shot dead at Kitavaragudam. 318. 14 Muthanani Ramachandraya Kitavaragudam village leader * 15. Nakrakanti Venkolu, central organizer, shot dead in 1950 at Yadavakula Baytavalu * 16. Vakanta Suryanarayana Veladanda student, became party organizer, shot dead at Kitavaragudam 17. Marapa Kodaya Badada local militant 18. Harijan Kodaya, local militant 19. Vaidla Viraya Narayanapuram local militant 20. Buraramulu, 21. Pandiri Venkola Kalamalachiravya 22. Harijan Muthaya, 23. Apirdi, burnt alive in Harik 24. Mangali Somulu, beaten to death 25. Bulaya, * 26. Muttavarapa Venkaya Kapugalo center organizer, killed in January 1950. 27 to 29. 3 local militants Kapugala farm servants of a landlord 30. Chandraya Alangapuram local militant 31. Kala Venkaya, party whole timer 32. Pendam Ramula Garidapalai 33. Another militant Garidapalai shot dead for refusing to join the Home Guards * 34. Berdi Sejalo, Reddy, Malakaravya squad leader, killed in July 1949. 9 youths who were sympathetic to the struggle during the Razakar days were shot dead as reprisal for guerrillas' action against the Home Guards. Malakaravya, 35. Venkateswarlu Malakaravya squad member * 36. Nasaraya squad member, killed after successful raid on Penugan Kiprola police station in Nandigama Taluka, while taking shelter in a field. 37 Chakalai Kodaya Gorlagudam local militant, killed on January 12, 1950. 38 Ramangsvamya Gorlagudam local militant, killed on January 12, 1950. 39 Vaidla Viraya Lakaram local youth militants shot dead as 40 Brahmaya, reprisal against guerrillas killing a 41 Guravaya, landlord of Lakaram Lingajari Pargana. 42 Pentaya, Kopolu Penta Amaravaram killed during raid on Elampadareddy, Lingajari Enclave police station. 43 Govdanagulachalakura party whole timer Buragata. 44 to 45. 2 persons forced to do night watch, killed when police in Mufti fired on the Home Guards. 46 local militant Togarai killed after being pointed out by village Patel. 47 Bukyabalya Janapadu Tanda killed on August 11, 1950. 319. 48 Awasherman Janapadu Tanda killed on suspicion of helping guerrillas. 49 Gala Narasi Mulachintapalam active agitator in labor struggles. 50 Chi Dela Durgaya Chintapalam. 51 Pajadimanu Tirapataya Chintapalam. 52 Iraboyana Lingaya Bajikala cultivating his recovered land, shot dead in April 1950 for refusing to surrender the land. 53 Bala Vankaya Kopola shot dead as he refused to give up the land to the landlord. 54 Bala Viraya Kopola party organizer, tied to lorry and dragged to death. 55 Agricultural Regulagada shot dead in reprisal for destruction labor militant of landlord's house. 56 Anandam Venkatramapuram courier between Huzurnagar and Mayuralagudam * 57. Gajalarama Venkataramapuram organizer of Matampally, killed in April 1950-58. Seelam Ramuladandapadu caught in Indian Union territory and shot dead along with some other inactive old squad members of Razakar days * 59. Kunthi Gorlalingai Rajipadu 60-year-old courier * b, Russia Lingulu Rajipadu * 60. Ramu, Gangayardi Koti Tirumalagiri courier Mayuralagudam Reddy, 61. Totalachaya Yagundarela 62. Harjan Chandra Yagundarela Suryanarayana were shot dead at 63. Marajana Yachandupatla Kitavaragudam 64. Harajan Somaya Yachandupatla 65. Bach Halakuri Mutai Aragavapuram 66. Venkateswarlu, 67. Ganda Sutyam, 68. Kosa Narsaya Yadavakula squad member 69. Narayana Mudavaram killed at Janapadu August 12, 1950 70-73. Potu Sutyanarayana and 3 killed at Rayanaguda, September 12, 1950 others 74. Chitla Narasaya Kodada killed on 15.12.1950-75. Munagal Sejala Kodada killed on 21.1.1950-76. Somi Lachhaya Gudapali killed on 28.1.1950-77-79. 3 persons Srinivasapuram killed on 17.1.1950-80. Wife of Alambadi peasant Veer Aram pregnant, but brutally killed for refusing to leave the land they were cultivating. Remarks 81. Mangaya squad leader, broke through the 320 police cordon at Kalyavapalli but later died of wounds. 82-83. Vadayari Rajai Reddy and Husar Nagar taken out from jail and shot dead by Rangachari Taluka the military in Varungal Kamardi 84-86. Daram Venkayya and Krishnapuram killed on September 12, 1951. 2 others. During Razakar days. 1 Arabalu P. Reddy Mallard Dagudam. 2-4. 3 others including Mallard Dagudam who was handing over stones to her woman husband for his sling, died of bullet wounds. 5. Venkat Reddy squad leaders killed in the raid on Ravalapenta Camp 6. Devabatina Venkateshvar Rao 7-9. Gala Lingaya, Gopaya, killed at Chintalamagudam Sankar Reddy, Santi Reddy, 10. Arasutyam Chimirala died of snakebite 11-19. 9 youths Melakaravya killed by Rasakars. Munagala Pargana, Enclave. 1 Vengalapapaya Nelamari * 2. Sunkari Venkatapayare Masamadram 3. Jeenjaluri Narsaya Jagannathpuram * 4. Jeenjaluri Pichaya, * 5. Kalunandaya, 6. Kalubhadraya, 7. Kalumutaya, * 8. Galamutaya, 9. Kajatala Buchaya, 10. Somir Dijagaya Narasi Mulagudam 11. Vempati Viramalutam Alapali 12. Tumuramaya Sarvaram 13. Gadam Mutyalunalabandagudam * 14. Yadara, Gundu, Ramula killed in Mahbubnagar district 15. Uppalaramaya died in Kudlore jail 16. Gadala Narsaya, 17. Mudaganda Viraya Kalakova 18. Gadagopala Krishna Yakarivarala 19. Puspati Ramula Karivarala 20. Chandra Reddy Imampita 21. Gala Amaraya Jarapachula Gudam 22-24. 3 persons, killed in police firing when they 321. Went to Baytavalu for flag hoisting * 25. Guram Narsai Reddy Timapuram * 26. S. Punnaya Angelapuram 27. Ramanatham Kokirani 28. Jagannath Achari taken from jail and shot dead 29-43. 15 others whose names are not available. Maryalagudam Taluka. * 1. Alwala Narasimha Reddy Alwala Zonal Commander, died in Tepalamaduga, in action, January 1949. 2 Bisam Matapali Venkatadripalam squad member, killed in 1949. 3 Niti Reddy Tadakamala shot dead by armed Congress squad Lakshmina Rasimha Reddy between Makavaram and Nelamari, 1948. 4 and another member Tadakamala, * 5. Gunda Venkana Tadakamala Tapachur Law Center organizer, shot dead in 1956. Somula Kandavaragudam Agricultural Laborers Squad 7. Pullaya members, shot dead in 1950 * 8. Rangareddy Kamardagudam Center organizer, against Baba Sahebat Deshmukhs, killed in 1950*9. Appireddy Ramadugu Center organizer, shot dead in Borayapalam military camp in 1950*10. Akrupu Sejalu Badalapalam Center leader of agricultural labor strikes, shot dead in 1950*11. Akala Sedaya Badalapalam courier, killed in August 1950-12. Janu Muslim Ragadampa militant poor peasant whose whole family was strong supporters of struggle, shot dead, March 1950-13. Venkataya Nandikonda village agricultural labor strike leader, shot dead at Nellikalu, April 1950. 14 Veerareddy Namamparam supporters, shot dead in November 1950. 15 and another supporter. 16 A militant Kadipalai agricultural labor strike leader, shot dead in December 1950. 17 Sejaluk Hukadam squad member during Razakar days, shot dead in 1950 while living in village. 18 to 19. Kamari Mattayam Yakandapuram shot dead because he refused to give up his land. His wife was raped 20 to 21. 2 supporters Mukandapuram 22 to 23. Muttaya and another Yelapuram killed for hiding guerrillas' grain. 322. Brutally beaten to death because he refused to give out the whereabouts of his son, a factory worker 24. A father 25. Magadi Sataya Buziraguda killed, December 1950 26. Patakatai Sejalukhandrapali 27. Dasari Buchaya Yakeshavapuram killed on December 15, 1950 28. Dora Masaya, 29 to 33. 1 woman and 4 Mensile Rumi Yagudam 34. 1 person Malaka Karla 35. Kosala Kataya killed on 24.1.1951 between Rajanagudam and Venganagudam 36. Mangali Panakalu, 37. Bodhiguravaya Yerabali killed on 26.1, 1951 38. And his companion, 39. Raghavaya Adavidavulapali 40. 1 comrade squad member of Adir Dalam, killed on December 10, 1949-41. Amritam Center organizer, Vadapalli Center 42. Lachhulu, 43 to 50. 8 persons Vadapatla shot dead in Devarakanda Talaka 51 to 53. 3 persons Rayanapeta killed in Devarakanda Talaka village. Nulgonda and Ramanapada Talyakas. Asterisk 1. Galalingaya Uppajipita squad leader killed in Chintalamagudam action by Rasakars along with Gopaya and Somi Reddy in Huzurnagar Talaka 2. Seshareddy Nulgonda Talaka killed on 20.7.19493. Lok Seshadri, 4. Guraparangaya, 5. Gurapalingaya, 15 years old, 6. A boy Valila member of the Bala Sangam, tortured and shot in Nakarkala camp. You may kill any number of communists, but the party cannot be suppressed. Asterisk 7. Gutta Sitaram Reddy Urumadla zonal organizer, caught and shot dead along with Pichana in the Rachakanda Hilixate. Aramala Venkaya Chinaka Party 9. Elisvami Nomula courier, betrayed while trying to establish contact with Manukota area, tortured and shot dead 10. Narsingham, Mukandam alias Chula squad commander, betrayed in 323. Ramavaram Muthaya, Hyderabad city, shot dead 11 to 14. 4 persons Galagutta 15 to 30. Mardi Nulgonda Talakaram Chandra Reddy and 15 others 31. 1 person Nemi Likala killed on 22.1.1951 asterisk 32 Ara Narsai Reddy. During Razakar days. 1 to 4. 4 persons Paradala killed during Razakar Nizam police raid 5. Pasisnura Venkat Reddy Anaram killed in Nizam's cavalry raid 6. Musuka Venkat Reddy. Bhavangiri Talaka, including the present Ramanapada and Old Shirketi Talakas. Asterisk 1. Pasam Rami Reddy Kararam zonal commander and organizer asterisk 2. Pedana, Kodunda Rami Reddy, Brahmanapalli area leader killed by military on June 6, 1949. 3. Kongarachaya Brahmanapalli killed in July 1949. 4. Padmareddy Shunsala central organizer, landlords Panala brothers got him shot dead in the Nandanam military camp in June 1949. 5. P. Ramachandra Reddy Shunsala zonal organizer. Caught in April, Pichana, 1951, in Rachikanda Hills and shot dead after a month's torture. 6. Jerry Eagalarami Reddy Kolanupaka student, guerrilla squad member, died in action in Musi, July 1949. 7. Madhavala Kolanupaka worker in city, caught and shot dead while visiting village. 8. Suryanarayana Kadipalai squad leader captured in River Musi action and shot dead, August 1949. 9. Gali Hanumaya, Ramesh, Kadipalai zonal commander, died in River Suryapet Talukam Musi action, July 1949. 10. V. Uttaraya, Narsingham, Balapalli killed after police action. 11. Narsingham's aunt Balapalli raped to death. 12. Bungapatla Yadgiri Majalagudam squad member, tortured brutally by Hamlet Balapalli Indian military immediately after police action and shot dead. 13. Pinakanti Yadgiri Balapalli killed in September 1949, Lakshmareddy, Hanumant Reddy, Ravi Ragvareddy and his minor son and 8 farm servants, all of Balapalli, were killed during Razakar days. 14. Yadgiri Shandipalai squad members, killed in the 15. Antaya, Vikarbad area. 16. Singh Aram Malaya Shandipalai center organizer. 324. Both from agricultural labor families, betrayed and surrounded at Bhimanapalli and shot dead on April 25, 1951. 17. Gala Narasi Mula Shandipalai militant, caught by landlords and police and burnt alive. 18. Raingaya Shandipalai center organizer, tied to a cart, petrol was poured over him and he was burnt alive, died shouting Communist Party's Zindabad. Gan Venkataya Kotamardi died of cholera in Shandipalai. 19. Gala Pentaya Indirala supporter, caught along with Uttaraya of Balapalli and shot dead after days of torture. 20. Chintala Krishnareddy Yankarala shot dead by Indian police for refusing to divulge the whereabouts of his brother, party organizer Yadgiri. 21. Muthaya, after release from jail, while staying in Tippayagudam, shot dead by Indian police. 22. Muthaya Pulapalapedu or courier, tortured and shot dead, did Olapuram not reveal any secrets? 23. Agaya, Olapuram. 24. Gopaya, Nagaya, Olapuram. 25. Vangaraposayago Tukanda or squad member Muthapuram. 26. Durga Chandraya Desired Dagudam Kukaner landlords got him shot. 27. Kavali Sataya Kukaner, * 28. Venkat Ramanujachari Chitakodur, center organizer, shot and burnt alive a few Ramanapata Taluka days after police action. 29. Kamari Narsingham Dejapalli. 30. Enugu Adi Reddy Atmakur squad member, shot dead in the Atmakur military camp at the instigation of Siddhapuram landlords. * 31. Chadakomaraya Pulajala center organizer, arrested in Kunar, shot dead in the Motakodur military camp after police action. 32. Vakadipul Laya Pulajala village elder, refused to betray village leader Malaya, hence beaten to death. 33. Malaya Pulajala village leader, caught, limbs broken and beaten to death in custody. 34. Venkat Narasaya Shad, Kokirani, organizing textile workers in the city. Earlier occupied land seized by Anaram landlords, caught and shot by the Indian Army along with 35. Gurunathapalli Muttaya Shad squad member. 325. 36 Lingaya, alias Subbarao, Brahmanapalli or worked in city tech. Arrested in Jalekapalli Hillocks, tortured and shot dead. 37 Anareddy Manareddy Ramagundam killed, August 8, 1950. 38 Ramula W. Bhavnagiri squad member, August 10, 1950. 39 Tolam Muzalia W. Bhavnagiri Squad Member, August 10, 1950. 40 Rajaram Masapat Squad Member. 41 to 43. 3 persons killed in reprisal after guerrillas killed Mysagovda of Ramchandrapuram. 44. Kamham Narasimha Reddy W. Bhavnagiri Organizer, June 1951 * 45, 46. Gokula Madam Reddy Ramanapata Organizer, shot dead, and his wife, Mattaya, Talaka raped to death. 47. Harijan Papaya Kanchalagudam Farm Servant or Gokula Mattaya. 48. Rajaya Pakilipuram, 49. Marathi Chipralagunta near Ailru. 50. Tirupati, 18.12.1950. 51, 52. 2 others, 53. Satani Kumaraya killed in Rajgiri Hills. 54. Puram Somayya, 55. Sampat Muthaya Ramanapata Madakanda Hills, June 10, 1950. Talaka. 56. Arjuna Bhadraya, 31.10.1950. 57. Harijan Laya Vemulvada. 58. A. Ramangsvamya, B. 2 Idulurusi. 2 Bol Aram. 59. 60. 1 Muslim Bama Hipal supporter and another. 61, 62. Salaya and another Ragavapuram party member. 63. Agricultural Ragavapuram squad member, joined the Vikarbad worker comrade squad, shot dead there. 64. Gosika Venkaya Pilayapalai shot dead. 65. Birdi Rami Reddy Pilayapalai, 66. Vaidla Yadgiri Pilayapalai both were burnt alive in November. 67. Harijan Kamu Venkaya 1948. They had cultivated the 68. 1 person landlord's pasture land. 69. Mangali Narasi Mulumojalipaka party member. 70. Kavali Narayana, burnt alive during Razakar days. 71. Kavali Somayya along with 3 other peasants of Pulajala. 72. Sathireddy Asapuram supporter. 73 to 76. Supporters Polapali shot dead after guerrillas killed Neelam Rajai Reddy. 77 to 78. 2 comrades Madharam squad members, shot dead by police. 326. After Panala landlord's properties were destroyed. 79. 1 person shot at Chintola. 80 to 86. 7 persons killed in Dulakapali forests. 87 to 90. 3 persons Parvatipuram Hills. 91 to 93. 3 persons near Nakarkalug, Nalgonda Talaka, September 8, 1949. 94 to 103. Chakalai Krishnaya in Bhavnagiri Talaka and 9 others. 104 to 105. 2 persons Chandrapali Kondapuram forests. 106. 1 person Tirapathi. 107. 1 person Rachakanda Hills. 108. 1 person Kodampita Rapaka. During Razakar days. * 1-20. Renagunta Rami Reddy Renagunta killed at Ailru and his squad of 2021 to 24. Pusalaji Viraya, Gundlagudam Chinam Komaraya Marpua, Pulaya, Veru Narayana, 25 to 37. Kandada Balireddy Lakshmita Vijudam and 12 of his squad. 38 to 49. 12 persons, names Balapali given earlier, 50 to 76. Pulajala, 22 persons shot dead, 5 burnt alive including 2 from Mojalipaka. 77. Kongara Gandhi Reddy Pedagudam killed by Razakar firing in an ambush attack on Rasakars at Kanchalagudam. 78. Parkala Malareddy Adagudur village elders, distributed. 79. Somi Reddy Rami Reddy, 600 acres of land. 80. Kanaboyana Sayana Adimpata died in the raid on the Adagajuru Razakar camp. 81. Padichadulingaya Anahipuram, 82. Ganti Papi Reddy Kaparayapalai died during a cavalry raid. 83. Kundakur Malaya Adimpata, 84 to 89. Kadari Somayya, Matsa died in the raid on the Adagajuru Viramalu, Venkaya, Razakar camp. Viraya, Panala Papaya and 1 other. 90. Parnajanki Reddy died in Amanabrola camp attack 91. Gugila Narasaya, alias Malaya. 327. Ibrahimpatnam Taluka. 1 Doma Narayana Reddy Manchala squad member. 2, 3. 2 persons shot dead after guerrillas killed Lingampally Patel. 4. Kundikanthiyamayanan Tharam medical practice, village leader, Harijan reported by jeweler landlords and was shot dead. 5 Gantu Hanumantunomula also shot dead in the above incident. 6 to 10. Chandraya squad member Milaram arrested during agricultural labor and 4 persons, including strike and shot dead in Arutla camp Budaramulu, 11. A. Gunakula Somaya Yachinar Dagudam 2 shepherd brothers of Elama B. Gunakula Malaya Tanda, shot dead in Arutla camp, as they seized back their lands from the landlords. 12. Dapudivolu, Lambadi farm servant * 13. Badam Narayana Kondamadugu agricultural worker comrade, leader of many strikes, shot dead, August 12, 1950-14. Panjala Narsingham, 15. Maisaya Kavakanda 18.11.1950-16. Tirupataya Salabhanapuram, 17. Lambadi Somula Gaureli killed for throwing leaflets into police camp. 18. Pedda Yaga di Makapuram 19. Bakia, 20. Bakiya's father, 21 to 23. 3 Harijans Palapalapeta shot dead. 24. 1 person Titiparty Ekavapali Narayana Reddy's farm servant. 25. 1 person Chintola shot dead at instigation of landlords. 26. Ramayavakarbat area shot dead because they seized back. 27. Bulaya, Anyakrantalu lands. 28. Sangaya, 29. Lakshmana Ramkandrapuram student Cotter, organizer, retreated to T. Lakshmanamurthy, Taluka Vikarbat area, tied to tree, tortured and shot dead. 30. Pichi Reddy Guraja student, organizer in Ibrahimpatnam Taluka, killed in Kotur. 31. Komaraya Hyderabad city student leader. 32. Ganapathy, alias Malaya. Mahabubnagar district. 1 Chenchuramayayama Maheswaram May 1950. 328. 2 Chakalikazaya Japulapalli. 3 China Papai Regavaram forests. 4 Kondaviraya Aparajapalli forest October 1950. 5 Vajanarsingham Kadapalli, * 6. Balasvami. Mathura Taluka. * 1. Beastshaya Chironomula 2. Kuttaramakataya 3. Bodhputi Punnaya 4. Roto Naraya Kamampadu 5. Vejuta Narayana Kanapuram died of TB in Kudlore jail. 6. Kuka Venkateswarla Kanapuram 7. Vejantajagaya, died in Kudlore jail. Police. 8. Kalakanda Ragavaya Karnavali firing 11.8 and November 10, 1959. Bachaya. Inukar 10. Devabhaktuni Narasaya Gondagalapadu 11. Talari Kodundarumayalach Hagudam 12. Mata Muzalapalach Hagudam 16.3.1950 Pentapali 13 to 14. 2 squad members Dhammapada 26.4.1950 15. Yelamandala Chandraya Alapadu 29.4.1950 16. Manda Akaya, 17. Goremaku Ajaraya Valapuram, 18. Madi Ramulu, * 19. Modarepa Govindapuram, and 4 others of Khammam and Ramachandraya Nandigama talukas were shot dead nearby. Memorial erected at Govindapuram and homage paid every year to them. 20. Kanjari Lakshmaya Medipalai 21. Samanani Ramulu, 22. Venkataya Medipalai forests shot dead, May 1950 23. Malaya Inukar forests 24. Pochaya, 25. Parsarajula Bendalapeta July 6, 1950 26. Padam Dharmaya, 27. Padam Ramaya, 28. Kimala Tirupati, 29. Padmayaya, 30. Pullaya, 31. Saruvenkana, 32 to 36. One Koya comrade, shot dead along with 4 others, Bandalapadu. 329. 37 Lingam Rajaram forests. 38 Jagapa. 39 Venkataswamy. 40 Ramalakhanakaya Gondagalapadu. 41 Lugdupti Gopaya Denjikar. 42 Nal Umla Gopaya Brahmanapali arrested from Chandola while ill, kept in Varungal jail for some time and shot dead, after landlord of Arkailapadu was killed by guerrillas. Narayana Reddy Pichi Reddy Brahmanapali brothers, joined movement in their teens. Developed as good organizers and squad commanders. These two were taken from Khammam jail along with Sankranti Ramachandraya of Lalapuram, S. Lakshminarayana and another of Muthagudam and were shot dead in Lakhugudam forests at the time of Indian Army intervention. 43 Ganyalaya Pusalapadu agricultural labor comrade, shot in Kesanapalli forests. 44 B. Narasim Haya Atukar was shot dead in Ejapalagudam, Mulagu Talaka. 45 Chulmaya Pradutur tortured by the landlord and killed. 46 Nageshwar squad commander. 47 Mata Venkateswar Linareta. 48 Chakalai Mutyalinareta. 49 Ambayadwara Samadram. 50 Anantapanai Badraya killed in Kamankakalu, 20.10.1949. 51 Madaramatla Muthaya. 52 Kadarivalu. 53 Gopaya Bukkayardapalam party militant, caught and handed over fleeing Rasakars to Indian military. Congress leaders recognized him and got him shot. 54 Domatali Pakir Yurboyanapat courier, caught and tortured in Gampalagudam camp, Krishna district, shot dead, December 1950. 55 Kongarachaya Rampamala April 1950 Malavaram. 56 Yanamati Ramayamotamari joined as student, fought against police till the end in Yadalakunta. During Razakar days. 330. 1. Madhav Reddy, Kakata squad commander taken from 2 to 6. 5 Khammam jail at the time of the Indian Army intervention and shot dead in Lakhugudam forests. Names were given earlier. Khammam Taluka. Asterisk 1. Makhaviraya Gokainapalli area leader 2. Krishnamurti squad commander asterisk 3. Gangavare Pusrinavasa Rao Venkatayapalam 4. Sivaya, member of Srinivasa Rao squad 5. Chandraya, 6. Pedamal Sir, 7. China Mal Sir, 8. Chintagudi Ramulu Venkatayapalam 9. Ravala Pichaya Venkatayapalam Rasakars shot him dead 10. Jangam Badraya Sudnipal at the Talapadu on 14.4.194911. Davasvami the Talapadu tied hand and foot, trampled on, testicles squeezed, head bashed by stones and killed as he refused to reveal whereabouts of a leader. 12. Mokapul Laya Sibalapuram 13. P. Venkatanarayana Sibalapuram shot at Chinaram, 27.7.194914. Narayana Keshavapuram Pindaprolo squad leader, died of cholera 15. Ravulapalli Sitaramaya Bajalabanda shot dead, January 9, 1949 at Gubagurdi, alias Krishnamurti, Forest 16. Rayala Bukkapakoya courier, 17. Rayala Buchaya squad commander, Arkailapadu forests, shot dead 18. His squad member, 19. Kumarasvami Muthagudam militants, 20.4.195020. Jagaya, Talapenta forests 21. Madupali Virasvamya all 4 were shot dead near 22. Samanani Gopaya Arapola Wada Govindapuram, Muthira Taluka. 23. Tamana Buchaya Arapola Wada Memorial erected 24. Kilaravenkaya, Apaya, Nandigama Taluka 25. Ramayanakaram Forests December 5, 1950 26. Gopaya, 27. Venkatapaya, 28. Tati Mutyelu, 29. Sattaya Vanamari on January 12, 1950, shot dead at Krishnapuram Gubagurdi 30. Devaya. 331. 31 Bagam Viraya Modapuram. 32 Narapangula Lachaya Pamai all from Harijans, earning there. 33 Rayavarepa Muthaya livelihood as rickshaw workers, but 34 Rayavarepa Gopaya the police arrested them and brought them back to Pamai and shot them dead. 35 Shaya Singhapudi shot dead along with Panditapuram comrades. 36 Bachalapul Laya Nagulancha agricultural labor comrade, leader of their strike struggles, died in Gulbarga jail. 37 Mutara Severe Budrum Patapali. 38 Jagannatham 20.1.1951. 39 1 Militant Katagur. 40-45. 6 persons in the forests of Tanakela 49-59. 14 persons in Khammam Cage Jail * 60-61. Puzaluri Sudyam and Lingaya, Area Courier. During Razakar days, Mathura Talaka. 1-6. Tota Venkaya, Tota Lalaya, Meenavalu died but the Rasakars had to flee Bandi Viraya, Metala 13.1.194 Hriramalu, Lakaseti Lakshmanarasaya, Radhakonda Viraya 7-9. Rampali Ramaya, Meenavalu were killed in reprisal Pilakotaya, Sukabhaga raid next day again Muthaya 10. Pajadapali Jagaya Kakata shot dead at Bonakalu Rayanapada 11. Bodhpudipal Laya Kakata village, shot dead at Bonakalu Rayanapada 12. Muthaya Pradatur 13. Makapataya Sirapuram 14. Talariapaya Sirapuram 15. Vazir Dekotaya Arkailapadu killed in Gumpana raid. 11 Kothagudam, Palvancha, Talaka. * 1. So Yum Gangula Banjara 2. So Yum Viraya, 3. So Yum Venkaya, 4. Another, B. Kakabujaji Koya leader * 5. Kunjamutyelu area scout and squad commander. 332. * 6. Ramayanak Aram Forest May 5, 1957. Gopaya, 8. Venkatapaya, 9. Venkama, 10. Pernandam Suravaram forests earlier acted as couriers of Comrade 11. Surani Petulu Seshgiri Rao, on December 5, 1912. Tadi Mutyelu 13. Gagam Jagayachi Puragudam 14. Tadi Kotaya Saitanagaram 24.11.1950 15. Sivaya, 16. Venkataya Badla 24.11.1950 17. Nagaya, 18. Payamkakya, 19. Isataya January 1, 1951 20. P. Lakshmaya, 21. S. Venkaya, 22. Kesri Gopaya Sitaram Nagaram 15.1.1951, Bergampadu, 23. Kodaya Sitaram Nagaram 15.1.1951, Bergampadu, 24. Subarao Kothagudam 25-26. 2 Comrades Kambalapalli Forests 27-29. 3 Comrades Korasarala Forests 30-38. 9 persons Kothagudam May 8, 1950 Forests 39-52. 14 persons Palvancha Forests first week of October 1950. About 300 persons including women and children round about Alapalai camp during Razakar days. Seshgiri Rao and his leader of mine workers, companions Kothagudam. Manukota Talaka. * 1a. Dundeti Pule Ipindaprola 23.7.1949b. Rayala Jagaya, 2-4. 3 killed near Toraru 5. Bali Lakshmanarasu Janapada Center Organizer 6. Dasari Narasaya, 7. Mula Viraya Bajanapada killed in forests, of Pirnaki, 8. Gondra Lakshmanarasu 20.8.194999-10. 2 Garla September 9, 1949. Thrown on thorny bushes. 333. And danced upon to death. 11. M. Chandraya Pedamaparam 18.10.194912. Akulu and squad member killed in Bodlata Hillocks. 13. A peasant 26.1.194914-15. 2 supporters Bodlata Guda 16. Pitala Gopaya Chinamaparam 18.11.1949 at Kakaravai, shot dead. 17. Gunda Yelaya, Venkana and Pulana killed in Chinamaparam when raiding Razakar camp. 18. Datu Saitaramulu Pindaprola village leader, 13.11.1949-19. Ramu and his squad member shot dead at Chintapali. 20. Malaya Yulpali, his neck pressed between 2 lathis. Organ pierced by pins to extract secrets in vein. 21. Shataramulu Inyagurdi, body burnt with cigarette butts to get the whereabouts of son-in-law. 22. Sitaramulu Inyagurdi 25.10.1951-23. Mala Sangamaya Mangalagudam 21.2.1950-24. Dugaya Atayagudam 25.3.1950-25. Pedalapedugaya Bachalapali 25.3.1950-26. Kasitaramaya Byaram August 4, 1950. 27. Visam Ramulu Maragutta Forests January 5, 1950. 28. Kakaramulu, of, Damjalapuram, 29. Kesri Adeppa, 30. Kunjamutyelu, 31. Redimala 31. B. Bakaya Kumarakuntla Center organizer, head bashed with stones to death. 32. Badranarayana Sudhanipali squad commander, December 1948. 33. Ulsutyanaryanake Samudram squad commander. 34. Venkataya, 25.10.1951, agricultural labor squad. 35. Chakalai Narasaya, member. 36. Panikara Lakshmaya, courier. 37. Uraboyan Aramulu, courier. 38. Malayakoya courier. 39. Guravaya agricultural labor courier. 40. Kataya Malakalapali 14.5.1950, courier. 41. Lakshmi, 42. Vajapada Viraya Chirumala forests. 43. Patambakaya, 44. Sejaboyana, 334. Papaya, 45. Alaravenkaya Kanchapalai forests and Alagada 29.11.1950-46. Alararamulu, 47. Chintaharaya, 48. Vanampotaya, 49. Koyaramaka, 50. Arakapati Lakshmaya Byaram Forest 30.11.1950-51. Kareti Bukayardi, 52. Veer Achari, Swami, of Sudarovya, March 1, 1951-53. Nagula Jamalapalli Forest April 1, 1951-54. Padugaposaya, 55. Kalipakaramulu, 56. Posya Malaya, 57. Visambalaya Irisalapuram 58. Jagana, 59-60. 2 Comrade C. Tyagudam 24.12.1950 Forest 61. Kozamachaya Somulagudam 26.12.1950 Kanji Kanakaya Chetipalai Forests, 63. Senapajagaya Bathadu, 64. Bulraju and Timampita first week of December 1950 65-66. 2 Couriers, Nursampata Taluka, 67. Ragavaya Garlagada first week of December 68. 1 Courier 69. Rajnana Jaganagudam second week, December 1950 70. Dugala Kothagudam village, Pandaya Garla Jagir 71. Murthipal Laya, 72-73. Another 2, 72. Arpali Viraya Kaluvala 73. Talapalai Narasaya Sriramgiri Courier 76-77. Lakshmayya and Aparahapali and his companion Alinagar. During Razakar Days 1. D. Venkatateswar Rao Garla 2. 2 squad members and Devuna Sankhi Sa by Rasakars 4 villagers 8-9. 2 militants Talapusapali by Rasakars 10-11. 2 Chinamaparam. 335. More than 300 were killed in Manukota Taluka. Manukota Party Qatar losses. From January to June end, 1950. These could not be identified. May be repeated. Still giving as found in files, P.S. 1. Venkataratnam Garla Jagir Courier. Enemy elements caught him, Manukota Taluk, police shot him dead 2. Gattaya, squad member, died of smallpox 3. Charles squad member, enemy agents caught him and police shot him dead 4. Pulaya, 5. Kondaviraya, courier, police surrounded and shot him dead 6. Venkatayapakala squad member, police shot him dead, Narsumpet Taluka, 7. Somulu, 8. Danaya, 9. Bhimayayakit Muparam courier, was betrayed. Police shot him dead 10. Padmayaya Tungaturti center organizer, police surrounded, Suryapet Taluka, and shot him dead 11. Maisaya, courier, police surrounded and shot him dead 12. Komaraya Tungaturti courier, police surrounded and shot, Suryapet Taluka, him dead 13. Lakshman Jungayo Taluk, 14. Vasu, police surrounded and shot him dead 15. Desu, center organizer, police surrounded and shot him dead 16. Raingaya, squad member, police surrounded and in the skirmish was shot dead 17. Manohar, zonal committee member, police surrounded him and in the skirmish shot him dead 18. Venkataya, courier, police surrounded him and in the skirmish was shot dead 19. Guttaya, squad member, police surrounded him and in the skirmish was shot dead 20. Bulaya Gundala squad member, died of smallpox 21. Nal Elaramulu, squad member, died of TB 22. Jagaya, zonal commander, surrounded by police and shot dead 23. Squad member, enemy agents betrayed. Police shot him dead. 336. 24 Bulraju Varungal Taluka zonal committee member, enemy agents betrayed. 25 1 courier. 26 1 courier. 27 Nandaya, squad commander, shot dead by police who surrounded him. 28 Sunkar, squad deputy commander, shot dead by police who surrounded him. 29 Amaya, courier, shot dead by police who surrounded him. 30. Mataya, courier, enemy agents betrayed. Police shot him dead. 31. Ragaya, center organizer. 32. Chalapati, center organizer, enemy agents betrayed. Police shot him dead. 33. 1 courier, enemy agents betrayed. Police shot him dead. 34. Ramanatham, courier, betrayed by enemy agents and was shot. 35. Dermaya, 36. Kotaya, 37. Bakaya and 38. Sitaramaya Ilandu. Ilandu Taluka. 1 Punnaya, Bachalavirasvamya, Nagalancha, killed at Panditapuram. Carried out Khammam Taluka many successful ambushes on military patrols, killed 4 Gurkhas near Alapalai camp, raided Nunjappa camp at Gangaram Sathapalli raid. 2 His companion Chandram only Panditapuram, Kanaya. 3 Buchaya Panditapuram. 4 Sheikh Lal, betrayed by Mamilapalli landlords, refused to reveal anything, tortured to death. 5 Yisambupti, killed at Alapalai camp. 6 Yenigapati Nagaya Talagudam organizer, shot dead on his way from Kaparai, to border. 7 Chenchulakshmaya Ilagubali August 11, 1949, Koya, tortured and shot at K. Samudram. 8 Akoya Youth Alagudam 14.11.1949. 9 A Guerrilla Squad Member 15.11.1949, while crossing River Godawari. 10 Vardamut Yelumilavaram January 5, 1950. 337. 11 Sriramulavamanatava Forests February 5, 1950. 12 Bulayat. 13 Kandru Rajaya near Magarala March 5, 1950 Hillocks. 14 to 16. 3 Comrades July 5, 1950, in forests between Chintapalam Nelipaka 17. Kazam Maraju 14.5.1950, forests of 18. Venkatapaya Chandrayapalam 19. Sara Lakshmaya, 20 to 21. 2 Comrades Kapala Banyaru 22. 1 Peasant Gang Aram 19.4.1950 23. 20 Women Sampali raped to death 24. Meklalingaya Pantarapadu Forests 13.10.1950 25. Mokamathaya, 26. Podigalas Shaya Ramavaram Forests, 27. Venu, Narasim Haya alias Ramavaram Forests. These three may be Venu, Balu, and Krishnamurti, Anandam of Mining Area, 28. Raingaya Ramavaram Forests, December 1950 29. Pullayat, 30. Ramam Pullayat Gundala Area 31. Nandi Bulayat, 32. Rajaya, 33. Bhupti Uraya Gudam 22.1.1951 Upparayo Kamalapuram, 35. Soluri Samaya 36. Kalti Ramayadivala Gudam 37. Sajaboyana Guthaya, 38. Kunjabuki Ramulu Lingagudam 39. Buchayat, 40. Kabumayat, 41. Kalti Narsaya, 42. Mata Venkateswarla Chandrapalam August 1, 1951 43. Lalu, Sejalub, Ragavapuram 25.1.1951 Forest 44. Narayan Das Bamanapalli September 3, 1951 45. Gopayat, 46. Bhimayat, 47 to 48. 2 Couriers Buddhathempadu 49. 1 Courier Lingala 50. Totem Guttaya Sampali Village Squad Member, betrayed by Koya Elder 51. Koya Narsaya kill in the raid in Gundala Shanigapuram camp. About 300 were shot dead in Gadapadu and Gundala camps. 338. Narsampada, Pikala, Mula Gutaliakas. 1 Rosaya Ullapuram laid on his back, stones hurled at his head, to death. 2 Durgalachhaya Pikala Forests. 3 Abdul Hussain. 4 Rami Reddy Kumaraya. 5 Rami Reddy Narasaya. 6 Tata Mutaya shot dead between Narlapur Islampur, Mula Gutalaka. 7 Magalai Venkataya Chandralapalam 24-10-1950 Palvancha Forests. 8 Kandilananda Yatimapuram Squad Commander Forests. 9 Penti Sankaraya, Deputy Commander. 10 Gala Ilaya. 11 Gala Chakaya. 12 Narhari Rao. 13 Aluboyana Narasaya Punchapand Avala 26-11-1950 Gadu. 14 Basaboyana Narasaya. 15 Narasi Mulu. 16 Baagaya. 17 Alarupanakanda Forests Red Lawada Squad. 18 Upala Venkataya. 19 Chakalayakaya. 20 Another Comrade. 21 Sitarama Yaragaboyanagudam August 1, 1951. 22 Malalachaya Pegatapali Koya Comrade. 23. Pichayanagaram. 24 Bugakamaya Jangalapali. 25 Petapoyana Papayagori Mala Forests. 26 Pulaya Yalaragudam Fills. 27 Kaltiachaya, alias Ramulu, Chi Malagudam killed while exploring Bastar R. 28 Narsaya. 29 Mokala Samayapanaganda. 30 Kunja Narsaya. 31 Urpakanaya. 32 Pinaka Samaya. 33 Pendakatla Narsaya. 34 Nalapada Buchaya. 35 Mankadaya Chaya. 36 Bandalasati Narayana Nilala Narsapuram. 37 Malalananda Yatagatapali. 38 M Sankaraya. 339. 39 Satam. 40 Yuk Pedapotayalingala. 41 Yuk Rajaya. 42 Misi Ramaya Yelapuram * 43-44 Bashu and Ramalamula Gotalaka * 45-46 Ramu and Balu, 47. 1 Supporter Gang Aram 19.4.195048. 1 Supporter Piccola Forests January 6, 1950 49-55. 7 Militants Mulago Forests May 10, 1950 56. 1 Comrade Piccola Talaka 57. 1 Comrade Patarapali 13.10.195058-63. 6 Comrades Marapu Forests 13.10.195064-67. 4 Comrades Gang Aram 22.10.195068. 1 Comrade Tantavarapalam June 12, 1950 69-70. 2 Comrades between Ramanujapuram and Budhavaram Mulago 71-79. 9 Militants Piccola Mulago Forests 80-94. 15 persons taken from Narasampata Camp Jail to Kothagudam Camp and shot dead. Jungayo and Varungal Talyakas. * 1. Gabeda, Gungasani, Gabeda Tirumalareddy * 2. Rikula belongs to join the squad as student in Lakshmareddy Khammam Dist student in Varungal 3. Baki Yasai Taramparam 4. Jali Alaya Chintapali June 8, 1949 5. Kimala Balaya, 6. Vasi Rami Reddy, 7. Bhimarao died as under trial of TB 8. Lumalambadi Mundrai February 3, 1959. Venkaya, 10. Yera Narasaya Bangaralagunta September 10, 1950 11-16. And 6 others 17. Achasajalaya Mahadavapuram 30.10.195018. Abbas Sigavari Japitan 19. Muthaya Visner burnt alive in a hayrick 20. Venkat Narasimhareddy Chinnar 21. Bhadraya Madhavapuram courier, caught and killed 22. And another, 23. Buka Somaya * 24. Tanu * 25. Ganugapati Narayanareddy zonal organizer and commander * 26. Nula Narasimulu, Jr. * 27. Devasani Venkaya. 340. * 28. Bezavaya, Samuel, and Alaya 29. Sayud Samuel Vadlakanda shot dead 30. Sivaratri Balaya, 31. Dandagala Balaya, 32. Kurmi Alaya Vadlakanda shot dead 33. And 1 militant, 34-37. 4 militants Adavikshavapuram 38. Kondapoli Narsaya 39. Meklapol Layamadikantat, Varungal Talaka, 40. Dokala Papaya, 41. Mita Somaya, 42. Visam Muthaya, 43. Kodam Lokaya, 44. Kamarajaya Rajaram, Varungal Talaka. During Razakar days. 1 Dadi Komaraya Kadavandi, Jungayo Talaka, July 4, 1946. 2 Mandati Somi Reddy, in the Nizam police raid on Devarapala. 3 Another comrade Sitaramparam. 4-7. Kathavirar di Chitakodara Katha Rajareddy, Kondam Hanumaya, Iraramaya, 11. Kamari Narasimulu, 12-13. Yadgiri and Vadlakanda died hit by bullets. Another comrade 14-20. 7 persons in Razakar and police raid, while defending village Akunuir 21. Motam Posulu, Barampali 22. Motam Ramulu, 23-108. Balahunagaya and 85 others, shot dead in Barampalli 109 Yembe Yagung Apuram Siddipeta Talaka 128. And 19 others Kudigalas shot dead 129. 131 3 Lam Adistavarapala burnt alive. 132 to 153 22 persons Akirajapali 154 to 183. 30 persons Kodakandla 185. Vadla Rajaya 186. Kampala Ilaya Iragalapadu died fighting against Rasakars and Nizam's police. 341. 187 to 189. 3 guerrilla members died on raids on Titikanda camp. Karimnagar Adilabad 1. Harishchandra Rao Peditandla 29.10.19502. Qasim 3. Kuntalakshmaya Yagundapalli Hillocks May 11, 1954. Kumta Sai Reddy, 5. Vakil Rajai Reddy, 6. Ramayya, 7. Dasamayya, 8. Sampati Hanumalu Sandarla Camp April 11, 1959. 1 Comrade Sarungapur 10 to 11. 2 Comrades Panarpali, 16.10.1950 Zahirabad Talaka 12. Gundaboyana Chandraya Marikai Peta and Sirzilla 13. Rami Reddy, 14. Rajamalaya Siddipet 20.3.1951, Medak Dist, asterisk 15. K. Rungachari Kamardi 16. Lachhaya Kanapata Center Organizer 17. 1 Andhra Comrade in Karimnagar Forests asterisk 18. Bhupti Reddy asterisk 19. Dowrelli Malaya. During Razakar days. 1. A Prabhakar Rao 2. Damodar Reddy 3. Bhupti Reddy Baisayardapalli 4. Ramachandram Karimnagar student, shot dead in Hujurabad Talaka 5. Devanandam Varungal, 6. Naragopal Reddy Jungayo Regula shot dead at Lingampalli, Hujurabad Talaka 7. Malareddy Pasaramedla 8. Boda Ilaya Maragata, 9 to 10. 2 Comrades Hujurabad. East Godavari. 1 Kandikatla Nugbushnamkudli, Razalu Dist. Agricultural Labor Leader, Dist Talaka Party Secretariat Member, shot dead at Yanam by Indian Police. 2 Nintamanani Satyanarayana Daskorumili, Rama Dist. Party Secretariat Member and Chandrapuram Talaka Kisan Leader. 342. 3 Panumatsa Anantam Rayuriali, Katapeta Party Secretariat Member Talaka. The above 2 were arrested in Sama Lkot and tied to a tree and shot dead. 4 Gunam Venkat Reddy Agricultural Razalu Talaka on 21.6.1950 shot Labor Leader dead. 5 Gubbala Narasimhamurthy Makapuram. 6 Gubbala Venkat Reddy. 7 Alurai Bukaira Marayu Antarvidapalam, Youth Leader Rajola Talaka. 8 Sanaboyana Jagannatham Visweswarayapuram. 9 Rapakasuyanarayana Mori Agricultural Labor Leader. 10 Nandurai Subbarao Bhimanipalli, Amalpuram Talaka. 11 Kandikatla Yesuratnam Bachalanka, Umla 1949 Param Talaka. 12 Danga Narasimhamurthy, 21-6-1949. 13 Bumabus Varju Pedapuram Handloom Weaver Leader 14. Dr. Viraya Kakinada died of snakebite while UG. 15 Parvatmaneni Guntur Dist. Hunted by police, fell in well in the Venkateshwar Rao Dark and died. 16 T. Lakshmanamurthy Ramkandrapuram shot dead in Vikarbad area Talaka. 17 Anaparti Ramana Edida, Rajmundry hanged in 1951 as involved in Talaka killing village Munsif. West Godavari. 1 Parapam Rityanjayudu Achanta, Narsapur Dist. Sect. Member, State Talaka Committee Member, 16.5.1950. 2 Nara Anjanayulu Pedapadu, Iluru Dist. Secretariat Member, 24.5.1950 Talaka. 3 Edpuganti Purnakandra Rao Pedamadali Dist. Secretariat Member, 16.6.1950 Gudivada Talaka. 4 Padala Subarao Alampero Talaka Leader, 24.5.1950, Narsapur Talaka, 5. Rudrarayu Gopalarayu Chinchinata September 7, 1950. Shot dead while on bail. Narsapur Talaka Agricultural Labor Leader and Center Organizer 6. Rudrarayu Iyaparaju, 22.5.1950, conducted agricultural labor struggle 7. Busy Venkat Rao Chinchinata Agricultural Labor Comrade, shot Narsapur Talaka dead, 17.4.1950. Busy Musalayya, 9. Alurai Ramarayu, 10. Talabes of Amalaya Vemavaram, Agricultural Labor and Weavers Narsapur Talaka Leader, shot dead along with 343. Ayupparayu 11. Vejsena Shivaram Rajakupavaram, underground, died of snakebite Narsapur Talaka 12. Kaladindi Suryanarayanarayu Palamuru, Tunuka Talaka Leader, October 5, 1950 Talaka 13. Gandeti Narsimam Viparu, Tunuka 18.7.1950, Courier, did not reveal Talaka any secrets 14. Devarkanda Subbarao Vendra, September 3, 1950, Kovbur Talaka Leader Bhimavaram Talaka 15. Barusu Mang Anadandagaru, Village Leader, on bail. Police shot Tadapalajutam him dead Talaka 16. P. Madhav Rao Chintalaputi Talaka teachers, were shot dead on the 17. E. Sambayat, ground that they were helping the 18. P. Venkataratnam, party, on 17.4.1950. 19 to 22. 4 Bukampatkoya militants 23. Garapodi Rajaram Mohan Padupadu Talaka. Krishna District, Munagala Pargana excluded, Divi Talaka. 1 Chalapoli Narayana Rao Chalapoli Agricultural Labor Leader, DIST. Party Leader. 2 Chalasani Jagannatha Rao Batlapanamaru DIST. Secretariat Member. 3 Chalasani Srinivasa Rao, District Student Leader. 4 Kirti Subbarao. 5 Chalasani Rathaya. 6 Chalasani Kanchana Rao, Student. 7 Dusari Nageswar Rao. 8 Dusari Nugbushnam. 9 Ravi Bhima Rao Pagalo Student. 10 Dusari Bhikshmaya Yachina Muttavi. 11 Karapati Baragi. 12 Garkipti Sivarami Anagayatipa. 13 Garkipti Sriramulu. 14 Garkipti Anjaya. 15 Tatinanichane Yamuva. 16 Mandava Venkateshvar Rao Muva Talaka Organizer. 17 Muva Venkatarngam. 18 Vazir Divasvandam Vemulapali. 19 Kodali Samhaya. 20 Kodali Balaya. 21 Ravi Subarao Dalaparu. 22 Mekha Subarao Mikavaripalam. 23 Mekha Nageshwar Rao Mikavaripalam. 24 Parachuri Rajgopala Rao Mopadevi. 25 Nadakudatai Lakshmi Pati Chiruvalanka. 344. 26 Pita Ankainita Chiruvalanka. 27 Kaganti Venkateshvar Rao Vilavalu. 28 Tatamputi Narayana Rao Chiturpua. 29 Yelamanchili Venkateshvar Rao Vilavalu Talaka Organizer. 30 Gajanani Tataya Swatantrapuram. 31. Nadendla Venkat Krishnaya Nadendla Varipalam. 32 Murugushri Ramula Kandavaram. 33 Mandava Venkateshvar Rao Amudalanka. 34 SMT. Vyamagajolanka. 35 to 37. 3 other militants. Gunnavram Talaka. 38 Chintapali Paparao Budhavaram DIST. Secretariat Member. 39 Katragada China Deva Higudam Center Organizer. 40 Pamarti Subarao Ulaparam. 41 Jasti Ragavia Gunnavram Center Organizer. 42 Andrea Mustabad. 43 Irago Noble Talaprolu. 44 Jasti Bazavarao Kesarapali. 45 Kudiyala Narayana Rao Kacharu Talaka Orgamsar. 46 Edpuganti Subarau Kacharu Talaka Organizer. 47 Narla Tatarau Kacharu. 48 Kili Ratnam Kacharu. 49 Nagulapali Kodaswar Rao Mudunuru State Party's Prajazakti Press Manager. 50 Yelamanchili Rama Krishna Yamudunuru. 51 Guntaka China Apireddy Pedavogarala. 52 Dronavali Satya Prasad Mamilapali Talaka Orgam Cell. 53 Ch. Kutumbarao Ajanaparu. 54 Yelamanchili Basavia Krishnapuram. 55 Gulapali Basavia Krishnapuram. 56 Yelamanchili Krishna Yamaduru. 57 Parvataneni Tirumalarao Maravada. Gudivan Talaka 58. YV Krishna Rao Kanamuru Center Organizer 59. A Vichalapati Rao Vanapamula Center Organizer 60. A Subbarao Chittapalli 61. M Sutyanarayana Lingavaram 62. A Narayana Rao Kadiru 63. Ch. Venkataratnam Nugela 64. VV Krishna Rao Tamirisa 65. PV Narasimha Rao Pedamadali 66. M Narasaya Kaikolar Talaka 67. Ipurnachandra Rao Pedamadali Center Organizer 345. Bandar Town and Talaka 68 BH. Ramarao Trade Union Leader 69 B Purushottam Nuzvid Talaka 70 Ch. Rajgopalarao Unnavram Talaka Organizer 71 Pulaya Ranjanagudam Vijayawada Talaka and Town 72 Parvataneni Sutyanarayana Neppalai 73 B Sobhanadri Vijayawada Town Organizer 74 Kanak Rao 75 Apparao 76 B Viraya, Railway Worker, Pointsman 77 M Venkaya Kota Kalaputi 78 S Nagaya, Velvatum 79 G Kodaswar Rao 80 G Purushottam 81 Noble, Teacher, Kodur 82 Animarlaputi Sitaram Rao, DIST Party Leader shot in Kudlore Jail 83 Man Krishna 84 Man Rataya 85 Man Pichaya 86 S Pajadaya 87 G Borareddy Patapadu 88 M Lakshmaya Yakota Kalaputi 89 G Venkatasubbiya Ganapavaram 90 Y Venkatesvara Rao Davyaluru 91 A Comrade Uppalur 92 Konarumallikarjun Rao Patamata Nandigama Talaka 93 Tirupataya Indugamali 94 Kilaravenkaya, Apaya, Kamavaripalam Tiravuru Talaka 95 Arava Venkatrami Reddy Kunaparajaparva at Vinagata Gatla, his wife committed suicide under conditions of police terror 346 96 Tumalapalli Gopaya, at Daulaswaram, 14.6.1950. 97 Panaganti Nageshwar Rao, at Kondapalli, 13.6.1950. 98 Kongala Viraya Arakapadu at Vinagata Gatla 99. Kota Gopaya, at Talapenta, Khamam Dist. 100 Kongala Abraham, at Kalarugatla, Khamam Dist. 101 Sangasani Pikaya at Sambudagudam, Mathura Talaka. Guntur District. Satanapalli Talaka. 1 Sheikh Gau Sahib Talaru. 2 Sheikh Papa Sahib. 3 Pasupaleti Rosaya. 4 Kosana Tirupataya. 5 Chinnamzadi Peta Abai. 6 Sabinani Punnayanagavaram. 7 Sheikh Nan. 8 Ibrahim. 9 Gudaputi Kodaswar Rao Rentapalli. 10 Dara Ramakoti. 11 Madala Yerabhadrakari Madala. 12 Chava Badraya Anjagar. 13 Aluri Mang Algiria Kampita. 14 Kongchi Ramakoti Kulyuru. 15 Guntan Agulu. 16 Forlarosaya Polichinta. 17 Chintirala Sejalu. Narsaropata Talaka. 18 Danda Narayana Svami Gorant Lavarapalam. 19 Pili Ankama Kilakaluripida. 20 Gadam Moshe Viluru. 21 Kondragun Taramulu. 22 Kakani Ramachandraya. 23 Alavenkaya. 24 Kutadamodra. 25 Danda Ankama. 26 Mukari Moshe Purushotam Patnam. 27 Devalagung Ayayaddanpudi. 28 Bonam Potaraju. 29 Mami Dala Subbarab Jon Nalagadda. Vinakonda Talaka. 347. 30 Inugupalam Kodaya Inugupalam. Guntur Talaka. 31. Nelakudatai Sutyanarayana Dandapadu. 32 Talam Sri Manarayana. Palan Talaka. 33 Sheikh Abdul Rasul Dachpali. 34 Galamudi Narayana Julakalu. 35 Gurum Nagayaramapuram. 36 Gurum Kodaya. 37 Uppurajai Reddy. 38 Pimanajala Veera Reddy. 39 Akuri Kichardi. 40 Tangita Janakama. 41 Dasari Kodaya Karalapadu. 42 Gadam Hussain. 43 Madaja Nasaraya. Ripalai Talaka. 44 Kantamni Venkataratnam Pal Lakona. 45 Dasari Subbaya Isukapali. 46 Gumiti Sitaramaya Gutta Kalanka. 47 Kusturi Kudambarau Kanagal. 48 Muthir di Venkachalamolaruu. 49 Mochara Venkataratnam Velacharu. 50 Mochara Venkataratnam's daughter, 3 years old. Tenali Talaka. 51 Punditrathulamo Lakarjan Imani Dist Agricultural Labor Leader Sarma. 52 Chukapali Kancharlapalam. 53a. Namagadarataya Dug Iralabi. Bhaskar Rao. Bapatla Talaka. 54 Mutti Nudala Lakshminarayana Balukhanudupalam Teacher, December 5, 1950. 55 Jetti Subbarao Jupudi April 6, 1949. 56 Javukula Sesha Sastri Bapatla December 5, 1950. 57 Bandara Venkatapayapala Paru 13-4-1950. 348. 58 Karnam Sriramulu, 19-4-1950. 59 Nagab Harava Viraya. 60 Petapaga Prakasam. 61 Bachala Dhanarjya. 62 Bandalapati Amaya, February 5, 1950. 63 Popurai Rangarao, 13-5-1950. 64 Sarakinda Upaya. 65 Bandara Venkateswarlu Pandalapalai December 5, 1950. 66 Saja Surya Balanandam Vitapalam. Ongole District. 67 Madala Narasaya Minampadu. 68 Madala Kodaya. 69 Timaraju Lakshminarayana Kaniki. 70 Venkateshvar Rao Kanagiri Talaka. Cuttapah District. 71 Venkat Kondareddy Pedapasupula. 72 Pedavenkana Urajupalam, Pulivandula Talaka. 73 China Venkana. 74 Marina. 75 to 77. 3 militants in Dreswaram Kurnool District. Telangana, continued. 1 to 10. 10 Dak Aram Huser Nagar Myr Gudam 11 to 18. 8 Dharamparam Tanda Jungayo 19. Komaraya, 20. Neelam Krishna Yamanala Armor Talaka 21. Kishan, 22. Chala Yelaya, 23. Mudam Malaya, 24. 1 Militant, 25. Lachhanayak Kanapuram Jugdiyal 26. Janu, 27. Chucky, 28 to 29. 2 Peasants Chintakuntak. After police action. 1 Villapuram Devarakanda. 2 Inavalu. 2 Bamanapalli. 349. 3 Chintakuntak. 2 Mananur. 2 Gangayardapalli. 1 Baguladon. 2 Rangapuram. 1 Regulapuram. Appendix 2. The conditions of agricultural workers and of the poor peasantry. We are giving below some details of the conditions of agricultural laborers and the poor peasantry in different fighting areas of Telangana during 1948 to 51, as well as the demands put forward by the Andhra Mahasabha and by our squads, on the basis of which they were mobilized. These give a graphic picture of the conditions of the peasantry in contrast to the land concentration in the hands of few landlords. Huzurnagar Taluka. In Janapadu Centre, the daily wages for an agricultural or rural laborer were 2 seers of paddy, by measure and not by weight, in the non-busy season, and 3 seers in the busy season. A farm servant was paid 60 to 80 seers per month, or 7 to 10 bags of paddy per year, each bag containing 75 kilograms. 100 seers of paddy. The farm servant who managed the farm of the landlord and was considered the most reliable and highest paid, used to get 3 meals a day and 100 rupees per annum. In some villages of Vijayanagar Centre, in the Kapugalu Centre and in the Matampally Centre, where the lands are more fertile, and also in the black soil region, daily wages varied from 3 measures, 3 seers, of paddy or 2 measures, seers, of jowar in the non-busy season to 6 seers of paddy or 1 meal plus 3 seers of jowar in the busy season. In those areas, the farm servants were paid 100 rupees to 120 rupees per year with 3 meals a day, or 300 rupees without meals. Debts and interest rates. It was difficult for agricultural laborers and poor peasants to get loans. So they had to promise to pay back loans when they obtained employment during the harvest or other busy seasons, at the rate of 3 seers of jowar or 5 seers of paddy per rupee, whereas the normal price at harvest time was only 3 seers of paddy and 2 seers of jowar per rupee. Similarly, agricultural laborers also borrowed during April-June months, i.e., the summer months when they did not have any employment, on the promise to work at the groundnut harvesting in October-November, at miserably low wages, L0 to 14 annas, 60p to 85p, per 44 seers, by measure, of groundnuts dug out and shelled. 350. The poor and small peasants obtained loans on the promise to sell their groundnut crop at the rate of 60 rupees to 80 rupees per kandi, though the normal price was 100 rupees per kandi. On many occasions, the poorer sections would borrow small amounts from the women folk at the rate of 1 anna per rupee per month. Only the rich peasants obtained loans at the interest of 1 rupee on 100 rupees per month, or 12% per annum. Devarkonda Taluka. In this taluka, where the lands are less fertile, and rain and irrigation facilities meager, except in the Dindi project area, the daily wages were 2 measures, seers, of paddy. For millet harvesting, they were given handfuls of ripened millet crop, or grain crops, kankolo, which would give about 2 measures of grain. 3 measures were given during paddy harvesting. Farm servants were paid 60 rupees to 80 rupees with meals. Servants on the smaller farms were paid 30 rupees to 40 rupees with meals. Through the movement, an increase of generally 20 rupees and more was won in these wages. In the Devarkonda-Mayuralagudam zone, the rate of grain interest, NAGO, was very high. Agricultural labor and other rural poor, who found it impossible to get any employment and had to starve before the new harvest came in, were forced to pay back 1.5 measures for every measure of grain they borrowed, though the interval between borrowing and repaying might not exceed 15 to 30 days. When the agricultural laborers borrowed cash, it was normally between 15 to 30 rupees. But they had to pay 2 to 3% interest per month. Apart from this, just in order to get the loan, they were forced to give a goat or sheep or poultry as presents. Poor peasants who took loans, usually about 50 rupees to 60 rupees, had to repay in kind at the time of harvest, and their produce was valued at a very much reduced price, thereby concealing the enormous interest to which they were being subjected. Even the rich peasant had to pay 18% as interest rate in order to get a loan. Questions and answers. Given below are certain questions raised and answers given by squad leaders on the question of wage rates and other demands. They give a graphic idea of how the local cadre, even 20 years ago, were groping and struggling to solve urgent problems on a correct class basis. On the question of wages, the squads carried on agitation on the demand of 3 seers per day during the harvest and equal wages for men and women. On this the landlords raised many questions. How can we give 3 seers when the crops are not good? If more agricultural laborers than necessary flock to the fields, then how can we pay 3 seers to everyone? Women cannot do as much work as men, then how can we give them equal wages? Agricultural laborers also raised doubts as to whether it was possible for the starving day laborers to unite. 351. And go on strike. When the demand was raised that wages should be paid by measure or weight, or in cash, and not in the old way, a bundle or sheaf of jowar or paddy, or a handful or basketful of chilies, paddy or pulses, the question was asked how the poor or small peasants could pay this, for they did not have the necessary capital or reserves with them. The answers given were: if the crops are not good, the landlord or the rich peasant will not employ as many laborers as he would otherwise have done. So there is no difficulty in paying the demanded minimum wage of 3 seers. Further, during the slack season, or during famine, or no crop times, the middle and even the rich peasant employs very little labor, the most urgent and essential work being carried out by their own family labor, and most of the labor is employed by the landlord. When a laborer works irrespective of the crop yield, he is forced to spend his labor power. There is no reduction in his toil. So whenever he is employed he must get his full minimum wage. As for the question of a large number of wage laborers flocking to the fields trying to get whatever employment is available, this can be solved only by consciously organizing the agricultural laborers into their unions, by making them collectively bargain, and collectively, in groups taking in turns the work available without competing with and underbidding each other. Further, it was pointed out that taking up the wage question alone would not solve the problem, and hence the need and urgent necessity of raising the land question and the slogan of land to the tiller. As for drawing into the strike struggle those who did not have any food grain reserves to fall back upon, one squad leader said that if it was not possible to draw them in, they should be ignored, but the strike struggle should be carried on. Another squad leader corrected him and said that the striking workers must part with all their little resources, lend to others who were starving, and keep them in the strike. To make the strike successful, the farm servants as well must also be drawn in, and the backing of other toiling sections also obtained. It was necessary also to raise loans or donations to provide relief to the most needy during strike periods, so that the strikers did not get demoralized and the strike was not allowed to peter out. Their class consciousness and solidarity had to be roused. If conditions permitted, as an ultimate weapon, the landlord's crops might have to be confiscated to feed the starving workers. But under no conditions, if the strike was to succeed, could there be any indifference to any section of the workers going to work and allowing them to act as blacklegs. In one village one of the squads took up the issue of farm servants and raised the demand of 90 seers of paddy a month as wages, while the prevailing rate was only 40 seers. The farm servants were skeptical of such a demand being conceded by the landlords. Even the sympathetic landowners hesitated to concede the demand. It just showed the weakness of our approach. Without rousing the consciousness of the agricultural workers and making them fight for their demands, which they would consider feasible and achievable, there was no use repeating propaganda slogans. It only encouraged them to look to outsiders, the armed squads, to see if they could force the landlords to concede the demands. If it could be done, that would be good. They did not realize that they themselves had to actively participate, fight and win their demand. 352. In one village, when we asked the peasants to go on strike, they replied that if they struck work, then the labor from the neighboring village would come and work for the landlords. They told us, "You force the landlords to give higher wages and we will be with you." In another place, they demanded that if one of our sympathizers could be made to concede this demand, then other landowners would be forced to follow suit. The squad persuaded one of our supporters to pay the increased wage, but the other landlords refused to do the same. It was pointed out that only the collective action on the part of all the laborers would force the landlords to concede the demand and not the sweet words or a good example by a sympathetic landowner. In another village, the laborers asked the question whether the landlords would not bring in the police if they went on strike. It was explained to them that the laborers would have to be prepared to face the police and many other difficulties to win their just demands. But by the united action of the vast masses of toilers, it was possible to win their demands. Another question was raised about the old feudal forms of paying wages, not in fixed measures or fixed cash rates but in the form of a handful or basketful of ears of corn, or as so many parts out of so much yield, as 1 lump of cotton for every 10 lumps of cotton picked. Another form of feudal exploitation which enabled the landlords to pose as benevolent kind-hearted fellows was the practice of leaving in the threshing field some leftover grain, or a handful of grain, or headloads of the paddy sheaves at harvest time in place of fixed measured amounts as wages or yearly emoluments. The question asked was, how could the small and middle peasants pay these measured wages as they would have to pay from the current harvests? One squad leader said, in such cases, demand 1 or 2 extra handfuls or basketfuls, whereas a woman squad member, Nars Emma, said, let all the laborers thresh the grain and take their wages for both harvesting and threshing, as well as for cleaning the grain, but not the old feudal handfuls. Further, the rich peasants can borrow or take as advance the necessary grain or cash, and pay the wages in fixed measures. Regarding the question of holidays for the farm servants, our demand was 30 days in a year. A rich peasant asked our squad leader, if the farm servant went on a holiday, how could he alone manage his domestic work, the work on his fields and look after the cattle as well on a festival day? Our comrade replied that either he should hire another day laborer for that day, at enhanced wage, or one of his family should look after the work, but he could not for this reason, deprive the farm servant of his holiday, at least on a festival day or when he was ill. Further, when we take up the just demands of farm servants, we cannot solve all the difficulties of the landed rich or of the landlords. They have to face certain difficulties and must be prepared to lose some of their easy habits or comforts. They cannot be maintained at the cost of the farm servants. We cannot nurse illusions about accommodating liberal-minded landlords or the rich peasants and sacrifice the interests of the agricultural labor. We must expose how the farm servants are being exploited day and night with meager wages, no holidays, and unlimited hours of work. But when we formulate these demands, they must not look fantastic and unfeasible. We must first start with holidays for important festivals and slowly, as the consciousness and organization develop, put forward the demand for increasing the holidays to 15 and then 30 days in a year. 353. To achieve this, we must forge unity and solidarity between the day laborers and the farm servants. In the villages, the laborers are habituated to making preparations out of gongora, jute leaves, or chilies, or sometimes some ripened ears of grain, etc. We must try to help them and not allow the landlords to take advantage of and oppress them. In every labor ward, hamlet, or area where agricultural laborers dwell together, we must organize them into groups and associations. This will enable our squads to meet them daily in small groups. We must also bring into the labor organization, the large number of young laborers and the cowherds. Without organized mass associations, there can be no people's movement. The questions of equal wages for women. Answering the argument that women were not in a position to do as much work as men, our squads used to explain, in many agricultural operations, women are equal to, or even better than men. In some operations, as for instance, separating the grain from the dust in the threshing fields, only they do the job. Only in carrying very heavy loads, a woman may be a little inferior, but she is equal in carrying ordinary loads. For that matter, even among men, some are weak and some can do more work than others, but different wages are not being paid to different men on the basis of their strength or the amount of work they are capable of doing. Then why should women be discriminated against? The landlords rake up the point of sex differentiation as a ruse to continue their exploitation. In the course of their campaigns, our squads met many women in small groups. They narrated their sufferings, and our women cotters in the squads condemned the present superstitions and encouraged them to fight against their sufferings. But instead of bringing out the point that their sufferings arose mainly from the social system, and the government that maintained it, there was a tendency to attribute them mainly to the menfolk. One woman, after our squad's exhortation, went to the extent of declaring that she would make her husband cook the food. The leadership pointed out how this approach would only lead to domestic trouble, instead of the women being drawn into the fight against the present social and political system. Another problem was that of landlords who lent at enormous usurious rates and who used to take away Lambadi girls against the debts as slave girls in their households. Their idea was that after the girls grew up to marriageable age, they could sell them and recover their debts. The Lambadi people came to consider this as normal and a fate-ordained custom. Our squads were given strict instructions to campaign against this and fight it out. Similarly, some Lambadi girls came to our women cotter in the squads and narrated how they were sold to landlords in exchange for 2 young cows, that they were not yet married, but when they came of age, they would be sold. That was their custom. Against this custom, also, our cotter carried on campaigns. There was a demand that one person made to a squad, a money lender who had seduced his wife and was living with her, should be finished off and justice must be done to him. The squad replied that they would not do any such killing. But if the landlords or money lenders 354 coerced or seduced the women of the poorer people, we would campaign against this and prevent such occurrences. The women could freely choose their partners, but we could not forcibly restore the women to their former husbands if they were not themselves willing to go back. When we asked our squads, when so many women were coming to you, why did you not organize them info women's organizations, they answered that most of the women were mothers with children, and as such, it was difficult to recruit them into women's organizations which could effectively function. Adilabad Taluka. In this extreme northern taluka of Telangana, bordering the forest area and the tribal people, the conditions of agricultural laborers were far more backward or feudal than in any other part. There were 2 kinds of agricultural laborers: 1, farm servants, paid in cash or kind, and another, paid a share of the net produce, on the basis of 1 bullock share, i.e., a half share of the net yield of land on every plough land, the extent of land that could be cultivated by 1 plough, i.e., 2 bullocks. Of the total population, 70% were agricultural laborers, 20% are poor and middle peasants having 1 plough land, 5% owned 2 or 3 plough lands. 5% who owned 4 or more plough lands, monopolized practically the whole land, cattle, and cash, and employed most of the labor, paying very low emoluments. Farm servants were paid 40 to 50 measures, seers, of jowar, millet, per month. 14 hours of work a day, both agricultural and domestic duties, was extracted from them. They were not given any off days even if they fell ill. They usually had grass huts, but many of them also lived in their masters' cattle sheds. Their wives and children of 8 to 10 years of age also worked in the fields of their masters or grazed their cattle. The children were paid 30 seers of paddy. The women were paid 40 rupees or an equivalent amount in grain for the whole year, for working for 120 days in the year on the master's fields or in his household. In spite of this, the family was always half-starved, and was forced to borrow from the master. Since they could never pay back their debts, they continued to work for their masters as bond slaves. If they wanted to seek employment from some other landlords, then that landlord had to pay all the debts of the laborer to his old master. This, in fact, meant that the new master had to purchase him from the old one. The life of the agricultural laborer who was given a bullock share of the crop was equally miserable. He was given 40 to 50 seers of grain per month, for 6 months. And for the remaining 6 months, a bullock share. Even though he was entitled to get 1 bullock share, he was cheated in various ways. First, instead of counting 2 bullocks on plough land, it was usually counted as 3 bullocks, and thus he received only 1/3 instead of a half share. This was especially so on 2 or more plowlands, where the owner could easily manipulate the number of bullocks necessary to get the 2 plowlands tilled and cultivated. Secondly, expenditure was boosted by showing, 1. The seed sown as double the actual amount sown, 2. The expenditure on the feed of the bullocks, 3. The expenditure on the cost of the cotton seed. In this area cotton was a common commercial crop. 4. The expenditure on agricultural implements. 5. On festival and social expenses. 6. High usurious rates of grain or cash rates on the loans taken by the farm servants. 355. The then existing wage rates for the different agricultural operations, and our demands for the same operations, were as follows. Existing wage rates are demand. Benderudu, field clearing, picking up stones, etc. 2 annas, 12 pays, 6 annas, 37 pays, sowing and replanting 4 annas, 25 pays, 8 annas, 50 pays, picking cotton 6 annas per md 8 annas per md. Sowing cotton seed 8 annas, 10 annas, 62 p, daily wage rate for men 1 rupee Rs 1.50 for 8 hours of work. Our demands for farm servants were 1. 80 seers of grain per month, or 300 rupees per year. 2. 8 hours of duty per day. 3. 15 days leave in a year with full pay. 4. No interest in cash or grain on loans taken by the farm servants. For those who received a bullock share for 6 months, 80 seers per month and all other facilities as above mentioned. The bullock share should be calculated properly, deducting the actual amounts spent on benderudu, sowing, weeding and harvesting, the wages of a cattle boy, and government taxes. No deduction in the name of cattle feed or in the name of interest rates. In the struggles for wage increase, we must mobilize the farm servants, bullock sharecroppers and daily laborers. Against forced labor and forced levies, against bribes, against Jobina and Bankray, for abolition of old debts, for rent reduction, we must mobilize the poor and middle peasants, all tenants and all the other poor in the everyday struggles. All these struggles must be streamlined under the guiding central slogan of land to the tiller. Who are our enemies? The enemies are the zamindars, ijaradars, the landed rich, money lenders, the Congress government. False propaganda of our enemies. They say that we are inciting agricultural laborers for increased wage rates, without taking into consideration the crop yield of the farms, and thus ruining agriculture. The Andhra Mahasabha and the Communist Party are inciting class hatred and class struggle amongst the people. Our enemies try to wean away the middle peasants from us to their side. Utilizing the existing castes and caste feelings among us, the toilers, they are saying, the bastard Malis and Madagas, untouchable caste people, are refusing to obey us. Thus they are trying to incite even the poor upper caste peasants against the wage laborers. 356. They threaten us with government repression and in many other ways try to frighten us. But if we are united and if our strength grows, none of these conspiracies of the enemies will succeed. How to convince people about our demands? Our demands do not harm the poor and middle peasants. They only hurt those who own more land, the landed rich, the landlords, the zamindars and the money lenders. Only if the farm servants and day laborers are given increased wages and fed properly, can they work properly and produce more. One plow owners do not employ farm servants. Only those who own 2 or more plows employ farm servants. We can show that their net income from agriculture is such that they can easily afford to pay the wages we are demanding. At the end of this circular, the figures of income for a 2-plow unit are given. The landed rich, the rich peasant, the zamindars, the money lenders are the ones who rob the laborers and the farm servants and fill their grain godowns. It is they who charge enormous usurious rates of interest in cash or in grain, nagu, and sell their ill-gotten grain to the poor at very high prices. They exploit the laborers and rob the poor. They starve them to death. We must organize ourselves into agricultural labor unions and through them agitate for these demands. If our demands are not conceded, we must go on strike and force them to concede the demands. The political goal. If all our tribulations and sufferings are to go forever, if the land is to be obtained for all the tillers, then all these robbers and exploiters who suck our blood as leeches must be done away with. Their rule is to be abolished. Only when people's democracy is established will we be liberated. For this, the day laborers, the annual farm servants, the poor peasants and all those who live on toil and work must unite. All must fight for a workers' and peasants' Raj, Kolakapula Korakukot Ladali. Our slogans. Abolish the monopoly on land in the hands of the landed rich, landlords, money-lenders, zamindars, ijaradars and vatandars. All their lands, all their plows, their cattle, all are to be distributed to the agricultural laborers and the poor peasants. Land to the tiller. Land is to be taken over by the government, nationalise the land. Pata rights to those who are cultivating the lands now. The tenants must not give up the lands they are cultivating and they must get pata rights on them. Reduction of rents. Rent should not exceed more than the land revenue collected by the government. Restoration of all the illegally seized lands, Anyakranchalu, like Porambok, Karaskathas. Patas to those who are actually cultivating them. Cancel all debts, in cash or in grain. 357. The poor people must be freely allowed to take from the forests all the grass, timber, fuel necessary for household purposes. Down with capitalism. All factories to come under the control of workers. Workers must get a living wage. Forward to people's democracy, Kuli Kopularajya. All the poor and middle peasants and all toilers and middle classes, under the leadership of the workers. For a people's democratic Vishal Andhra. Withdraw the military from Telangana. Remove the ban on the Andhra Mahasabha and the Communist Party. Income and expenditure of 1 plough unit. Yield from this land expenditure. Cotton, 1 kolam, 225.00 tax 10.00. Millet, 600 kgs. 300.00 Danalu 20.00, Jowar, seed 15.00 Togalu 249 kgs. 160.00 Sesame, Gingali, cotton seed 25.00, oil seed, 60 kgs. 45.00 paddy 2 bags of paddy 70.00 replanting and harvesting 25.00 chilies 2 mds 50.00 miscellaneous 25.00 850.00 120.00 2 plough unit. Gross income 1700.00. Expenditure 240.00. Net income 1460.00. Salary for cattle boy 100.00. Net income 1360.00. So the owner of a 2 plough unit can pay 300 rupees for a full-time farm servant, as this would still leave him with an annual income of 1000 rupees. From a leaflet issued by the Adilabad Taluka Andhra Mahasabha and Communist Party. Prices of essential commodities in 1951. In Huzurnagar Miryalagudam zone. Commodity wholesale rates: retail prices in villages Miryalagudam town per mond of £25. 358. Gingali oil 20.0.0.024.0.0. Kerosene 5.8.09.0.0. Jaggery 6.8.09.0.0. Onions 4.8.06.0.0. Tamarind 5.0.08.0.0. Coconut oil 37.8.048.0.0. Coconut 26.0.032.0.0. Chilies 15.0.020.0.0. Ildichi 75.0.0.010.0.0. Jira 75.0.0.010.0.0. Raw Aragonite 36.0.048.0.0. Iron 5.8.08.0.0. Copper 110.0.0.013.5.0.0. Silver per tola 2.4.0.2.6.0. Gold per tola 132.0.0.137.0.0. Bronze 68.0.080.0.0. Brass 80.0.0.120.0.0. Bell metal 75.0.0.100.0.040 yards. Long cloth 80.0.0.120.0.0 sugar, controlled, per MD 1.8.012.0.0, black market, 18.0.024.0.0 milk tin 12.0.0.02.4.0 coffee per pound 3.4.04.0.0 cigarette bundle 4.0.05.0.0 tobacco per MD 18.0.024.0.0 salt per rupee 20 seers 18 seers. Resolutions adopted by the Amarabad Regional Conference of Underground Party, Guerrilla, and Political Squad leaders in November 1951. The Telangana peasantry has been carrying on armed guerrilla struggle for land for the last 5 years. Even now they are in possession of leased lands which they are cultivating. The peasants had taken possession of lands illegally and forcibly seized from them by the landlords, as well as the surplus lands of the landlords. But the greater part of these lands was seized back by the landlords with the help of the military. Still a portion of these lands continues to be in the possession of the peasantry. The Porambok, waste lands, Banjarai, forest reserve lands, continue to be cultivated by the people, without being surrendered. Further, more and more of such land is being taken possession of and is being cultivated. 359. So the main task facing us is to mobilize the peasantry to resist all the efforts of the landlords and the government who are trying to evict the peasants from all such lands they are even now cultivating, and defend their possession of this land. 1. The government has enacted a law, that if the peasants who are cultivating leased lands do not purchase those lands within the next 6 months, paying 3 times the annual value of the crops, then the landlords can sell away these lands to anyone else they like. We must demand that the landlords should have no right to sell the lands, and pata rights, ownership right, must be given to the peasants who are now cultivating them, free of any charges. We must mobilize and exhort the peasants to stick to their land and resist every effort to deprive them of it. We must propagate that no one else should come forward to purchase the land that is being cultivated by the peasantry. The government's new law has allowed the landlords to enhance the existing rents to 1/3 of the gross produce on wet lands, and to 1/4 of the gross produce on dry or on well-irrigated lands. We must agitate and develop struggles to resist any enhancement of existing rents and for their reduction wherever they are excessive. 2. We must demand that all the lands illegally seized by the big landlords from the peasantry must be restored to the peasants. We must demand that the government enact such a law, restoring the land to the peasants. We must mobilize the people to fight to regain their lost lands. 3. We must continuously carry on agitation that the government must take over all surplus lands from the landlords, as this is necessary to ensure land for the agricultural laborers and the poor peasants, and the government must distribute these lands among them. 4. We must exert fully to mobilize the people to clear all Banjarai, Porambok, and forest reserves, and cultivate them. We must demand that ownership patas should be granted on these lands to the agricultural laborers and the poor who occupy them, and the government should collect from them only the normal rates of taxes. No penalties and no enhanced taxes. 5. All party units must immediately collect details, in each area, on the extent of land concentration, the number of agricultural labor and the poor peasant families in those areas, and how much land would be obtainable in that area. On grain levies. The government has promulgated a new ordinance on levy. According to this ordinance, all those who pay up to 12 rupees assessment on wet lands, have to deposit paddy at the rate of 8 seers per every rupee of assessment, as levy, On dry lands they have to deposit jowar or other millet at the rate of 4 seers per every rupee. Those whose assessment is over 12 rupees wet, or over 10 rupees dry, have to pay varying amounts of levy, according to a fixed scale. This scale fixes different amounts in different regions. This ordinance on levy has been criticized and is opposed by all sections of the people. This conference condemns the government which, without introducing any changes, is proceeding to implement its ordinance. 360. The government is systematically carrying on a deceitful campaign with determined purpose, that this ordinance is very progressive. It is looting 1/6 of the produce of the poor, small, peasantry, while leaving with the big landlords hundreds of putties. 1 putty is equal to 8 bags, each of 75 kgs of paddy, or 120 kgs of jowar. The ordinance makes it obligatory for even those who do not cultivate any portion of their land, or grow commercial crops, to pay levy in grain. This law makes the tenant the obligatory payee on the land he is cultivating at a rate of levy fixed on the basis of the landlord's total assessment. This is nothing but open robbery. This conference condemns this ordinance as robbing the crop of the toiling peasantry and subjecting the poor people to the landlord's black marketing in food grains. This conference appeals to all leftists, to all Democrats, to all the people to raise a big agitation against the levy ordinance, which is nothing but an open act of robbery, and force the government to radically change it. It appeals to the people to carry on determined struggles to resist the implementation of this levy ordinance. On the food question, the landlord system that exploits the people is also responsible for the food crisis. The people have become victims of the present government's anti-people policies, which deepen the food crisis and force the people to starve, and more succumb to various kinds of epidemics. It must be recognized that a permanent solution to the food problem is possible only when the root cause of it, landlordism, is abolished, and when the land is distributed to the tiller. This is evident from the fact that within 2 years of establishing a people's democracy, China has distributed the lands to the tillers, peasants, and so has not only been able to abolish famine, but also export 10 lakh tons of rice, paddy, to our country. Apart from this basic reason for the food crisis, due to the lack of rains in time this year, the crops have failed, the food problem has become more acute and the condition of the people is causing anxiety. On top of this, the government, in the name of levy on the basis of assessment rates, is robbing the peasantry of its grain and reducing them to utter starvation. The government is not prepared to solve the resulting famine situation. The government must import the necessary food grains from foreign countries, on the basis of equality, without humiliating conditions. Especially, it must import from the Soviet Union and China. Further, the government must take the following steps. The government must keep enough grain in the villages to meet the needs of the people, and only surplus grain should be taken to the towns. For those villages which are in deficit, food grains should be imported from outside. 361. To prevent black marketing and to supply food grains to the people at fair prices, the government must open ration shops on a large scale, under the supervision of village people's committees. For those people in the villages who are not in a position to purchase food grains, especially tribal people like the Chenchus in the forest areas, the government must supply them free grains. The landlords must be made to sell the paddy at the fair price rate of 25 rupees per bag, 75 kgs. For those who cannot pay immediately, the grain must be sold on credit, to be paid for later. The conference appeals to all party units to mobilize the people and lead hunger marches to the government offices to get the above-mentioned demands fulfilled. On agricultural laborers. In our Telangana struggle, the agricultural laborers were in the forefront. In many places, they had conducted big strikes for higher wages and won their demands. But now, with the cruel repression launched by the government, the landlords are trying to suppress the agricultural laborers and to force upon them low wages. Because of the failure to organize agricultural labor in their own strong associations, they are now unable to defend their interests under the conditions of severe repression. Hence it is necessary to organize them into agricultural labor unions, and carry on struggles to defend their demands and rights. The demands of agricultural laborers are to be formulated in 3 different categories, depending upon the soil and the agricultural conditions. 1. Black soil. The daily wages must be 4 seers jowar or millet in normal times and in busy seasons, 8 seers. The farm servants must be paid 300 rupees along with meals or 15 bags of jowar or other millets. 2. Red soil. The daily wages must be 3 seers jowar in normal times and 6 seers in busy seasons. The farm servants must be paid 90 seers jowar per month. 3. Sandy soil. In the least fertile soil, Galisa lands, the daily wage must be 3 seers of paddy in normal times and 4 seers in busy seasons. The farm servants must be paid 90 seers paddy, 1.5 seers of paddy is to be calculated as 1 seer of jowar. 4. On cattle grazing penta lands in forest belts, the farm servants must be paid 1 seer of jowar and the necessary supplementary food auxiliaries per day, plus 200 rupees in cash per annum or 50 rupees monthly salary. 362. 5. The farm servants must get 30 days holidays in a year in all areas, every new moon and full moon day, the New Year Day, Deepavali, Dasara, Sankranti, and May Day, along with some local festivals, should be considered as holidays. The hours of work for farm servants must be 8 hours a day. 6. Women must get equal wages as received by men. Our land slogan in Manukota area. What is the basic aim of this land distribution? What is the main reason for our carrying on this campaign? In reply, Comrade Lu Shaoqi says, but, to change the situation, we have to follow Article 1 of the Land Reforms Draft. We have to introduce the policy of land to the tiller, to emancipate the productive forces in the countryside, by abolishing landlordism and feudal exploitation, by land distribution, regional coordination center, to pave the way for industrialization of China. With this basic cause and basic aim, we have to carry on the land reforms. From People's China, free translation from Telugu. Policy of land distribution. 1. Now, we shall leave alone the small landlords for a temporary period with the object of neutralizing them, and distribute the lands of big landlords in the first stage. When we say big landlords, we do not take into consideration the big landlords throughout the taluka as a whole, but we have to see this issue on the village basis. 2. When we have to distribute the land in any village or in any center, we shall have to see which is the big section among the local landlords, and distribute their lands. Big landlords mean those who have hundreds or thousands of acres of land, and impose their authority on the people. They also happen to be leaders in the state congress, agents of the police, leaders of the home guards, etc. After distributing the lands of these, and as and when the people assert their possession on these lands, we shall gradually go on to the lands of the remaining landlord class. 2. While distributing the lands of the landlord, we shall leave him an extent of land equivalent to that of a rich peasant in those villages, and distribute the remaining land, if that particular landlord remains neutral and does not do any harm to the struggle. If the landlords act as enemies, we will confiscate all their land. 3. The largest portion of the distributed land should go to the agricultural laborers and poor peasants. Later to the middle peasants. 4. After leaving a certain portion for common purposes of the village, out of the Porambok and Banjarai lands, the remaining land, 2, should be included in the lands for distribution. In forest areas, every villager should be free to cultivate land as paja cultivation. From the agricultural laborer up to the rich peasant, everyone can cultivate as much as they require. But the extent of land should not exceed the limits of a rich peasant. Tenancy lands, land should be given to those tenants who are in possession of them. But in the case of rich peasant tenants, they can have the land only if they have been in possession of it for a long term or period. Otherwise, those lands also should be taken over for the common distribution. Long-term tenancy means in general, possession for a period of 5 to 6. 363 years or more. Fixation of tenancy must be for a period of 3 or more years. This yardstick is only for our understanding. In certain cases, there may be exceptions also. Illegal occupation, lands illegally occupied by landlords would be returned to their respective owners. If the lands were illegally occupied by the rich peasants or middle peasants, these should be settled by compromise. In the whole of Manukota area, as in other areas, the land distribution problem is a twofold one: 1. Protection of the peasants' rights on the distributed lands, 2. Distribution of new lands. In almost all the villages in the Manukota, Suryapet areas on the eastern side of the Varungal-Khammam road, land distribution was completed before the police action or immediately after the police action. Here the people hold either a major part of the lands which were distributed among them, either in the shape of tenancy or sharecropping, or purchased by paying a little money. The people are refusing to pay either rent or share in the case of lands once illegally occupied by the landlords. Therefore, in this area, we have to see that the people stand firm on the lands recovered from the landlords earlier. The people should also be mobilized to refuse to pay the rent and share on the remaining lands of the landlords. The land distribution had taken place to a limited extent in the centers of Metharajapal, Pindaprolu, Jayaram, Venkatayapalam villages of Manukota and Varungal talukas which lie between the Khammam-Varungal railway line and the Khammam-Varungal road. Land has not yet been distributed in the majority of the villages. Therefore, in these villages the problem is of completing the distribution. In the forest areas, the problem of preparing the forest lands for cultivation is also facing us now. The distribution of the land of the landlords under the lake areas of Pakal, Ramappa, Lakhnavaram, Bayaram, and Gandapeta is still to be taken up. Already Paja cultivation is going on in the pasture lands of Garla, Pakal, and Gundala. We have to extend this to all the areas. In the new area, i.e., Manthina, Chennur, etc., villages, though there is forest, the landlords hold more lands. Here also the problem of Paja cultivation is there. In these areas food grains were seized, strong relations have been established with the people and the organization has been strengthened. The remaining problem is of land distribution. The party should immediately move to mobilize the people on this issue. In these areas as well as in the plains areas, there are very big zamindars under whom there are 30 to 40 tenants each. Some have 30 to 40 plows at their disposal. The notorious out of them are the Pingali family, Ananda Chakravarti, Tadak Arla Paparao, Gudam Jagannatha Rao, Kalvaram Reddy, etc. All the people are waiting for the distribution of the land of these landlords. They are also resisting these exploiters. Therefore, if the party takes up the distribution of these lands, there will be a big upsurge in Karimnagar and Adilabad districts. And all the villages of the plains areas of this region will come into the orbit of our movement. Other revolutionary people's struggles. 364. We witness that at every turning point and critical situation, it is only through the agricultural labor struggles that a new stir begins. Therefore, the party should concentrate properly on them. The rich peasant is a class which may join our front, they should also stand by the struggles of agricultural laborers and we should not be satisfied with bringing them in only on general issues. Seizure problems. From the beginning there has been an upsurge for seizure of food grains, and this action is keeping the movement alive. Our movement starts with this action in the new areas. The struggles of agricultural laborers and the seizure of grains must be developed into land struggles. Otherwise they remain as economic struggles only. Women's problem. It should not be forgotten that in all the people's struggles, women are equal partners. Keeping this in view, women also should be mobilized equally along with the men. Struggles must be simultaneously conducted on their special problems such as right to property, divorce, equality of rights in political, social, and economic fields. Women must be mobilized on the issue of preservation of world peace. Appendix 3. Present Secret Organization, our tasks. Circular number 8 and 1014.5.1949. We have to come to a thorough understanding about the building up of a secret organization, after taking our experience into consideration, as we do in the case of party organization, political line, and military affairs, basing ourselves on self-criticism and experience. On what basis do we adopt secret methods? Our precautions, secret methods, depend upon the mass movements and the level of their struggles, our relations in the villages, the enemy's strength, their tactics, and the nature of repression. Therefore, we have to change our secret organizational methods depending upon the concrete situation. Let us examine now what are the tactics of the enemy, the nature of the repression, the changes that have taken place and the resultant precautions to be taken by us. Enemy's present plan. 1. Enemy camps are installed at short distances, close to one another, and they are coordinating their operations to apprehend our comrades. Wireless apparatus also has been set up in some camps. 365. 2. They are keeping a watch on our routes, particularly at nights. They are searching for our comrades minutely, even in the fields. In the Khammam area, they searched the forests taking the assistance of a batch of rich peasants. We could escape only due to the alertness of the sentries. 3. In villages, the SID branch, or paid agents group, has been strengthened. We need not be surprised at the leakages of our whereabouts to the enemy at a time when the rich peasantry has turned out to be inimical. When Pindaprola comrades sent a boy for cigarettes, the Sahukar, merchant, extracted information from him about the whereabouts of the squad and leaders, and sent word to the police who rushed to the spot in no time and encircled our comrades. With great difficulty, our comrades made good their escape. There are similar incidents in large numbers. This shows up how the SID and the rich classes are hunting our comrades. A rich peasant who gave certain articles to one Veer Achari leaked out information to the police. There are many incidents where the rich people, while giving shelter or help to our comrades, send information to the police. 4. The enemy is moving very briskly. The moment he gets the information about our whereabouts he encircles us, whether it is day or night, in a desperate manner. Recent enemy concentration in Bayaram forest, the arrival of the enemy at Badlata hillocks on knowing of our movements, and the attack on our Khammam comrades at Nagalancha, clearly indicate the swiftness and alertness of the enemy. Not only that, they also made a massive attack on the villagers immediately after the wall posters were affixed in Pindiprolu area. It means the enemy is actively moving to obstruct every bit of our activities. 5. The enemy is resorting to intensive repression and torture to extract our secrets. Because of this, they are able to secure our secrets and whereabouts easily through weaklings. The enemy is perpetuating cruelties on the persons who helped us. Babala Venkana, a villager of Kothagudam, was done to death by striking him against a rock, on the charge of giving shelter to Dr. Reddy. Innumerable incidents of this nature have taken place by this time. And the enemy is bent upon carrying on such cruelties in future also. Their intention is to see that the people do not help us. The enemy is also resorting to the following methods to find out our secrets. They are of two main categories, one in the forest area and the other in the plains area. In the forest area, the enemy is arresting persons on suspicion, if they have cropped hair or wear white clothes or smell of soap or coconut oil. They also suspect persons whose pockets contain scraps of paper. The reactionaries among the Koyas and others are trying to extract information about us. 366. Through their relatives and social contacts. The enemy is also trying to locate our hideouts through the forest contractors. They are so keen to detect our bases by observing the bricks used for cooking, utensils, onion and chili scrap and the leaves on which food is taken. They keep watch near water springs or ponds. They are encircling 5 or more water resources at a time, with a view to catching our comrades in one or the other place. They go on keeping watch during nights and are also encircling the villages. In the plains areas, the enemy is keeping surveillance near the irrigation wells and cattle sheds. The rich peasants are surreptitiously going to the wells to know our movements. The rich peasants are entering the houses of the toiling masses under some pretext or other for the same purpose. The enemy is suspecting persons who are purchasing articles needed for our comrades in the forests. Purchases of articles like pencils, carbons and papers, if made in excess of ordinary requirements, are looked upon with suspicion. If ordinary persons other than businessmen make such purchases, they are taken into custody on suspicion, and through them they try to find out our links. If 10 or more persons go together for a meeting or for any purpose anywhere, they are followed by the enemy. The enemy is visiting the houses of persons whom they suspect to be aiding the comrades in concealed forms, and knocking at their door, saying such and such party leader has come or a squad has come, to know their reactions and to ascertain whether they are giving help to our comrades. You have to find out through your own experience what new tactics are being adopted by the enemy. People's cooperation. The exploited masses easily understand the tactics of the enemy. People are able to understand better than many party members. Some party members coming from various classes are unable to understand the enemy's plan and activities due to lack of proletarian class consciousness and outlook. Today the people are supplying advance information to us about the enemy's movements and tactics. They are cautioning us to be careful. Despite terrific repression, they are providing us with food and shelter, inside houses and near the wells. It is so happening that people, when coerced to show our hideouts, are somehow avoiding doing so deliberately, either by giving us advance information or misleading the enemy, or by making a loud noise giving an indication to us of the enemy's approach. 367. Sometimes people are apprehensive that our comrades may leak out information about them to the enemy. That is why sometimes they are not forthcoming to help us. But despite that fear, the people are helping us. A mother, while giving food to her underground son, asked, "After you take your food, do you reveal the matter to the enemy, surrendering to him, and thus get me beaten and tortured?" Never submit or surrender to the enemy. Never get into the hands of the police. They have full faith in our struggle and party line, but are doubtful of our capacity to function secretly and not expose them, because of many such recent failures on our part. If we can carry on day-to-day activities without exposing them to the enemy, and revive their confidence, they are prepared to rise to any heights of sacrifice and carry out the tasks required of them. Therefore, our main task and tactic should be to carry on secret activities, counteracting the above enemy tactics, and depending on the level of mass consciousness, the safety and functioning of our squads, arms, party members, couriers, organizers, dumps, centers and routes. We must review our performance and the mistakes committed so that we may not repeat the same. Our lapses. We observe technical precautions as long as our immediate necessities are there, but then we neglect them afterwards. As long as we are in one place, we are careful. Once we shift from that place, we leave everything there itself, articles like bricks, cigarettes, papers, old pots, old clothes and leaves. Kitchen sites and bathing sites and sleeping places remain in such a way as to give a clue to the enemy. Our idea when we leave the place like that is that we may not come back to that place again, and as such, there is no harm even if the enemy sees it. Though the enemy may not trace our whereabouts through this, they will be in a position to know what type of places we generally use, and will try to locate and comb out such places. We must also understand that it is very difficult to go on changing places without returning to the first ones. Not only that, our squad is not only one. There are other squads, too. So if one place is exposed to the enemy, it will endanger the safety of our other squads also. We must understand this defect. While taking shelter, food, or any other assistance, our squad members and the organizers are careful, but once the purpose is over, our comrades become less vigilant. Sometimes such contacts are exposed due to recklessness. Thus we are losing so many contacts. As a result, the people are exposed to torture and repression, and are hesitating to give full cooperation. The secret method of functioning is not an individual matter. Everyone with whom we are in contact, is to be educated and trained in secret methods along with the whole people. 2. Our underground activities are coming to the knowledge of the enemy also, even before the party center knows them in detail. For example, one Sid man was killed and the information regarding this was known to the enemy with names also very soon. In fact, the names of those who participate in such actions should not be known to anyone else except to the actual participants. 368. 3. The existence of a center is also known to many who are in no way concerned. Consequently, if one person is arrested, we are compelled to vacate that center, fearing that he may squeal under torture. This is the fate of many of our centers. In some cases, captured persons brought the police to our centers. All the comrades know who are the members of our party and sympathizers in villages. Everybody is going to their houses, taking food and other assistance. So if anyone surrenders to the enemy, all comrades and sympathizers are exposed and are put to suffering. When comrades come to new centers, they are straight away taken to the place of important comrades, instead of arranging a meeting in between at some other place. For some comrades when arrested are leaking out information. This is happening because appropriate responsibilities are not assigned to the comrades depending on their level of consciousness. Because we allot the jobs to anyone available at hand to get it done somehow. By this, both the immediate fulfillment of the job is hampered as well as permanent damage done to the organization itself. 5. We are not observing normal technical precautions. Comrades smoke cigarettes during nights also. Loose talk and useless chit-chatting. It has become a common feature to conduct discussions before anybody and everybody about matters necessary and unnecessary. Relaxation and carelessness while on sentry duty. While walking, one comrade does not go ahead as a pilot, comrades are not split into small groups, we are unable to move on without indulging in talk, silence is not maintained, singing goes on. We forget to use tech names. We are just pulling on in the same old fashion as we did in the outmoded Nizam police days, even after the Union armies have entered. Certain comrades are not at all observing tech rules. 6. There is slackness in our tech precautions when enemy concentration becomes less, on the plea that the enemy is not likely to attack now, or on the plea that it is a new place, how can the enemy come here? 7. As pointed out by the Provincial Committee, there is a tendency inside the party that they need not hide anything from the people. With this mentality, it is no wonder that secrets are not maintained between members and members, between cell and between one zone and another. The leadership is overlooking these things, and themselves falling a prey to these defects. These mistakes are committed by ordinary party members up to area committee members. Every unit or every member must immediately examine its or his practice and pin down what other kinds of technical negligence are being committed. These mistakes are committed due to lack of class consciousness and forgetting that we have to wage a very, very prolonged struggle. We are not able to evolve correct underground. 369. Tactics to suit the prolonged struggle against the Indian bourgeoisie. After the entry of the Indian army into the state, the landlord and the rich peasant classes have joined hands with the enemy in the suppression of our movement. We have to evolve the tactics in such a way that our technical apparatus and precautions are not just for the time being, but for a prolonged period. It is also true that we have not immediately seen the change in class relations and the classes in our enemy camp after the Indian army entered, and because of this also, we have failed to evolve necessary technical precautions. Half of the party in the villages is smashed due to the above mistakes. Important squads, organizers, and the leadership are wiped out due to the tech mistakes. Not only that, the confidence of the people in our capacity to preserve secrets is somewhat shaken. Therefore, they are hesitant to extend their cooperation. If we organize our underground activities properly, people's resistance will also grow. Otherwise, the people will hesitate. The enemy also will get emboldened that they are able to get our secrets and the records, their self-confidence will increase, and they will intensify their onslaught. So new tactics are to be evolved in view of our experiences. Provincial Committee Circular. Comrades, so far you have been accustomed to carrying on your activities openly. You are accustomed to getting full and all-sided cooperation from an overwhelming number of people and the toilers. So you may be surprised if you are today asked, or told, not to reveal the names of party members to anyone else, to conduct cell meetings secretly, that party organizers must remain secret and may hold meetings only if absolutely essential, or that even squads must exist secretly. We must be secret from the enemy, but how can we be secret from the people? When we are to mix with the people and live with them, how can we keep secrets from the people? You are likely to ask such questions. Yes. Now a situation has developed when we have got to carry on activities not only without the enemy's knowledge and ken, but even from the general public, except those party members and members of the public who are directly connected with that particular activity. You all know that even in those early days of our struggle against the Nizam, who was completely isolated from every section of the people, by our not observing secret methods of functioning, how much we had to lose and to suffer. But now with the rich peasant sections, who have very many close economic and social relations with many people in the villages, going over to the enemy camp, they are actively working to suppress our movement, when the enemy, after establishing a close network of many military, police, and armed camps, are combing for our organizers and squads. If we do not observe very strict measures for secret functioning, hundreds of our fighters will be caught and will have to pay with their lives, and this will pave the way for this heroic revolutionary movement to be cruelly annihilated by the enemy. If every activity we carry on is bound to be known to all the people, it is bound to be known to the rich peasant as well. Once the rich peasant comes to know of that, he is bound to inform the nearest military camp. You may argue that the only way out of this dilemma is to kill 370. One or two such persons who reveal secrets to the military, and then they will not dare to do anything against us. It will not be sufficient to kill one or two rich peasants who will be betraying our secrets, because the enemy has established military camps in village after village. This could be, if we could form People's Raj and dominate the enemy's military camps from the villages. But now if we want to achieve our objective by this tactic, we may have to kill a very large number of rich peasants, practically the whole class. This is fantastic and is impossibility. So, in today's conditions, to safeguard our squads and our party leaders, the main method we have to adopt is carrying on our activities secretly and not by wiping out the rich peasant. We must develop methods of secret functioning and prevent the news reaching the enemy. But in this effort, if a few individuals become professional and paid agents of the enemy, to get our news for the enemy, such few persons may be eliminated. That is why we must adopt the principle in all our activities and in building the necessary technical apparatus and precautions, that every activity will be carried on in secrecy and will be known only to those party members and members of the public who are directly connected with carrying out such an activity, and no one else, either of the public or party member, will get to know of it. In the state, as our movement develops further, when we can isolate the rich peasants completely and as we win over the middle peasants more and more, then we may resort to more and more open functioning and carrying on open party activities. But now all our activities must be strictly on the basis of secrecy, and some of the suggestions we are giving below. For organizers. 1. Every organizer must keep one trusted permanent courier. If we go on appointing each and every one as courier, we may not keep the secrets. 2. If the meeting of the villagers is necessary, it can be done after sentries and guards have been posted around the village. Immediately after the meeting is over, the organizer and the squad must move away from that village to some other distant village which will not be known to any from this village. Village meetings can be conducted with the agricultural laborers and the poor peasants. It is better not to allow rich peasants and landlords to these meetings. At least such of the persons who are suspected of carrying information to the enemies cannot be allowed to participate in the meetings. Do not stay in the villages in the daytime. The reason is that the police collect all the villagers in one place, in which case the organizer can be easily identified by the enemy. It is also difficult to escape when encircled, as there are no crops in the fields. So it is better to stay outside the villages and mix with the local people by wearing clothes that they wear. Villagers also should not know about us. When the enemy attacks, you should not flee while within rifle range, because by this action the enemy will understand that you are an important comrade. 3. It is no more possible for the organizers themselves to personally solve the people's problems. They must get these done after discussion through the cells and party committees. So the old methods of the organizer rushing to a village and meeting the people and giving decisions, or the villagers flocking to the organizer whether in his schlitter or in fields, etc., and narrating their difficulties and seeking solutions, should be given up. 371. 4. Our organizers are writing their full names and the addresses on the reports they are sending to higher committees. They are also indiscriminately mentioning the names of villages and of persons in such a way that if these reports fall into the hands of the enemy, all the secrets will be out. So reports and correspondence must be in assumed names. The names of the villages used for special purposes should never be written. Different names can be given to these villages. If we adopt this procedure, we can to a certain extent save the people from intense police torture. 5. Some of our organizers who come from families of landlord and other exploiting classes, are getting arrested when they go to visit their families. Our comrades are not in a position to understand that their in-laws, parents and brothers will no more love them in the old way as we launch struggles for the elimination of the exploiting system and classes. Our comrades must treat them as our class enemies. Our comrades can meet their wives and children with due care only when the latter sever connections with the rest of their families. If the wife and children are not prepared to sever connections with the rest of the family, then there is no other go except to cut off connections with them also. We should not also maintain any relations with them for the sake of securing money, clothes, and other facilities. So long as we cannot do this, the toiling masses can never repose confidence in the party. They apprehend that party members coming from exploiting classes may surrender to their families at any moment. It must be recognized that comrades can remain inside the party only when they sever connections with the alien classes and get rid of the remnants of their class origin. 6. How to move. Never go alone. A courier must be taken along. Journeys must be undertaken during night time as far as possible, unless it is a forest where nobody moves about. Decide the route in advance and gather information prior to the journey, whether the enemy has laid any trap, etc. In case there is no separate scouting, the courier must go in front and the organizer should follow. Never divulge information to anyone in the village from where one starts, about the direction and destination. In case it is necessary to leave information, then the cell secretary or any other important comrade may be informed. You should not give any information about your place, where you stay, to the persons whom you have asked to meet you. Instead, ask them to come to the nearest contact place and make arrangements to give intimation to you. Never enter the village directly. Stay at a far-away place and send your courier in advance to find out the conditions there, and to bring to you the persons with whom we have contact or any other party member in the village. 372. 7. Staying in villages. Hold village party cell meetings at secret places outside the village. Public meetings can be conducted in the village only when the enemy is not present in the village, even then the village must be guarded. When the enemy is in the villages, only small group meetings can be conducted outside the village. Never stay in the villages. The only exception is at the time of village meetings. When food and other requirements have to be brought outside the village, this should not be known to many persons, as is happening at present. Only the village cell secretary and the person who brings the food may know. Nobody, except you and your courier, should know the place where you sleep at night outside the village. The place where you sit or stay in the daytime should be the fields and farms of our strong sympathizers, and there should not be any fields or farms of rich landlords around it. It is better if people do not come frequently to that place. Do not stay at the same place outside the village every time you go to any particular village. You must invariably change the place if it has been exposed after your last trip. Do not allow anybody to know about how or where protection is arranged for you, against rain, etc. That should be used only when it rains. 8. Couriers and communications. If the courier does not return by the pre-arranged time, you must take the necessary steps, presuming that there is a possibility of his involvement in trouble or danger. There is no harm in this step, even if no danger has occurred to the courier. When couriers are sent either to the higher committee or to other organizers, send them to the specified place only. Do not send the couriers directly to them, even though you know their places. Similarly, give intimation about sending your letters to a specified address. You must also make arrangements to see that all letters coming from the center reach you. Keep only necessary papers and things with you. Papers and articles which are not immediately needed can be preserved at a special trusted place. This place should not be known to others except to the comrade who preserves it for you and to another important comrade. Do not send each and every person that is available, on any assignment. You must only send your courier or any important comrade from the village. You must always send the same person while sending to the higher committee. 373. Neither you nor your courier should reveal to anybody else the contact places which are known to you. You must warn anyone who talks very loosely about secret places. 9. Always keep 100 rupees, 100 rupees, with you. Excess amounts should be sent to the higher committee. Necessarily keep with you some weapon for your self-defense. If nothing else is there, you should have at least a good knife. Keep track of the movements of the enemy. Keep an eye on beggars, traders, and strangers coming into the village. 10. You must mix with the people, and in your dress, language, and accent, you should not be distinguishable from the people. Secrecy. You may not be surprised when we say that our organizers should carry on underground activities. But you will naturally be surprised when we say that the names of the party members should not be revealed and cell meetings should be conducted in secrecy. You will also question how it is possible to keep the names of the party members secret. When the enemy picks up the members and tortures them separately, we will understand the significance of this necessity. There is a way out of this. Except the prominent persons, others need not reveal that they are members of the party. Where 75% of the population in the villages belongs to our party, there will be a large number of the youth who will come forward to carry out our party activities. In such an event, the enemy thinks that they are all members of the party. They also believe that whoever scolds them the most or makes the most uproar is a member of the party. So it is not possible for the enemy to know from among the mass, who specifically are the members of the party and who are not. When the enemy tasks away a good number of people, there may also be, by chance, some party members amongst them. But there may not be any occasion for all the party members to be arrested at a time. Accordingly, we can save the new party members from being exposed. We can now see the intensity of the dangers due to the exposure of our party members and squad members. We should hold our cell meetings and committee meetings secretly, and the place of meetings should not be known to others. Channel of communication. At present there is no systematic communication process between area committee and area committee, between one zone and another zone in an area, and between the center organizer and the zonal committee. Whenever there is the necessity, any person available nearby is deputed for this purpose, and that comrade goes on inquiring about the organizer and area members or office bearers in the village until ultimately he traces them out and hands over the message. But 374. This process is helping the enemy to know the location of the organizers. This cannot be continued anymore. There must be a well-regulated communication system. Special couriers must be trained for this purpose. Specific places must be selected for handing over letters. On the appointed day, the courier should hand over the letters, leaflets, and other articles intended for other committees, and collect the doc and articles sent from other centers. The comrades assigned for this job must be coached to preserve secrecy. Others should not know that he is working as a courier. The comrade assigned for this job must behave normally and move just like an ordinary traveler in the local dress. Since the safety of the organizers, squads, and party organization is in the hands of these comrades, we must go into their antecedents. They must be men of cool determination but look unostentatious and quite normal. They should be such comrades as can be relied on not to reveal secrets to the enemy even when they are tortured. Even though we choose reliable comrades for this purpose, yet if the messenger does not return at the specified time, immediate precautions must be taken. We must keep the names of the new center organizers and the party members recruited into sabotage squads completely secret. They should not be known to others. In the case of new organizers and cadres, they carry on the work while being in some business or profession. In the case of party members and squad members in the villages, they continue the party work while attending to their normal duties in their respective professions. Their work must be in secret. Never keep the names of the party members, village squad members, village committee members, in writing. At most, the names of the cell secretary, village committee members, sabotage squad commander, center commander, president, and secretary of the village Andhra Mahasabha committee may be noted on paper with assumed names, or with the first and last letters of the name, and a copy kept at the zonal center. It is the responsibility of the zonal center comrade to see that the names are not divulged. If any leakage occurs, the responsibility must be borne by him alone. One such list may also be sent to the area committee. The area committee also will take similar responsibility. The center organizer should not send the names in writing to the zonal center. They can give the names when they meet. Special care should be taken when such names are sent from the zonal center to the area center. Full names of the villages should not be written. The first and last letters are enough. Or some other code may be adopted. Our propaganda meetings and other activities must be conducted during nights, as far as possible. We must understand that only the 12 hours of the night are meant for us. We must convert night into day and day into night, in our activities. 375. If any CID or police are killed, others should not know who participated in those incidents. Information as to which squad carried out the operation should not be revealed. It is enough to know that the operation was done under the leadership of the party. But a detailed report must be sent to the higher committee. Military reports must be written separately. Similarly, details regarding party organization and underground activities must be written in a special report. Pseudonyms are to be used in reporting. A separate report must be sent covering the police raids, the people's movement, people's problems, and village committee affairs. Never keep any important record with you. It must be dumped immediately in a safe place. Instructions for couriers. You must mix with the people of the areas in which you move about. There should not be any variance between yourself and the local people in the mode of dressing, accent, and language. You must wear clothes similar to that of the local people. If necessary, change the style of your haircut. If necessary, remove your shirt also. You must be prepared with answers beforehand to reply to any queries, such as to which village you are proceeding, to which village you belong, etc., in the course of your journey. When confronted by any people or strangers, behave normally. You should not get confused or frightened as if others know you beforehand. You must answer naturally and steadily. On your way, keep a watch in front and behind also, but it must look natural. While walking, one courier must move in front, a little distance ahead, and the important articles and letters must be kept with the courier behind. If you suspect that some SID person is following, change your route and show that you are going in some other direction. If he still follows, sit down as if you are taking rest, and observe his movements and behavior. When it is confirmed that he is a SID, shake him off or finish him off if the necessity and opportunity are there. Journeys must be undertaken during the nights, as far as possible. Never reveal that you have been to such and such a place, met such and such a person, or that so and so person is at a certain place. You must go to the very place as directed, and not to any other place, even though you come to know that the wanted persons are available there. 376. You must carefully protect the letters, papers, and other articles which you are taking. If the enemy follows you, destroy the important letters. If there is no such scope, swallow them. Goods, saman, should not be taken in modern or hand-jute bags. Wool must be tied up in a cloth bundle, which is the normal way the peasants carry their goods on a journey. You must talk only ordinary things with strangers but not politics, nor lecture politics. The more innocent you look, the better you can discharge your duties. If you are captured by the enemy all of a sudden, you must escape by giving an appropriate story. I am going to the house of my relative, or for purchasing sheep. If they start torturing you, do not reveal any secret. Only reply that you don't know anything. During your rest period, try to imbibe politics. Illiterate comrades must learn to read and write. Couriers should not interfere with any other matter except the matters related to them. They should not make any effort to know matters that do not concern them. Couriers must have a stick. If there is a battery light, it should be sparingly used. Battery lights should not be used wherever people are not in the habit of using them, or where people can see the light. And when you come near the village you should not use it at all. You must learn how to treat snakebite and scorpion sting by first aid method. Always keep one blade and a matchbox with you. And keep other ordinary medicines with you. Comrades. Today, the role of the couriers is very important in our party organization. If these comrades act silently, tactfully, and promptly, our party will go ahead immensely. Our party activities depend upon these comrades. Therefore, there is so much responsibility upon these courier comrades. If they are complacent or negligent to any extent, our party will receive a serious setback. So these comrades, realizing their responsibilities, should discharge their duties carefully. Instructions for the squads. Our squads should function in complete secrecy. We have seen that we can carry on prolonged struggle only if we do that. We are giving the following instructions for our secret organization. 1. Stay of the squad. 377. A squad remains always in secret. If it wants to go to a village, it should send its scout first to find out the conditions in that village. Even after it reaches the village, it should stay away from the village in a safe place. Its arrival should not be known to others, except 1 or 2 important persons of the village. It should procure all its requirements secretly, through those 1 or 2 important persons only, without any hectic activity. Whatever may be the number in the squad, 1 out of them must be posted as a sentry. He should not stand either at an elevated position or by the side of a path, as in the past. He must select such a place that he should not be seen by others, but at the same time, be in a position to see others. 1 or 2 important comrades from the village must be instructed to be vigilant. Yet we should never stop posting a sentry, and depend upon them alone. Under no circumstances, should you wear uniforms in the daytime. If you happen to smoke bidis and cigarettes, you must see that cigarette ends are destroyed beyond visibility or are covered under leaves and earth. So also, after taking your food, you must see that there are no signs of the leaves, or papers, in which you have taken your food, vistherekolo, etc. You must make arrangements even in the forests to protect yourselves from the rains. Nobody should know about these arrangements. 2. Squad journey. You must know in advance the details about the journey to be undertaken. At the time of your journey, scouts must guide. The squad should follow at a certain distance. You must travel on other routes, leaving out the routes on which the enemy may waylay you. Travel during night time only. Keep your weapons ready throughout the journey. 3. Contacting other units. Each squad should make arrangements to get its dock to a particular place, contact place. It should make some arrangement to get the letter from that place every week. But, couriers should not go in search of the squad. The courier coming from the squad must also go to the pre-appointed place and hand over the letters. 378. Squad members should not go straight to their homes. They must stay outside the village or stay in the forest area and meet their families there only. In case there is enemy vigilance in that village, and local enemies are there, they should call their family to another village to meet them, but they should not meet them in their own villages. Prepare the people for defending the party and squads. Sometimes we have to adopt underground methods while mobilizing the people in the struggles. For example, when we are about to cut the roads, we should not reveal the plan beforehand to all. Information as to how many persons came from which village should not be revealed to others. People should be formed into groups and the work carried on without mixing them up. In the same way, while we seize the food grains also, groups must be formed and distribution channelized accordingly. Paddy should not be allowed to go into the hands of the enemy again. It must be kept in a secret dump. Grains should not fall in the way. Axes, spades and sickles must be carefully placed. They need not be given to others. After your work is over, keep them carefully. When there is work, take them out, and once the job is over, keep them back in their places. The enemy should not be allowed to know about the seizure beforehand. Rich peasants also should be kept away. Operations must be carried out in an organized manner. Develop the consciousness of the people to defend the party. We must propagate among the people to defend the party, with supreme sacrifice if necessary. We must create consciousness among the party members to safeguard and protect the important party leadership. It must be explained to the members that in case the enemy attacks, they must be prepared to undergo any sacrifice and safeguard their leadership. That is why the PC made it clear that the area committee members and important leadership should not take part in the actions. It is also made clear that the zonal leadership should not normally participate in actions except in emergencies. Important leaders should not be posted as sentries. As the sentry is meant to detect the movement of the enemy, he will be the first target of the enemy's bullet. That means any important leader at the sentry's post will be finished at the first shot. If that is so, what is the sentry for? Though the sentry is meant for the entire squad, safety of the leadership is also an important factor. So, the question arises, who is an important comrade? Important leadership means the important comrades among the squads camping there. The others should take care of and protect them. We must see that our tech secrets are not spelled out in our leaflets, circulars, wall posters, and slogans. If any new comrade comes, only the person concerned must meet him. Other members should not ask or try to know the name of the village to which he belongs. If anybody asks such questions, the new comrade should not reveal his village name or the purpose for which he came there. Except the secret reports and other records necessary for reference, other records relating to the day-to-day activities may be destroyed. Secret tech circulars, other secret guerrilla tactics. 379. And our new tactics and other papers, harmful if they fell into the hands of the enemy, should not be kept in handbags or should not be placed with irresponsible comrades. They must be kept with responsible comrades and the contents be read over to other comrades. After reading, either they may be preserved carefully or destroyed. If a new comrade or courier or any other person on a specific assignment goes to another person, he must be called out and talked to. They should not talk before others. The new comrade also should not go on talking before all in haste. They must retire to some other place. If it is a small matter to be taken up with any other comrade, it can be done through a letter or through a courier. For every trivial matter, there should not be a meeting. A meeting be arranged only if it is inevitable. Technical Circular, Second Part. 1. Shelter places. A. The lesser the number at a place, the safer and more secret it can be kept. It is in accordance with this principle that it was decided that it is not correct for organizers to go about along with squads. Nowadays, the armed squad is not the main safeguard. Maintaining secrecy is the main safeguard for an organizer. So except for one or two reliable couriers, no one else must remain with the organizer. b. When one is taking shelter outside the villages, near the wells, in the fields, he must see that neighboring well owners, the owners of the fields, are our sympathizers. The well owner where we are taking shelter, should make arrangements to get news of the enemy and his movements from the neighbors, from time to time, and make the necessary safeguards. c. The comrade on guard duty must wear the same dress or clothes as the peasants in these fields, and must look as if he is busy working in those fields, while all the time carrying on his guard duty. d. Small hillocks, rock heaps, can also be used for taking shelter. But when food and water are brought, extra precautions are necessary. Because when you take food and water to places where normally people do not go, it arouses suspicions. e. Organizers and couriers must wear such dress and adopt such manners as to make them completely at one with the people. The way he cuts his hair, whether completely shaved or short or with different varieties of haircuts, must be similar to that of the people in that locality. The shirts should be of coarse cloth and cut like banyans or short shirts, as the peasants in these localities wear. The dhotias must be brownish, with a water-soaked tinge as those of peasants. One must not wear a watch on the wrist. You may keep it in the shirt pocket so that none can notice it. Fountain pens should not be kept in the pocket as can be seen by others. Mustaches have to be kept or grown as the peasants do. They cannot be trimmed in modern fashion nor carefully shaved. 380. We must not use washing soap nor should clothes emit soap smell, because the enemy is examining the smell of the clothes of suspected persons. It is better to have a turban of cloth as headgear normally. f. Shelter places should not be near communications or often frequented routes of the enemy. They should not be such places, since in case of emergency, one is restricted to a very narrow area and is confronted with the enemy when he approaches. They must be such that even if the enemy suddenly approaches, we have ways of taking protection and can escape his encirclement or grip. It means the places of shelters must be such, like cracks, hillocks or trees, ditches, marshy fields, or lakes or any kind of obstacles that can delay the enemy before he can actually pounce on the shelter. We have plenty of experience in choosing such places. g. We must not go about carrying leather or modern bags, but tie our things in a cloth bundle and keep them or carry them with us. 2. Regarding food. a. It is difficult to get food to our places of shelter during daytime. On certain rare occasions it may be possible, but it is not always safe to get it. It is very easy to get food brought to our places of shelter during nights or after it becomes dark. When we get meals, it must at the same time be enough to keep something for the next morning, and it can be of a preservable variety. If we cannot get such food, we must get fried dal or chana, Bengal gram, or other preservable eatables and keep it as a reserve. Similarly, we must get sufficient water stored in pots or jars or leather water bags for the whole of the next day. b. We must not get meals directly to our places of shelter. Whenever they are brought, we must examine, or be on guard to see whether anyone is watching, or comes to know of it. We must get meals only secretly without the knowledge of anyone else. c. We must not send for cigarettes anybody who happens to be nearby or at any time we feel the need for them. This must be strictly observed. Cigarettes must be obtained through other smokers who are sympathetic to us, all the necessary quantity at a time. It is prohibited to smoke cigarettes at night. 3. While sleeping. a. The place we retire to for nights must not be at or near the road or communication routes of the enemy. All around there must be safety. Even if the enemy happens to pass within 15 to 20 yards, the place must be such as not to be visible to the enemy. We can sleep on rocks, on hillocks, in cracks or in dried up ditches, or in the midst of tree clusters. b. We must not cover ourselves with white chatter, blankets, or towels. Cover with some colored cloth. 381. c. We must not go on sleeping till it becomes bright daylight. Because if the enemy happens to locate us, it becomes very easy for the enemy to capture the sleeping targets. If we are awake early, we can locate the enemy ourselves easily and escape in the dusk. D. Before it is daybreak, we must complete all our morning ablutions. E. We must not snore. If we have to cough, place a piece of cloth on the mouth and smother the noise. F. The places where we sleep, even if they are cleaned before we go to bed, when we get up, remove every sign that would reveal to the enemy that somebody had slept the night there. For coming and going or traveling from place to place. A. During daytime, under no circumstances travel by the main routes. Travel through cross-country paths or routes especially reconnoitred and selected beforehand by us. Even these routes are to be used with new couriers who are not known locally. Exposed couriers or organizers should not travel during daytime. They should not travel even at night through main routes, but use special cross-country routes. B. When organizers or two couriers are going, one person must walk in front at a visible distance from the second person following him. They must watch out for any sound or sign all around as they march on. If any suspicion arises, they must not look surprised. They must at once slip out of the main route, and clear themselves about the suspicion aroused, and then only should they move forward. This applies to squads as well. C. We must not carry so much load that it prevents us from taking to double march or going at a run, if the occasion demands. Important letters or records should be kept in the pockets or hands, and not in heavy bundles, so as to be in a position to destroy them easily in case of necessity. D. On the march, do not talk, use silent signals or dumb signals if one has to communicate something to another. General tech precautions. 1. When we order certain supplies, never expose those supplying us. We must give the contacts with these suppliers to reliable couriers. We must not send anybody who is at hand. 2. We must not use scented oils. 3. We must not go home for festivals, nor celebrate festivals or festive occasions in the places where we are taking shelter, beyond the possibilities that exist there. 4. We must not talk loudly. 5. We must not call aloud, comrade. 6. Except on rare or special occasions, never greet another with red salute with the clenched fist. 382. 7. When the rains are falling, especially during the rainy season, do not go to or sleep in cattle sheds, thinking that the enemy will not come there in the rains. We must use mats made of jammu, grass or reeds. These are rainproof, or take shelter under a thick cluster of trees. Do not be negligent about the enemy during the rainy season. Secret methods in the forests. 1. Do not walk through the main routes. We must find out special routes. Do not talk while on these routes. 2. Do not make a noise in the forests. Singing songs, laughing loudly, calling a comrade at a distance by shouting, is to be avoided. 3. In the villages, when we go to fetch food, do no stay there for long periods, either on the plea that it is not yet dark, on the ground that night has not yet advanced and people are still moving about. We must go to villages and plan our stay depending on the nature of the contacts we have, but do not stay too long in any village. 4. Where we stay, do not make a noise. Brass pots must be used carefully so as not to make a noise. See that the signs of cooking are not left, such as stones arranged to serve as coating stones, poyalu, nor the scrapings of onions, chilies, paper, or cloth remnants. The whole place should be cleaned and should be covered with ordinary forest leaves, etc., so as to give the original normal appearance. We must also see that from our forest shelters, no paths are formed to the main routes, by our constant use of them. 5. We must not shoot or practice with our guns, within 2 miles of our shelters, either to hunt game for food or for any other purpose, except in self-defense against the enemy. 6. Where we take shelter, we must not keep our dumps. And where dumps of stores are kept we must not live. Except for foodstuffs and other requisites, enough to last for 4 or 5 days, the rest of the stores should be dumped at least beyond 1 mile distance from the place where we stay. 7. Sentries must be kept at a distance of 1 furlong or 200 meters. They must not stay on hilltops or on tree tops, as to be visible or seen by others. 8. In the forests, just like the animals live without being seen by men, similarly, we must live without the enemy espying us. We must live in ditches, in depressions, unseen by others. 9. When we go to fetch water, we must first observe from a distance, whether the enemy is nearby the water source, and after assuring ourselves that there is no enemy or danger, then only go near and get water. This problem will not be so acute during the rainy season. 10. When we are on the march, first the scout, after him the rest of the comrades must march in small batches, each batch must keep itself only at visible distance from the batch in front. 11. We must not allow our shelters to be known even to tribal people, living in dense forests. We must reach the villages of Koya people from a different direction than our place. The same precaution must be observed when we leave their villages for our places. 383. 12. We must put up huts for our living in the forests, not carelessly, at any and every place. They must not be near the roots or near the villages. In the huts we must not stay all the 24 hours. Except when it is raining, very heavily, we must normally live under trees or clusters of trees, as it would give us greater mobility for quick action. 13. During the rains, the enemy raids are usually on the roots and on the villages. So we must be extra careful at these places, during that season. 14. The couriers must not move with clothes freshly washed with soap and giving that smell. 15. For bathing purposes, all must go at a fixed predetermined time and not at random, whenever one likes. The sentry must be kept while others finish their baths as quickly as possible, and without making a noise. Comrades, you must, while observing the above suggestions of ours, from your own experience locally, develop other necessary tech rules and practices. Nowadays, we must be able to carry on secret activities continuously in a more organized and more effective way, facing whatever repression the enemy may let loose. This is absolutely essential for carrying on our party activities. To the extent we fail to observe the rules of secret methods of functioning, to that extent it becomes harmful to our movement. If we can develop secret methods of functioning to organize the present upsurge of the people, then within a few days we can undoubtedly develop the whole movement to a far higher level. So we request you, comrades, to observe these technical and practical suggestions for secret functioning. With revolutionary greetings, 14.5.1949 Party Area Committee. Appendix 4. Tales of Telangana. Given below is a poem, Tales of Telangana, written by Harendranath Chattopadhyay, at the time of the Telangana armed struggle. Now let me write it down. A tale of Telangana, harrowing tale. Yet brimmed with hope wrought of grim sacrifice, a tale of murdered innocence, raped honor, broken masses bleeding under the stress of the last struggle, one with the bitter struggle of lingering colonies that will not brook longer continuance of fascist greeds, imperialist grabs with callous guns for mouths and hireling bombs spreading incessant menace. You've heard of Telangana, have you not? The world has heard and wondered. 384. It is another name for history. Revised, historic values rearranged. Reshuffled. It is echoed and re-echoed. Through the dark corridors of future time. Through which historic logic treads towards its grand fulfillment. Little village town of Ikchampet linked with little towns all over Telangana. Not alone you wage the final battle. You are conscious of sister village towns in Korea, Malaya, Indonesia, Vietnam, Burma. Even as the heart throbs in a hero's body, the blood burns in a martyr's arteries, the even breath blows through a fighter's nostrils, so you, a simple village town, throb, burn, blow in and through the history of mighty Telangana, destined base, parent of countless bases yet to be, unconquerable bases that shall free our land from so-called freedom, shall release our country from the commonwealth composed of thrice uncommon brigands pooling the commonwealth of credulous nations, master marauders, deaths in human form, exploiting life, and bulging on the dead. Write down the name, my reader. Akshimput. The soil is black. In the sad fields where men were weighted down once under deshmuks and their heavy yoke, under the stinging stroke of hireling whips that made their bodies crack, weary and brown bodies of peasantry whose labors yield harvests, whose sweat to every inch of field means more than rain, whose sinews are at one with growing blades of corn, whose muscles move with uncomplaining labor, to hot suns, whose feet and hands are chapped and cracked and creviced like earth cakes, summer scorched. These peasants once believed in fate, being drugged for centuries. 385. By such philosophies as made them bend, even as wheat under the shaving sickle. Mind, shackled to enslavement with the sense of resignation, year in and year out, with hardly strength to even so much as sigh, blood sapped, withal, without the strength to die. To them the sun was once a scarlet wound. The moon, pus oozing sore, the midnight star's nocturnal imitation of the sweat trickling diurnally down their bocks, each sun that set, a milestone nearer death promising their lives' release, hard knuckles, veins dwelt in the neighborhood of scythes and sickles hired from the landlord whose least look would cut surer than scythe and sharper than any sickle, their bocks were ever ready for the whip inescapable as lightning stroke striking a sunburnt rock. But now, that's over. They have arisen from death-heavy torpor, awakened to a sudden realization of their own humanhood. They know they are men, they know they are urgent in a country's plan, they know they are the mainstay of the soil, they know they have a right, because they toil, they produce land, fresh air, and happiness, they know how idlers lived upon their labor, bloodsuckers on their blood, they know how begone time had rifled them, drained up their life-blood, sopped them to their bone, they know how old philosophies have tricked their minds into subservience, and they know their future shall have no truck with their past, and they shall make the landlord know they know, and they will make exploiters know they know, and through this knowledge everything seems changed, the fields themselves already feel unchained, the womb of earth, heavy with future growing, whispers. My travail shall produce for those who have defied them, flogged them, broken them in years gone by. And do the peasantry lack courage? Ask the deshmuk, trembling rat, hiding behind the guns of government, firearms, hot tyrannies of terrorist rule now in our midst, whose symbol is the flag. 386. Of cunning freedom meant for fat corruption. The flag that covers up two other flags. The lingering Union Jack so loath to bid goodbye to colonies, the stars and stripes. Flag of the young imperialist USA, licking the world's air like a tiger's tongue thirsty for blood, the blood of Asia, the blood of Europe and the blood of Africa, does not our government know? Fool to believe it does not know. It knows and is relieved, this government that, in the name of the people, rides on the back of the people, flouts their will to imperialist winds which, blowing over our land, redden the palsied cheeks of men who govern, a diseased red they fondly name the red of waxing health regime of terrorists hand in glove with fascists wherever they exist, family of knaves, inflated eunuchs momently dependent upon the potency of tanks and guns, war weapons of destruction built to break the very hands that blindly build and add to the toll brag of top dogs. Several guns that have already blown out peasants' brains are British guns, I take it. British guns, enemy guns, became the guns of friends. All this the people know, they have arisen. Do they lack courage? Ask the deshmuk, ask the bloated landlord, ask his well-fed stooges, his belching right-hand butchers, and they will tell you, if they do not lie, they dare not lie, their hearts are in their mouths, they'll tell you how the sudden hands of the people are ripping up their masks, revealing them as they have always been, cowards and traitors, quivering rats, with little triangle mouths, and tremulous whiskers, staring eyes of dread anticipating final nemesis. They know that revolution's claws are sharp and certain. That, when revolution comes, it comes without announcement, with a pause fatal to any rat. You government. Of brutal tyranny, of tinsel crowns. 387. Self-puffed exploiters, seeming benefactors. Your arms empowered heroes, one-day actors. Time's bloody bubbles that shall burst, and soon. Pricked by the pointed and united will of Telangana heroes, real heroes, conscious of brotherhood with other heroes, their brother heroes risen in Andhra Pradesh, in Malabar, in Tamil Nadu, in Bengal, Bihar, Orissa, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Punjab and Kashmir, brothers everywhere who rise against injustice and oppression determined to restore integrity and meaning to the nation. The people are a flood and throws up heroes. Even as billows sweeping from end to end of reddening horizons. Weapons of steel were not more adamant. Instant and triumph concluding than the weapon united masses wield, one single weapon, their single hunger, irrespective of creed and color, leading to one will spelling a certain triumph, once won, forever won, unlike the slippery triumph of the tyrant, earth-rooted. Look! Their heads are crowned with heaven more sure than death, more wonderful than life of which they are creators. Down with the bastard landlord, down with knaves licking his filthy feet, sharing his feasts, his blood-stained orgies. What has the landlord done? What has he not? The cobblestones of village roads will tell you stories to make you shudder, every wall of every peasant hut will tell you things to make your blood leap up to boiling point, each tree along the village path will tell you of rape committed on young village girls with mouth bandaged, virgin, raw-fleshed, dumb dread, the village well will tell you and each pitcher dipped in its waters, how the landlord swoops on human flesh, whether of men or women, with hot invisible talons, casting across the fields his withering vulture shadow. What has the landlord done? Unseal your ears. 388. And listen, listen if you have the courage. He forced the peasant's thumb impression. Illiterate stain, on fraudulent documents. Enslaving him thereafter, encircling him with lifelong menace of soul-strangling debts, commitments, imaginary mortgages, held valid in a court of law by judges betraying justice in the name of justice until the peasant's oxen, plow and cart, field implements, his very pots and pans and he himself, his women and his all becomes the landlord's private property for him to use at will, or, should he choose to auction or exchange for lousy profit. Yeah, he has robbed the peasant of his grain, his woman of her honor, his infant's mouth of the occasional morsel. In this he is supported by uniformed and scarlet-turbaned pigeon stools, the government's armed police, automatons of law and order, sadistic machines maneuvering multi-method punishment, cog within cog, wheel-whirling wheel of machination, rank and soul barterers for a mere mess of pottage and that mess unworthy of the belly being stained with their own brother's blood, thrice deftly mixed with the hashed entrails and the minced-up hearts of daring peasants, from among whose kind these treacherous men were drowned. And trained and bribed to murder and humiliate their own kind these be the traitors, yet, even among them a few rebel against such law and order as aim a blow at brothers, such are shot along with those whom they refuse to shoot by others, hardened criminals, who shoot them. The people, giant darers, such as fill the eyes of stars with grateful thanks, the scarlet bosom of the sun with grace, assuring life of rich continuance, assuring beauty of continuance, assuring justice of continuance, assuring victory of victory based on the ultimate defeat of liars. 389. Of stooges, hooligans, hireling half-beasts. Mouth frothed with blood-stained foam fringing the sea, the rolling sea of multitudes grown one immense, inevitable undulation, and of that sea the peasantry are waves drunk with the glory of new rising suns, jubilant under new rising moons, clapping their hands to infinite paces, shouting, "The world is ours, we are the world." Gas-bellied propaganda floats everywhere. Like the ballroom and through the darkening air of tyrants fast accumulating doom attracts the public herd, especially the intellectuals, sitters on the fence, the bird-beast bats, symbol of uncertain choice, smug chess players of armchair politics, vendors of honest thinking in the markets of veering opportunisms, maneuvered slyly by crooked political foxes. Propaganda, rot of rubbish bins. Newspapers, pamphlets, sloppy slogan sheets. Struck by the 100,000. To feed the credulous public on pigmeal slander, corrupt the blood until it may not flow freely from heart to brain, from brain to heart until nor brain is left nor heart is left, clog nerve and vein, intrigue each artery to acquiescence, hollowing out each bone through which cheek swollen. Propaganda breathes argosatic jazz of bourgeois hatred, of capitalistic acrimony. Spasmodic blasts making the credulous sway. Turning unconscious enemies of the people. But not the people shall be swayed. Who toil and sweat and drudge and know the agony of dying without being dead. The masterly decision they shall not die. Not propaganda's colorful balloon. Allured their vision which, unlike the vision of fools who hardly see beyond their nose, results from keen starvation, in whose eyes there lurks the sudden glitter of a sword. 390. A blinding edge gleam cutting sheer through slander, slicing the core of falsehood at a stroke. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Revolution is not something sudden. It is a vast invulnerable volcano. Asleep through periods in human time. Unpublished, unsuspected. It simmers, smokes, boils, fire gathering inside its vacant belly, belching biliously under a throat of crater, under the waistline. Deep down below it gathers momentum, starting at the invisible hoary base of elemental energy. Yeah, such is revolution, and the people. Flesh crinkled, solid, low-lying in dark dumbness to all appearance, innocuous, extinct, our history's volcano, unpublished, unsuspected, simmering, smoking, boiling, fire gathering inside, their vacant bellies belching biliously under a throat of crater, gulping down humiliation meted through long years. They gather red momentum in their blood, slowly, but surely, starting from the solace, the cracked hard solace of feet neighbor to clay, reaching through slow and terrible degrees, the stomach's lampless pit, the bosom's pit estranged from morsels, into the throbbing gullet, and then into the fuming heart and brain furnaced with sulfur smokes of agony, when, with a sudden and concerted urge, they meet the sudden instant, sovereign moment, life lava whipped into fury, shooting out enormous fireworks. Celebrating swift perishing of lustful cankered structures builded by bloody hoarders and exploiters, taking their vulgar smugness by surprise. People united are a stern volcano that, when the swift historic moment comes, vent a volcano venom, vomit lava, unbowling tortured entrails in relief, necessity of nature, necessity of earth whose broken womb. 391. Cries out for retribution against men who dare to tamper with her giant balance. Of miracle at its acme men call man. Since nature breathes and grows in harmony with all things of her making, field and cloud, bird, beast, and water, mountain, air and man reigned in high unison, her steady hand maneuvering with established rhythm, tempos and speeds of straight lines, circles, squares in geometric journey through the eons. Her calculations never go awry. For she is wisdom, and her highest wisdom works out its pattern in uncanny ways. Through selfless scientists and noble artists, repositories of experience garnered in endless time through endless time, dark, her clear mathematics which resolve brief life to immortality despite stark interference of crass ignorance, imagining itself superior to knowledge that is humble, patient, pure with comprehensive essence of all beings, all forms and splendors from their origin. Naught is superior or inferior to aught in her untamperable plan of oneness and equality. No headiness dwells in her countless details. Every detail, worthy of life, is conscious of itself and of its station in the masterpiece. Who tampers with the plan shall pay for it with sure extinction. He who breaks her law shall by that broken law be surely broken. Intuition and labor, leading through long experiments to results of miracles, knowledge, bridging space and time, were not endowed to men that they might cancel the larger earth significance, collective man. Knowledge was given us to build, not break. To love, not hate, to bloom, not to decay. And when at all she forces us to destroy constructively, so the balance be retained. She brooks not foul aggressors and their brag nor cowards masked as heroes. The blow comes tardily, but when it comes, it cancels irrevocably. Nature's voice. 392. Proclaims today as never before in history. Life is an earnest granted you, O man. Not merely to preserve but help to grow. In beauty and glory, wax in a composite knowledge shared equally, unbarrier of division, to gaze with quiet into each other's eyes and pluck the secret of fraternal joy tanging each other's mind with hues of life casting no shadow. I have yielded secrets. Not for misuse but mortal betterment. Leading to longer life until at last the myth of death is blown up like a dump, clearing the glad blue spaces of existence. Toilers are close to nature. They know her feel, have heard her voice distinct, her fibers tremble on their tired skin, her rhythm yet survives within their blood, neighbor to mud and rain, to dust and heat, to the chipped moon and full moon, to stars resembling dust, and to a sense of suns that will yet bring them better days. Rooted in olden faith they slowly walk into a new and more convincing faith, that they were not created but for toil fruitless and bitter, that the deep agony of woman's travail does not create for tragedy and gloom, does not create for pleasure but for purpose, for the fulfillment of significance and life magnificence. Each human face and human limb was always meant to be. Man is significant, yeah. Every man who toils and dreams and fashions either with hand or heart or luminous mind, who does not toil, what right has he to bread? Who does not add to earth one jot of gift, what claim has he to earth's uncounted gifts? Who does not render an account of his mind through poem, sculpture, music, dance, or picture, and of his intellect through precious invention enriching nature's store of mystery with mystery solved, what right has he to breathe, to gaze upon the world that is so fair? 393. Toilers are dear to nature. Whether they work in factory or field, whether they sow or reap, pluck out the ore from earth's dumb bowels, master black mine pits of coal surcharged with secrets of hue and perfume, of oils that feed machines by men controlled, men who refuse longer to be machines, toilers whose hands are knotted, strong and hard resembling tree boughs molded out of earth and nourished by invigorating suns. They are the real emperors of earth with life for empire nothing dare destroy while they are one, devoid of the dividing sense of boundary lines on mischievous maps with blotches which at best are ugly bleeding blotches of disease long aggravated by ambitious men, top dogs of nations ravening for the meat of humans, thirsting for the blood of innocents. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Say now of Lachmama of Ikchamput. Half gloom to half light whispered in her hut of giant glooms outside the glooms of human lives weighing in the integrity of life, whispered and said, the said shall soon be ours when you, a life, shall triumph over all through the unselfish action of such men as stand united in a single cause, such men as meet within this humble hut where proud beginnings are in silence mode. All day old Lachmi toiled without a word. And while her hands tinkered with pots and pans, her brain like a wheel revolved upon the axle of the straight, strong obstinate thought covering future distances in time when tyranny and tyrants shall be done and life be rid of all its rusted chains, equality established, war defeated and peace in chrysalis the earth forever, clear eyes of children stained with dread today tomorrow all unshadowed of such dread, when mothers' breasts shall sag no more with grief resembling empty shriveled bags of skin. 394. But once again become the fountain source to feed glad generations. Such a day must surely dawn, red like the flower of life washed in the blood of martyrs, in whose dyings life re-evaluates itself and lends shining significance to history. Lachmi was old with wisdoms, born of long years of tragedy which strove to break her, but, in vain. She was not merely just another woman, but a whole history of suffering peasants, embodiment of all their hopes and dreams, the meeting place of their undaunted wills. The wrinkles on her body were the wrinkles of a great ocean lashed by hurricanes. Symbolic not of weakness but of power. Her knotted knuckles were the knots of trees, rooted in earth and unafraid of heaven, pouring hot lightning lava over them. Here, every evening came 6 youthful communists under the veil of falling darkness, beside the smoky flame of an old lantern. Each one told a tale, a harrowing tale of heroism and hate. First tale. Ramulu was a simple shepherd, lively and merry and strong. He tended his sheep the livelong day, and sang the whole evening long. Today, perhaps, a song of Sri Krishna. Tomorrow, a cinema song. His shepherd's soul was free as the wind, and his mind, it sang like a bird. He was quick at catching tunes, and so, whatever that shepherd heard, he reproduced like a gramophone record, perfectly, word by word. For music to him was the food of his heart. It filled his blood with a tang. 395. The open field and the open sky, with his voice towards evening rang, and seemed to listen carefully to every note he sang. He was a simple-hearted fellow, and song was his chief delight. All that he wore was a loincloth, and he could neither read nor write, nor easily speak his native tongue, nor distinguish red from white. He was only acquainted with field and river, with each sound of the river, each smell of the field, and from the sun's position, the time of the day he could tell. He had never heard of Jawaharlal, nor of Vallabhbhai Patel. He had never heard of communism, nor knew what Congress meant. Of crass political cunning he was thoroughly innocent. He hardly knew there was such a thing as the Congress government. Our simple shepherd Ramulu was glad as the day was long. He treated his sheep with utmost care, and never did them a wrong. In a nutshell, song was his very life, and his life itself was a song. One evening, at set of sun, he felt his young throat itch more than ever to sing a song, which he did, at utmost pitch. Whenever he sang he felt himself the richest among the rich. And so he sang. This time it was no cinema song, but instead a song, the words of which were strung like fire beads on a fire thread. His heart was whiter than innocence, while the song he sang was red. He sang it lustily. It was a song. 396. Which seemed like a magic song, containing colored hope for men whose lives just linger and drag. It was a song, but he hardly knew of the much tabooed red flag. All heaven heard it with all its ears, of opening stars in the sky, and he seemed to pour his soul in the song. And he sang on a note so high that, in the eye wink, constables like shadows passed him by. But when they recognized the tune, they stopped for a while and heard that song, which was a marching song, the self-same one that had stirred thousands of peasants everywhere. It had fire in every word. "Arrest the traitor," shouted one, "he is of the communist brand." "Of course," said the other, "from what he sings what else can we understand? Our government's orders are to put down these Reds with an iron hand." Ramulu, the simple shepherd, was caught, handcuffed and led to the police chowki. "What is my crime?" he asked. The constable said nothing in answer. Why should they answer and waste their lungs on a Red? Ramulu was tried in court, and accused by a witness, his neighbor. Bribed for the purpose, accused of wielding bayonet, gun, and saber. He was found guilty, God knows how, and doomed to a term of hard labor. He was found guilty, God knows how. Or even he doesn't, perhaps. When a government wants to doom a man, even truth nods and naps. And who dare challenge the justice meted by the rule of fascist caps? 397. Outside, the wind stirred like a listening thief, eavesdropping silence heard and marvelled at the tale of tyranny. The broth of leaves bubbled in the old mudpot on the oven of cracked hard mud. To each of them she offered an earthen cup brimful of broth. Now quickly drink that up, said Lachmi, it will comfort bone and blood. The gang struck 12 and stillness stiller grew. Second tale. A nice fat cow, the Deshmukh says with a loud lascivious laugh, forthwith tether that cow in my yard along with her newborn calf. The helpless peasant is forced to obey. Though anger within him rages, he is neither paid for the cow nor the calf, nor for his sweat, his wages. Tomorrow in the Deshmukh's house there'll be a wedding feast. Guests are invited from neighboring towns. 100 all told, at least. Since his son is going to be married to some neighboring Deshmukh's daughter. So all the goat herds of the village must each bring a goat for slaughter. And the village elders, wrinkled as barks, must come with vessels of butter. Without a complaint, complaints were never invented for them to utter. The Deshmukh's mansions must be built more tall than that of his neighbor. So the village masons must toil in the sun, without being paid for their labor, nor even paid for the bricks they bring, overladen on their own carts. So the bricks that go to build his mansion are the bricks of broken hearts. 398. The heavy levy of taxes bends the backs of peasants who store emptily at the blank horizon, in an attitude of prayer. But the God of the people is deaf and dumb, and the sun is his eyeless socket, which is too blind to see those taxes bulge the Deshmukh's pocket. Woe to the peasant woman who dares to keep away from the field. She is stripped and whipped in the view of all till her blood is blue and congealed. For the peasant woman and peasant man must daily be worked to the bone. The Deshmukh controls their bodies and souls, they have no will of their own. Oh, who has not heard of the Deshmukh? Outbrooder of brutes who rape, from whom the village virgin ever hardly found escape. He prowls about in Suryapet, his face, a hardened crust, rendering every village into his hunting ground of lust. 2,500 women already, polluted in body and limb, have been hunted down like helpless prey. Yeah, captured and raped by him. That was his 47 list, when he was just 35. Do you blame the peasants then, if they want to strangle such brutes alive? Do you blame them if they rise in wrath at the damage done to their lives? A tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye, to avenge their daughters and wives. Barely just 20 years ago, the virgin bride, it is said, 399, was forced to spend her bridal night on the landlord's lousy bed. He did with her what he wanted to do, and said what he wanted to say, then sent her crumpled and tired and worn to her mate on the following day. Do you blame the peasant, then? I ask, if he wakes and rebels at last, remembering the sorrow and shame inflicted on him in the past, uniting under their blood-red flag. The people grow stronger and stronger, shouting, down with the landlord's brag. We shall brook it no more, nor longer. And as the darkness deepened, midnight held its breath of fierce cold stars as if to listen to its own magnitude of mystery, crackles of leaves and twigs, a jackal's cry somewhere, the somber river wash of waves, blotches of ink-blue shadows brooding over the scattered hamlet, every hut whereof was a potential tomb and every peasant life's careless snapshot of the living dead with outline indistinct and out of focus. Yet in this humble hut of clay and wattle, Lachmi's historic hut, the midnight knew that some immortal dawn was being discussed. More radiant than brief dawns within its womb, the dawn of life, the dawn of man, the dawn of freedom that shall never brook a chain, of freedom that shall cancel human tears, of freedom that shall banish tyranny and send the insolent tyrant to his doom. One of the 6 who met within that hut recounted what he witnessed. while Lachmama sat like a statue there. In the half-light, her eyes two wells of age, from which times vessels in the past had drawn much water and much blood. The tale was told. 400. As a raw blood-red sun went down the hill, and sinking left dull afterglow behind, the village folk met where two cross lanes meet, and at the base of their ancestral tree hoary with age, decided on a strike whatever be the consequence. One wool ran like a current through the village folk, electrifying the grey atmosphere of erstwhile helpless sorrow. That is wool. The people's will no power on earth dare shake, no menace challenge it houses sudden lightnings, is builded of inherent mountain power, resounds like 20 million waves revealing huge ocean capacity that naught can tame once it is roused to rise. And so, the village struck. The landlord heard the knell strike of his days reverberating dark and certain doom, the bent back of the village on which his father rode, on which himself he had been riding for a dozen years and thought to ride for full 24 more, the bent back of the village had, of a sudden, thrilled and grown erect. The village stood erect, its blood turned sop, its nerves turned harp strings of new humming faith. Third tale. Here is the tale of a neighboring landlord, whose hands were black with pillage, who, idle drone, fed fat upon the peasants' toil and tillage. The tale I tell, a typical tale, is of a neighboring village. Tell the landlord we refuse to tack his solace and mend his shoes, said the cobblers of the village. Tell him to perform our chores, sweep the floors and dust the doors, said the servants of the landlord. Tell him we decline to run 401 errands for him in the sun, said the runners of the village. Even pigs have gone on strike. Clean your own dirt, if you like, said the sweepers of the village. For him, whom our village loathes, we refuse to stitch his clothes, said the tailors of the village. With our sweat we swell the soil. He keeps bloating on our toil, said the village water carriers. Are we frightened of his frown? He knows that we can beat him down, said the people of the village. Our landlord didn't figure that. Today he'd tremble like a rat, said the women of the village. Shave him? Yes, indeed, we mean once for all to shave him clean, said the barbers of the village. We shall not sell oil to the scamp. We'll make a widow of his lamp, said the oilmen of the village. We refuse to wash his shirt, like his conscience stained with dirt, said the dobies of the village. The days of tyranny are done. The tyrants tumble one by one. The village echoed and re-echoed. The pale light flickered in the listening room, casting strange shadows on the brown mud walls, while on the window sill, in the half-gloom, a lizard crept hunting for vagabond moths, a license brimmed with omens, frothed with foam of furtive whispers. And the gong struck 2. 402. A fourth tale was recounted. Lachmi wrapped her body in a bristly rug and listened. Fourth tale. He was married under the new moon. A mother's only son. In the whole wide world that widowed mother other than him had none. He was married under the new moon to a new-blown village maid, who wore her hair, as dark as a raven, in a jasmine-woven braid. And like the new moon her beauty would grow to fullness soon, since in herself she bore already the sense of a ripening moon. On their first sweet nuptial night they knew the springtime's roseal stir. He was 18 years of age, just 3 years older than her. On that first great night of nuptials, time lapped like a perfumed tide. We must work for our people together, whispered the bridegroom to his bride. We must work until, in the future, no fetters for us exist. You must not forget that you are now the wife of a communist. The first night passed, and the next night, the third and the fourth, and then, oh how shall I describe the scene even with a poet's pen? On the fifth night of the marriage, while the village lay fast asleep, at dead of dark, when darkness itself was at its deep, the bony dogs began to bay, to whine at the moon and bark. 403. as though some evil omen had suddenly gripped the dark. The stars were covered up by a cloud, and the moon glow went on strike. Hark! The midnight is torn to shreds by the throb of a motorbike. The slumbering village paths awoke and trembled under the sky, disturbed by its jaundiced lamp which glared in front like a demon's eye. The bike escorted a lorry that threatened the village peace. It was crowded with saviors of the Congress, the military police. And so, at the dead of midnight, 4 miles the village around, stricken with dread, had suddenly become a burial ground. The lorry and the motorbike stopped dead at a door. "And then come out of your hole, you communist rat!" shouted the butcher man. The butcher man, to whom it gives delight to carry out the order, shoot a communist at sight. They battered the door with butt ends and shattered it open wide. "Ho, ho, ho," they shouted and jeered. "The bridegroom sleeps with his bride." Out of their butcher hearts and eyes vulgarity darkly drips, while crooked lust holds blood-stained rule in each line and curve of their lips. The bed you sleep on, communist, is poor and ragged and rough. We feel it is not really 404 quite comfortable enough. Why does your young wife sob and wail? And why does your mother weep? We have come to assure them you will now have an honest nuptial sleep. They dragged him out of his bridal bed. Shouted an officer, "Bind him." Then in an instant with a tough rope, they tied up his hands behind him. Shoot, and the instant the order was given a shot rang out and rent not only the heart of the watching earth but the whole of the firmament. He is only a corpse now and has ceased to be a communist. Thanks to our high efficiency, there's one less left on our list. They left his body lying there. So loyal, so young, so brave. The heart of every one of his people became his honored grave. They buried him under a shady tree and planted a red flag there to mark his memory and set a blood-red seal on the air. Latch Mama rose to feed the lamp with oil, with these same feeble hands which fed 100 comrades in her time. And while she fed it, in an underbreath, she muttered to herself, "With torture they can hurt the flesh but not the spirit. With bullets they might pierce a hero's body, but not the heroism which bears the body to the bullet. That heroism is immortal. It lives forever in the surging people, the surging and undaunted people, who give the country heroes." 405. The flame awakened and the darkness bled to golden luster. "Let me tell a tale," said the fifth comrade perched upon the box, wherein old Lachmi housed her ragged clothes. Fifth tale. Brothers, we must not forget that our village fields are wet with our blood and with our sweat. Kumaraya told the people, even while our harvests swell. Wherefore are we forced to dwell in starvation's burning hell? Kumaraya asked the people. Toiling, boiling in the heat, we produce the corn and wheat. Have we got no right to eat? Kumaraya asked the people. Must we toil and sweat in vain? Did the landlord sow the grain? Did he make the cloud and rain? Kumaraya asked the people. On our grain stocks grown obese, lo, the landlord swills in ease. We have swelled his granaries. Kumaraya told the people. We, the starved and living dead, worse than dumb beasts we are led. Even his dogs are better fed. Kumaraya told the people. Hunger burns us up and drives coffin nails into the lives of our mothers, children, wives. Kumaraya told the people. Let us in a humble tone ask the landlord for a loan of grain we grow he calls his own. 406. Kumaraya told the people. Soon was a petition sent. Loan us grain, 'tis our intent to return you what is lent. Kilmaraya wrote the landlord. We don't beg it at your door. Loan us just the grain. No more. That we need out of your store. Kilmaraya wrote the landlord. 3 months passed, but no reply was forthcoming. Why must notice peasants? Let them die, thought the bloated callous landlord. Peasants are a putrid race, when they perish, in their place new ones come in any case, thought the base intriguing landlord. No more kneeling on our knees. Let us take hold of the keys and open up his granaries. Kilmaraya told the people. But it must not be a black theft or criminal attack. What we take we'll give him back. Kilmaraya told the people. When the harvests swell again, we shall work with might and main, and return the taken grain. Kilmaraya told the people. The attack was not delayed. Kilmaraya, unafraid. Equal distribution made of the grain that was collected. Landlord. We are hungry, and surely you will understand. We are tillers of your land. Spoke the people of the village. 407. How long can we live on air? Driven by hunger and despair. People rise and do and dare. Said the people of the village. Though this grain we take is grown by our hands, our very own, we look upon it as a loan. Said the people of the village. Next harvest time our sole concern shall be to see to it we earn enough of grain stocks to return. Vowed the people of the village. But madness filled the landlord's head. His eyeballs rolled a furnace red. I'll see your mischief maker dead. Swore the landlord to his hirelings. Those hireling in an instant went. Told the police of the event, and of their master's proud intent. A squad of armed police came rattling. Young Kilmaraya, communist, was not a worm to twine and twist. While one by one the bullets hissed and mowed him down, his body riddled. Today all Telangana dips her banners in the blood that drips and trickles down his quiet lips, swore the people round the body. And the last sentence on them was, comrades, fight on without a pause, fight bravely in the people's cause. Young hero he of Telangana. The gong struck 3. With every stroke of gong a sound went out to search the stillness, while in the gathered shadows lurked a man with lurid eyes glowering like those of a beast in search of prey. He was a bribe-won brute. 408. Set on the village, crouching among bushes. Creeping upon his belly like a worm. Crawling along the lane, ducking in gutters. At the least sound suspicious. Some eye was spying on the spy himself. He reached the courtyard wall of Lakshmi's hut, and under the pendulous stillness of the night eavesdropped, and in the dawn like night's own shadow within shadow fled, slouching and slinking like a eunuch sleuth. They are found at last. I'll have them shot, and she who hides them as a miser gold shall soon declare herself and all she hides. One woman saw that shadow sliding by. Good neighbor Lakshmi, they are on your scent, the hounds are on your scent, be on your guard, they thirst for blood. I say, be on your guard. I saw a shadow through the shadows pass, it trembled and it twisted, his cloak was like a cloud, beware. It might have hid a lightning stroke. She was the farmer's wife, whose eyes were sharp as any hawk's, her countless timely warnings had rescued comrades from unpredictable torture, had saved the village from collective doom. Some distant cock crowed the reluctant oncoming of dawn. And Lakshmi yawned. Some say the dead who walk all night in darkness, stealing out of their graves, unto their graves return at early cock crow. We, too, are like the dead. One comrade jest, we come out of our hiding places, graves of mystery throughout the time of the day, returning to them at the earliest cock crow. Lachmama laughed a little tired laugh. And yawned again. You must be on your guard, and from today, I'll reach your food to you. You must not come and be caught unawares here, in this hut. And what about yourself? Oh, I am old and wrinkled, my life already is at the threshold of unending sleep. 409. They will not find much pleasure in binding me in ropes or bending me under a weight of torture, and as for bullets, they would not care to waste even one on me. Yet, if they did, by any chance, my sons, they could not ever bend me, nor extract one word out of this mouth which has for years uttered the holy mantra, revolution. No military threat could ever bend me. No threat of any tyrant. Then, with a smile packing a world of sad significance, she said, the only thing that tried to bend me was old age, yet, you see how straight I walk, how high I hold my head, how measured perfect my pace along the road to the market square. Have you not noticed me unbendable? The comrades said, you are the chronicle in time, of timeless courage, sacrifice beyond description. You have been to us the fountain source of old experience, from which we have been drawing for long days, clothing ourselves in steel, such stubborn steel as makes the landlord wince, the prince go down upon a pair of weakly trembling knees. The guns of government grew impotent. Then one last tale was told. Sixth tale. They sought him and found him. They caught him and bound him, and brought him and shot him. Who dare overthrow us? They shouted, and then they addressed all the men that were present, now show us the wife of this communist leader of yours, the vilest of vipers, the worst of all whores. The sun, it was setting a great red blotch of pure fire in the sky. The people were burning with hatred. There was fire in every eye. 410. That watched the police who had taken the lives of their leaders, disinured their mothers and wives. Where is the woman? They shouted. Does she think she can hide? Where is the woman? They shouted, but no one replied. Since no one has told us the truth and nobody has spoken, your obstinate asinine will shall be presently broken. That's what they shouted, those concerned cantankerous brutes whose own will had been flouted. Then, marching them off to the station, they flagged them until they found it had only redoubled and strengthened their will. No bullet can threaten, nor batten, one said. The more we are tortured, the riper the fruit, the more fiery and red on the tree of revolt in our orchard. That is what somebody said. Who dared such an insolent statement? You bloodhounds. I dared it, and here is my breast for your bullet. So saying, he bared it, and a shot rang out. One last breath strove, and he heaved it. The wound gushed blood. A red star, said the knight, and received it. Where is the woman? They shouted, that communist whore. But nobody answered. The officers spat hot venom and swore. Nobody uttered a word of betrayal. The lips of the village were sealed. That night the moon itself was a mouth shut on the secrets of hut and field. One humble Muslim family protected her precious life, risking their own for the noble sake of their leader's widowed wife. But alas, one day in a bloody fray, she was shot along with 411. But they did not know, and still don't know, that the woman they shot was she. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The morning passed through noon to afternoon. And then the evening came, and then the night. Above, the sky kept swimming with a moon. In Lachmi's hut flickered a yellow light. You old pathetic oil lamp on the shelf, she almost seems pathetic as yourself. Pathetic? Yes, the half-light in her room imparted to her face a curious look of certain anguish and impending doom. Experience had read her like a book from page to page, and now, without a sigh, the time had come to shut and lay it by. A dozen armed police stood at her door. Where are the undergrounders? Sorry, sirs. I do not understand you. Where, we ask, are the 6 communist dogs your hands have fed night after night? I do not understand. You don't, we'll shortly make you understand. Tell us, old woman. Have you hidden them? A dagger gleam of hatred from her eye flashed suddenly and stabbed the darkness through. I've never hidden anything beyond a terrible contempt for such as you and for the government you represent. We understand. So saying, Inspector ordered her into the waiting ominous lorry which drove away, rattling on rugged roads, towards the butcher house, their police station. The village stood dumbfounded, the villagers were petrified with dread. She was their strength, their never-faltering mother, the wise old elder heroine of the village, loved, honored, trusted, sung and adulated. 412. Somebody has betrayed her. The farmer's wife had saved 6 comrades by her timely warning, but Lakshmi has exposed herself to the storm, the fierce red storm of vengeance. A police station is a house of death. Its air exudes the breath of leather and sweat, is heavy with a sense of groans and tortures, standing a tiptoe on the edge of waiting, clanking of chains, unfriendly feel of bars, gaunt walls, and bleeding glooms. You will not speak. Not even under the cat-o'-nine-tail kiss? I will not speak. Now, for the 100th time, will you not speak and tell us where they are, those communist marauders, murderers? At this old Lakshmi laughed contemptuously, then with all heaven's light upon her face she spoke in fearless accents. You alone are the marauders and the murderers. The rapers, torturers, executioners. The cowards, the tyrants, the worms, the stinking stooges without a conscience, traitors of the people. Your day is done. Listen to the voice of my people addressing you through me before I die. With torture you can hurt the flesh but not the spirit. With bullets you may pierce the flesh but not the spirit. You can bore many holes in the body with your bullets, but not one single hole in the heroism which bears the body to the bullet. A hero is immortal. He lives within the people who give the country heroes. You slay men, you butchers. But can you slay ideas? They slit her 2 thighs open. 413. Until the raw flesh hung the bleeding chunks, as though they were the bleeding mouths of incontrovertible prophecy, shouting their doom. And now, for the last time, you will not speak. I shall not even groan for your enjoyment, filthy fascist butchers. Put leeches into the slit in either thigh and let them lick her ebbing communist blood. I'd rather lend my blood to poor dumb leeches than to you herd of low bloodthirsty swine. The leeches, rooted in her bleeding flesh, sucked on and on. The brutes looked on and laughed. She will speak now. Our suffering is your death, our death is a new life for those to come after us, and for our fighters who survive, who soon shall overthrow your government, establishing a people's government. This is no prophecy, but calculation of historic logic, which shatters empires, topples overthrones, and humbles the most insolent of kings, sending them ragged to their naked graves. You will not speak. She will not speak forever. Her heart sank fast, her aged eyes were drawn like 2 pure curtains on a world of honored secrets, deep treasures unbetrayed. The police station proved a battlefield, where she had triumphed, like so many before her. A holy cause, the holiest, had triumphed, the cause of crying centuries, the people's cause, the cause of man who puts to shame the cell, the whip, the bullet, manacle and heated irons, since every man within a world of men is a tremendous world of heart and of brain. 414. Of tune and color and divine creation, exceeding the earth limit, ever receding to other limits beyond its own ken, until no present mystery remains a mystery, and heavens do not turn on starry axles in inane aloofness. The world of men belongs to man alone, of whom the gods are bodiless images, projected on the screen of superstition, woven of self-inflicted fears. Dark self escapes into captivity of sorrowful inferiorities, imaginary abasements. Man is time's watermark upon the parchment of eternity, sealed with each moon and sun, announcing surely, bit by bit unrolled, the final triumph of humanity, the triumph of each over himself and all the universe, when there shall be no more of womb waste, To feed war flames, since every birth shall mark a victory for the collective men already in the making.